Chapter 401, Challenge. While Pan was still waiting to come in, Luke quickly checked his phone to see what the dagger that Archangel Gold had given him was. If it was just an ordinary angel handmade artwork, the time to meet Qi Kong could be delayed. The result was unknown until I checked, and I was shocked. There really was a player who had obtained this dagger. Blazing Feather Steel Wings. The main material is the rare steel unique to Sky City, which is blazing steel smelted by holy flames. Archangel Gold added some of his own feathers when creating this bright feather steel wings, and spent several years carefully drawing the built-in magic circle. It is a very high-end alchemical weapon. When not in use, the steel wings of the brilliant feather are in the form of daggers, and can be hidden and carried. When in use, injecting magic power can make its blade tip longer, turning it into a cross-shaped long sword that can be used with one hand or two hands. The steel wings of the brilliant feather are extremely hard and sharp, with a purification attribute that can stimulate the holy flame contained inside. The bottle of holy water at the end of the handle is the essence of holy energy, which allows the holder of the sword to release holy combat skills. In terms of quality, the steel wings of the brilliant feather are at the same level as the ancient rock chopper of the clear sky. Luke didn't expect that the gift given to him by Archangel Gold would be so generous. It just so happens that some battles are not suitable for using the greedy red dragon spear. With this steel wing with brilliant feathers, the fighting methods are more diversified. Luke was very happy to play with the dagger in his hand. The pattern on it was exactly the same as the feathers, which was very pleasing to the eye. After a while, Pan walked into the study under the guidance of Kylina. Pan's spirit was very different from before, and he had the momentum of a great lord and wise king. He sat opposite Luke, with an expression as if his pocket was full of chips, and he had to have a good talk with his wealth. This time, the leaders of the Shining Gold People's delegation were Elder Mu and Elder Chun. Elder Chun was very low-key, so Elder Mu was fully responsible for the affairs of this visit. I think Ian has already informed you that Elder Mu wants to meet with Her Majesty Queen Qi Kong. Luke did not put away the steel wings of the blazing feathers, and flexibly turned the dagger on his fingertips, as if he was afraid that Pan could not see it. Yes, Ian has told me. I think Queen Qi Kong really wants to know what the attitude of the Shining Gold people is towards the Moonlight King Court's claim for compensation. If you are not sincere, the meeting will only make everyone look bad. Pan noticed the dagger in Luke's hand, and felt the sacred energy emanating from it. In response to Luke's question, he answered, as I said last time, the Shining Gold Elders Council does not think we need to apologize for the ancient war. But the damage to the World Tree was indeed an accident during the war. The Golden People are willing to give the Moonlight Royal Court some compensation from a humanitarian perspective. We could open a World Bank branch in the Moonlight Royal Court and allocate special investment funds for the infrastructure and economic development of the ancestral prairie. The Golden People opened a World Bank branch in the Moonlight Royal Court for the same purpose as the angels built the temple, which is to secretly study the World Tree nearby. Luke knew their purpose, but the current situation forced him to do so. The Moonlight Royal Court had no choice but to refuse. Since he couldn't stop them, he might as well let them all in and reap the benefits. How the investment funds are used is up to us. The Moonlight Royal Court. Yes. No additional terms are allowed for investment. No additional terms. The World Bank is only a safekeeping agent. The World Bank has no privileges in the Moonlight Court and must abide by the customs and laws of the ancestral prairie. The World Bank will abide by local laws wherever it opens a branch. Very good. We can talk about whether to apologize or take responsibility later. The ancestral prairie is very enthusiastic about foreign investment, so we can first decide on the opening of a World Bank branch. When we meet with Her Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky, we will discuss the amount of compensation together. The World Bank needs to be mentally prepared for our offer. Luke raised his knife and prepared to kill. At this time, Pan was no longer concerned about the matter of the Golden Man. After all, the things that Elder Mu had told him to do had been done. How much compensation the Moonlight Royal Court would ask for was the World Bank's business. After the official business was over, Pan told the real purpose of his visit. I will convey the attitude of you and Her Majesty Queen Qi Kong to Elder Mu. Marquis, I believe you have the latest information about the current situation in Rio. I know. I would like to congratulate you in advance on your wish. The Kingdom of Rio is revived in your hands. But before everything is settled, anything can happen. For example, the coup that just happened in the Empire. Pan couldn't help but laugh. Meteor, you are still the same. As if everything is under your control. It's just that this time you can't interfere. Even without the support of the city of raging waves, I can still achieve my goal. This time, I want to change the Samuel Treaty signed between the Rio pseudo-government and the Empire, which will help improve the harmonious relationship between the Rio Kingdom and the city of raging waves. The collapse of the Rio Republic was due to the defeat in the Samuel naval battle, which completely lost the support of the people. If the Rio Kingdom comes back, the first thing is to erase this stain. Pan can gather the hearts of the people and stabilize the throne. Luke said, before the Samuel naval battle, I told you my purpose and asked for your consent. You want to change it in less than half a year. You are really untrustworthy. You forced me to agree. Now Pan is very confident. The kingdom I lead will never allow this unequal treaty to exist. The inequality of the treaty is because of the inequality of our strength. You want to take back what I got on the battlefield through negotiation. How can it be so easy? Pan, you are not the king of Rio yet. Even if you are, the Empire's strategy towards Rio will not change. To hide your edge is the way for a weak country to survive. The arrogant Pan confronted Luke head-on. The Rio I rule is definitely not a weak country. Meteorite? Think it over. We worked very well together before. Don't let friends become enemies. It's not appropriate for the Golden Shield Empire to have another enemy at this time. Luke sneered. I destroyed Leo's navy just because I didn't want to have another enemy. Pan, recognize the gap between you and me. And don't do things that will make you regret. I will never regret doing anything. Then there's nothing to talk about. Luke knocked on the bell on the table. And Kalina walked in. Luke said to her, send Director Pan out. Kalina noticed that the atmosphere was not right. So she said politely but firmly, Director Pan, my Marquis is tired. And we can make an appointment later if there is anything. The carriage is ready for you. I will take you out. Pan stood up angrily and left without saying a word. The door closed and the room returned to silence. Luke sat there, playing with a dagger in his hand, and his consciousness was on the other side of the clear sky. It was already night outside, and the museum was closed. Butler Fitch took the list of items and counted the exhibits in the museum. This was his job to do every day. He had devoted his whole life to this museum, and regarded every artifact here as his own child. The exhibition hall on the first floor was very quiet, with only the sound of Fitch's footsteps. But Fitch soon discovered that there was a person stranded in the museum. He immediately stepped forward and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, guest. I didn't notice you before the venue was closed. So you are trapped here. Please follow me, and I will take you out. Seeing that the man was standing in front of an exhibit, Fitch said again, Sir, our museum has closed for today. If you are not satisfied, you can come back tomorrow. The man still did not move, as if his whole mind was on the exhibit, and he did not hear Fitch's tactful request to leave. Fitch looked at the exhibit that the man was paying attention to and said, This is a stone carving that records an ancient war. It was made by the ancient Moldovans. There should be a war near their residence. And then, they recorded it with a simple line drawing. The two sides in the war are angels and dragons. Staring at it, it seems as if you can see the magnificent war with your own eyes. This is the charm of archaeology. Fitch's explanation finally attracted the man's attention. He turned around and saw a heroic and oppressive young man wearing a crown of thorns on his head. You are right. Standing here and looking at this stone carving, it really seems like you are in that war. It's a pity that the war has ended long ago. It is a pity that I was not able to participate in the war against evil. Seeing the guest's response, Fitch immediately smiled and said, I am happy to discuss the war with you. But it is really too late. If you have time tomorrow, we can go to the lounge on the second floor for a cup of coffee. I have a very precious collection for you to enjoy. The guest looked at the night view outside and suddenly realized, yes, it's so late. The collection here is very good. And I forgot the purpose of this trip. I came to find the elf Chi Kong. Chi Kong has a special status now. Others mostly call her Miss Chi Kong, Professor Chi Kong, and Queen Chi Kong. Calling the elf Chi Kong directly is obviously an extremely impolite title. The standard etiquette smile on Fitch's face immediately turned serious, and he said very impolitely, Miss Chi Kong refuses to see any visitors. Guest, please leave. The man did not move. Chi Kong killed a heroic spirit led by the Sword of Oath, which is a serious provocation to the Inquisition of Sky City. And I heard that she has an angel's arm. If that arm comes from a real angel, it will be a serious blasphemy to angels. I must see her this time and let her know. Angels bring justice and protect the secular world again. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared behind the man, and a pair of angel wings appeared behind him and stretched out. At the same time, a set of white angel armor attached to him, and an angel sword was held in his hand. Thich was frightened and stepped back repeatedly, almost bumping into a glass booth behind him. He hurriedly held the shaky stand. Be careful. Don't let your wings damage anything here. I will report to Miss Qi-Kong immediately. Please tell me your name. The Holy Judge Angel Thorn Crown. When the panicked Fiki ran to report, Luke had just driven Pan away. In the spiritual starry sky, Luke asked Qi-Kong, do you deal with the angel who is causing trouble? Or should I? Qi-Kong said, let me do it. It's most fun to beat someone up personally. Okay. I'll leave this angel to you. Qi-Kong awakened, putting down the book in his hand. Qi-Kong said to Fiki, a training ground has just been set up on the 3rd floor. You take the angel called something crown there, and I can test the strength of the training ground. Yes, Miss Qi-Kong. Thich could feel that Qi-Kong seemed a little different from the past. Miss Qi-Kong was not so happy about fighting before. No. Miss Qi-Kong was not interested in anything except reading and studying. Thich did not think about it anymore, and went out to find the crown of thorns. The black cat, who was warming himself by the fireplace, got up. He bent his waist and stretched his waist, saying with disdain, it's just an angel. Why does Her Majesty need to do it? Leave it to me. In the ancient wars, our Shadow clan killed many angels. How could Qi-Kong let the sheriff take away such fun things? Lie down and continue to warm your fire. Yes, Her Majesty. The sheriff immediately lay down and watched Qi-Kong walk out with a respectful look. Qi-Kong came to the training room on the 3rd floor. This room was expanded and reinforced with mysticism and alchemy, and was specially used for actual combat training. The crown of thorns was brought to the housekeeper Fiki. After Fiki left and closed the door, the crown of thorns, who had been looking at Qi-Kong, said contemptuously, you are the elf Qi-Kong? You killed a heroic spirit protected by the Sword of Oath. And you also have an angel arm of unknown origin. Qi-Kong took out the ancient rock machete and attached the holy flame with a flick of his hand. Little angel, aren't you just looking for an excuse to defeat me and establish your prestige? Anyway, no matter how I answer, you have to fight me. So why continue to talk nonsense? Let's make it clear first. If you win, I will do whatever you want. If I win, I will not kill you, but only cut off your wings. Think carefully before deciding whether to fight or not. Don't blame me for not warning you. The elf Qi-Kong killed the heroic spirit led by him in front of the Sword of Oath, which was not only a slap in the face of the Sword of Oath, but also a slap in the face of the entire Sky City Holy Inquisition. And the elf Qi-Kong used the angel technique to kill the heroic spirit, which was simply a naked provocation. The crown of thorns ran out secretly this time in order to defeat Qi-Kong and save the face of the Holy Inquisition. The young and energetic crown of thorns was provoked by Qi-Kong, and his anger swept away his remaining rationality. He held the sword with both hands and posed an attacking posture, with the holy flame attached to the blade. The holy light on his body was shining, and the pressure formed a shock wave. He chanted the ancient angel language, and the divine magic descended to transform his wings into larger wings of light, with each feather as sharp as a sword. Elf, you may be very strong in the secular world, but you are facing an angel of holy judgment. I will let you know what is the height that you cannot reach even if you practice to the limit. Accept the holy judgment and pay the price for all the crimes you have committed. So naive. A simple word of agreement can express the complete meaning, but you have to say so much nonsense. I will take it as your agreement. I want your wings. The machete in Qi-Kong's hand emitted a strong light. Under the cover of the strong light, she pulled out the scimitar at her waist with her other hand and swung it at the crown of thorns. Chapter 402, Artifact Revealed. Sneak Attack. Despicable. Crown of Thorns summoned a shining knight's shield in time, and the scimitar thrown by Qi-Kong rubbed a streak of sparks on the knight's shield, and a deep groove was cut on the surface of the shield. The rotating scimitar's power shifted, and it turned in the air and flew towards Qi-Kong. Qi-Kong's figure flashed and disappeared, and then reappeared to grab the flying scimitar, and flashed to the side of Crown of Thorns again. The time reversal released the pressure on Crown of Thorns to prevent it from moving. Qi-Kong kicked him in the knee joint first, and at the moment when Crown of Thorns bent his legs and leaned forward, he chopped his neck with a knife. At this time, a thorn flower in the wreath on the Crown of Thorns withered instantly, and the petals scattered into light dust, and a beam of light blocked Qi-Kong's slash. The crown of thorns took the opportunity to break free from the control of time reversal. And the light wings vibrated. And the body quickly moved away from Qin Kong. However, Qin Kong's movements were faster than the crown of thorns. And his body moved with the crown of thorns. When the crown of thorns swung his knife, the figure flashed behind him. Without time to turn around, the crown of thorns held the sword upside down and stabbed behind him. And the sword feathers on the light wings also slashed backwards. This time Qin Kong did not use time reversal. She relied on her speed to get ahead of the crown of thorns before the attack hit her, and kicked the crown of thorns in the back with a side kick. The crown of thorns was kicked forward, and all his attacks missed. His body crashed into the wall in front of him like a cannonball. But before the crown of thorns' face hit the wall, Qin Kong appeared in front of him and hit the crown of thorns' face with a back whip kick. His body changed direction in the air and flew towards the other wall. However, Qin Kong appeared in front of him again. The crown of thorns tried his best to adjust his wings and try to control his posture. But everything happened too fast. Qin Kong kicked him in the face. He stopped suddenly in the high-speed impact. His body flipped in the air and fell heavily on his back. Qin Kong stepped on the crown of thorns' chest and raised the knife to chop his neck again. Another thorn flower withered on the wreath on the head of the crown of thorns. A beam of light blocked Qin Kong's sword, and the crown of thorns struggled to break free from Qin Kong's feet. He turned over and stood up, summoned a light shield in his hand. With his back to the wall, his wings stretched forward to protect his sides, and took an absolute defensive posture. The current crown of thorns no longer had the arrogance just now, and he regretted that he didn't know more about Qin Kong's strength. This is not a battle of the same level. Just like facing the Sword of Oath. It is not an opponent at all. How can there be such a powerful creature as you in the secular world? Qin Kong did not continue to attack. She walked towards the crown of thorns step by step, and laughed. Have you heard such a story? A frog living at the bottom of a well can only see a small piece of sky above the well mouth every day. So it thinks that the sky is only as big as the well mouth. What is the difference between you and the frog in the well now? Faced with Qin Kong's ridicule, the crown of thorns wanted to refute, but reality made him unable to say anything. Most of the angels in the Sky City still had the understanding of the secular world thousands of years ago. At that time, the 5 ancient civilizations held the strongest power, and other weak races could only pray to become vassals of the 5 ancient civilizations. Even though the civilization created by the secular world is very different from that of thousands of years ago, the angels always think that they are extraordinary creatures standing at the top of the contempt chain. The strong in the secular world are just the strongest among a group of ants. How can they be the opponent of the angels? However, reality is such a slap in the face. This is the first time that angels descended on the secular world in large numbers. And as a result, any strong person they met was so strong. There are so many people in the secular world. How many strong people are as strong as Qin Kong? Queen Qin Kong. Facing the oppressive Qin Kong, the crown of thorns took a step back and hit the wall behind him. He lowered his posture and said, I am an angel from Sky City. You have to consider your country. Seeing that the crown of thorns was still stubborn at this point, Qin Kong couldn't help but smile and said, You are not an angel. I won't cut off your wings. One of my experiments happened to lack a pair of angel wings, and you came to my door in time. There are still 3 flowers left on the crown on your head. When they all wither, I wonder how you can block my knife. The crown of thorns didn't expect Qin Kong to know the characteristics of the holy object he placed his faith in. There are 5 thorn flowers on the crown of thorns, and each thorn flower can help him block a fatal attack. It takes a while for each thorn flower to grow again after it withers. This battle has just begun, and 2 of them have withered. The remaining 3 flowers don't seem to be able to hold on for too long. Your Majesty, I am the Holy Angel of the Holy Inquisition of Sky City. The Chief Holy Angel of the Holy Inquisition is the strongest Sword of Oath. I admit that you are very powerful, but there is still a big gap compared to the Sword of Oath. And Archangel Gold is in the palace, and his strength is not something you can fight against. Qin Kong walked in front of the crown of thorns, with contempt in his eyes. Poor. I was wrong to say so much nonsense to you. I should have cut off your wings and thrown you on the street. The Sword of Oath will not forgive you. Qin Kong decided not to waste any more time, raised his knife, and chopped down at the crown of thorns. The west tower of the Imperial Palace is used to receive the angel delegation. Due to the downgrade of reception, there are not many servants and guards here, and some places require the angels to arrange sentries themselves. Archangel Gold quietly returned to his room, changed into angel clothes, and stretched out his angel wings. Then he opened the window, faced the direction of the Sky City, and used the consciousness chain to communicate with other archangels in consciousness. It went smoothly before. I met the Prime Minister of the Moonlight Court, Meteor, and he promised to arrange a meeting between me and Queen Clear Sky as soon as possible, and to help us build a temple in the Moonlight Court. Very good, Archangel Gold. It seems that the decision to send you to the secular world with an envoy is correct. Your personality and knowledge are suitable for communicating with people in the secular world. We look forward to your good news, and to start the research on the World Tree as soon as possible. I understand. Archangel. The Golden Man is also in the palace of the Golden Shield Empire. I will do my best to get ahead of the Golden Man and confirm the construction of the Moonlight Court Temple. The artifact is crucial to the revival of angel civilization. Another angel's voice came out. Does the Golden Shield Empire have any response to the death of Augustine's heroic spirit? Archangel Gold replied, Sword of Oath. The delegation and I just arrived in St. Louis City today, and we have not yet had a formal meeting with Queen Christina. And Augustine's heroic spirit does not belong to Sky City, so there is no need for us to ask about his death. Sword of Oath did not agree with Archangel Gold's words. Augustine was led by me to become a heroic spirit, so he belongs to Sky City. However, it was Moonlight Queen Chi Kong who killed Augustine's heroic spirit, and we still need her consent to build the temple next to the World Tree. Sword of Oath, humph. Whether the World Tree can be upgraded to become a divine weapon is still unknown. And even if it becomes a divine weapon, it is not our divine weapon. The Statue of Light. Do you still want all angels to learn the ancient language belonging to the World Tree? We should find the divine weapon belonging to the angels. Isn't its trace revealed again? Archangel Gold said, Yes. The Statue of Light has revealed its trace. But 100 years ago, it also revealed its trace. But we found nothing at that time. The artifact has been lost for 1,000 years, and the hope of finding it is very slim. If a new divine weapon can be obtained, I think angels should not reject learning a new ancient language. Is that angel still an angel? Archangel Gold. There is something wrong with your thinking. You are on the verge of falling in the ancient war. If it weren't for the need for a replacement for the Archangel Council after the war, you would not be qualified to be an archangel. Ulysses. Archangel Gold called the Sword of Oath by name. You were also added to the Archangel Council after the ancient war. What qualifications do you have to judge my qualifications? End this meaningless quarrel. The Archangel spoke up to end the argument. You all have your own reasons. The artifact that belongs to angels, and is most suitable for angels, is the Statue of Light. Now that the Statue of Light has revealed its traces, we must spare no effort to find it. But we can't put all our hopes on finding the Statue of Light. The search 100 years ago didn't produce any results. But that doesn't mean there will be results this time. The revival of the World Tree is an opportunity for the 5 ancient civilizations. Whoever evolves it into a divine weapon earlier will have it first. The artifact has been lost for too long. We are the few angels who have experienced the true power of the artifact. And we should know what the artifact means to angels, regardless of whether this artifact belongs to an angel or not. The Archangel's mediation ended the quarrel. The Sword of Oath said, I insist on my idea. The Inquisition will use our own methods to find the Statue of Light. I believe that since it has revealed its traces, it must be where we can find it. Archangel Gold said, Leave the matter of the World Tree to me. Humph. The Sword of Oath made a provocative sound, and then unilaterally cut off the consciousness chain. Then most of the archangels followed suit and cut off their consciousness chains. Archangel Gold felt the few remaining consciousness chains and couldn't help sighing, although 1,000 years have passed. I still feel unfamiliar with the current Sky City. Sometimes I do regret why I didn't leave with them at that time. The Archangel said, Archangel Gold, your thoughts are very dangerous. But I also thank you for not choosing to leave, but carrying the burden of guarding the Sky City for 1,000 years. Very tired. Really tired. At this time, there was a heavy knock on the door. Archangel Gold. Archangel Gold. Something happened to the Holy Judgment Angel Thorn Crown. Please take a look. The urgent call made Archangel Gold end his connection with Sky City. He waved his hand to open the door, and several angels rushed in carrying Thorn Crown. The Thorn Crown was lying on the bed, and at this time, his armor was violently removed, and the lining of his upper body was torn to pieces. There were 2 shocking scars on his back, and the angel wings were forcibly removed from the roots. and white gold blood kept oozing out. When Archangel Gold saw Thorn Crown in this state, he immediately released light magic to heal his wounds, and asked angrily, "What happened? Who dares to do such a cruel thing to an angel?" The lying crown of thorns clenched his fists, not knowing whether it was because of pain or resentment. Not only did he lose his angel wings, but the holy relic of his faith, the crown of flowers, also withered because all 5 thorn flowers had withered. It was Qin Kong. It was Qin Kong who cut off my angel wings and destroyed my holy relic of faith. Archangel Gold, we can't let Qin Kong go. When the other angels heard that the angel wings of the crown of thorns were cut by Qin Kong, they all shared the same hatred and were filled with righteous indignation. They all said that they would kill and avenge the crown of thorns right now. But when Archangel Gold heard that the angel wings of the crown of thorns were cut by Qin Kong, he asked, "Where did you meet the elf Qin Kong? Why did she cut your angel wings?" The crown of thorns told the truth about her private visit to Qin Kong. Archangel Gold, I know I didn't get your permission and shouldn't have gone to Qin Kong. But Qin Kong cut off my angel wings like this, which is a provocation to Sky City and the Holy Inquisition. If we don't punish her, how will the secular world view Sky City? The crown of thorns thought that Archangel Gold would immediately lead the angels to encircle Qin Kong after hearing about his experience. But what he waited for was silence. The secret that the world tree can be promoted to a divine weapon is only known by a few angels in Sky City. The decision to allow the Holy Temple to enter the Moonlight King's court is in the hands of Queen Qin Kong. The crown of thorns was so reckless to cause trouble to the sky, but he ended up having his angel wings cut off by the other party. It's just bad luck for him. Crown of Thorns, before I came here, I told you the purpose of this mission. It is to discuss the responsibility and compensation with the Moonlight Queen for the destruction of the World Tree in the ancient war. We did something wrong to the World Tree, and we must first correct our attitude. The heroic spirit incident is the internal affairs of the Golden Shield Empire. I have made it clear that this matter has nothing to do with us. You actually provoked the Moonlight Queen who holds the power of the World Tree for a heroic spirit who does not belong to the Sky City. What's the difference between provoking our Archangel? Tomorrow, I will take you to apologize to the Queen of the Sky. We can't let this absurd thing affect the relationship between the Sky City and the Moonlight Royal Court. The Crown of Thorns was dumbfounded. I had my angel wings cut off, my holy relics destroyed, and I still had to apologize to the other party. Did I hear correctly? Archangel Gold, I seriously question your decision. If it was the Sword of Oath, he would never allow a lowly elf to humiliate a noble angel like this. Archangel Gold said firmly, I am not the Sword of Oath. The humiliation you suffered is your own fault. The identity of an angel does not make you more noble than other creatures. If you don't follow me to apologize to the Queen of Clear Sky, I can only expel you from the Sky City. Chapter 403 Blackmail. Bruce Ben knocked on the door of Qin Kong's office, and after getting permission, he pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of angel wings fixed on a bracket. The white feathers exuded a soft and holy light, and were full of sacredness under the shining of the morning sun. Bruce Ben couldn't help but admire Professor Qin Kong. The angel wing model you made is like a real angel wing. Really? Qin Kong finally adjusted the span of the angel wing, and then said with satisfaction, I think it's the same as the real thing, and it should be a prop for students to understand angels. Bruce Ben walked forward and couldn't help but reach out and touch the feathers on it. Such a beautiful work of art as a teaching prop. Isn't it inappropriate? You know the student's hands-on ability. They will not cherish the fruits of your labor. Qin Kong sat back in his seat. This requires you to take good care of it, and don't let the students break it. Put it in the prop room first. I will ask you when I need it. Yes, Professor Qin Kong. I will do my best to keep it. Bruce Ben looked at the angel wings. It's too perfect. Even the sacred energy emanating from it is so abundant. I believe it is a real pair of angel wings. Qin Kong said, Professor Ben, after you put it in the prop room, there will be plenty of time to see it. Before going to Winter City, I asked you to prepare the personnel, equipment, and development plan of the Extraordinary Warrior Laboratory. What stage is it now? Qin Kong brought back 10 Moonlight Knights from the Moonlight Royal Court in order to develop more powerful extraordinary warriors. The awakened Qin Kong fought against the Holy Judgment Angel Thorn Crown last night. It was easy to win, and he even cut off the opponent's angel wings. But it is undeniable that the angel is really strong. As a newly promoted Holy Judgment Angel, Thorn Crown has a comprehensive strength of 5 stars. if the faith relic that can block 5 fatal blows for him is counted. Ordinary 5-star heroes may not be able to deal with him, although the 5 ancient civilizations have declined due to the loss of the artifact. Their foundation is still there, and the lowest is a 4-star small boss. 5-star heroes are the cornerstone of the current 5 ancient civilizations, and there are 5.5 stars, 6 stars and 6.5 stars above. Qin Kong's strength can be compared with the top strongman, but the Moonlight Royal Court is too weak as a whole. It can only try its best to deal with the gap between the 5 civilizations to fight for a living space for itself. However, nothing is stronger than its own strength. Qin Kong could cut off the wings of the Crown of Thorns last night, and when it is necessary to cut down the World Tree, the 5 ancient civilizations will never be soft-hearted. The Extraordinary Warrior Project is already in urgent need. In response to Qin Kong's inquiry, Bruce Ban immediately replied, regarding your Extraordinary Warrior Project, the college headquarters supports it. And Dean Lured is also very happy to be able to cooperate with the Moonlight Royal Court. Now the branch has opened a Super Warrior Laboratory in the basement. The headquarters has sent 13 experts in the fields of magic, alchemy, supernatural creatures, and machinery. The required experimental animals and equipment are also being delivered one after another. In addition, we have made a preliminary screening of the 10 Moonlight Knights participating in the experiment. The half-orc knight Kelhane is very suitable for the initial experimental project in terms of physique and recovery ability. Knight Kelhane is also very willing to be the first human experiment volunteer. Bruce Ban, who was prepared, handed the file in his hand to Qin Kong while introducing the situation. Qin Kong took the file and read it page by page. Physical improvement, magic improvement, exclusive weapons, and supporting logistics are the 4 development directions proposed by Qin Kong for the Super Warrior Project. Moonlight Knight has the Tree Core Gem given by the World Tree and has extraordinary vitality. The Super Warrior Development Project mainly focuses on how to use this extraordinary vitality to improve strength. This is also the reason why the Ulu Academy is very interested in this project, which means that they can conduct in-depth research on the World Tree through this project. The Super Warrior Development Team has already developed a feasible development process. The college headquarters has also established a life magic development team for this purpose to support and supplement the Super Warrior Development Project. The whole plan is perfect. Qin Kong was very satisfied. The Extraordinary Warrior Project can be launched. Any results and needs must be reported to me as soon as possible. If the Moonlight Royal Court and the World Tree need to cooperate, I will notify them. Bruce Ban said yes. Professor Qin Kong. In addition, the Academy has recruited a World Tree research team. When can they go to the Moonlight Royal Court? Anytime. I have written to inform the elders of the Moonlight Royal Court, and they will properly arrange the Ulu mages. In addition, I remind the Ulu mages who go to the Moonlight Royal Court not to spend all their time on the World Tree. The Moonlight Magic Academy is just being built, and they need their help in teaching. Please rest assured. This is the duty of the Ulu mages. According to the time, the professors and students of the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy should also go to the Moonlight Royal Court, with the 2 academies representing tradition and modernity participating in the construction. The Moonlight Magic Academy and the basic education of the ancestral grassland should be able to lay a good foundation. After various aid projects are implemented, the next generation of the ancestral grassland can keep the economic achievements. Education and economy must be grasped. After Qin Kong and Bruce Ban talked about some teaching topics again, Jennifer quietly walked in. Miss Qin Kong, the Marquis of Meteorite is here. He also brought 2 people, and is waiting in the lounge on the 2nd floor. Let them in. After Jennifer left, Qin Kong said to Bruce Ban, take this pair of angel wings, models away. Take another staircase. Don't let the guests see you. Bruce Ban didn't understand what Qin Kong meant, but this was not what he should ask. He picked up the bracket that fixed the angel wings and walked out of the office. He thought about the location of the lounge on the 2nd floor, and then chose a direction to leave. Just when Bruce Ban turned the corner of the corridor, Jennifer came up from the other end of the corridor with Luke, Archangel Gold, and Crown of Thorns. Gold and Crown of Thorns were both wearing ordinary gentleman's clothes. One was dignified, and the other was listless. When walking outside the office of Qin Kong, Crown of Thorns seemed to sense something and kept staring at the other end of the corridor. Luke had already walked in, and Archangel Gold urged, don't be rude. Crown of Thorns endured it and stepped in. After Luke came in, he found a place to sit down. You don't need me to introduce you. My mission is completed. You can talk about the rest. Jennifer, Go make tea for us. Use the water from Moon Lake. Jennifer looked at Chi Kong. And after getting permission? She said to Luke, please wait a moment. Marquis of Meteorite. Jennifer went out to make tea. Luke's consciousness entered the spiritual starry sky. Hey. You caused the trouble. But I have to clean it up for you. Now the victims are here. Why don't you go out and talk to them? The moon descended from the starry sky. The full moon turned into a crescent moon. And Chi Kong sat on the crescent moon, shaking his legs slightly. I like to do things, not talk. This kind of scene is still the most suitable for you. Do you like my gift for you? Not bad. Angel wings can be used in many experiments. Chi Kong moved to the inside of the crescent moon and patted the empty seat next to him. Come up. I'll take you to see the galaxy. Luke sat on the crescent moon with Chi Kong to enjoy the galaxy, while paying attention to the first official contact between the Moonlight Royal Court and Sky City. Archangel Gold had no airs of a member of the Sky City Archangel Council. He saluted to clear sky. Hello, Queen Moonlight. I am A. Gold, one of the 14 Archangels of the Sky City Archangel Council. Thank you for meeting me. First of all, I apologize to you for what happened last night. The Holy Angel of Judgment, Crown of Thorns, came to provoke without permission. I did not fulfill my duty. Fortunately, he did not cause irreparable damage here, and suffered the punishment he deserved. Crown of Thorns. At the urging of Archangel Gold, Crown of Thorns reluctantly took a step forward and said in a mosquito-like voice, I'm sorry. Queen Clear Sky. Louder. Archangel Gold scolded. Don't embarrass this young angel. Archangel Gold. He has great courage to come to me to apologize. I hope this lesson will teach him what humility is, and help him find his place in this world. Archangel Gold took the opportunity to withdraw the Crown of Thorns, and saluted Chi Kong again. Thank you, Queen, for your forgiveness. Angels have been away from the secular world for too long, and are somewhat unsure of their place. Please sit down. Chi Kong waved his hand, and a chair moved from the corner to behind Archangel Gold. Just then, Jennifer came in with the brewed tea. Chi Kong said, This is tea brewed with water from Moon Lake. Archangel Gold, please taste it. Thank you. Gold thanked Jennifer, who poured the tea, then took a sip from the teacup. It feels very peaceful. The peace that only the world tree can bring. Chi Kong also took a sip of tea. Archangel Gold has seen the previous generation of the world tree. It lives in harmony with the world and grows quietly in the desert, turning the barren land into fertile soil and nurturing all the creatures under the canopy. It doesn't care about the conflicts between your 5 ancient civilizations, and has never had conflicts with you. But your war destroyed it. There must be an explanation for the 5 years of burning and the 1,000 years of suffering. Chi Kong directly held the world tree responsible for its destruction at the beginning, which was aggressive. If there hadn't been a battle last night, Archangel Gold might have prepared a set of rhetoric long before the visit. Although the Crown of Thorns was reckless, it also gave Archangel Gold an intuitive understanding of Chi Kong's strength. Only a few archangels in the entire Sky City have the strength to fight against the Crown of Thorns, who can use time skills to suppress it. Respect is for the strong. Archangel Gold brought the Crown of Thorns to apologize today, not only to get close to the world tree, but also because the Moonlight Queen is strong enough. Your Majesty, although the ancient war has ended for 1,000 years, our surviving angels are always suffering from the mental torment of that war. We destroyed too many beautiful things, and hatred blinded our hearts and eyes. The destruction of the world tree is a tragedy, and Sky City will never deny the mistakes we made. Now that the world tree is revived, the Moonlight Court will be held accountable for the destruction of the previous world tree. Sky City is willing to give the Moonlight Court enough compensation for the mistakes we made. Clear Sky asked, just a mistake, not a crime? Mistakes and crimes have different meanings. Archangel Gold will not admit that destroying the world tree is a crime, even if he is dovish. If he pleads guilty, the status of Sky City and Moonlight Court will be reversed. Your Majesty, the Moonlight Queen, that was a war, and many things are not what we want to do subjectively. How the battle to destroy the world tree was fought is no longer identifiable, and there is no evidence to characterize that battle. I think Sky City is sincere enough. If you want to characterize this as a crime, it will probably take a long time to argue, and you may not get the result you want. I think the Marquis of Meteorite also thinks the same way. Luke didn't expect Archangel Gold to pull him in at this time. A man who eats someone's mouth is short, and a man who takes someone's hand is short. Well, I think so too. If you want to convict someone, There must be a trial. But who in this world is qualified to judge the 5 ancient civilizations? But Archangel Gold also asks Her Majesty to understand the Queen's feelings. Her Majesty is the fierce war song of the elf clan. The ancestors of the fierce war song are elves, who grew up on the World Tree, and have the same feelings for the World Tree as they do for their mother. If Sky City feels that the destruction of the World Tree is a mistake, you should use your actions to make up for the feelings of Her Majesty, and all the creatures who believe in the World Tree. Luke gave Archangel Gold a hint with his eyes. I have helped as much as I can. And now it depends on the sincerity of Sky City. Archangel Gold said with a discerning look, Sky City is willing to compensate the Moonlight Royal Court with 10 tons of brilliant steel, 1,000 square meters of cloud silk, 1,000 cubic meters of shining crystals, 1,000 dream beads, and a holy light statue. In addition, Sky City will help build a large temple for the Moonlight Court, and send angels to train priests who use light magic for the Moonlight Court. That's all? Luke said dissatisfiedly after Archangel Gold finished his quotation. Or give this every year. Hearing Luke's high price, Archangel Gold said, Marquis Meteor, Her Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky. These materials unique to Sky City. Even we have only a small reserve. These materials as compensation are already very much. Luke, who had done his homework, curled his lips and said, Archangel Gold, don't bully me because I don't understand your Sky City's production capacity. According to the number of angels in your Sky City, what you give is only the production of Sky City for 10 years. Is this compensation? Our World Tree is too cheap. Archangel Gold bargained and said, Angels in Sky City have been very scarce since the ancient war, and these resources have been in a state of being unable to be produced for a long time. It is only in recent years that the number of angels has gradually increased, and the production has gradually recovered. I really don't have much of these things. You are right. The production of angels was small in the past. Then, there will be more angels in the future, and the production will increase a lot. Your current reserves are small, but it does not mean that the reserves will be small in the future. How about this? This is the first batch of compensation. And then give us 1/10 of your annual production. Chapter 404 Assassins. These resources unique to Sky City are considered the first batch of compensation, and 1/10 of the total output will be paid every year. Is this compensation? This is tribute. Archangel Gold said angrily, Marquis Meteor, we came to discuss compensation with enough sincerity this time. If you talk like this, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to continue the discussion. Luke smiled and said, negotiation means you make your price, and I make my price. If we can't reach an agreement, we will take a step back. In short, the compensation given by Sky City is far from what we expected. The Moonlight King's court reunited the survivors of the World Tree. For thousands of years, they have been isolated from the mainstream world because of the destruction of the World Tree. As the embodiment of justice, Sky City should feel guilty. Archangel Gold calmed down a little and said, Sky City will add 50% to the donated resources. And we can also give 10 tons of gold. Luke was of course not satisfied. He felt that Sky City needed to be squeezed a little more. Clear Sky said at this time, let's stop here for today's meeting. I have a secret art class to attend. Please ask Archangel Gold to report our demands to the Sky City Archangel Conference. If you are really sincere, let me feel it. I hope that next time we meet, I can feel the angel's true repentance, rather than compensation in name, but humiliation in reality. Jennifer, send them out. Yes, Miss Clear Sky. Jennifer turned to Archangel Gold and Luke and said, Archangel, Lord Marquis, please go back. Luke stood up and walked out. Archangel Gold didn't expect the first meeting to end so hastily. Seeing that Luke had already walked out, he had to salute the Clear Sky with a crown of thorns before leaving. Sitting in the carriage on the way back, Luke complained, I have already given a very clear hint that the compensation given by Sky City is far from our psychological expectations. But you only increased it by 50%. There are still 10 tons of gold. Archangel Gold reminded. 10 tons of gold. Luke showed a mocking smile and took out a handful of imperial marks from his pocket. The Empire has banned the circulation of precious metal currencies, and most countries in the world are popularizing paper money. The value of 10 tons of gold can be printed by the Imperial Mint in one night. Archangel Gold looked at the banknotes in Luke's hand and asked in confusion, since this kind of banknotes can be printed at will, how can it have such a high value? It depends on Luke wanted to talk about the role of banknotes in national governance and economy. But he quickly reacted. You won't understand immediately even if I tell you. Now we are talking about compensation. I have tried my best in this meeting. When you go back, discuss with other archangels what to talk about in the next meeting. Be more prepared. Don't let the Queen of Clear Sky lose the desire to talk after just a few words. Archangel Gold asked, when is the next meeting? Wait for my notice. Luke looked out the window of the carriage. Tonight. Her Majesty the Queen of the Clear Sky wants to meet the Elder Mu of the Shining Gold people. Tomorrow I will go back to Raging Wave City. And it is expected to take 5 to 10 days to come back. We will arrange a time then. Her Majesty the Queen of the Clear Sky wants to meet the Elder Mu of the Shining Gold people tonight? Yes. The Shining Gold people are very eager to compensate for the destruction of the World Tree. They will set up a World Bank branch in the Moonlight Royal Court and bring in a very considerable investment, which is enough to bring the ancestors' grasslands from the wilderness to modern civilization. The sincerity of the Shining Gold people is more sincere than that of the Sky City. Luke was Pua to Archangel Gold. Archangel Gold was indeed very nervous. He knew that the purpose of the Golden Man opening a branch of the World Bank in the Moonlight Royal Court must be to get close to the World Tree and find a way to transform the World Tree into a divine weapon. The earlier the research, the more hope there is to have the divine weapon alone. Today, he had already wasted an opportunity. And as a result, the next meeting with Queen Clear Sky would be delayed for many days. If the temple could not be determined to be built in the Moonlight Royal Court, Sky City would become extremely passive in obtaining the divine weapon. Can't you arrange a second meeting between me and Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky as soon as possible? Luke said helplessly, I want to. But the Empire is at war. The fleet of Raging Waves will go north along the coast to compete with the allied navy of a county for control of the sea. And the army formed by Raging Waves will also go to the north, by land to participate in the war. As the governor of Raging Waves, I must meet with my soldiers. I may not be able to see them next time. The war stimulated Archangel Gold to recall some unpleasant memories. Yes, I may not be able to see them next time. I wish the Marquis a smooth trip to Raging Waves. And I hope you will return to St. Louis City as soon as possible. At this time, the Crown of Thorns, who had been silent, said, Marquis, can you please ask Her Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky to return my angel wings to me? I have realized my mistakes, and feel deeply sorry for offending Her Majesty the Queen. There was some sincerity in what Crown of Thorns said. Qigong beat him down with a beating, and the destruction of the holy relic of faith calmed his fanatical heart. This time, he completely put down his attitude and apologized to Qigong, which made him unload the burden he had been carrying before. This enlightenment made him think through many things. Archangel Gold also pleaded for Crown of Thorns. Can you persuade Her Majesty Queen Qigong to change to other punishments? Angel wings are too important for an angel. Yes, Luke agreed, but as far as I know, Queen Qigong has planned several important experiments for the angel wings. After the experiments are done, she won't have much use for the angel wings. Crown of Thorns asked anxiously, will the experiment hurt my angel wings? That? I don't know. Maybe I will get hurt. Or maybe I will become stronger. If you are willing to be a volunteer for human experiments, the chances of success will be much higher. Archangel Gold asked, what is the experiment? Keep it a secret. Luke asked Crown of Thorns, what is your choice? Help Queen Clear Sky complete the experiment. And if the Queen is happy, she may reinstall the stronger angel wings on you. Of course, experiments are dangerous, and your safety cannot be guaranteed. The strongest form of Clear Sky can produce angel light wings, and angel light wings are upgraded to seraph wings. It's just that Luke hadn't advanced the angel light wings for Qigong when he traveled to this world. According to the manufacturing process of the blazing wings that Luke collected, the production of the blazing wings must be completed first. That is to intensify the sacred energy of the angel wings to make the angel feathers burn thoroughly and form an immortal holy flame. Then dye the angel light wings through a ceremony, and finally release a large-scale holy flame to the sky. As long as the sky is successfully dyed, the blazing wings are considered complete. There is no end to the enhancement of the characters in the epic game. At the beginning, Luke was going to make the blazing wings for Qigong to welcome the update of the new version. Now Luke is going to make the blazing wings for Qigong to welcome the early arrival of the 5 ancient civilizations. There is a certain chance of failure in the production of blazing wings. If the owner of angel wings is willing to participate in the production, the success rate can be increased. If Crown of Thorns is willing to take risks and participate in the experiment, Blazing Wings can be rewarded to him. Crown of Thorns did not think too much. I am willing to participate in the experiment. For Angel Wings, I can do anything. Luke reminded, you are a volunteer for human experiments. Neither Queen Clear Sky nor I force you. You are willing. I am willing. Luke said to Archangel Gold, you heard? Crown of Thorns will be handed over to Queen Clear Sky for a while. Archangel Gold did not know what experiment Clear Sky was doing. And he actually wanted to use Angel Wings. This was not a good thing for Sky City. If Crown of Thorns participates in the experiment, perhaps some information can be obtained. Okay. I allow Crown of Thorns to participate in the experiment of Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky. Luke stopped the carriage and said to Crown of Thorns, go to the Clear Sky Museum by yourself. State your purpose. Put away the angel's arrogance. And do whatever the Queen asks you to do. Thank you. Marquis. Crown of Thorns pushed open the door and jumped off the carriage, running towards the Clear Sky Museum. The carriage restarted. Archangel Gold warned, I hope you won't do anything that will harm Sky City. Of course not. And, if the experiment is successful, it will be a good thing for Sky City. In the future, any angel who wants to increase his strength or change the style of his angel wings can come to Queen Clear Sky. This doesn't seem to be a good thing. Believe me, it is a good thing. Luke sent Archangel Gold back to the palace and returned to his residence to prepare for the dinner. Unlike the angel's secret visit to Clear Sky, this time the meeting between the Golden Man and Queen Clear Sky was public. Not only will the Golden Man delegation attend the dinner, but many officials from the Imperial Court will also come. This is the first time that Meteorite has held a banquet since moving into this house. The dignitaries of the entire Imperial capital tried their best to get an invitation to meet the new powerful official of the Empire. At night, there was a constant stream of traffic outside the Marquis of Nuteo's mansion, and guests came to the banquet in an endless stream. The entire Marquis's mansion was brightly lit inside and outside, and the Imperial secret agents increased their manpower several times to protect the safety of the place. Everyone who entered the Marquis's mansion was carefully checked for identity, and many people who tried to sneak in with forged documents were found and caught. On the side of the road 1 block away from the Marquis of Nuteo's mansion, a freight truck was parked, and several fully armed people hid in the car. Under the dim light, the leader was Nightingale. After the rhythmic knocking sound, a thin man wearing a felt hat opened the door of the car and jumped in quickly. Miss Nightingale. The Marquis's mansion in Meteorite is surrounded by Imperial secret agents everywhere. They check the documents very carefully, and it is difficult for us to sneak in. Not to mention assassinating Meteorite under heavy protection. Nightingale sat at the innermost part of the carriage, sharpening the dagger in her hand with a grindstone. Usually, the Secret Service protects Meteorite more strictly, and it will be difficult to have a better opportunity than tonight. Kill Meteorite, and Prince Alex will have a chance to come back. But we did not receive a direct order from Prince Alex. Nightingale flicked her hand, and the dagger stopped in front of the man after a flash of lightning. Do you suspect that I falsely conveyed Prince Alex's order? Can such an order be issued by the prince himself? Whether it succeeds or fails, this assassination has nothing to do with Prince Alex. Do you understand? I understand. The man answered fearfully when faced with a dagger that almost touched his eyeball. Do you all understand? I understand. Everyone answered. Nightingale reached out, and the electric chain pulled the dagger back into her hand. She relaxed her tone and explained to the assassins she organized. Someone in the palace sent a message to Prince Alex, and His Majesty may have passed away. The Queen's regent is most likely a joint act of the Queen, Meteor, and Agatha to steal the country. The one sitting on the throne should be His Highness, to whom we are loyal. But His Highness is trapped in the Crescent Oasis. As long as we kill Meteor, the official system of the City of Rage will collapse, and the Queen will have nothing to rely on. The ministers of the court will welcome His Highness back to the imperial capital, and our His Highness will be the Emperor of the Empire, and we will all be made nobles. And even if we die, the nobility will be inherited by our family. The assassins said together, we are willing to die for His Highness Prince Alex. Very good. Nightingale was happy about the high morale. The defense of the Marquis's mansion is tight, but it won't be a problem for us. There are many people going to the banquet tonight, and we can grab the official invitation. The difficulty is how to approach the Meteorite and deliver a fatal blow. I have a plan. Nightingale took out a topographic map of the Marquis's mansion, and the assassins gathered forward in a circle, waiting for Nightingale to assign tasks. But Nightingale noticed something strange. She quickly scanned everyone's faces and frowned, saying, "Why is there one more person? Is there one more person?" The assassins looked at each other and found something wrong. How did 8 people become 9? But when they carefully distinguished them, they found that they didn't know who the extra one was. All the faces were familiar, and they were all assassins selected by Nightingale. No repetition. How is this possible? If someone disguised himself as one of them, there should be 2 identical faces. But why is there one more person? And that person is right in front of them. But they don't know who it is. Mental influence. Nightingale held out her dagger and put it on the neck of the man on her right, saying, "An outsider has sneaked in, and he has exerted mental influence on us. So we can't see him clearly. Everyone, control the person next to you, and we will find him together." After hearing this, the assassins immediately drew their weapons and put them against the throats of their companions on the right. Nightingale chanted a mental strengthening spell, trying to get rid of the mental influence. She closed her eyes and opened them again. There were still 9 people, and she couldn't distinguish the extra person no matter how she identified them. Who is the extra person? I ask questions. You answer. And I know who is right and who is wrong. Starting from Shiku, Nightingale asked everyone a question and got the correct answer. How is this possible? At this time, someone said, "Ms. Nightingale, why did you only ask 7 questions?" Did I only ask 7 questions? Nightingale's expression became more nervous. I clearly asked all of you one by one, and I didn't miss a single one. Ms. Nightingale, I checked. You really only asked 7 questions? Yes, Miss Nightingale. I also checked. I only asked 7 questions. Nightingale asked, "Who of the people you control didn't answer?" Silence. Chapter 405. A Crappy Assassin. Inside the Nuteo Marquis' mansion, there were too many guests attending the banquet, so the indoor hall was full and expanded to the outdoors. The Meteorite Marquis also took the unique approach of setting up billboards in various places in the mansion. The most eye-catching and ubiquitous one was the red wine used in this Nuteo Marquis' mansion banquet is all sponsored by Moonlight Wine. There were also beautiful shopping guides handing out brochures to the guests, and enthusiastically introducing the raw materials and production process of Moonlight Wine. The biggest gimmick is that all the water used to brew Moonlight Wine is collected from Moon Lake, and it is the first spring water to emerge near the World Tree. The other advertisements are also the flagship products of Nuteo City. The booth area is very attractive with its fancy decorations, and there are many tasting and trial activities. A banquet that was supposed to be a political event was turned into a business event by Luke. This economic mind made the people of the Golden Star very impressed. Unlike the lively banquet venue, the 3rd floor and above of the Marquis' mansion were set as a no-visit zone. The Imperial spies strictly guarded every passage, and even the servants who delivered things had to go through a strict search. Magic detection needles can be seen everywhere here, and there is no telling how many hidden defense equipment there are. In the center of the heavy defense, a meeting is going on. The people from the Moonlight Royal Court are the Moonlight Queen Qi Kong and the Queen's Prime Minister Yunqing. The people from the Golden Star are Elder Mu, Elder Chun, Pan Hain. Elder Mu and Elder Chun are not twins. Just like Pan is a candidate elder, and Een is just an ordinary shining gold person. There is a difference between twins. Elder Mu is the chief envoy of the Shining Gold People's delegation. He is an old man with long white curly hair, kind and easygoing. Elder Chun is thin, a little gloomy, and a serious look. When meeting Qi Kong, he just tried not to be rude and was not too enthusiastic. Fortunately, Een and Pen had already informed Elder Chun of his personality in advance, and Elder Mu was in charge of this meeting. So there was no unpleasantness between the two parties as soon as they met. Both parties sat on both sides of a rectangular table, and the servants put drinks and fruits and left. A barrier fell from the roof, isolating the venue from the outside world. At the beginning, Elder Mu asked with a smile, Archangel Gold should have secretly visited Her Majesty the Queen and Marquis Meteorite. The last time he met Pan, Luke showed him the steel wings with brilliant feathers. According to Pan's vision, he could definitely see that it was an angel alchemy tool and naturally understand its meaning. Luke laughed and said, "It's hard to refuse such kindness. Angels are indeed the most righteous supernatural creatures." Archangel Gold just arrived in St. Louis City, and he was eager to discuss with us the compensation for the destruction of the World Tree. And his attitude was extremely sincere, and the compensation was extremely generous. Sky City is even willing to build a temple in the Moonlight Royal Court and send angels to live there, which can not only train light magicians for the Moonlight Royal Court, but also protect the World Tree. Elder Mu and Elder Chun looked at each other, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that ignorance is really ridiculous. The Moonlight Royal Court had no idea that Sky City wanted to build a temple for them. And they did such a thing of inviting wolves into the house for a small compensation. In addition, Sky City actually seized the initiative, and the Golden Man had to hurry up to open a World Bank branch in the Moonlight Royal Court. Elder Mu retracted his friendly smile and said dissatisfiedly, "We have always believed that the Golden Man should discuss compensation with the Moonlight Royal Court first." Luke replied, "We originally arranged it this way, but we have another cooperation with Sky City." When discussing the cooperation, we also talked about compensation, and it was not a formal meeting, and the compensation was not finalized. Elder Mu asked, "What kind of cooperation does the Moonlight Royal Court have with Sky City? If we tell it, I'm afraid Sky City will be unhappy." If Elder Mu really wants to know, you can ask Archangel Gold. He and you both live in the palace. Luke pretended to flirt with Sky City. Anyway, he was not afraid of Elder Mu asking Archangel Gold. An angel provoked the Queen of Clear Sky and had his wings cut off. Can such a thing be told to outsiders casually? Let the Shining Gold Man guess. Sure enough, the Moonlight Royal Court and Sky City have cooperated more deeply, disrupting the original plan of the Golden Man. Although we don't know what their cooperation is, the angel's goal is definitely the World Tree. In the competition to obtain the artifact, the Golden Man not only encountered a preemptive start from his opponent, but also moved the starting line forward a long distance. Despicable. Too despicable. Elder Mu cursed the angels for not following the rules in his heart. But what had happened was irreversible, and he could only try his best to remedy it. Since it is a cooperation between the Moonlight Royal Court and Sky City, we Golden Men are not convenient to ask too much. Now let's talk about the World Tree. The Golden Men felt deeply sorry for the destruction of the World Tree. Although the Shuajin people who participated in that war have all passed away, we will never shirk our responsibilities. The Shuajin people will be responsible for the mistakes made by our ancestors. This is a compensation plan we have drawn up. At the signal of Elder Mu, Ian took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Luke, who was sitting opposite him. Luke took the document and read it carefully. Just as he was about to ask for a high price, his spiritual universe was suddenly intruded by Qi Kong. "Let me awaken." Quickly. Although Luke didn't know what happened, he immediately chose Qi Kong to awaken. Qi Kong, who was sitting there quietly, said to Elder Mu, "Elder Mu, I can wait for the compensation for the destruction of the World Tree. But there is one thing I must understand." "What is it?" "Queen." Qi Kong turned to look at Elder Chun. "Who are you?" "This is..." Elder Mu didn't know why Qi Kong asked such a question. He was about to introduce it again, but he found something strange in his palpitations. He also asked Elder Chun, "Who are you?" Elder Chun, who had always had a gloomy face, showed a twisted smile. "I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. This is the first time I have failed in 1,000 years since the war ended. I don't know. How did Her Majesty Queen Qi Kong find out that Elder Chun was fake? Your disguise is so poor. I saw it when I walked in. If you hadn't been planning to assassinate one of us, I wouldn't have bothered to expose you." The smile on Elder Chun's face froze. He didn't expect that his disguise had been seen through long ago, and he was indeed preparing to assassinate Elder Mu. Pan Yin immediately stood up, chanting the ancient shining gold language, wearing golden armor. Elder Mu's weapon was a golden staff, and a golden wheel was suspended behind him. 3 shining gold people surrounded Elder Chun. "Who are you? What did you do to Elder Chun?" "Elder Chun? Of course he's dead. You occupy the position of the shining gold elder, but you don't have the strength of the corresponding elder. You are far, far away from the Elders' Council 1,000 years ago. The other party had participated in ancient wars, and was able to disguise himself as an elder of the Shining Gold people without being noticed by the Shining Gold people. The identity of this person is about to be revealed." Elder Mu said angrily, "Shadow Clan, do you know that assassinating the elder of the Shining Gold people is declaring war on the Shining Gold people?" "Declare war? Have we stopped fighting?" Elder Chun laughed wildly. "Queen Qi Kong, your strength has been recognized by me. I will give you a chance to live. Terminate all cooperation with the Shining Gold people and angels, and draw a clear line with them. Otherwise, I will assassinate you endlessly." Qi Kong stood up. activated the ice crystal eye, and looked down at Elder Chun. Assassinate me? I'm afraid you chose the wrong target. Get out of here. Today is a special day. I don't want to ruin this banquet. Elder Mu shouted. You killed Elder Chun. And you still want to leave? Just as Elder Mu was about to attack, the Shadow Clan who transformed into Elder Chun turned into a black shadow and disappeared after shaking for a while. The room fell into silence. The three Shining Gold people were at a loss. A Shining Gold Elder was killed. And so many Shining Gold people didn't notice it. It was a major scandal. Elder Mu looked at the position left by Elder Chun, and his whole body trembled with anger. Shadow Clan. Shadow Clan. Chi Kong said at this time. Although the Shadow Clan's assassination target is me, I will go back first to prevent that Shadow Clan from harming my students. The rest will be handed over to the Marquis of Meteorite. Elder Mu, please accept my condolences. Chi Kong left in a flash, and the room became quiet again. After a while, Luke said, the Shadow Clan's transformation of Elder Chun to assassinate Queen Chi Kong must be trying to frame the Golden Man and stir up a conflict between us. After such a thing happened, let's postpone the discussion of compensation. I will send someone to prepare a car to take you away. Queen Chi Kong has left, and Elder Mu has no way to discuss compensation. Besides, no matter how you look at it, it is more serious for an Elder of Golden Man to be assassinated, and the Golden Man must take countermeasures immediately. Elder Mu took off his golden armor, and his expression instantly became much older. I'm sorry, Marquis Meteorite. After this happened, I must return to the Elders' Council of Shining Gold immediately. The Shadow Clan will definitely pay the price. Elder Mu left angrily, and Pan followed. Ian looked at Luke for the last time, and walked out without saying a word. Luke sat in his seat, thinking about what had just happened. The revival of the World Tree will attract the 5 ancient civilizations, which is bound to happen. The arrival of Sky City and Shining Gold people is under control. The demons are in a mess. Even if they want to make a move for the World Tree, a single demon will just be a meal. And no one wants to be the first to do it. With the demon Chien as a nail in hell, there will definitely be clues if the demons have any joint actions. The Dragon Country is only a country in name, and there is no giant dragon that can gather the dragons together. And the dragons are so big that they can't hide when they come to cause trouble. Only the Shadow Clan is left, which is an uncontrollable trouble. The Shadow Clan lives deep underground, and is truly isolated from the world. Some people say that it is better to offend the devil than to offend a Shadow Clan, because when the devil is playing tricks on you, you still have a small chance to escape. But the Shadow Clan will stab you in the back. Just like this time. There is no talk, just assassination. Fortunately, the Shadow Clan is very stubborn. They will keep their eyes on whoever they set their eyes on, and rarely involve other people unless necessary. This time he targeted Chi Kong, and Chi Kong would kill him if he was not careful. However, this Shadow Clan was really awesome. In order to get close to Chi Kong, they killed the elder of the Shining Gold Clan. It was obvious that they wanted to settle old scores together. I don't know how the Shining Gold Clan will react. I am looking forward to it. Luke was drinking tea, and the music of the banquet came in from the window. There was also an atmosphere of high-pitched discussion. Obviously, everyone was very satisfied with this banquet. On the roadside across the block from the Marquis' mansion in Nuteo City, in the closed compartment of the truck, the assassins were still looking for who was the extra person. Nightingale asked, "Who of you has a way to find the outsider among us?" The assassins' hands were shaking as they held their weapons. They had never encountered such a strange thing. They pressed their throats against their companions, trying to distinguish whether they were outsiders. At the same time, their throats were also pressed against their companions, and they were worried whether their lives were controlled by outsiders. Ms. Nightingale, we have tried many ways, but we couldn't identify him. The car can't be parked here all the time. It will attract spies and sheriffs to investigate. Nightingale said anxiously, "But what can we do? Take that outsider with you to assassinate Meteorite?" Ms. Nightingale, the assassination must be terminated. I'm going to drive the car now, and leave here first. The driver stood up and wanted to leave. Nightingale immediately stopped him. How do you prove that you are not that outsider? I am the driver. I drove you here. We have tried this method of self-identification. It doesn't work. I can't risk letting you drive. But we can't keep playing this game here. I'm going crazy. At this time, a voice came from outside the car. It seems that you are having a lot of fun. A female voice answered, You don't want these crappy assassins to mess up. So I have to play games with him. You came back so soon. Qing Kong's strength is much weaker than we know. You guessed wrong. Qing Kong is very strong. Elder Shuajin didn't recognize me. But she could see through me at a glance. I don't even know what went wrong until now. The female voice said in surprise, Is she really that strong? Did we choose the wrong target? Strong is interesting. After thousands of years, there is finally a target that I need to deal with seriously. Let's go. Let's find a place to settle down first. And then make a foolproof assassination plan. Okay. Wait for me. The conversation gradually faded away. The assassins in the car held their breath. After confirming safety, one person asked, The crappy assassins they are talking about. Are they referring to us? Nightingale's face was very ugly. Who else is there besides us? The outsider who sneaked in is left. Didn't you notice? The assassins immediately looked around. And sure enough, 9 people became 8. Everyone held a weapon against the throat of his companion beside him. And there was no room left. Thinking about the experience just now, everyone was sweating profusely. Fortunately, the other party was just teasing themselves. Otherwise, there would be 8 corpses in the carriage. Miss Nightingale, are we still going to carry out the assassination plan? Nightingale bit her lip, looked at the assassins who were like stray dogs, and said unwillingly, Retreat. We will find a suitable opportunity. Chapter 406 Reactor. Winter is gone. Spring is here. And everything is revived. The ice and snow in the north are gradually melting. The Ek County Union and the Golden Shield Empire are very active in replenishing troops to the northern frontier, preparing for a spring war. After several months of preparation, the Raging Waves Armored Assault Division has basically completed its formation. After several exercises, Shelley, the commander of the Assault Division, said that the Assault Division has the most basic combat capabilities. Although it is extremely irresponsible to send such an army to the battlefield. The war does not wait for anyone. So the army can only be pulled to the front line first and trained while fighting. Compared with the land warfare force, the Raging Waves fleet has real hard power, which makes Luke the most assured military force. This time, the fleet of Nuteo City launched the offensive first to seize the sea control of the waters around Songta Port from the Allied Navy of Ek County, to cover the landing of the Armored Assault Division. Before Nuteo City formed an army and was about to go north, Luke rushed back from St. Louis City to attend the oath-taking ceremony, as if knowing that the governor of Meteorite was coming back. When Luke just got off the airship, he received the good news that the element fusion reactor had a major breakthrough. Luke did not return to the governor's mansion, but asked the car that picked him up to drive directly to the City Alchemist Association. In the laboratory of the element fusion reactor, Amelia was checking the equipment with several assistants. When hearing the news of the arrival of the governor of Meteorite, Amelia happily went out to greet him. Amelia was nervous and excited to see Luke, but the sense of achievement and gratitude made him overcome his neurotic psychology. Governor, I succeeded. We made the element fusion reactor. Of course, most of it is due to you and Miss Qing Kong. Without your guidance, I may never be able to complete it in my lifetime. All its elements are so demanding coincidences and so perfect. Luke was also very happy. With the element fusion reactor, many things can be realized. The credit belongs to you. Miss Qing Kong and I just pushed it a little. Take me to see the element fusion reactor you made, and then explain its function to me. Yes, Governor. Please follow me. In the main engine room, a 7-meter-high boiler-shaped device is the main body of the element fusion reactor. Dozens of pipes extend from the main reactor, penetrating the wall and connecting to the next room. Amelia introduced, according to the instructions given to me by Miss Qing Kong. I have completed the extraction of the mysterious substances of water element, fire element, and lightning element. The existence time of the 3 mysterious substances is very short, only about 1 microsecond. If the secret technique can be triggered at the moment of their extraction, they will produce extremely strong pure magic energy at the moment of dissolution. It is pure magic energy, which can be transformed into pure magic energy of any element as needed. Governor, we have opened a new chapter for magic alchemy, and its significance is no less than that of the steam engine. Luke stood under the element fusion reactor and looked up at the large device. You don't need to go to other rooms to guess that the branch devices are all big. It's a great invention, but it's still too big. Can it be miniaturized? Amelia replied, It's a bit big. Once we thoroughly study its structure and principle, and use better materials, we can definitely miniaturize it. It can probably be reduced by half. If you want it to be smaller, it will take more time. Luke didn't expect Amelia to build the heart of the element fusion reactor of Qi Kong. It would be great if it could be half as small, and it could fit in many places. Reducing the size, increasing the output power and stability are your next research and development direction. Build a practical element fusion reactor as soon as possible. Now let me see how it works. Yes, Governor. Amelia saluted Luke and invited him. After the element fusion reactor is started, it will be very dangerous here. Please follow me to the control room, where you can see more clearly. Luke followed Amelia to the control room, where he could overlook the entire element fusion reactor through the reinforced glass. In addition to the main reactor, there are 9 smaller reactors next to it, and complex pipelines connect the large and small reactors. Some staff added materials needed for fusion to the initial reactor and the auxiliary reactor. As the corresponding indicator lights in the central control room lit up, all personnel on site retreated to the safe area. Amelia then pushed the main valve to the highest position. The sound of discharge, water flow, and burning sounded at the same time. And then the 9 small reactors emitted different colors of light, which brightened rapidly. The pipelines connecting the reactors also glowed in sequence, and these lights interacted back and forth, and finally mixed into purple, cyan, and red lights and flowed toward the main reactor. At the moment when the 3-color light reached the main reactor, this reactor weighing dozens of tons actually vibrated violently, and the powerful energy could be felt in the main control room. Rapid expansion and contraction. Soon, the main reactor stabilized, but the pointers on all the dashboards in the main control room all swung towards the danger line. Amelia quickly opened the pressure relief valve, and a light-colored energy mist emerged from the top of the reactor. Just like the use of dry ice in a stage play, this is the pure magic energy produced by the element fusion reactor. In the past, there was no cheap and efficient means of producing magic energy, and the development of magic alchemy was basically relying on the old, optimizing the original things again and again. Now the emergence of the element fusion reactor, together with the steam engine, has formed the 2 legs of modern civilization. And the new civilization has the foundation to compete for the dominance of the new era. Very good. Very good. Very good. Luke praised repeatedly. Although he had his own guidance, Amelia was able to produce the element fusion reactor so quickly, which was beyond his expectations. Yes, we have opened a new chapter for magic alchemy and laid the most solid foundation for the new era. Keep your current mood and mentality, and make a better element fusion reactor. Yes, Governor. When Luke visited the element fusion reactor laboratory, Nightingale and her assassin team also arrived at Raging Wave City by transport airship. Miss Nightingale, Raging Wave City is Meteor's lair. It may be more difficult for us to assassinate him here than in the Imperial capital. The assassins were dragged to Raging Wave City by Nightingale before they could recover from the shock of last night. The whole city was full of high-rise buildings like a jungle, which made the assassins more nervous. Nightingale looked around cautiously and said, Raging Wave City is the safest place for Meteor, so his vigilance will be greatly reduced. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can kill him with one blow. Besides, the assassin's target last night was Qi Kong. If he succeeded, we would have completed the assassination, and His Highness's return to the Imperial capital to ascend the throne would be smoother. We will listen to you, Miss Nightingale, but where should we go now? First find a safe place to stay, then inquire about the whereabouts of the meteorite, and it would be best if we could get a car. While Nightingale and the assassins were walking and discussing plans, a fat woman blocked their way. The woman laughed and said, You are all foreigners. Are you here to find a job in Nuteo City? You came at the right time. My factory is in short supply of workers. Come on. Follow me. Nightingale and the others were startled at first, thinking that their identities had been discovered. After listening to what the woman said, they realized that the other party thought they were laborers who came to Fury City to find work. Nightingale said, We are not looking for work. Please move aside. The fat woman looked at Nightingale. From your appearance, you are a labor broker. Right? The quality of these 7 laborers you brought is really good, and they are all high-quality workers. Introduce them to my factory, and your agency fee is not less. Nightingale said impatiently, Move aside. We have urgent business. The fat woman yelled, 9 Reichsmarks per hour. You can't find a factory that offers a higher price than me. Nightingale stopped talking nonsense with the fat woman, pushed her away, and walked forward with the assassins. But not far ahead. There were several uniformed Imperial spies checking the IDs of passers-by and randomly checking their luggage. The assassins had many weapons in their suitcases. Nightingale immediately turned around with the assassins and came to the fat woman. We are here to find a job. Do you have a car? Our luggage is too heavy. Yes. 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 Recruiting so many workers at once. The fat woman's face instantly bloomed with a smile. The bus parked on the side of the road, is it? Follow me. I will take you to see the factory. The working environment is safe and comfortable, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Nightingale glanced at the Imperial spies not far away, and confirmed that they had not noticed them. So she quickly took the assassins on the bus. But before Nightingale and the others could let go of their worries, the Imperial spies actually walked towards the bus. Seeing that the bus had no signs of starting, Nightingale asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The fat woman smiled and said, "Those spies are going back to the Cape District. Let's give them a ride." Is this a trap? Nightingale looked at the spies who got on the bus nervously, holding the dagger under her lapel tightly in her hand, ready to kill and escape at any time. Fortunately, the spies did not pay too much attention to the assassins, but chatted with the fat woman. The car started and drove towards the Cape District. After a while, Nightingale confirmed that she and her men were not suspected by the spies. So she boldly asked, "Sir, I saw so many sheriffs and spies on the street. Is there something big happening in Nuteo City?" The captain of the spies looked back and saw Nightingale's face, and immediately answered enthusiastically, "Of course something big happened. The Nuteo City Armored Assault Division and the Nuteo City Fleet are going north to participate in the war. Lord Meteorite Marquis came back from the Empire to preside over the oath-taking ceremony, in order to prevent enemy agents from sneaking in and causing damage. Nuteo City has been checking so strictly in the past few days. Spies like us from the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau have been sent out." Nightingale didn't expect the spy to be so cooperative, so she continued to ask, "The oath-taking ceremony must be very lively. Can we go to watch it?" This time, the spy captain simply came over and asked the person next to Nightingale to go to another seat with a look. After sitting down contentedly, the spy captain replied, "This is not an ordinary ceremony, and outsiders are definitely not allowed to watch it. But the ceremony is held in the Cape District. If you really want to see it, I can take you to watch it from a distance." Watching from a distance is definitely not possible, but knowing that the ceremony is held in the Cape District is also useful information. I have heard a lot about the deeds of the Marquis of Meteorite in the City of Rage. The girls in our farm regard him as their dream lover. I really hope to see him in person, even if it's just a glance. Talking about Meteorite's deeds in Raging Wave City, the spy captain couldn't help but feel proud, and his hand unconsciously rested on Nightingale's shoulder. "Let me tell you a secret. I used to be a small gang member of the Dock Gang in Cape District. It was Marquis Meteorite who personally recruited me to become an Imperial spy. You must not have heard as much as I know about Marquis Meteorite's deeds. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a drink. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Nightingale finally understood why these spies didn't look like spies. She resisted the urge to chop off the arm on her shoulder and tried to force a smile. "Sorry, sir. I'm going to go to my relatives in Cape District tonight." The spy captain said disappointedly, "That's a pity. But since your relative lives in the Cape District, we still have a chance to meet again. Or you can tell me the address." "I can't tell other people the address of my relative without permission." The spy captain kept pestering. If Nightingale hadn't been afraid of exposing his identity, he would have poked 100 holes in him. Fortunately, the destination was reached soon. But the assassins who got off the car stared blankly at the towering walls around them, as well as the barbed wire and magic detection needles on the walls. "Where is the factory? How did it become a prison?" The fat woman seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene. She laughed and said, "Don't worry. There is a prison above and my factory below. Although as the Marquis, you don't need to worry about the secrets here being leaked. But there are some things that need to be covered up. Come with me. I'll show you around the factory. My factory produces potions, and the main brands are powerful violent potions and aphrodisiacs. You usually live in the factory, and you must register when you enter and leave. It sounds troublesome, but it's not as troublesome as you imagine. After all, there are prisoners here." Nightingale walked out of the black potion factory in a daze. holding a few bills in her hand as an agency fee. As the sound of the door closing behind her suddenly rang, her body couldn't help but tremble. What's this? When we first arrived at Nuteo City, we had no idea how to assassinate Meteorite. So we sent the assassin to prison first. Looking at the high walls, barbed wire, and magic detection needles, we had to explore for a while before finding a way to get in and out silently. By the time we found the way, it was estimated that Meteorite had left Nuteo City and returned to the Imperial capital. If we go in and out according to the normal process, we must have a reasonable reason at a reasonable time period. And we can't have 7 people going in and out at the same time every time. Now we can only take one step at a time. Even if it's just me, I have to remove the biggest obstacle for Prince Alex to become the Emperor. Chapter 407 Investigation. While Luke was attending the oath-taking ceremony, Chi Kong, who was in the Imperial capital, was looking for all the information related to the Shadow Clan. The underground world where the Shadow Clan lived was a supernatural species transformed after the Shadow Parasite parasitized a certain underground creature. So the Shadow Clan did not have a unified appearance. However, since they are underground creatures, they must be very different from surface creatures. It's just that the Shadow Clan is extremely good at camouflage, and it's not easy to find them. The disguise of the Shadow Clan is not a simple disguise. They have extremely powerful mental power. Even if they don't change their appearance, they can still let the affected see the person the Shadow Clan wants him to see. In addition, the Shadow Clan has the ability to disguise its own energy characteristics as other energy characteristics, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false with a little negligence. The Shadow Clan's artifact is the fluorescent star cluster, and its divinity is dark. In the darkness and shadows, the Shadow Clan's combat power will be greatly increased, and it is an assassin that is hard to defend against. Being targeted by a Shadow Clan is definitely not something you can relax about. Not to mention that this Shadow Clan also killed a Shining Gold Elder. No matter how weak the Shining Gold Elder is, he is still an Elder of the Shining Gold. And Elder Chun has never left the palace, which means that he was assassinated silently under the protection of many Shining Golds. This Shadow Clan is very powerful. Chi Kong looked through a lot of information, but still couldn't find the specific identity of this Shadow Clan. There was too little information, and players knew the least about the Shadow Clan among the 5 ancient civilizations, because they were very likely to die suddenly, since there was no clue in the mobile phone database. Then go to the palace to look for it. Elder Chun's death must have left some traces. Chi Kong took Jennifer and Modesty to the palace, and met Agatha with a team of spies investigating the case at the gate of the palace. Miss Chi Kong. Good day. Agatha saluted Chi Kong politely. Agatha knew that the purpose of the angels and the Golden People sending delegations to visit the Golden Shield Empire at the same time was not to visit the Golden Shield Empire. The Moonlight Court's claim for compensation for the destruction of the World Tree actually received a positive response from Sky City and the Shining Gold Man, which was beyond Agatha's expectations. It also represents the importance that the 5 ancient civilizations attach to the Moonlight Court. Chi Kong nodded slightly in return. Hello, Princess. I came here this time to find clues to the assassination of the Shining Gold Man Elder. Agatha responded very positively. Miss Chi Kong, please come with me to the East Tower. On the way, I will tell you the clues found by the Secret Intelligence Bureau. Chi Kong and Agatha walked into the palace together, in order to welcome the angels and the Shining Gold Man delegation. The Golden Shield Empire vacated the East and West Towers to receive the delegation. Angels live in the West Tower, and the Golden People live in the East Tower. On the night of the incident, Elder Mu led a group of Golden People to leave the Empire and go to the World Bank headquarters. The remaining Golden People refused to allow the Imperial Secret Service to enter the investigation on the grounds that the East Tower was a temporary diplomatic venue. The Secret Service could only obtain some very insignificant clues by interrogating the servants working in the East Tower. For example, what Elder Chun ate and said these days, and whether there were any abnormal things in the East Tower on the day of the incident. Agatha said helplessly, based on the clues we have, we can't even guess when Elder Chun was killed. The Shining Gold People are not cooperating, so it is difficult for us to conduct our investigation. I came here this time just to try to enter the East Tower. Maybe the Shining Gold People will respect your identity. Chi Kong stopped. This is about a Shining Gold Elder. I am afraid my identity is not very useful. I think we should go to the West Tower first. Do you think the angels know something about it? Chi Kong replied, I don't know whether the angels know the inside story, but Archangel Gold definitely knows more about the Shadow Clan than any of us. During the Ancient War, Archangel Gold participated in the war as a frontline battle angel, and the number of Shadow Clan members who tried to kill him but were killed by him was definitely unimaginable. Agatha didn't expect that Archangel Gold, who spoke and acted without any angelic airs, actually had such a strong resume. How strong could an old guy who participated in the Ancient War and survived to the end be? If the 5 great artifacts were still there, they would definitely be living gods. Let's go to see Archangel Gold. Chi Kong and Agatha changed direction. In the West Tower, the two met Archangel Gold smoothly without any obstacles. After sitting down in the main hall, Agatha told Archangel Gold the purpose of her visit. Archangel Gold said with a sigh, "I haven't seen the Shadow Clan for 1,000 years. I didn't expect to encounter them in this way. First of all, let me state that the alliance between Sky City and the Shining Gold people ended when the Ancient War ended. And Sky City will not cause conflict between the Shining Gold people and the Shadow Clan. I can only provide you with other help besides force. Please understand." Agatha immediately said, "We are very grateful for your willingness to help. Elder Chun was killed in the Imperial Palace, which is a serious blow to the reputation of the Empire. We must find the murderer as soon as possible and judge and punish him, based on your understanding of the Shadow Clan. Can you determine how Elder Chun was killed?" Archangel Gold thought for a while, and replied, "The hosts of the Shadow Clan are all underground creatures. Most of them have earth magic skills. Therefore, the Shadow Clan often hides in the soil and waits for an opportunity to assassinate. Since Elder Chun can become the elder of the Shining Gold people, he must be very powerful. To kill him silently while protecting him is not something that a Shadow Clan can do." Chi Kong asked, "Do you think there are 2 or even more Shadow Clan members coming to St. Louis City?" Archangel Gold was very respectful to Chi Kong. "Yes, Your Majesty. Although this is just my guess. According to my understanding of the Shadow Clan, the assassination of Elder Chun must be done by the tacit cooperation of 2 Shadow Clan members. When the guards around Elder Chun were relatively weak, one Shadow Clan member was responsible for the attack and assassination, and the other Shadow Clan member was responsible for using mental influence to disrupt the guards' perception. Without special precautions, people who are affected by the spirit have no idea that all their external perceptions are imposed on them." Agatha heard that the Shadow Clan had such a strong ability to influence the spirit, and asked, "Is there no way to distinguish and crack this kind of mental influence?" Archangel Gold replied, "Of course. First of all, you must always be vigilant. As long as your mental power is strong enough, you can detect it in time when you are being influenced by the spirit. As for cracking, since you know that you are being influenced by the spirit, the success rate of the Shadow Clan's attack is greatly reduced. In terms of direct combat strength, the Shadow Clan is at the bottom of the 5 ancient civilizations." Agatha didn't dare to take it seriously when she heard Archangel Gold say it so easily. Easy is easy for him. An angel who participated in the Ancient War. Modern people have never experienced such high-intensity confrontations as in Ancient Wars. And no one can stay vigilant all the time. This is obviously not suitable for us. Archangel Gold, can you tell us some other information? Archangel Gold shook his head and looked at the clear sky. "I heard that the Shadow Clan disguised Elder Changchun in order to approach and assassinate you. I suggest that your Majesty return to the Moonlight Royal Court, with the protection of the World Tree. No matter what method the Shadow Clan uses to assassinate you, it will not succeed." Chi Kong said, "No. A few Shadow tribes can't scare me. If I wasn't afraid that they would hurt my students, I would even be willing to see what means they have to assassinate me. This is probably the only help you can give us." I suddenly remembered that there is someone who can give us a better clue. Maybe he even saw how Elder Chun was attacked. After Chi Kong's reminder, Agatha immediately showed an enlightened expression. He may really know how the case happened. Chi Kong and Agatha then said goodbye to Archangel Gold, then left the West Tower and walked towards the Emperor's bedroom. Since the Crystal Man Shinmian signed a contract with the ancestors of the Augustine family, he has been living in the pedestal of the palace. There is the crystal matrix that gave birth to him, and the research venues built for him by successive emperors. Shinyan is like a super school otaku. He has never left his crystal palace since the palace was built. If the Shadow Clan infiltrates the palace from underground through earth magic skills, if they dive too deep, they will be discovered by Shinyan, because Emperor Augustine claimed to be recuperating. Knight Milscombe still led people to guard outside his palace. But who would have thought that Knight Milscombe did not let Chi Kong and Agatha in after hearing their intentions? I'm sorry, Your Highness. We must abide by the rules we set. His Majesty is now recuperating, and will not see anyone except Her Majesty the Queen. Knight Milscombe's attitude was very firm. In his opinion, the death of a shining gold elder was far from touching the fundamental interests of the Empire. Agatha did not force it, and turned to Chi Kong and said, "It's a pity that we can't let Shen Mian out." Chi Kong said, "There are ways to see him. But I can only go alone this time. You wait for my news here. It shouldn't take too long. The Crystal Palace is underground. How are you going to get there?" Agatha did not wait for a reply, only to see Chi Kong's body become virtual, and then disappear in a flash and a chaotic shaking. When she reappeared, Chi Kong had already landed in the Crystal Palace. It seemed that the space mark I recorded last time was not too wrong. Chi Kong looked around the Crystal Palace. The angel statues she saw last time were no longer here. It was empty and lonely. It should be colored. The freezing cold air spread outward from Chi Kong. Wherever it passed, white frost formed on the crystal layer. In a blink of an eye, this place became a land of ice and snow. "Your Majesty, Queen Chi Kong. This is not your moonlight royal court." Shen Mian's dissatisfied voice sounded, and a crystal column rose not far in front of Chi Kong. The crystal fragments on the crystal column fell, and Shen Mian appeared from the middle. But Chi Kong didn't seem to notice that Shen Mian was angry, and sleep fell in the Crystal Palace again. Shen Mian asked angrily, "Your Majesty, do you know the consequences of angering me?" "Yes, of course I know," Chi Kong said nonchalantly. "Then do you know the changes of the magic curve of crystal at different temperatures? And the Bondar Tower structure?" Shen Mian didn't expect Chi Kong's topic change to be so wide. And these two questions are academic problems that have troubled him for a long time. Shen Mian didn't bother to hold Chi Kong responsible for destroying the environment here, and immediately asked, "How do you know I am studying these two problems? What's so strange about knowing them? How can I know their answers?" Deep Sleep was even more surprised. Do you really know the answer?" Clear Sky replied, "Bondar Tower is a crystal structure proposed by the great magician Basfugai Bondar 345 years ago. It's just that the Bondar Tower structure is still in theory, and no one has really realized it, because no one has ever found the formula of the crystal magic curve." Deep Sleep asked doubtfully, "Did you find it?" "Of course. First, you need to use the Bader-Fuller formula and the regular 6-column change of the 33rd star map. Replace the upper curve inverse with the periodic pendulum calculation formula, and use the iterative algorithm to find the nearest end and the farthest end of the nearest diagonal on the humped circle coordinate system." As Chi Kong talked, Shen Mian was completely immersed in the calculation and verification of the formula of the crystal magic rare curve. Many parts of it were exactly the same as what he was studying, and the different parts were simply pointed out that he could not find the mistakes. As Chi Kong talked, Shen Mian became more and more excited. He listened, thought, and wrote down the complex formula. But when he was talking, Chi Kong suddenly stopped talking. "What about the formula at the end?" Shen Mian looked like he was enjoying a delicious dish, and someone took away the plate. Chi Kong smiled and said, "You look honest. But you are actually very cunning. I was afraid that you wouldn't tell me the truth, so I took the trouble to bait you so much. Now answer my question first. If the answer satisfies me, I will tell you the formula behind it." If Shen Mian was paying attention at this time, it must be covered with cat scratches. "Okay. Ask. I promise to tell the truth. But if I really don't know, you have to tell me the formula behind it. Deal?" Chi Kong began to interrogate. "What clues can you provide me about the assassination of the elder of the Shining Gold Man?" Hearing this question, Shen Mian, who was a little nervous, relaxed immediately. He answered very straightforwardly, "There are many clues. I found the 2 Shadow Clan members as soon as they sneaked into the palace, and I followed them all the time, and they didn't notice it. Later I found out that they assassinated a Shining Gold Elder. The male Shadow Clan used earth magic to pull the Shining Gold Elder underground, and the female Shadow Clan was responsible for using mental influence to confuse the Shining Gold guards around. I recorded the scene at that time. You can see it for yourself." A crystal wall rose up, and the magic projection inside recorded the whole process of the 2 Shadow Clan committing the crime. Chapter 408 Mantis Catches Cicada. Chi Kong looked at the magic projection on the crystal wall. 2 figures were advancing in the underground soil at a very fast speed. They should be the Shadow Clan who assassinated Elder Chun. Looking at their appearance, one is a common underground man in the deep world, and the other is a relatively rare human-faced servant. The height of an adult underground man is generally between 1.3 and 1.4 meters, and their skin is dark brown. Their backs are bent forward like shrimps, and their hands are thicker than their legs because they need to dig the soil. The human-faced servant is a supernatural creature of fungi. A human-faced servant is actually composed of countless servant fungi. When hunting, the human-faced servant will change its appearance according to the characteristics of the prey. It is a hunter who is good at changing. In the magic projection, the underground people and the human-faced servants moved very freely underground, just like fish swimming in water. After several secret ascents to determine their location, they arrived near the east tower of the Imperial Palace. Then they lurked. During this period, Shen obviously did not waste time staring at them. So the scene turned to the moment of assassination. It was night, and the shining gold people were coming out of the east tower one after another, apparently to attend the banquet of the Marquis of Nuteo's mansion. It was necessary to walk from the east tower to the gate of the Imperial Palace. The shining gold people walked very scattered, and were very low in vigilance. Elder Chun did not walk with Elder Mu. His silent personality and gloomy appearance made the surrounding shining gold people intentionally keep a considerable distance from him. Only a pair of twins, who were responsible for protecting him, followed behind him. A lone high-quality prey immediately became the target of the caveman and the human-faced servant. They approached very carefully from underground, tirelessly trying to approach from all directions, and gradually shortened the distance. When they reached the corner of a flower bed, Elder Chun and the group of shining gold people had a brief visual separation. The caveman instantly jumped out of the mud in the flower bed, and grabbed Elder Chun's throat with his hands, like pliers, and threw him down. At the same time, a hole opened where he fell, just right for the two to fall into. The two shining gold people following Elder Chun did not react at all, and continued to move forward as if Elder Chun was still in front. The human-faced servant followed them. She had the appearance of a human woman, but like an exquisite mask. People would be terrified. Elder Chun, who was underground, was firmly controlled from the moment he was attacked. After being dragged underground, he had no ability to resist. An elder of the powerful Golden Man was assassinated. The Golden Man accompanying him had no idea at all. After killing Elder Chun, the Crypt Man caught up with the Golden Man team from underground, and then chose the right time to float to the surface. From the magic image, the Crypt Man got on the Golden Man's carriage and left the palace together. The image ended. The Crystal Man Shen immediately asked, "I have shown you how Elder Golden Man was assassinated. You should have told me the remaining half of the formula. I want to watch it again." Shen asked in confusion, "Why?" "The Shadow Tribe's next assassination target is me, and I want to know more about them. You can replay it again. It won't consume much of your magic power. I will explain it to you while watching." Shen thought that since Qi Kong told him the second half of the formula, it would not be a loss for him to play it again. So the two Shadow Tribes appeared on the magic image again. Qi Kong explained the Crystal Magic Rare Curve formula to Shen. This is a hidden plot in the epic game when the player clears the Shen copy, so the formula can be found by just flipping through the guide. Soon the formula was finished and the magic image was finished. Qi Kong had a general understanding of the strength of the two Shadow Tribes. Just as Archangel Gold said, in a head-on battle, I can still beat the two of them even if I tie one hand. But the Shadow Clan also knows their strengths and weaknesses. They hide in the dark and look for opportunities to attack, which is hard to defend against. Moreover, they not only have extremely superb hiding abilities, but also have very strong mental influences. It is almost an impossible task to find them by searching. It's a pity that the Sheriff Shadow Clan's path has gone astray. Otherwise it would be a good reference. Your Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky. Deep sleep awaken the contemplative clear sky. Thank you for the formula you gave me. It has trapped me for a long time. I know I am very close, but I am just missing these small details. Excuse me. Can you tell me the Bondar Tower structure as well? Qi Kong looked at Shen. His whole body was full of curiosity. Of course I can tell you. But, Qi Kong panted and said, you have to help me catch these two Shadow Clan members. I got the formula of the Crystal Magic Rare Curve by watching a magic video. But how come I need to catch two Shadow Clan members when I get to the Bondar Tower structure? The difficulty gap is too big. Ms. Qi Kong, the Shadow Clan is no longer in the palace, and I don't like leaving here. Qi Kong smiled and said, The Shadow Clan is not in the palace, but it is definitely in the imperial capital. I am not asking you to go far away. Just because you don't like to leave here doesn't mean you can't leave here. For the bond or the structure, I think it's worth it for you to make this deal. The bond or the structure is a theoretical crystal structure that uses the unique magic rare properties of crystal to achieve the effect of full magic immunity. This is a great temptation for Shenyan, a crystal person, but thinking that the other party is two shadow tribes, and he has to leave the crystal matrix. Shenyan hesitated and said, now that I know the formula of the crystal magic rare curve, it is only a matter of time to study the bond of the structure. Qi walked in front of Shenyan and said, you are also a scholar. You should know that some problems can be easily solved as long as inspiration comes. But they cannot be solved without inspiration. How much time are you going to spend on the Bondar Tower structure? I can tell you responsibly that I am the only one in the world who knows the Bondar Tower structure. If you miss this opportunity, the price will not be the same if you want to get the Bondar Tower structure from me again. Shenyan knew that Qi Kong was right. At a certain level, academic research can't be fruitful just by hard work. It requires talent and luck. What are your plans? What can I do for you? Seeing that Shenyan's attitude had loosened, Qi Kong said, from the magic influence you recorded, it can be seen that your ability to hide and move underground is better than that of two shadow tribes. And their mental influence has no effect on you. You are born to restrain the Shadow Clan. The two Shadow Clans' target is me. And I rarely leave my museum. So they must be hiding near the museum. Or inside the museum. I will bring you to the museum as an exhibit and display you in the exhibition area. You are responsible for finding them. After determining their location, capture them. And kill them if you can't catch them. As long as you agree to the deal. I can teach you the Bandarta structure in advance. And your body will have two states. The magic granting state and the magic immune state. These two Shadow Clan will not be your opponents no matter how you fight. As a crystal-like supernatural being, Shenyan has the ability to self-change the molecular structure of his body. So the magic immunity state is very tempting to him. This time Shenyan did not think too much. Okay. I agree to this deal. But I will explain in advance that I will only help you capture these two Shadow Clan members, and will not do anything else. Qi Kong smiled and said, of course. But I still have to trouble you to bring Elder Chun's body. It is deep underground. You probably don't want me to have people dig from above. Outside the Emperor's bedroom, Agatha was waiting anxiously. Qi Kong disappeared as he said he would. And he said he would come back soon. But Agatha took out her pocket watch and found that more than an hour had passed. I wonder if she has successfully reached the exact location. And if she has had a conflict with the Crystal Man Shenyan. Last time in the Crystal Palace, it was clear that the Crystal Man Shenyan was extremely powerful. Is Qi Kong his opponent? Just as Agatha was thinking about it, and was even ready to try to find Milscom again, Qi Kong suddenly appeared beside her. Qi Kong. The body of Elder Chun was found. As soon as Qi Kong finished speaking, the ground under her feet became vortex-shaped, and then a body was spit out from the center of the vortex. Agatha immediately squatted down to check the identity and condition of the body. It was indeed Elder Chun of the Shining Gold Man. He died in a hideous manner, with his chest torn to reveal his bones and internal organs, and blood and mud mixed together and covered his whole body. Agatha looked up and asked Qi Kong, where did you find him? Qi Kong replied, it was Shenyan who found him. He also saw the whole assassination process. This must be kept secret. Agatha nodded. They saw the assassination process. If they didn't rescue him, what would the Golden Man think? What else did Shenyan say? It's basically the same as what Archangel Gold speculated. This assassination was jointly committed by two Shadow Clan members. One of them is a Crypt Man, and the other is a human face servant. The Crypt Man is responsible for the assassination, and the human face servant is responsible for mental influence. On the way to the Marquis of Nuteo's mansion, Elder Chun was killed by the Golden Man. The Crypt Man disguised himself as Elder Chun and got on the Golden Man's car. Hearing that there were indeed two Shadow Tribes, and that they could kill their elders in the team of the Shining Gold people without being discovered, Agatha felt a chill down her spine. If we don't catch them as soon as possible, I don't dare to trust the people closest to me. Do you have any plans? Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. Have someone put Elder Chun's body in a coffin and send it to my museum, and leave the rest to me. Agatha said worriedly, do we need to notify the Shining Gold people? But if they know, they will definitely go to ask for it. Qi Kong said straightforwardly, Wait until Elder Chun's body is sent to my museum before notifying them. As for them coming to ask for it, I just need them to make trouble up there. The bigger the better. Agatha immediately understood Qin Kong's intention. Those two Shadow Clan members know that you have found Elder Chun's body, and they will definitely find a way to confirm it. So you have a chance to catch them. There are only two Shadow Clan members, and they are very good at sneaking underground. If you are not careful, they will escape. I'd better select a few Earth magicians to assist you. I have found helpers. Qin Kong pointed to a long wooden box nearby and said, send that box to my museum as well. Tell the butler Fitch to keep a record of the storage, and put it on display in the central exhibition area of the first floor hall before tonight. Agatha looked in the direction that Qin Kong pointed, wondering, was there such a big box there just now? And this is the palace. How could someone just randomly put such a box here? Qin Kong has always been known for its power and mystery. She didn't explain, and Agatha didn't ask or think about it anymore. Just did it. After Qin Kong left, Agatha immediately asked someone to put Elder Chun's body into a coffin and sent it to Qin Kong's museum together with the mysterious box. After confirming that the museum's butler Fitch had received everything, Agatha went to the east tower of the palace in person to inform the remaining golden men that Elder Chun's body had been found by Her Majesty Queen Qin Kong. Now the body has been sent to Her Majesty's museum, and Her Majesty will personally perform an autopsy on Elder Chun's body. When the Shuajin people heard the news, they were immediately furious. You found the body of our elder, but not only did you not return it to us, you also wanted an autopsy. What qualifications do you have to perform an autopsy on the elder of the Shuajin people? Faced with the protests of the Shuajin people, Agatha, who had been rejected several times in a row, shrugged. The body was found by Queen Qin Kong, and it has nothing to do with our empire. It's useless for you to get angry with me. If you have time, go to Her Majesty the Queen quickly. Maybe she hasn't done anything yet. The Shuajin people realized that it was really useless to get angry with the eldest princess of the Golden Shield Empire. So they immediately sent people to Qin Kong's museum. The result was told. Elder Chun's body was indeed in the museum, but without Miss Qin Kong's consent, they could not give the body to the Golden Man. The Golden Man wanted to see Queen Qin Kong. The reply was, it is Miss Qin Kong's reading time now, and she does not like to be disturbed when reading. The Golden Man could not be sent away by such a reason. Who knows if Qin Kong was secretly dissecting Elder Chun's body? The Golden Man once again strongly requested to see Qin Kong and asked the museum to return the body immediately. Without Qin Kong's instructions, no one in the museum dared to give Elder Chun's body to the Golden Man. The anger between the two sides grew, and the museum had to arrange for the visitors to leave, and patiently explain the reason to them. The elder of the Golden Man was assassinated. Such explosive news spread quickly in St. Louis City as the museum visitors dispersed. By the way, the body of the Elder Chun of the Golden Man has been found by Miss Qin Kong and is now in Qin Kong's museum. Qin Kong found the body of the Elder of the Golden Man. How could she find it? Chief Walker, this may be Qin Kong's trick. She didn't find the body at all, but deliberately released this news to lead us to verify. There is very strict defense magic in the human palace. If they are prepared, we may fall into her trap. Archangel Gold is in the palace. Chief Cicely, we have to verify it. Right? We can't go to the palace. We can go to Qin Kong's museum to see if there is the body of the Elder of the Golden Man. We have been in 3 times, and the elf didn't find us. Chapter 409 Cat and Mouse Game. At night, the 2 shining gold men who came to ask for Elder Chun's body had not left. After Qin Kong's reading time was over, she went to class, and after class, it was time for reading again. In short, she had no time to meet them. If they were not outnumbered, the 2 shining gold men would have taken action long ago. Now they can only urge them in various ways. Butler Fitch always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor in the face of the 2 angry shining gold men. Gentlemen, it is useless for you to embarrass me. Without Miss Qin Kong's order, I can't give you anything in the museum. Then let us meet Queen Qin Kong. Vicky smiled elegantly and said, now is Miss Qin Kong's reading time. This is just an excuse for you not wanting to return Elder Chun's body to us. I ask you to immediately convey the warning of the Golden Man to Queen Qin Kong. Those who destroy Elder Chun's body without the permission of the Golden Elders Council will face extremely serious consequences. I think Miss Qin Kong knows very well, and she must also attach great importance to the friendly relationship with the Golden Man. But now is Miss Qin Kong's reading time. It is not convenient to disturb her. You, Thiki comforted the two golden men. Please wait patiently. If you feel bored, you can visit the collections of our museum. Our collections here are mainly artifacts of ancient civilizations, some of which are related to the Golden Man. Perhaps you two can help us fill in some missing information. We are not interested in the collections here. We want to see the Queen of Clear Sky. Sorry. I remembered something. There is a new exhibit today. I need to arrange for someone to put it in the exhibition area. Please excuse me for leaving for a while. Drinks and beverages here are available at will. Thich saluted the two golden men gracefully, and then walked to the exhibition hall on the first floor. In the central exhibition area on the first floor, a life-size crystal figure sculpture was being carried out of a wooden box by 4 museum staff. Thich immediately approached and nervously reminded, "Be careful. Be careful. This is the exhibit that Miss Chi Kong specifically reminded me of. It is very valuable, and very beautiful." When the crystal sculpture was erected, Thich couldn't help but exclaimed. He walked to the front of the sculpture and carefully admired the details. The sculpture had just been taken out of the box, and there was a lot of dust on it, and it was still stuck with the straw used to fill the box. Thich pinched off the straw and said to the staff, "You move the box and irrelevant sundries away, and then you can go home. Leave the cleaning work to me. I don't trust you to do it." The staff simply cleaned it up and carried the wooden box away. Thich took out the tools for cleaning cultural relics and prepared to work overtime to clean the crystal sculpture and wait for the opening of the exhibition tomorrow. At this time, Chi Kong was in her office, summoning several important personnel from the museum and the college. Bruce Ban, Jennifer, Modesty, Kelhane, the sheriff, and the Angel Thorn Crown, who came to work. Chi Kong activated the ice crystal eye and identified the people in the room one by one. After confirming that they were all real people, he released a spell to seal the space in the room. "Tonight, I set up a large-scale secret spell in the museum, waiting for 2 mice to come. But these 2 mice are a bit strong. If they make too much noise, it will affect the students' rest. Your mission is to protect the student dormitory area and prevent panic mice from running in." The sheriff squatting on the desk raised his front paws, revealing his sharp claws. "Just 2 mice, Your Majesty. The task of catching mice should be left to professional cats." The Crown of Thorns, who had been standing behind the door since entering, said, "Your Majesty is just using mice as a metaphor. Very appropriate. The Shadow Clan is indeed like mice, and never dares to fight our angels face to face." The sheriff, who is also a Shadow Clan, showed a fierce look. "Angel, are you provoking me? I am the Queen's mount, and provoking me is equivalent to provoking Her Majesty the Queen." The Crown of Thorns was frightened by the sheriff, who was bullying others. He immediately apologized to Chi Kong. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can let me participate in the battle to capture the Shadow Clan. They will all get a fair trial." The Crown of Thorns didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight the Shadow Clan, so he forgot his identity here. Chi Kong said to the Crown of Thorns, who asked for a fight, "Today I met Archangel Gold, and he made it clear to me that angels will not be involved in conflicts with the Shadow Clan." Hearing that Archangel Gold had such an attitude, the Crown of Thorns was indignant. Archangel Gold has no awareness of being an angel at all. The Shadow Clan assassinated the elder of the Shining Gold people, which is a declaration of war against the Shining Gold people. We were allies with the Shining Gold people during the ancient war. How can we watch our allies fight alone? Chi Kong looked at the Crown of Thorns, young, passionate, and had a mysterious yearning for war. At this time, the Crystal Man Shinyan sent a message. "He is here. In the hall. Very close to me. Very close." In the hall on the first floor of the museum, Thiki was cleaning the crystal sculpture without distraction. He first used a soft brush to sweep away the dust on the sculpture, then sprayed the special cleaning agent on the sculpture, and repeatedly rinsed it with water elements. Finally, he took a deerskin towel to wipe the sculpture dry. While wiping, he would also observe carefully with a magnifying glass. Once he found any dust residue, he would immediately repeat the previous steps. Never allow fine scratches on the sculpture during the cleaning process, and do not allow any dirt to remain on the surface of the sculpture. Thich was so absorbed in his work that he forgot the time until someone called his name behind him. "Thich, when can this statue be cleaned?" Hearing the familiar voice, Thich immediately turned around. "Ms. Chi Kong, I can clean it in about an hour. When the sun shines in tomorrow, it will definitely be the most dazzling exhibit in the entire exhibition area." Thich showed Chi Kong the results of his work. Even under the light, The luster of the crystal sculpture was still extremely bright. Chi Kong was very satisfied with Fitch's work. She nodded and asked, "Are the two shining gold men still here?" Fitch looked at the stairs leading to the second floor vigilantly and whispered, "Ms. Chi Kong. They haven't left yet. They have been waiting for your summons in the lounge on the second floor. It seems that they will not leave all night without taking away the body of the Elder of the Shining Gold Man. Then let them wait." "Where did you put the body of the Elder of the Shining Gold Man?" Fitch replied, "According to your instructions. The body is stored in the cold storage in the back building. Take me to see it." "Yes, Miss Chi Kong." Fitch had no doubts about the Chi Kong in front of him. And when he put down the cleaning tools in his hand and prepared to take Chi Kong to the cold storage in the back building, another Chi Kong walked out of the building entrance. I once heard an assassin master say this: when an assassin is very confident in his assassination skills, then his death is coming. I set up a trap here, and I thought you would be very careful to test it. But I didn't expect you to walk in so brazenly. I don't know how to describe my mood. I am happy that I can catch you so easily. But I am also disappointed that you were caught so easily. It seems that the 1,000 years of peace have not only made the people of the Golden Star lose their vigilance, but also seriously regressed your business capabilities." Fitch looked at the two King Kongs at a loss. "Miss Chi Kong. Miss Chi Kong? What happened?" The Chi Kong standing next to Fitch showed a disdainful smile, and then turned into a caveman. "Do you think I didn't guess that this is a trap? Since I can get in, I can get out. You should worry about yourself. In order to lure me here, you lied that you found the body of the Elder of the Golden Man. Now the Golden Man is asking you for it. Let's see what you can give them." The underground man was not in a hurry to escape. He was waiting for the human servant to approach from underground to help him escape. Chi Kong certainly knew what the underground man was thinking. She was also waiting for the human servant to approach so that she could capture him in one fell swoop. A vortex appeared on the ground beside Chi Kong, and a coffin floated out of the vortex upright. Chi Kong put her hand on the lock of the coffin lid, smiled and asked the underground man, "You said I didn't find the body of the Elder of the Golden Man. So what do you think is in it?" Looking at the coffin next to Chi Kong, the crypt man finally showed a nervous look. "Did you really find it? This is impossible. I buried it deep underground. You can't find it so quickly." Chi Kong said, "What is the answer? Let's open it and see." "Right. Fitch, you open it." Hearing Chi Kong's order, Fitch instinctively replied, "Yes, Miss Chi Kong." Then Fitch realized that there was an extremely dangerous guy next to him. He looked at the crypt man worriedly. Seeing that he had no intention of attacking him, he slowly walked towards Chi Kong. He walked very carefully, and didn't feel relieved until he returned to Chi Kong safely. At this time, Fiki's clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. But Fiki was still calm. He saluted Chi Kong, then slowly opened the coffin lid with both hands. The eyes of the underground man stared at the coffin, from holding his breath to the comfort of a long sigh. And then a mocking look surged on his face. "Queen Chi Kong, you are a good actor. But if you want to deceive me, you must put a corpse prop in it. It's just an empty coffin. But you really scared me just now." Chi Kong said slowly, "Did I say that this coffin contains the body of the Elder of the Shining Gold Man? I prepared this coffin specially for you. There is another coffin for your accomplice." Hearing Chi Kong mention his accomplice, the underground man knew that his details had long been known to the other party. Now it is not about whether Chi Kong has found the body of the Elder of the Shining Gold Man, but whether he can escape from here. At this time, the human face servant has moved to the bottom, and the underground man instantly bursts out the drilling skill to escape underground. But when his hands touched the floor tiles, he touched something surprisingly hard. Crystal. The underground man found that the surface of the floor tiles on the first floor was now attached with a layer of crystal. And this crystal is not an ordinary crystal. The magic released by the underground human face servant has no effect on the crystal, and his powerful skills just now did not leave any cracks on it. "What is this?" At this time, Chi Kong asked, "Where is the human face servant?" The underground man roared, "I won't tell you." Chi Kong sneered, "I'm not asking you." A voice answered at this moment, "It's down there." The underground man looked behind him, following the sound. And at some point, the crystal sculpture came alive. Butler Fitch was also stunned by the scene. After he wiped it, the sleeping body of the crystal man had a luster that he had never had before. He looked at his body, and was very satisfied with Fitch's craftsmanship. Chi Kong said, "Leave this underground man to me, and leave the underground human face servant to you." "No problem." "Right." As long as your butler helps me clean my body, I'll be fine. Fitch's professional response. Sir, I'm happy to serve you. When you come back, I'll apply a layer of water wax for you. Looking forward to it. After saying that, the crystal man sank into the ground in a deep sleep. At this moment, Chi Kong recited the secret words, "Wonderful night at the museum." The lights of the museum went out at the same time. And after they were lit again, the museum still looked the same. But the caveman could sense that the museum was no longer the same museum. Miss Chi Kong. A gust of cold wind made Fitch shout softly. Chi Kong said, "Go wait for me outside first." Chi Kong pushed gently, and Fiki retreated and disappeared, holding the ancient rock machete in his hand. As the right arm lit up, the entire blade burned with holy flames. Chi Kong walked towards the caveman step by step, and the golden armor components were embedded in her body. Such a scene made the caveman exclaim, You are the shining gold man." At this time, Chi Kong's eyes changed drastically, and his humorous smile was chilling with murderous intent. "I didn't want to ruin his banquet that day and let you go. You don't think I really can't do anything to you? This time I spread the word that I found the body of Elder Chun. And you not only didn't run away, but also dared to come to confirm. You are really an unqualified assassin. Since you are here, stay. That coffin is very suitable for you." The caveman lowered his body, and the fingertips of his hands extended sharp blades. The powerful mental power formed ripples and crashed into Chi Kong. At the same time, he discovered the change of Chi Kong. "You are not Chi Kong." "Who are you?" Chi Kong, who was covered with golden armor, said, "Didn't you just say it? I am the Shining Gold Man. Since you killed the elder of the Shining Gold Man, I will take revenge as the Shining Gold Man." Chi Kong took a step forward, and she passed the remaining distance between her and the caveman in one step. The machete chopped down, and the white holy flame turned into gold solidification. The blade broke through the air and whistled like a strong wind. Facing this powerful attack, the caveman burst out with all his strength and jumped back. After dodging the slash, his figure moved sideways against inertia and disappeared behind a booth. The Shadow Clan is not good at direct combat. Hiding, sneaking, and waiting for opportunities to attack are their attack modes, which are simple and very effective. A cat and mouse game begins. Chapter 410 Signal. The Cryptman used the shadow of the booth to move continuously, and then hid behind a stone slab. His body was close to the stone slab, and his whole body was immersed in the shadow of the stone slab. Then the Cryptman used his sensitive hearing and perception of ground vibrations to determine the position and direction of Chi Kong. There is still a chance. I can kill her here. But what on earth is she? Why did she seem to have changed into a different person in a blink of an eye? And she has the power of both angels and Shining Gold people. Could it be that all this is a conspiracy of Sky City and Shining Gold people? The more the Cryptman thought about it, the more he felt terrified. If the elf Chi Kong is some kind of extraordinary creature jointly created by angels and Shining Gold people, then it means that the World Tree is already under their control. Too despicable. The sound of metal boots stepping on the floor was very pleasant. Noticing Chi Kong approaching, the caveman immediately cleared his mind of random thoughts and focused on dealing with this life and death battle. The most important thing is to leave alive. The caveman once again suppressed his presence and avoided Chi Kong's perception that filled the entire space. Dang. 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 Chi Kong's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she stood in front of the stone slab. The caveman knew that he was discovered due to his alertness. He immediately left the shadow of the stone slab and rushed to the outside. After repeated displacement, he hit again. Chi Kong held the knife and walked towards the caveman's new hiding place. She deliberately twisted her hips and walked in a cat-like manner. Her steps were elegant, and she occasionally tapped the exhibition stand she passed by with the blade of the knife. "Are you wondering why I know where you are hiding?" The caveman thought that Chi Kong was deliberately leading him to talk, so he did not answer, but quickly changed his place. Chi Kong also turned and continued, "You are very panicked. Your heart is beating very fast. Maybe this scene limits your performance. I will change it for you. I hope you like it." Chi Kong snapped his fingers, and the exhibition area of the museum was replaced by a dense forest after the curtain fell. The dense forest was mostly low shrubs, with no leaves on the branches, and the trunks twisted into various hideous shapes. There was only one full moon in the sky, and the pale moonlight added a lot of horror elements to the forest. A few crows flew over, And then a few strange creaking sounds were heard in the forest. After the hiding stand turned into a tree, the caveman instinctively wanted to escape underground. But the ground looked soft. But it was extremely hard. The caveman failed to escape underground and immediately moved. But the ground that couldn't even dig a pit just now actually stretched out a few skeleton hands from the ground. The caveman used extremely agile body movements to avoid the skeleton hands and then jumped onto a tree. On the treetops, the caveman saw Qi-Kong, who was standing on the ground not far away and looking at him. The golden armor on her body stood out in the black and white woods. A crow landed on her shoulder, as if whispering something to her. Seeing this, the caveman knew that no matter how hard he tried to hide, it would be useless. Everything here was illusory. His self-proclaimed flawless hiding skills might just look like standing in the sun without any cover, and doing all kinds of actions to hide himself. In the eyes of the other party, it was ridiculous. The caveman jumped back to the ground, and he stopped hiding. Qi-Kong looked at the caveman walking towards him and said, "Why don't you hide? Don't you like the ghost forest? I also prepared a cave environment for you, which is your home court." The caveman said, "This is just a space created by you using the secret technique. Since the environment of the secret technique space is determined by you, you can use your authority to cheat at will. The human face servant has not attacked the secret technique space from the outside until now, which shows that the helper you found is very strong. His strength is SOSO to me, and it is absolutely impossible for the human face servant to win. Are you confident in your own strength?" "Of course." Qi-Kong stretched out his hand and admired. "He created me to challenge the strong in this world. Among the 5 ancient civilizations, the top strong of the Shadow Clan is the only one I have not fought. And you can just feel this regret?" The caveman took a fighting stance. "You are indeed made. Then let me see what my old rivals have made." Qi-Kong smiled and said, "Then, you have to watch carefully." Qi-Kong dodged and rushed forward to attack, holding a knife in his right hand and a golden sword in his left hand. After getting close, his body rotated, and a knife and a sword energy blocked the caveman's evasion space from top to bottom. At the same time, in the time delay skill, multiple King Kongs appeared at different time points at the same time, and the sword output was like a blade storm. The spirit ball was summoned, and the powerful spirit suppressed the spirit attack of the caveman. The caveman was like a small boat in the storm in the torrential rain of attacks. He tried his best to resist and dodge, and used his mental power to judge which of the many clear skies was real, and they were all real. This was not mirror magic. This was a time skill. The caveman knew that if he didn't use his best skills, he would really die in the hands of the clear sky. A passage of ancient shadow language was recited by the caveman, and a large area of his body exploded. Spiritual energy like silver threads was emitted from his body, and then the silver threads rolled up and wrapped his body inside. In an instant, the caveman turned into a mummy-like creature. The excess silver threads were woven into strips of cloth, fluttering and whipping to block Qi-Kong's attack. The ancient shadow language continued to be recited, and more silver threads shot out from his body. The silver threads were woven into a spider web, and a group of underground marching spiders transformed by pure spiritual power rushed towards Qi-Kong. The range of the spider web quickly expanded, and some more powerful spiders were transformed. Qi-Kong waved his hand, and the spiritual ball floated in front of the spider army. The eye in the center of the spiritual ball became larger, and the black negative spiritual fire shot out like a machine gun bullet. The white spider was stained with the black spiritual fire, and was ignited in an instant. The spider group transformed by spiritual power was fearless, and rushed forward against the secret firepower. Qi-Kong glanced at the spirit ball. It should be able to hold out for a while. The main body of the Shadow Clan is the Shadow Parasite. They are spiritual supernatural creatures. Their own spiritual energy is extremely powerful. Fortunately, the spirit ball is also a spiritual supernatural creature. Pure spiritual energy battle. There is absolutely no problem in a short time. Now we have to deal with this caveman as soon as possible. At this time, the caveman has more spiritual ribbons around him. He gave up the flexibility and hiding skills of his physical body, and directly released his spiritual power to build a defense line. Instead, Qi-Kong held a sword and relied on her agility to press forward. She cut off the blocking ribbons, and approached the caveman's body layer by layer. This guy is much stronger than expected. He should have 6 stars. Fortunately, he was trapped in the secret technique. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with him. Qi-Kong was cautious in the face of the spiritual ribbons surrounding him. She saw that the state of the caveman was a prison, with the body defending and the spiritual power transforming into a spider to attack. As long as the spiritual ball can suppress the transformed spider, it won't take too much effort to kill him. But when Qi Kong found a flaw in the caveman and was ready to cut off the last obstacle with a knife and kill him with one blow, a throbbing came out of her heart. The Book of Disaster, which had been hidden by Qi Kong for a long time, actually flew out of the space backpack at this time. The pages of the book were opened, and the spiritual ribbons that spread throughout the space gathered into a bundle and drilled into the open Book of Disaster. The ribbons on the outside of the caveman's body were also peeled off layer by layer, and all drilled into the Book of Disaster. In an instant, the caveman revealed his true form. He looked at the Book of Disaster in disbelief and muttered, "Fluorescent." But before the caveman could finish his words, the spiritual ball rushed up and wrapped his entire head in it. When the spiritual ball spit out his head, the caveman had lost all vitality and collapsed on the ground as a corpse. The Book of Disaster in the air closed and floated there quietly. Qi Kong grabbed the Book of Disaster and wanted to use his spirit to detect what changes had happened to it. But he still held back. This is not the first time that the Book of Disaster flew out uncontrollably. Last time it was attracted by Grover's spiritual energy. This time it was attracted by the spiritual energy released by the Shadow Clan. Is it attracted by negative spiritual energy? Or is it actively absorbing powerful spiritual energy? Qi Kong couldn't figure it out. But she remembered what the Crip Man said before he died. Fluorescent. Fluorescent star cluster. The artifact of the Shadow Clan? Last time the Book of Disaster went out of control. The golden compass. The artifact of the shining gold man. Seemed to be right next to him. Could it be that? Qi Kong stopped thinking about it and left the brain work to Luke. Qi Kong threw the Book of Disaster into her backpack and then released the awakening state. At this time, in the Imperial Palace, the resting Archangel Gold suddenly opened his eyes. He rushed out of the window, flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, searching excitedly. It's here? It's here? How could it be here? Qi Kong didn't know what signal the Book of Disaster had sent to the outside world by running wild for a short time. She was facing two shining gold men, and they noticed the movement in the exhibition hall on the first floor. Queen Qi Kong. The shining gold man saluted Qi Kong, and then made a request. If you really found Elder Chun's body, please return it to us. Now Elder Chun's body was no longer useful to Qi Kong. So she said to the butler Fiki, who was waiting on the side, find someone to send Elder Chun's body, and let them take it away. Yes, Miss Qi Kong. The golden man did not expect that the process of asking for the elder's body was so tortuous, and yet so simple. They asked in disbelief, Queen Qi Kong, will you really give us Elder Chun's body? Why would I keep it? Dissect it? When he dies, it's just the body of an ordinary human old man. I can have as many bodies as I want. There's no need to have Elder Golden Man's. But why didn't you give it to us right away after you found Elder Chun's body? Qi Kong replied, I want to use Elder Chun's body to lure out the assassins of the Shadow Clan. Now that I'm done with it, of course I'll give it back to you. Hearing that Qi Kong had detained Elder Chun's body for this reason, the Golden Man immediately asked, have you found the assassin? Found it. Right there. After Qi Kong's reminder, the two Golden Men finally saw the body of the Crip Man lying in the corner. They were on guard at first, and then immediately stepped forward to check after finding that the other party was dead. Finally, he asked in confusion, Your Majesty, this is indeed an underground creature, the Crip Man, but there is no remnant of the shadow parasite in his brain. Are you sure he is the Shadow Clan that attacked Elder Chun? Qi Kong said impatiently, I will keep the remnant of the shadow parasite for research. As for whether he has been parasitized by the shadow parasite, according to your methods, you golden men must have a way to distinguish. Fiki should have moved Elder Chun's body out. You should take this one and wait outside. Don't disturb others' rest. The shining gold man immediately saluted Qi Kong, and then carried the body of the Crip Man away. Qi Kong summoned the spirit sphere. The spirit sphere slowly rotated around her. You guys, I'd never seen you run so fast before. Before I could react, you ate a shadow parasite. Can you spit it out? It's a waste to give it to you. The spirit sphere rotated innocently, with no intention of spitting out the shadow parasite. Qi Kong had no way to deal with this low-intelligence spiritual supernatural creature. At this time, the ground shook slightly, and the crystal man Shenyan emerged from below. He looked around and saw no signs of fighting. Did the underground man run away? Qi Kong said, The underground man has been killed by me. And the body was given to the shining gold man. Why did you come back empty-handed? Did the human-faced servant run away? I was targeting her. How could I let her run away? Shen Yan stretched out his hand. And a crystal column rose from the ground. And a woman's head was sealed in the crystal. The woman closed her eyes. And her face was like a mask. Qi Kong walked around the crystal column and said, the human-faced servant is a supernatural creature of the fungus. And a human-faced servant is a fungus colony. There is a mother sclerotium in the fungus group. And all the others are slave bacteria separated from the mother sclerotium. As long as the mother sclerotium is not injured. No matter how many other slave bacteria die. They can grow quickly. Shen Yan. Did you hurt the mother sclerotium? Shen Yan replied, no. Qi Kong stopped in front of the human-faced slave head. What's your name? This chief? The woman head of the crystal column suddenly opened her eyes. Did you really kill Chief Walker? Qi Kong replied, what's there to doubt about? He wanted to assassinate me. And I will definitely not let him leave alive. Do you want to avenge him? No. Even Chief Walker can't kill you. So I have no chance. And I have been caught by you. You probably won't let me go. Whether I let you go or not is up to me. Qi Kong looked at the human-faced servant and after a while said, you haven't answered my first question yet. The human-faced servant immediately changed his attitude after hearing the news. My name is Cicely. Very good. Chief Cicely. This is a good start for communication. Then we will start the next question. What is the reason that made you choose me as an assassination target? Chapter 411, Oath-Taking Ceremony. It was the decision of the Shadow Chieftain Alliance to assassinate you. As for why, I don't know. Chief Walker said it was to prevent the angels and the shining gold from approaching the world tree. Clear Sky said, this answer does not satisfy me. The human-faced servant immediately defended himself. I really don't know the real reason. Only those shadow tribes who participated in the ancient wars know the inside story. Since the news of the revival of the world tree spread underground, many old guys who disappeared for hundreds of years have emerged. It was their decision to assassinate you. Clear Sky looked at the human-faced servant, judging whether she was lying, and then asked, that is to say, even if you fail, there will be shadow tribes coming to assassinate me later? The human-faced servant was silent for a while before answering reluctantly, yes. Troublesome Shadow Clan. The situation that Qi Kong least wanted to see was destroy if you can't get it. When the Angel's Temple and the World Bank branch of the Shining Gold were built in the Moonlight Royal Court, the Shadow Clan would most likely set the target of destruction as the World Tree. After the matter came to an end, it was necessary to return to the Moonlight Royal Court to strengthen the defense force. Qi Kong said to the human-faced servant, originally, you sent someone to talk to me about some things, and everything could be discussed. But you chose the most extreme one. The Crypt people killed the Shining Gold Elder, and there was no room for easing. Before the Shadow Clan arranges the next batch of assassins to kill me, they must first deal with the revenge of the Shining Gold Man. As for you, stay with me. A complete shadow parasite is a rare test product. After saying that, Qi Kong drew his sword and cut the crystal column in two without waiting for Shen Yan to agree. Shen Yan was very dissatisfied. This is my trophy. I also need shadow parasite to expand my experimental project. And you already have a shadow parasite. Qi Kong thought about it and said, the shadow parasite of the Crypt Man cannot be used for some reasons. The shadow parasite of the human-faced servant is a living body and is more valuable than the Crypt Man. I propose that the human-faced servant be owned by you and me and kept by me. I have very complete experimental equipment here. And I have the Imperial Extraordinary Species Research Institute and Ulu College as research support. The conditions are much better than yours. If you want to study shadow parasites in the future, you can come to me. Deep Sleep was not fooled by Qi Kong. I seem to have only nominal ownership of part of the property. And even the research needs to be under your supervision? Qi Kong said as a matter of course, yes. If I didn't admire your knowledge, I wouldn't give you part of the ownership. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just telling you the distribution plan I made. Deep Sleep was a little angry. Do you want to fight with me? Qi Kong smiled and said, I may not be able to beat you in your Crystal Palace. But you are definitely not my opponent if you leave the Crystal Palace. Are you too confident? Qi Kong knocked on the crystal containing the human-faced servant. The difference in strength between you and me is obvious. The strength of the underground people is stronger than the human-faced servant. You only defeated the human-faced servant after I killed the underground people and sent away the shining gold people. Shen Yan, you are really not my opponent. Qin Kong's comparison left Shen Yan speechless. To be honest, when he came back with the human-faced servant and knew that Qin Kong had already dealt with the underground people, he was extremely shocked. He had followed 2 shadow tribes and knew that the strength of the underground people and the human-faced servants was not of the same level. Qin Kong was able to win against a stronger crypt man in advance, and his strength was not ordinary. After leaving the Crystal Palace, Shen Yan had no confidence in defeating Qin Kong. "It's late. I'm going back." The frustrated Shen Yan was ready to return to the palace. Anyway, he got the Crystal Magic Curve formula and Bondar Tower structure, so it was not too bad. At this time, Qin Kong called Shen Yan. "Don't you want Fiki to wipe your body? Fiki sent away the Golden Man and should be back soon." Shen Yan immediately stopped his sinking body. When Fiki arrived, Qin Kong asked Shen Yan to follow him to do hydrotherapy, and she returned to her office, took out the Book of Disaster. A thick encyclopedia of occult arts floated in front of her. Qin Kong no longer regards the Book of Disaster as a harmless brick, and tries not to use it when releasing secret arts. But the continuous changes of the Book of Disaster forced her to consider what happened to it. Last time it was the Golden Compass. This time it was the Fluorescent Star Cluster, and the long-lost artifacts were revealed because of the Book of Disaster. Could it be that the place where the artifact was lost is in the Abyss? What is the Abyss? There is no explanation in the Epic game, and players have not found the answer yet. All we know is that it is filled with powerful and chaotic Abyss energy, and any result of the player opening the Abyss is an indescribable death. Therefore, no matter how stubborn the player is, there is nothing he can do about the Abyss. The Book of Disasters becomes a mystical brick in the hands of players. As long as the Abyss is not opened, it is a very useful tool. The Book of Disasters is called the Book of Disasters because it is the subject of the mystical language and has the function of opening the Abyss. The Apostle of the Abyss is the one who opened the Abyss and obtained the energy of the Abyss by the Olu Mage. The relationship is clear. The Abyss did not appear because of the appearance of the Book of Disasters. The Book of Disasters just happened to become the key to open the Abyss. So it is impossible to judge when the Abyss existed. If the Abyss existed during or before the Ancient War, then there is a possibility that the 5 great artifacts were lost in the Abyss. So, if it is a game, how many versions need to be updated when the artifact comes out of the Abyss? Qin Kong considered the problem he was facing from the perspective of the game. According to normal game design, if the artifact is in the Abyss, the planner will let it come out sooner or later to cause trouble. Now we have to consider what conditions and plots are set for the artifact to come out of the Abyss. Qin Kong thought a lot and checked a lot of information, but still had no clue. But what is certain is that the value of the Book of Disaster in his hand has increased greatly. Not only is it useful to the Abyss Temple, if the 5 ancient civilizations know that the artifact is in the Abyss, it is estimated that it will immediately trigger a new ancient war. Keep a low profile. Qin Kong put away the Book of Disasters and packed her luggage to go to Ulu College. She needed to learn more about the Book of Disasters from Dean Wilred. How could an encyclopedia of secret arts become the key to open the Abyss? Qin Kong boarded the airship to Niteo City overnight. The next morning, when Qin Kong got off the airship, a grand military parade was being held in the Cape district of Niteo City. At the newly built Cape port, the governor of Niteo City, Meteorite, reviewed the newly established Niteo City Armored Assault Division and the Niteo City Fleet that had completed a new round of reorganization, except for the War Fortress, which was not on display due to its large size. All other new and old weapons and equipment of the Niteo City Armored Assault Division were unveiled one by one. All soldiers are equipped with light combat armor, and the blades of standard combat knives are all treated with enchantment quenching, which are harder and sharper than ordinary swords. Each combat soldier is equipped with a bottle of powerful violent potion, a bottle of life recovery potion, and a bottle of mental solidification potion. Clear negative magic status, attack magic, and warning magic scrolls. 10 combat soldiers form a combat team, with a transport truck, a troop carrier, a 10-man delivery vehicle, and a scout motorcycle. The platoon level is equipped with a tactical magician team. The company level is equipped with a tactical magic projection artillery team. The battalion level has offensive and defensive war fortresses, supply-type war fortresses, and 10-man assembly projection war fortresses. The regiment has 5 directly affiliated airships. The entire Raging Waves Armored Assault Division is equipped with 5 main regiments, an airship brigade, a strategic magic projection artillery regiment, an Iron Man production assembly line, and a field hospital. In addition, Luke also used the Assault Bear Squad and Polaris mercenaries to form a Polar Bear Special Forces for high-end combat. It can be said that Luke used the money and equipment to form a legion to form this 20,000-man armored assault division. With the money in place, the quality of the army will not be bad. In the port area, the Raging Waves fleet has undergone a new round of reorganization, and all motor sailing ships have been eliminated. With the Empire Raging Waves fleet, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau anti-smuggling fleet, and the Brilliant Island fleet as the main body, a fleet composed entirely of Unit 01 was formed. All metal warships floated in the port, complementing the steel-armed army in the port area. Facing this army he built with his own hands, Luke couldn't help but be in high spirits. He stood on the parade rostrum, with the government and military officials of the city of Raging Waves standing behind him. Soldiers of the city of Raging Waves. Before becoming soldiers, you all had other identities. Factory workers, salesmen in shopping malls, craftsmen, teachers, technicians, and even factory owners. You used your hard work and wisdom to create the great city of Raging Waves. This is a world-class city that leads the world's fashion and is a beacon for the whole world to follow. When most of the world was still in a backward and barbaric stage, our city was at the forefront of the new era. However, we are not only facing beauty. Our wealth and happiness make many people jealous and envious. Therefore, we need to grow fangs and extend our claws to defend our interests in our own way in this era of lack of world order. Today, you will leave the City of Wrath and go to the north to defend the territory of the Empire and eliminate the hateful invaders. I have never doubted that we will win in the end. But this is only the first enemy in your journey. In the future, the trade routes opened up by the City of Wrath will be guarded by you. And the wealth obtained by the City of Wrath from opening up overseas markets will be shared by each of you. Governor Meteor's speech drew applause from the audience. A major event happened in Nuteo City these days. The Nuteo City Ocean Trade Development Company was jointly established by the Yanyang Group and the major financial groups in Nuteo City. Governor Meteor issued the Free Trade Act for the first time at the founding conference of Nuteo City Ocean Trade Development Company, and proposed that all official and private armed forces in Nuteo City have the obligation to defend free trade by force. Defending free trade by force? Anyone with a little bit of brains knows what this is about. For a time, the stock of Nuteo City Ocean Trade Development Company doubled and soared. During the military parade, Governor Meteor directly put the protection of trade routes in his public speech, and even tied the two strongest military forces in Nuteo City to the development of overseas markets. The merchants of Raging Waves may not care about the distant war in the north, but they definitely care about the more distant overseas markets. If the army of Raging Waves fights well in the war against the County Union, it will certainly form a strong deterrent to other countries. With such an army to escort the trade route, it is really free trade. After Luke finished his speech at the oath-taking ceremony, he announced the establishment of the Raging Waves Soldier Foundation. The main function of the Soldier Foundation is to give extra rewards to meritorious soldiers, to provide living assistance to retired soldiers, to give pensions to fallen soldiers, and take care of their relatives. As soon as the Raging Waves Soldier Foundation was established, it immediately received widespread donations from the business community. The financial pressure on the government office of Nuteo City due to the maintenance of the army has been greatly relieved. For the soldiers, the oath-taking ceremony speech only brought temporary passion, and the City Soldier Fund solved the worries and truly improved morale. That night, the Nuteo City fleet whistled out of the port. Madame Tasia will lead the main force of the fleet to attack Songta Port. Attack the maritime forces of the County Union in the waters of Songta Port. Seize the sea control and create a maritime security barrier. On the ground, the Nuteo City Armored Assault Division pretended to go north by rail. During the day, the army left by train, and at night, heavy equipment continued to be transported to the north by rail, while the main force of the army took a light train to go around the northern mining area. The army walked to the beach and boarded the transport ship waiting on the sea by boat. The Naga tribe imposed a blockade on the entire sea area, and all troops and ships were under a curfew. Luke did not go with the army this time, and his current status was not suitable for leading troops to fight for a long time. Professionals should do their jobs, and since the army has been given a commander, they should trust the commander. His work is in another battlefield, a battlefield that can directly affect the outcome of the war. In the governor's mansion, Luke wrote a letter to Helkin in the agreed code, sealed it together with an original stock of the Raging Ocean Development Company, and then arranged for someone to send it to the winter capital. After everything was done, the day passed unknowingly. Kaylina came to the governor's study with a cup of coffee. When she was about to push the door, a hand took the coffee from her hand. Kaylina almost screamed out. After all, this is the core of the governor's mansion, and someone could arrive here silently, if it was an assassin. But when Kaylina saw the person coming, she immediately covered her mouth and whispered, "Miss Qi-Kong, when did you come?" Qi-Kong smiled and said, "I just came in. I can bring him the coffee. You go and have a rest. I will leave after chatting with your Marquis, and I will not disturb anyone." Kaylina knew the relationship between Qi-Kong and Marquis of Meteorite. She gently opened the door. "Miss Qi-Kong, please come in. The Marquis must be very happy to see you. Do you need me to pour you a cup of coffee?" "No." Chapter 412 Southampton Town. Qi-Kong put the coffee on Luke's desk and asked with concern, "Have you really decided to go to Tadijia Hill alone?" "I will accompany you when I come back from Moonlight Court." Luke took a sip of the coffee and replied, "It will take too much time to wait for you to come back from Moonlight Court. It will take time to arrange for angels and shining gold people to build the temple and the World Bank branch, and to arrange the defense of the World Tree. When the things of Moonlight Court are done, the Spring War in the North should be over. At that time, I will deal with the Northern Legion with Agatha and have no energy to investigate the Abyss Temple. Qi-Kong is still very worried. I will accompany you to Winter City. This time, investigating the Abyss Temple is more dangerous than Winter City. The secrets of the Abyss can actually be investigated slowly." Luke thought, the changes in the Book of Disasters require changes to the previous understanding of it, and more details unknown to players need to be discovered. Today, Qi-Kong met Dean Wilred, but the old Dean was unwilling to talk more about the Book of Disasters. So Qi-Kong did not get more information from the old Dean. In this world, the Abyss Apostles know the most about the Book of Disasters. They even tried to copy the Book of Disasters with the same method, although they did not succeed. But it means that they know that the Book of Disasters is different from ordinary esoteric encyclopedias. Therefore, Luke decided to take advantage of this time to secretly go to Tadijia Hills to investigate the information related to the Book of Disasters. But Qi-Kong had her own business, and couldn't go to Tadijia Hill with him. He and the Abyss Temple, and the Duke of Celtic were definitely enemies, who would fight to the death if they met. Qi-Kong said that this trip was more dangerous than the winter capital, and it was not an exaggeration. So she came to persuade him. But after a period of careful consideration, Luke still insisted on this decision. After this period of time, it will be difficult to have free time. And the Duke of Celtic and the Abyss Temple will definitely not think that I will go to Tadijia Hill at this time. In addition, I am very familiar with Tadijia Hill, and I can pass the Abyss Temple dungeon with my eyes closed. But you were controlling me at that time. Not much different. Luke pointed to his head. With my current strength and the strategy in my mind, I won't encounter any danger that I can't handle. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Qi-Kong had to say, "Since you insist, I won't stop you anymore. Who are you going to take with you? And in what capacity?" Luke replied, "This time, investigating the Book of Disaster requires flexibility, and bringing other people is more likely to cause accidents. I will go to Tadijia Hills as an adventurer, and it would be even better if I could join the local adventurer team. When are you leaving?" "Early tomorrow morning. I will be very far away from you this time, so you must protect yourself. Don't worry. I will watch you through the stars." The next day, Luke quietly left the city of Raging Waves and boarded a ship heading south. He will go around the coastline of the Empire and enter the Empire's largest private territory from the southern primeval forest of Tadega Hills. After returning to St. Louis City, Qi-Kong announced in a high-profile manner that he would return to the Moonlight Royal Court with Meteorite, and at the same time invited the Angels and the Golden Man to go to the Moonlight Royal Court to continue discussing the issue of compensation. Nampton Town is one of the many towns on the southern coastline of Tadega Hills. There are many such towns between the southern forest and the coastline of Tadega Hills. They form a pearl chain of towns, which are responsible for the connection between Tadega Hills and the outside world, especially during the war, when the other directions of the Tadega Hills were blocked by the Empire. The southern town belt became an important foreign trade port for the barbarians. Even though the Imperial Navy would patrol from time to time, and even occupied some larger towns, it still could not stop smuggling. A large amount of goods were transported to these towns through various routes. and then broken down into small pieces through the dangerous primitive jungle, and sent to the Tadega Hills. The town of Nampton is such a town. It is not large in area and feels a bit like a small town in a Western movie. The main industries of the town are animal husbandry and hunting. The barbarians are very talented in domesticating large livestock. The hill cattle raised by them are all big and fat. And the beef is very popular. At the same time, there are countless treasures in the primitive jungle. Precious medicines, animal skins and bones needed for alchemy, which have given rise to many adventurer teams. They risk their lives to enter the jungle just to get rich overnight. Taking a small cargo ship, Luke came to the town of Southampton. Everything is not much different from the game. Next to the dilapidated port is a beef slaughterhouse. And a small road mixed with mud and cow dung leads into the town. The sturdy barbarian cowboy counted the money for selling cattle and turned into a tavern. The women on the street put on cheap cosmetics and posed there. From time to time, gunshots and shouts came from a corner. But the people in the town seemed to be accustomed to this kind of thing and continued to do their own things. "What's your name? What are you doing in Southampton?" As soon as he got off the boat, Luke was stopped by an Imperial Marine. These third-line naval soldiers were still wearing old-style uniforms, red woolen double-breasted uniforms, and triangular sailing hats. There was also a pure sailing clipper parked in the town's port. Not all places are raging cities. In addition to a few main corps, the equipment of the second and third line armies of the Imperial Army is still very backward. Luke took out the prepared documents. "Mr. Officer, my name is Luke, and I am an adventurer. This is my adventurer qualification certificate." The soldier looked at Luke's clothes. Big leather boots, wear-resistant canvas clothes and trousers, a vest with many pockets, and a cowboy hat. The belt around his waist was full of bullets, and a revolver was inserted in the holster on his waist, a very standard adventurer's outfit. "Be-level adventurer. It seems that you are very strong." The soldier checked Luke's ID again and was surprised by the adventure level marked on it. "I didn't expect that such a small place would attract a high-level adventurer like you." Luke replied, "I was commissioned by my employer to go to Tadega Hill to find something. Everyone does things for money." Luke took out a banknote and handed it to the soldier. The soldier looked around and returned the ID to Luke, taking the banknote with him. "I wish you a smooth adventure." The soldier left to check on others. Luke put his ID away and walked towards the town in the mud. As a senior agent of the Secret Service, Luke knew very well that the blockade of the Imperial Army here was completely a formality. Otherwise, all kinds of smuggled goods would not flow into the Tadega Hills unscrupulously. But the Empire had no choice. No one could expect soldiers with such equipment to fight for that little bit of pitiful military pay, especially when facing the barbarians who were born brave. Luke pushed the door and walked into a tavern. Walked straight to the bar and sat down. "Give me a glass of pure ale, a grilled steak, and a pickled cucumber." Luke ordered the food skillfully and glanced at the interior of the tavern. There are not only barbarians in Tadega Hills, but human footsteps are everywhere in the world. In the Tadega Hills, the ratio of humans to barbarians can reach 1-to-1. And in coastal towns like this, the ratio of humans is even higher. There are many commissions posted on the information wall of the tavern, and some adventurers gathered in front of the information wall to choose the commissions that suit them. A barbarian woman with a horizontally long back placed a glass of pure ale, fried steak and pickled cucumbers in front of Luke. And then, the woman looked at the human in front of her unscrupulously. "Hey, little cow. Are you also an adventurer? Your skin is as delicate as butter. Adventure is not suitable for you. Why not do a part-time job here? I guarantee that the tips alone will be more than your income from adventures." Luke picked up the steak and ate it, and said to the barbarian woman, "Barbarati, if your husband knew that you flirted with human men again, everyone in the town would hear your screams tonight." Barbarian Barbarati was obviously very afraid of her husband. She looked at Luke curiously. "How do you know my name? I'm sure this is your first time in Southampton." "You guessed wrong. I have been here many times, but not in this way." The barbarian became alert. "Are you a wizard?" Wizard is the name given by the barbarians to the Abyss Wizards, because the Abyss Wizards possess supernatural powers. They are respected and feared by the barbarians. Luke smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he said, "I'm going to the Blood Oath Temple. Is there a suitable commission to help me with the travel expenses?" Barbarian Barbara observed Luke. "The Blood Oath Temple is in the holy mountain of barbarians. What is your purpose in going there?" Luke put down the steak, took out a towel to wipe his greasy hands, and then took out a letter of commission from the inner pocket of his vest. My employer is a barbarian who does business in another place. His name is Mr. Fichik. His home is in the Blood Oath Temple, which is the Holy Mountain. My mission is to take something home for Mr. Fichik. It would be even better if I could complete another mission on the way. Barbarati looked at the commission letter. It was indeed a commission from a barbarian named Fekichik. It didn't say what he needed to get, but only said that his family knew. The barbarians were much more relaxed. The outbreak of the war caused many barbarians to lose contact with their families. Some barbarians with money would entrust human adventurers to pass on information. You can try your luck with Miss Coconut. Maybe her adventurer team is short of manpower. Luke followed Barbarati's instructions and found an adventurer named Coconut. He was indeed very coconut. Coconut had the blood of a barbarian, but his body was not as strong as that of a barbarian. She was tall, curvy, and fair-skinned, much like a model at the Raging Waves Fashion Week. Her clothes were also very avant-garde and bold, with leg rings on each side of her 1.2-meter-long legs, with 2 short swords inserted in them. Thank you, Mrs. Barbara. Luke took his food and wine, and came to the table where Coconut was. Can I sit here, Captain Coconut? At this time, Coconut was studying a map with her team members. Hearing Luke's request, Coconut put the map away calmly, then smiled and said, of course. Is there anything you can do for the Coconut Adventure team? Our fees are very fair. Coconut thought Luke was an employer who came to discuss a commission. Luke sat down and said, I was introduced by Mrs. Barbarati. My name is Luke. I have a commission to go to the Blood Oath Temple, and I heard that your adventure team just happened to have a mission along the way. So I wanted to ask if you are still short of manpower. Coconut heard that Luke was not an employer who was discussing a commission, and immediately lost interest. I'm sorry, Mr. Luke. When we determined the mission, we had already determined the personnel, and we are not short of manpower now. If you want to follow our team to the Blood Oath Temple, I'm afraid you will need to pay a little fee. Luke took out his adventurer certificate. I am a B-level adventurer certified by the World Adventurer Association. I think my joining will definitely add an insurance to your mission. Seeing Luke take out the adventurer certificate, Yigwa and her team members were a little uneasy, because although they called themselves adventurers, they were actually just mercenaries who were paid to do things, and they were a ragtag army that was not recognized by the World Adventurer Association. The adventurer certificate meant that the man in front of them was a regular soldier, and a B-level adventurer, and was looked up to by these ragtag troops. Yigwa carefully checked Luke's certificate, and then returned the certificate with envy. Mr. Luke, I'm afraid the money we earn from this mission can't pay for your labor. Luke put away the certificate and said proudly, then take this opportunity to take more tasks that can be completed on the way to the Blood Oath Temple. The joining of a B-level adventurer is a very rare learning opportunity, and it is also a very rare opportunity to make money. We should make a good fortune. Coconut was still thinking about how to reject the adventurer in front of him, but after hearing what he said, his mind was instantly opened. Yes, B-level adventurers are absolutely powerful. They not only have enviable skills, but also have rich adventure experience that ordinary people can hardly reach. If a B-level adventurer joins temporarily, his adventurer team does not need to stick to the current tasks. He can be more bold and take on more high-reward tasks. Wouldn't it be better to pay the B-level adventurer money? He can also take the opportunity to make a fortune. Coconut immediately smiled and shouted to the barbarian Barbara, this gentleman's fee just now is mine. Then Coconut extended his hand to Luke. Welcome to join Coconut's adventurer team. But before you join, I need to do some assessments on you. This will help us understand your strength and facilitate cooperation on the mission. You have no objection, right? Luke knew that Coconut wanted to examine his own strength to prevent encountering a liar. He smiled and shook hands with Coconut. Of course I have no objection. I hope your strength is not too weak. Otherwise it will drag me down. Luke was very conceited and his words were very impolite. As if you were taking advantage of me. Although Coconut's first impression of this human was not very good, she still tried to keep smiling for the sake of money. Chapter 413 Coconut Adventure Group. Coconut's so-called test is a battle. She waited for Luke to finish eating, then invited him outside, and started a battle like a cowboy duel. The adventurers in the tavern all knew Coconut. When they heard that she was fighting a B-level adventurer, they all ran out to see the strength of the so-called B-level adventurer. The pedestrians on the road did not avoid the upcoming fight, but stopped to watch, and soon a circle of people surrounded them. Some people whistled at Coconut to cheer for this long-legged beauty. Coconut was not afraid of a B-level adventurer, but looked eager to attack. She did not draw the short sword in her hip, but jumped and moved her body first, and the pair of coconuts on her chest were dazzling as they moved up and down. Mr. Luke, are you ready? If you are ready, I am ready. Luke stood still, looking disdainful of exerting his full strength. The barbarian bloodline made Coconut very brave, and being despised aroused her bloodiness. She bent her legs and squatted, and at the moment of bursting power, her body turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Luke. Coconut's attack method was very direct. Her body was in the air, and her long legs swept towards Luke's head with a swinging leg. And Luke, who was trained by Qi Kong in various fighting skills, would not be hit by such a direct attack method. Facing the attack, Luke did not dodge but took a step forward, lowered his shoulder to press against the force point of Coconut's legs, and then pushed forward, knocking Coconut back and flying. Coconut turned in the air to find balance, fell to the ground after a somersault, and slid back a few meters before stabilizing his body. Luke's strength surprised her. Is this a power that a human can have? Coconut was very surprised. The man in front of her was a very standard human, but his strength was not only not weaker than her own, but might even be stronger than her own with barbarian blood. Interesting. Coconut was not frustrated by the defeat in the first confrontation, but instead aroused her stronger fighting spirit. Even if the opponent is a B-level adventurer, I absolutely cannot lose in a strength contest. Coconut, whose fighting spirit was aroused, rushed towards Luke again. This time, she still did not have any fancy moves. She was like a cannonball. Her body was in the air, and her knee was thrust out to hit Luke in the face. Luke, who has the blood of a dragon, was not afraid of such a hardcore move. He did not even need to show his blood of a dragon. He stretched out his hands to hold down the knee strike from Coconut, and pulled her down directly from the air. Then he threw Coconut to the ground with a hug, and then punched her in the face. Coconut wanted to resist, but she was hit so hard that she saw stars, felt dizzy, and her head tilted and fainted. The scene was silent for a while. As a famous adventurer in the town, everyone knew her strength. In terms of strength, ordinary barbarians were no match for her. And this human not only dared to take Coconut's attack, but also knocked her out in a few seconds. Is this the strength of a B-level adventurer? Strong. Really too strong. Luke picked up the unconscious Coconut from the ground and walked towards the tavern. People on the road made way for him. Back at the tavern, Luke put Coconut on a chair, chanted a spell, and then pointed the light condensed from his fingertips on her forehead. Coconut shuddered suddenly, and then opened her eyes. What happened to me? When the team members saw Yigua wake up, they immediately shouted happily, Captain Yigua, you were knocked unconscious by Mr. Luke. And Mr. Luke is also a magician. I was knocked unconscious? Yigua, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. But she quickly remembered what had just happened. She was not angry because she was knocked unconscious by Luke in public, but said happily, Mr. Luke, you are too strong. Stronger than the barbarians. How did you exercise? Luke looked at Yigua's dark circles and felt that he had just hit too hard. In response to Yigua's question, he answered, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of long distance running every day. Keep going. Is that all? Coconut widened his eyes in disbelief. This training intensity was less than 1/10 of his own. Everyone has different training methods. This is just suitable for me. Am I qualified? Qualified? Of course. Coconut extended his hand to Luke again. Welcome to join Coconut's adventure team. I believe this trip to the Blood Oath Temple will be an exciting and rich journey. Next, Coconut introduced the mission they had taken to Luke. It was to escort a batch of goods through the Tadega jungle to the Holy Mountain. Adventurers have traveled this transportation route many times. There is no danger that cannot be handled on the road, so the profit from pure logistics is not much. With the addition of a B-level adventurer, Coconut considered taking on some tasks along the way to earn extra money while maintaining basic profits. Luke also followed the consultant to select suitable commissions. Everything seemed to be back in the game. Due to the blockade caused by the war, many commissions were transferred to coastal towns. Not only did the number of commissions increase, but the bounty was also much higher than before. Among the many commissions, Luke saw many collection tasks related to the secret arts. The publishers of the commissions were more or less related to the Abyss Temple. and one of the commissions caught Luke's attention. Find the Egg of Nirvana. This is why Luke chose the town of Nanton as the first destination of his trip to the Tega Hills. The Egg of Nirvana is a fire egg that the extraordinary creature Firebird turns into after death. After a period of time, the Firebird will be reborn in the flames. The Egg of Nirvana is a very rare mysterious item. A priest with a high status in the Abyss Temple is the anonymous publisher of this commission. In the game, players can go to the Blood Oath Temple to hand in the task after getting the Egg of Nirvana. And then, they can start the Abyss Temple plot in a very comfortable position. Luke has gone through this plot task before, and is very familiar with the whole process. But now that 4 of the 7 Abyss Apostles have been killed by Chi Kong, there must be a huge change inside the Abyss Temple. I wonder how useful the previous experience is. But it is better to go to the Holy Mountain with an Egg of Nirvana than to go empty-handed. Luke added the Egg of Nirvana task to the task list of the Coconut Adventurer team, which scared Coconut on the spot. Are you crazy? That's a Firebird. We are afraid that we can't escape when we see it. You still want to kill it and get the Egg of Nirvana, Luke said, but its bounty is 100 million Imperial marks. Coconut said helplessly, my life is gone. And no matter how much money I give, I can't spend it. This commission has been hanging here for a long time. I heard that an A-level adventurer took this task, and then he never came back. You are strong, but only be level. Don't do things beyond your ability. Luke looked at the route map for this transportation and said, as an adventurer, you have to be adventurous. I saw the mission you accepted. It's just a safe outing. Let's put it this way. The habitat of the Firebird is not far from our route. If you are willing to be a guide and take me there, I will give you 100,000 Imperial marks as a reward. 100,000 Imperial marks. Coconut was shocked. You know, the total labor fee for this transportation trip was only more than 10,000 Imperial marks. Taking this adventurer to the habitat of the Firebird can earn 100,000 Imperial marks. Coconut immediately asked, what if you were killed by the Firebird? Luke couldn't help but laugh. I will pay first. Deal. At night, the Coconut Adventurer team took advantage of the night to escort the goods of this trip, and went into the dense forest on the north side of the town. The goods were a batch of soap. The war had a great impact on the light and heavy industries of Tadijia Hills, which were not very good to begin with. And even some daily necessities became scarce. Soap is not a sensitive military material, so the Imperial Navy does not strictly check this kind of smuggled goods. And the transportation is also accepted by any adventurer team. The cost is not high and safety can be guaranteed, as long as it can be transported to the hinterland of Tadijia Hills. The nobles and tribal leaders are willing to pay a high price for this kind of cleaning products. All the soaps were carried by 3 pack animals. There were 5 people in the Coconut Adventurer team, including the newly joined Luke. Each person had a horse for transportation. In the dense forest at night, tall trees blocked the starry sky, and the ownerless glowing ferns added another magical color to the forest. The pack team moved forward along the path taken by the adventurer team. It would take them about a week to pass through this primitive jungle. During this period, there would be countless poisonous insects and beasts or various unexpected dangers waiting for them. If they were not careful, they would be buried in this beautiful forest. Coconut and Luke rode at the front of the team. Unlike Luke, who wrapped himself tightly, Coconut collected some berries and grass leaves along the way, mixed them, and squeezed out the juice and applied it on his skin. Under the fluorescent light of the fern, Coconut's skin reflected beautiful colors. The poisonous mosquitoes all stayed away from Coconut and gathered around Luke, looking for gaps to bite. Coconut spread her hands to Luke, and there was still some juice in her palms that she had not used up. Apply some of this stuff. No matter how tightly you wrap yourself, those little things will always find a place to bite you. Luke did not take the juice from Coconut's hand. He didn't want to make himself fancy. An invisible high temperature erupted from his side, and the mosquitoes surrounding him were instantly ignited and turned into ashes. No need. They were dead before they bit me. Although Coconut didn't know what Luke did, it was definitely magic. I forgot that you are also a noble magician. You must be born in a very noble family. And adventure is just your hobby. For us, adventure is everything. You are wrong. Adventure is everything to me. And failure is also death to me. Coconut didn't understand Luke's metaphor. She said, I admit this. Not everyone dares to take obtaining the Nirvana egg as their adventure goal. The decision you made is too crazy. I can't think of the possibility of you completing the task alive. If you give up this task, I can give up the 100,000 reward. Luke smiled and said, You think it's crazy. That's because you are too weak. No matter how strong the Firebird is, it is just an extraordinary creature. I will definitely get the Egg of Nirvana. After being ridiculed again, Coconut showed an unhappy expression. You are indeed powerful, but too arrogant. If you want to die, I will never persuade you again. Coconut no longer paid attention to Luke. Luke was very satisfied with Coconut's attitude towards him. In Dongdu, the most important thing he learned was to avoid trouble. Excessive enthusiasm for people would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. He looked for Coconut's adventure team just to find someone familiar with the jungle to take him through this unfamiliar area and find the Firebird by the way. At the end of the journey, everyone parted ways and never met again. The camel caravan silently traveled through the dense forest full of various brilliances, and only the beasts of burden occasionally made a cry. But Coconut was obviously a person who could not calm down. After just a while, she found Luke again. You said that you exercise your strength by doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of long distance running every day. Is it true? Of course it's true. This is a training that suits me, but not necessarily for you. Coconut said, If this is the training you set for yourself, then there are some problems with this training. Haven't you noticed? There is a lack of stretching in your training program. Stretching? Yes. It is stretching, which helps to balance the muscles of the whole body. So I suggest adding swimming to your training program. Swimming? Luke didn't expect Coconut's ability to find topics to talk about was so strong. Swimming has many benefits. You have a very good talent for strength. I have never seen a human being with such strong strength. If you train according to the strength training method I have developed for you, you can definitely compete with the strongest barbarians in strength. There is a strongman competition in the Holy Mountain. Are you interested in participating? Luke immediately said, I am not interested in such a competition. Coconut did not give up because of Luke's refusal. You can participate even if you are not interested. The prize money is very high. I can be your coach. I know how to defeat those big guys with only dead strength. Obviously, Coconut values the prize money of the competition. She has experienced Luke's strength and firmly believes that as long as she sets a good training course for him, even if he can't win the championship, he will definitely have no problem winning the prize. I really don't. Coconut said, You are now a member of the Coconut Adventurer team. You must listen to me as the leader when accepting any task. Participating in the strongman competition is the task I give you. Refusing low-risk tasks is against the professional ethics of adventurers. Luke didn't expect Coconut to bring up the adventurer's code of conduct, so he could only reluctantly agree, Okay. Participating in the strongman competition is my last mission as a temporary member of the team. After the competition, no matter what the result is, we will no longer have any relationship. Coconut extended his hand to Luke. Deal. Chapter 414 Spring War. While Luke followed Coconut's adventure group through the dense forest in the south of Tadijia, the Raging Waves city fleet led by Lady Tasia completed the blockade of Songta port from the sea. As analyzed before the war, the Ark County Union Navy was in a period of transition at this time. A batch of new warships, the Sea Lion class, had just been launched and were not yet combat capable, and the old wooden dome-shaped warships proved in the Battle of Samuel that they were no match for the all-metal warships. This difference in naval strength cannot be made up by strategy. So when the Ark County Union learned of the Raging Waves city fleet's intention to go north, it immediately withdrew its main naval forces back to the home waters for defense. The defense of Songta Harbor was entirely dependent on the land-based fortifications built urgently in winter. The entire harbor was a permanent fortress inside and out. Madame Tasha stood in the bridge of the flagship Loyalty, looking through a telescope at the harbor in front of her, which was completely exposed to her own naval guns. There were no warships except a few barges at the dock, and the defenders were all huddled in a solid fortress. There were more than a dozen steam airships floating over the city behind the harbor, and several war fortresses could be seen blocking important intersections in the city. Major General Nelson was the commander of the Raging Waves Empire Fleet, and the deputy commander of the Raging Waves Fleet. He stood beside Madame Tasha, also looking through a telescope at this important northern port. According to the intelligence said by the Secret Service, the enemy forces in Songta port are arranged with light troops in the front and heavy troops in the back. There are only a small number of defensive forces in the port, and the main force is concentrated in the city. Our bombardment will not cause them too much damage. But once the landing operation is carried out, the enemy forces in the city will push back. Mrs. Tasha asked, what is the current situation in Minjiansk City? Although the number of defenders there is not as large as that in Songta Port, they are also arranged in a similar manner. Since we want to use Minjiansk City as a springboard to attack Songta City, the County Alliance must have thought of it. Mrs. Tasha put down the telescope, turned around and said to Major General Nelson, the enemy can only think that we will send the Marines to carry out the landing operation. But they can't imagine that we are behind the Fudao City Armored Assault Division. Let's go to the combat meeting room. I saw Commander Shelley coming by boat. Major General Nelson turned the telescope in a direction and saw a small boat approaching quickly. However, Mrs. Tasia was clearly looking at the port just now. So how could she see a small boat behind her? The eyes of the Nanda people are indeed different from those of humans. Major General Nelson followed Mrs. Tasia to the combat meeting room. Shelley soon arrived on board. And after a while, the commander of the guerrilla fleet, Baron Jeff, also arrived on board. After everyone sat down, Baron Jeff, who was wearing traditional sailing clothes, said first, my fleet has set up a 200 nautical mile isolation zone in the northern waters of Songta Port. Many friends at sea have come to help. It is impossible for the large fleet of the County Alliance to pass through our blockade and arrive here silently. Baron Jeff's friends at sea are naturally all pirates. Now it is getting harder and harder to do business at sea, and many pirates want to use their connections in Nuteo City to whitewash themselves. Brilliant Island took the opportunity to expand its strength several times. As the commander of the Armored Assault Division, Shelley said, the assault division took a transport ship and stopped at the sea outside Minkiansko City. But reconnaissance showed that Minkiansko City was heavily guarded. At this time, the fleet staff had already laid out a battle map of Songta Port and Minkiansko City on the battle table. At the same time, the enemy's deployment collected from the intelligence was shown one by one, and the models representing their own fleet were also placed in place. Mrs. Tasia said, because our Navy has an absolute advantage in this sea area, the County Union has completely given up the intention of competing with us for sea control. Therefore, the County Union does not know the location and deployment of our fleet and is only passively defending. I plan that the main force of the Fudao City Fleet will launch a strong attack on Songta Port, and the Marine Corps will forcefully land at multiple points in front and on the flanks of Songta Port, prompting the County Union defenders to mobilize the defenders of Minkiansko City. As long as the defenders in Minkiansko City move, the Armored Assault Division will immediately land and seize Minkiansko City. At that time, the Armored Assault Division can attack Songta City with the Marine Corps. The battle plan formulated by Madame Tasia was very conventional. Even if there were emergencies in the middle, the fleet of Raging Wave City, which had the initiative on the battlefield, could deal with it calmly. The commanders of other departments had no objections. The army was not suitable for floating on the sea for a long time. So the general attack time was 7 o'clock in the evening, and they tried to force the defenders of Minjinsk City to be mobilized to support Songta Port in the early morning. The battle plan was distributed, and the commanders of each department took the transport boat to their respective command positions. The main force of the Raging Wave City fleet then approached Songta Port. More than 40 warships, all of which were all full-metal warships of the Unit 01 class. The artillery on the warship was the latest rear-loading naval gun developed by the Empire. This type of naval gun was a pure alchemical product and was extremely expensive. The current production capacity was only enough to supply the Navy. The thermal weapons technology of the Ark County Alliance is not stronger than that of the Golden Shield Empire. The defenders of Songta Port have not yet obtained new artillery, so the long-range firepower of the coastal defense is far behind the fleet of Nuteo City in terms of range. The new all-metal warships approached Songta Port arrogantly. After entering the range of the ship's guns, all the warships were densely lined up on the sea surface, and all the ship's guns were aimed at the beach of Songta Port. The naval airships that followed the fleet were more daring than the surface ships. The leading airship approached at a height of 500 meters to a position less than 300 meters from the beach. This attack arrangement was obviously prepared for a beach landing. The alarm sounded in Songta Port, and large-caliber old artillery was pushed out from various artillery platforms. The gunners skillfully cleaned the chambers, loaded gunpowder and shells, and then corrected the angle to aim at the warships on the sea. Some of the airships above the city also pressed forward and formed a confrontation with the airships of the Raging Wave City fleet on the boundary between land and sea. A roar of artillery came from the Loyalty, the flagship of the Raging Wave City fleet, and a shell whistled in the air, drawing a large parabola, and crashed into the dock of Songta Port. The explosion opened the Songta Port landing warship with fire and gunpowder smoke. For a while, the warships on the sea opened fire one after another, and the powerful recoil pushed the warships sideways. The steel hulls were under pressure that wooden warships could not bear, and fired heavy shells at the defenders on the shore. Songta Port was submerged in an explosion. The defenders immediately fired back, but the old artillery had a short range, facing the most advanced and modern naval fleet in the world. Most of the defenders still used front-loading smoothbore artillery, and could only send shells to the sea in front of the Nuteo City fleet in vain. Splashing water. After a round of firepower probing, the Nuteo City fleet became more bold and pressed forward again. At this time, the airships near the coastline had already been overwhelmed and cast magic outward. Smoke screens unfolded one after another, forming a curtain in the air and falling from the sky, obstructing the defenders' vision. The artillery bombardment, which was originally insufficient in range, became even more chaotic. The wind blew from the shore to the sea, and the magician on the Ark County Union airship summoned a strong wind to blow towards the smoke screen released by the Raging Waves City airship. The Raging Waves City airship released alchemical shells, and the smoke screen rolled forward against the wind. The smoke quickly turned into thick clouds, and lightning flashed in the clouds, and then gathered into thunderbolts to strike at the Ark County Union airship. The protective shield was deployed in front of the Ark County Union airship, and the attack magic for counterattack was immediately released from the airship's pod. In the middle of the bombardment, the magic power of the two armies launched a fierce confrontation. In this way, the Raging Waves City fleet, relying on sufficient material reserves, prepared for landing firepower from the morning to the afternoon. Near dusk, the long-range firepower was strengthened. The warships faced the bombardment of the defenders, and the bayonets on the ship guns aimed directly at the defenders' coastal fortifications. The Navy airships released alchemical magic without regard for losses. Such a tyrant style of play made the airships of the Ark County Union dare not continue to fight hard. The Navy airships took advantage of the situation and flew from the sea to the land. When night gradually fell, the landing craft of the Nuteo City appeared in the waters around Songta Port, preparing to carry out night landing operations. The whole day's port attack and defense battle put unprecedented pressure on the defenders of Songta Port. The firepower of the Nuteo City fleet was extremely fierce, and the first-line fortifications were almost completely destroyed. The soldiers of the Ark County Union had never experienced such intensive bombing. Magic and shells seemed to be thrown at the docks and the beach without cost. After nightfall, the airships of the Raging City fleet cast lighting magic everywhere, and the beaches within the entire Songta Port were illuminated as bright as day. Then the Raging City airships made ice along the beach, using the ice layer to bypass the obstacles set up by the defenders on the beach, while breaking the alchemical traps and laying out convenient passages for the Marines who were landing on the beach. Magic and artillery extended toward the city, forming a fire shield between the beach and the city, preventing the city defenders from effectively supporting the docks and the beach. The landing craft was getting closer and closer. At this time, the commander of the Songta Port defenders decided to ask for help from the neighboring Minkiensko City. The main force of the Raging City fleet was attacking Songta Port, and it was a waste for the Minkiensko City army to stay there. If Songta Harbor was breached by the Raging Waves fleet, the Golden Shield Empire's army could be continuously transported from the sea. Minkiensko City was too small to bear the responsibility of stopping the Imperial army. The order was sent to Minkiensko City, and the defenders in the city quickly divided half of their forces to rush to Songta Harbor for assistance. The troop movement was immediately known to the Imperial spies lurking in the city, and the news was passed to the Raging Waves Armored Assault Division hiding in the sea off Minkiensko at the fastest speed. Shelley estimated the time when the Minkiensko City reinforcements would leave, and when they were about to march to the middle of Songta Harbor and Minkiensko City, he ordered the Armored Assault Division to carry out the landing operation. Without firepower preparation, the airship group belonging to the Armored Assault Division broke through directly from the sea to the top of the city before the defenders could react. Then they lowered their flight altitude and dumped the 10 men towards the city below. The Alchemist Association of the City of Raging Waves had modified the 10 men used by the Armored Assault Division as disposable war weapons. They were designed in a square shape for easy loading, and together with the steam engine box, they were a square cube. An airship can carry about 110 men. The Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves deployed 20 airships in the first wave, throwing 2,010 men into the city of Minkiensko at a time. Minjiansk is a small city with a total population of less than 30,000 and only about 10,000 defenders. The defenders, who had just taken away half of their troops, were immediately stunned by this overwhelming attack. Inside the city, the disposable tin men carried out a suicide attack. Outside the city, the transport boats rushed directly to the beach, and a large group of 10 men rushed into the city. Following behind were war machines. Luke gave the Armored Assault Division a real armored soul. What can be done with steel? Never do it with the flesh. The fortifications outside the city were violently destroyed before they could play a role, and the steel formed a tide that instantly submerged the small city. Minjiansk was quickly occupied, and Somta Port became an isolated city. The army of the City of Raging Waves fired the first shot of the Spring War in the northern border of the empire, and the owner of this army is now undergoing strength training in the southernmost jungle of the empire. Chapter 415 Firebird. Luke used to pay much attention to the training of magic power, and the knowledge passed on by Qi Kong laid a very good foundation for his magic theory. Therefore, although Luke gained magic power late, he made rapid progress. His body was only improved by the power brought by his bloodline, and he had not received any physical training under professional guidance. When he thought he had enough strength, he did not expect that his physical strength had such great potential to be tapped. At the suggestion of Coconut, Luke changed from riding a horse to walking, while carrying a log weighing 1 ton on his shoulder. This weight was nothing for Luke, who had dragon bloodline. But it was not an easy task to carry a load for a long time and keep up with the speed of the pack team. During the break, Coconut did not let Luke idle. He did 1,000 weighted pull-ups. At night, Coconut would collect some herbs, make a bowl of bitter medicinal soup for Luke, and force him to eat a whole roasted wild sheep. This is the strength training method that the barbarians have summed up from ancient times to the present. This time it was used on Luke, and the effect was very significant. After only a few days of training, Luke felt that his strength had improved significantly. And this was just the beginning. I don't know how terrifying it will be when his strength reaches its peak if he continues to train like this. The extent of Luke's strength improvement also scared Coconut. She originally thought that even if humans had a strong talent for strength, they would never be stronger than those barbarians, who had a talent for strength. As a result, Luke only took less than a week to train hard enough to fight against the strongest barbarians. And Luke actually acted very relaxed. This kind of training was far from reaching the upper limit of what he could bear. What kind of monster are you? When Luke increased the weight to 2 tons, and was still able to keep up with the pack team, Coconut could no longer remain calm. How could your strength increase so quickly? This is not something a human can do. Luke changed his shoulders, and changed the horizontal logs to vertical ones, to facilitate crossing the road between 2 big trees. At the same time, he answered Coconut, who was riding on the horse. I don't know the reason either. Maybe you are a really good strength coach. I didn't know my strength could be improved so much in such a short time. Being praised by Luke, Coconut was very proud. Of course, I am an excellent strength training coach. Are you interested in long-term cooperation with me? I promise that after 1 year of training, your strength will definitely be greater than that of the strongest barbarian. At this time, Luke put down the log on his shoulder. Long-term cooperation is a good suggestion. I find that I really need a professional team to explore my potential in the long term. But I have to complete my mission first. The habitat of the Firebird should be nearby. Let's go there early, and try to continue the journey at night. Seeing that Luke was still thinking about the Firebird, Coconut jumped off the horse. I thought you had forgotten this mission. Are you so upset? That's a Firebird. It won't compete with you in strength. It will only burn you with fire. Listen to me. Let's keep going forward. The champion of the strongman competition is waiting for you. Luke took out a few gold coupons from his pocket. Coconut didn't take them, but continued to persuade. This is not a matter of money. I don't want to see you go to die. Although you are not a very likable person, I know you are a good person. Luke stuffed the gold ticket into Coconut's hand. For a professional adventurer, if you can't complete the mission, it will affect your credit score. I need this mission to help me get promoted to A-level adventurer, which is very important to me. You just need to take me to the habitat of the Firebird, and then return and wait. If I don't come back at night, you can just keep going forward. Luke's insistence made Coconut accept it. Well, we just met a few days ago. Since you must kill the Firebird, I have no reason to stop you. Coconut shook the gold ticket in his hand, put it in his pocket, and then said to the other members of the adventure team, find a safe place to set up camp. I will be back soon. Yes, Captain Coconut. Coconut said to Luke, let's go. The habitat of the Firebird is in the volcano ahead. Coconut drew out a dagger and cut through the bushes, and took Luke away from the path taken by the adventurers and walked towards the habitat of the Firebird. Not too far away, the surrounding vegetation became sparse. The ground gradually turned charred black. The temperature rose, and the air became dry. When the two walked out of the jungle, they were faced with a towering volcano. The crater was very open, and from time to time, there were flames and thick smoke ejected from it, and the whole area was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Coconut stopped at the foot of the mountain. She pointed to the crater with thick smoke billowing, and said to Luke, that's the nest of the Firebird. It rarely leaves the range of the volcano, but it is very alert. If we go forward, it may find us. Luke looked at the top of the mountain and said to Coconut, you go back. I will find you after I get the Nirvana egg. Okay. I wish you good luck. After completing the task, Coconut turned and left. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said to Luke, I'll wait for you under the tree over there. Maybe I can provide you with a little help at a critical moment. The worst case scenario is to collect your body. Luke laughed at Coconut's last sentence. If you find my body, be sure to clean out everything in my pocket. Thank you. Hide well. Don't let the Firebird find you. Good luck to you. Coconut turned and walked into the woods outside the mountain, while Luke leaped deep and rushed towards the crater on the top of the mountain. The volcano made a dull roar at this moment, followed by a sharp cry from the crater. The entire mountain area shook violently, and large pieces of rock rolled down from the top of the mountain. Coconut was frightened by this sudden situation. At this time, she had not yet hidden in the woods. When she turned around, she saw a large amount of magma erupting from the crater. In the red magma tide, a red Firebird flew out bathing in lava. Coconut did not dare to look at it anymore, and turned around and ran towards the jungle. In her heart, she did not have any hope that Luke could come back alive, because that was a Firebird, an extraordinary creature comparable to a dragon. At this time, Luke had already rushed to the crater, and the erupting magma formed a huge wave and hit him. In the cracks of the lava, he saw the Firebird flying out of the nest. Its wingspan was 10 meters, and all its feathers were burning flames. It circled around the crater, and its violent chirping showed that it was in a very bad mood. Firebirds are extraordinary creatures with a strong sense of territory. They guard their own volcanic pools and kill any creatures in the territory, even burning plants. Now a human has come to the crater and can see the entire nest with his head down. This is more serious than touching the dragon's reverse scale. Although meat was not on the Firebird's menu, the Firebird was determined to taste what humans tasted like. The Firebird once again cried angrily, and its wings swept out high-temperature flames. Luke, who was covered by the lava tide, took out the dagger given by Archangel Gold, held it with both hands, and the dagger instantly turned into a long sword. As the spell was recited, a layer of fire element shield unfolded, and lava fell on the fire element shield, like water pouring on an eggshell, flowing down along the shining shield wall. As the spell continued to be recited, the fire that erupted from Luke's feet took over, forming a wave of fire that rushed towards the fire wind fanned by the Firebird. 2 flames collided in the air, and the fire element was detonated to form a violent explosion. A circle of fire spread rapidly in the crater, and the dust raised was burned red by the fire, forming a red cloud covering the top of the mountain. The Firebird felt provoked. This was not only an invasion of territory, but also a battle between fire and fire. The Firebird made a louder cry, climbed higher, and then swooped down. The red fire feathers turned into incandescent color, and the dazzling light made the noon sun a little pale. This is the Firebird's unique skill, Yaong Falling. Someone dared to come and play with fire, and played so well. The anger has made it lose its mind. Seeing the Firebird unleashing its special moves right away, Luke lamented that this guy just liked to follow the strategy. As long as the player's fire was strong enough, it would definitely use its special skills. At this time, the diving Firebird could no longer be seen in bird shape. It was just a dazzling white ball of light, like a falling sun, crashing into the fire cloud on the top of the mountain. Luke opened the Thunder Fire Eye and captured the fire heart of the Firebird in the light ball. If the fight was started in the normal way, the Firebird would be a very difficult opponent in its home field. If it was beaten into a coward, it would hide in the lava of the volcano and escape along the underground magma river. This is why the Firebird can stay here for a long time. It has a strong sense of territory, but it will never hesitate when it needs to escape. The weakness of the Firebird is its flame heart. After many battles with the Firebird, players found that when the Firebird releases its special move Yaoyong Falling, its body will be completely converted into fire element energy for a concentrated release. And the flame heart is in an unprotected state at this time. At this time, it is the strongest and the weakest. Luke holds the sword in both hands, his eyes fixed on the flame heart and the incandescent fireball. The opportunity to attack is only a very short moment. If the Firebird detonates all its energy, it can only come back next time. The Firebird turned into a ball of incandescent fire, and it crashed into the red cloud. The powerful energy made the red cloud churn. Then the red cloud suddenly expanded, and after an explosion that shook the entire mountain and jungle, black smoke and red mist rolled up like mushrooms. At this time, Coconut had just run into the woods, and the scene in front of her made her completely stunned. The mountain was split in the middle as if it was chopped, and the top of the mountain collapsed inward, and magma and thick smoke erupted outward. The chaotic fire elements formed turbulent stirring, and triggered the release of various fire-attributed magic. For a moment, it seemed like the end of the world. Coconut looked at such a scene and thought, collect the bodies. Where should I go to find the bodies? The volcanic ash pressed down, choking Coconut and coughing violently, and the surroundings quickly darkened. She didn't know what happened, but it was definitely not a good thing. Suddenly a hand grabbed her arm, and an irresistible force pulled her into the dense forest. A familiar voice rang in her ears. The volcano is about to erupt. Why don't you run? It's Luke. Is he still alive? Coconut looked forward. Although the dense grass and branches blocked some of her sight, she still recognized Luke. You are not dead? Did you defeat the Firebird? Luke stopped and showed Coconut the Nirvana egg in his arms. It was the size of an ostrich egg, and it was covered with beautiful flame patterns. You have time to look on the way. The volcanic ash is coming. Run! Coconut looked back. The volcanic ash pressed over like a wall, and the sparks mixed and it ignited all the grass and trees wherever it passed. Coconut didn't dare to stop, and followed Luke to run forward desperately. After finding the pack team, Coconut didn't explain to the members of the adventure team. He and Luke rode on horses and drove the pack animals away from the volcano. They ran until night, and then stopped by a mountain stream. Coconut jumped into the water and washed off the ash on his body. The team members didn't know what happened at this moment, and asked Coconut after he finished washing. I don't know what happened specifically. Go get some food. Be alert. Where is Mr. Luke? Coconut saw Luke after the team members pointed him out, and walked towards him. Luke sat on a stone beside the mountain stream, stroking the egg of Nirvana in his hand. It's hot but not scalding, giving people a very warm and comfortable feeling. Compared with the irritable Firebird, the Nirvana egg is a considerate hand warmer. Coconut sat down next to Luke, and she asked excitedly, is this really the Nirvana egg? Luke handed the Nirvana egg over. Feel its magic. I don't want to hand it over to the employer who commissioned it. Coconut took the Nirvana egg, and the heat immediately passed through his hand. A layer of fire halo that did not hurt people spread, drying the skin that was still wet instantly. The fire halo spread to the whole body, and the clothes were also dried instantly. The rising steam blew away the wet hair, and after falling, the hair was dry and smooth. It's really amazing. Coconut touched the flame pattern on the eggshell, and an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. I seem to be able to release fire magic. As he said this, Coconut stretched out his hand, and a ball of fire emerged from his palm. Luke said, the Nirvana egg is originally the top fire magic prop. Even people who know nothing about magic can have the ability to release fire magic in a short time after touching the Nirvana egg. Coconut played with the fire in his hand and asked, how did you defeat the Firebird? It was too fast. I just reached a safe place, and the volcano cracked in the explosion. And then you appeared beside me. I didn't see you defeat the Firebird at all. What a pity, Luke replied, as long as you know its weakness. Defeating the Firebird is not a difficult task. If you don't have enough magic power and can't hold the Nirvana egg for too long, you will be burned by the fire. Coconut immediately returned the Nirvana egg and asked, do you really not want to give it to the employer who issued the task? That's 100 million Reichsmarks. Chapter 416 Holy Mountain. 100 million Reichsmarks aroused Coconut's fantasy. That was enough money to buy a lot of things. Although she didn't know exactly how much it was, It could probably buy the entire town of Southampton. Luke put the Nirvana egg into his backpack. I'm just talking. The most important rule for adventurers is credit. When I get to the Blood Oath Temple, I'll hand it over to the task client and leave with the money. Don't forget. There's also the strongman competition. Coconut was thinking about this event. She believed that Luke was definitely capable of competing for the championship. The championship prize was very high. And he could also be received by the Duke of Celtic. Yes, there is also a strongman competition. Luke was interested in the strongman competition at this time. The barbarians' worship of strength gave the strongman competition a different meaning in the Tadega Hills. Excellent strongmen were admired like stars, and had a superior status. In the past, Luke did not think that the power brought by his bloodline could compete with the powerful barbarians. But now it was different. The strength training of Coconut Nut allowed Luke to tap the potential of his own strength. And the effect was very significant. According to Luke's understanding of the barbarians' extreme strength, it should be no problem for him to get a high ranking in the strongman competition. If he could get the championship belt, many things would be very convenient. In the following days, Luke took more active training. His all-out spirit made Coconut afraid that he would hurt himself. Luke relied on the strong recovery ability of his bloodline to turn himself into a training machine. Except for eating and sleeping, he spent all his time on training. The effect of training was significant. Luke used to feel that he was very powerful. But when he approached the Blood Oath Temple, he no longer felt much about his power. Everything he did was easy. The holy mountain of the barbarians was in sight. The Blood Oath Temple was built on the holy mountain. It was a totem in the hearts of the barbarians. They believed that their ancestors had gathered on the holy mountain and swore a blood oath to share honor and disgrace. The temple is located on the top of the holy mountain. Generations of barbarians, who made pilgrimages, built a city on the top of the mountain. The holy mountain is both a mountain and a city. The city is also a temple, and the capital of Tadega Hill. Before coming to Tadega Hill, Luke had done enough homework on the situation here. The current ruler of the holy mountain is the Grand Duke of Celtic. He is not only the leader of the barbarians, but also the leader of the Tadega nobles. Tadega Hill is not only home to barbarians, but also a large proportion of the human race. In the aristocratic system under the Celtic Duke, the human aristocracy has considerable power. Especially in the civil service system, the human race occupies many important positions with their own racial characteristics. However, the Tadega Hills is a territory dominated by barbarians after all. The barbarians firmly control the army and all violent institutions. And the human race can only roll in the civil service system that is not taken too seriously. There is also an interesting phenomenon. Since the Celtic Duke attaches great importance to the Abyss Temple, the human nobles and bureaucrats are generally very close to the Abyss Temple. Closer than most barbarians. Luke followed Coconut's adventure team into the mountain city. The architecture of the mountain city is full of the rough style of barbarians. All the houses are made of local materials. The stones do not need to be finely polished, so the walls are covered with irregular edges and corners. Most of the buildings here are excavated from the mountains. And even some streets are excavated tunnels. The people of Tadega Hills are martial. And almost everyone carries weapons. Most of the barbarians have bare shoulders. And tattoos representing their ancestors and tribes are on their large muscles. Most of their weapons are two-handed heavy swords or maces. And they rarely wear protective gear. The human race is also taller and stronger than humans in other places. And a high proportion of humans have barbarian blood. The Coconut Adventure Group's clothing is in the style of the southern coastal area. And they carry so many goods. So they were surrounded by a group of merchants as soon as they entered the city. Some people even tried to see what the pack animals were pulling. Coconut opened a person's hand and directed the team members to protect the pack animals. If the goods were robbed here, they would go into the complex roads of the city, and there would be no place to find them. Hey, all of you, be quiet. Coconut drew out the dagger and held it in his hand, shouting to the people who gathered around, "This batch of goods is what Master Sergei wants. If you don't want to cause trouble, stay away." When the restless crowd heard Master Sergei's name, they immediately withdrew their hands that wanted to look through the goods, and then left quickly. The goods were safe. And Coconut asked Luke, "We will go to Master Sergei's shop to hand over this batch of goods. Will you go with us? Or go to complete your employer's commission?" Luke said, "I will go to Mr. Fekicic's house, give his family letter to his family, and then see what I need to take away." Coconut said, "Okay. We will separate here. When you finish your work, you can find us at the Rust Tavern." Every time we come to the Holy Mountain, we will stay there. Then see you at the Rust Tavern. Luke said goodbye to Coconut's adventure group and rode his horse to find the address to Feechik's home. The barbarian merchant Feechik was not a person made up by Luke. He ran a profitable trading company in the city of Raging Waves and made a lot of money following the economic boom of the city of Raging Waves. Later, Iskallin found him. So he became a business intelligence officer serving the Innovation Society. This time, Feechik issued a commission task in the Adventurers Association at the request of Viscount Iskallin. He brought an heirloom from the Holy Mountain to the Raging Waves city. He wanted to mortgage the heirloom and then make a venture investment with a very rich return. According to the address, Luke easily found Feechik's home. A very luxurious residence. In front is a 3-story main building with a large swimming pool in the courtyard. The overall design is very much in the villa style of the Raging Waves city, which is very unique in the Holy Mountain. The main building is embedded in the mountain, and there should be a lot of space inside. After Luke stated his purpose, he was warmly invited to the main hall by the human butler. The interior decoration of the house is a fusion of the characteristics of the Tadigia Hills and the Raging Waves city. There were specimens of beasts showing the master's bravery, as well as fashionable clocks and exquisite wine cabinets. Soon, Luke met the hostess, Mrs. Feechik. She was a very strong female barbarian, but she was wearing fashionable women's clothing mailed from the city of Raging Waves. Although it was the largest size that could be found, Mrs. Feechik still wore it like a body shaper. She was also wearing heavy makeup, with thick powder on her dark brown skin, very deep eyeliner, and lipstick as if she had just eaten a person. Luke was so scared that he almost set fire to this monster that suddenly appeared. "Hello, Mr. Luke. Please sit down." Mrs. Feechik warmly invited Luke to sit down, and then began to ask various questions. How is Feechik's business in Nuteo City? What kind of clothes are popular in Nuteo City now? Are there any women who seduce Feechik? Is his secretary still the shrewd old man? Luke helplessly stopped Mrs. Feechik from asking. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just an adventurer who happened to accept Mr. Feechik's commission. I don't know much about his current life. This is a letter from Mr. Feechik to you, and a check from the World Bank. Feechik asked you to bring money back." "That's great." Hearing the check from the World Bank, Mrs. Feechik immediately stopped asking. She took the letter and check from Luke, and complained while reading, "Feechik made a lot of money outside, making many people jealous. I donated a large sum of money to the temple, and then the temple was quiet. I saw a workshop yesterday, and I just needed some money to buy it." When Mrs. Feechik finished reading the letter, she stopped nagging immediately. She whispered to Luke, "Does Feechik really want you to take that thing to Fury City?" Luke took out his ID and handed it to Mrs. Feechik. "I am a registered B-level adventurer of the Adventurers Association. Things that need my level of protection must be very valuable. Whether you want to give the things to me to send to Mr. Feechik is up to you." "Ma'am, I need time to think about it." Mrs. Feechik did not agree immediately. Obviously, what Feechik wanted was really important. She asked Luke, "Can you wait for me for a while in the Holy Mountain?" Luke replied, "Of course. I still have a few commissions to complete in the Holy Mountain." Mr. Feechik did not set a specific time for the task, probably because he wanted you to consider it fully. After all, investment is risky. Yes. 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 Mrs. Feechik nodded repeatedly. "Investment is risky. You must consider it carefully. You can live here during this period. The war has blocked the Tadega Hills. I haven't heard any news from the Raging Waves city for a long time, which makes me a little out of touch with the world fashion industry. You stay here and talk to me about the Raging Waves city. I will pay for your food and accommodation." Talking about fashion with a fashionable lady like Mrs. Feechik, Luke thought it would be better not to live here. "Madam, I have an appointment with a few friends to live together at the Rust Tavern." Before Luke could finish, Mrs. Feechik shouted loudly, "Is the Rust Tavern a place for people to live? Only animals would eat the food there. Mr. Luke's friends must be in the fashion circle. Let them all live here. Tonight, I'm going to have a pool party." Mrs. Feechik called the butler and asked him to take Luke to choose a room. Savages are passionate. It was hard to refuse the kindness, so Luke had to stay at Feechik's house. The window opens to the big swimming pool, and outside is the stepped city. The view and scenery are both excellent. Definitely more comfortable than staying in that unknown tavern. Before they could take a few glances at the scenery, Mrs. Feechik asked Luke to discuss fashion, and Luke ran out on the pretext of having an appointment with a friend. Although the Rust Tavern was not as bad as Mrs. Feachik said. The environment was indeed not good. The war and blockade caused a shortage of supplies in the Holy Mountain. And the glass of wine Luke ordered had only a very light taste of alcohol. Coconut had already handed over the goods, the freight, the commission tasks along the way, and the guide fee Luke gave her, so that she made a lot of money on this trip to the Holy Mountain. If you can get a high ranking in the strongman competition, you can buy a small shop in the Holy Mountain with your share of the prize money and the money I save. When I go to Southampton to accept the transportation commission in the future, I can bring some goods for myself. A good life is waiting for me. Coconut was very happy about the vision of the future. It was her dream to open a shop in the Holy Mountain. Luke told Coconut that Mrs. Fekicek invited them to live in her house. Mrs. Fekicek. The barbarian bartender who poured wine for Coconut said loudly after hearing Mrs. Fekicek's name, "Is it Mrs. Fekicek who bought all the shops on the whole street this year?" Luke then took out a banknote and handed it to the bartender. "Tell me about Mrs. Fekicek." The bartender rarely saw such a large tip, and immediately introduced Luke to the biggest upstart in the Holy Mountain in the past 2 years. Mrs. Fekicek. Mr. Fekicek made a lot of money doing business outside, and also mailed a lot of money back. Mrs. Fekicek didn't have many hobbies. One was pursuing world fashion, and the other was buying a shop. Chapter 417 First Contact. Mrs. Fekicek is now the second person with the most shops in the Holy Mountain, and Mr. Sergey is the first. Sergey Fekicek has risen to prominence by relying on the economic express train of Raging Wave City. Luke's mobile phone database has no information about him, but there is still a lot of information about Sergey. Mercrito Sergey is a human being, an old-school businessman in the Holy Mountain of Tadega Hills. He is involved in almost all industries, and because he inherited the family's baronial title, he has a very high status in the Holy Mountain. According to the intelligence of the Secret Service, Sergey is now relied on by the Duke of Celtic, and the foreign trade route he operates is the lifeline of the Barbarian Legion during the war. It is precisely because of his influence that those who pestered him left in fear when they entered the city. Luke listened to the bartender's story very carefully, and was surprised that Mrs. Feachik's hobby was so special. To become the second person with the most shops in the Holy Mountain within 2 years, Mrs. Feachik must be either pursuing fashion or buying shops. It also shows that the barbarian Feachik really made a lot of money in the city of Raging Waves. There are almost no large factories in the Tadega Hills, and most of the living production materials come from manual workshops. Controlling the number of shops is not only a symbol of financial strength, but also represents the right to speak and influence, especially since the Feachik family is still a barbarian and has a certain family background. Some people underestimated the Feachik family, the second person with the most shops in the Holy Mountain. Coconut was also very surprised after listening to the bartender's story. "Did Mrs. Feachik really invite us to live in her house?" Luke replied, "Mrs. Feachik likes to hear about what's happening outside. You should have heard a lot of overseas stories in Southampton town. You can definitely become good friends." Coconut didn't realize that she was sold by Luke at all. She solemnly promised, "I have heard a lot of overseas stories. I will definitely satisfy Mrs. Feachik." Luke took a sip of wine and really didn't want to drink a second sip. He took out the change to pay the bill and said to Coconut, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Feachik family. You guys take a good rest first. I'll go take care of the Nirvana egg mission." "Okay, Mr. Luke." Coconut and her team followed Luke to the Feachik family. Mrs. Feachik was very enthusiastic. After asking the housekeeper to take them to choose a room, she asked the kitchen to make a lot of delicious food. After Luke settled Coconut, he left with the bag containing the Nirvana egg. Before leaving, Mrs. Feachik specifically reminded him, "There will be a pool party in the evening, and you must come on time." Luke agreed and left. The anonymous client who issued the Nirvana egg mission was a high-ranking priest of the Abyss Temple named Egbert. What Luke has to do now is to go to the Adventurers Association of the Holy Mountain and inform them that the Nirvana egg mission has been completed. After confirming the authenticity of the item, the Adventurers Association will notify Egbert to come and hand it over. The Adventurers Association of the Holy Mountain is built inside a mountain wall. Outside is an open mission hall, and inside is a maze-like functional area. In the city of Raging Waves, the Adventurers Association is strictly supervised by the city government office and can only accept and issue formal bounty commissions. In the Holy Mountain, the Adventurers Association's path is much wilder, and illegal employment transactions account for a large proportion. So there are many secret rooms here. Luke stated that he had completed the Nirvana Egg mission, and immediately received the attention of the Adventurers Association after showing the Nirvana Egg. He was taken to a secret room, where a brown goblin with wrinkled skin was in charge of receiving him. "Mr. Luke, please take a seat. I am a senior mission confirmation specialist. You can call me Tulu." The brown goblin put on a pair of glasses, then carefully put on silk gloves, and took out the testing tools one by one from the tool kit he carried with him, and finally said to Luke, "Can I see your Nirvana Egg?" Luke put the bag containing the Nirvana Egg on the table, and his hand shook, and the Nirvana Egg rolled out. "Be careful." The brown goblin Tulu immediately held the Nirvana Egg with both hands. "This is a treasure worth 100 million Reichsmarks," Luke said casually. "It looks like an egg, but it is definitely not as brittle as you think. Even if you hit it with a hammer, it will not leave a mark on it. As a senior appraiser, I know that the Nirvana Egg is very hard, but we should still give it the respect it deserves." The brown goblin carefully held up the Nirvana Egg, then took out the alchemical magnifying glass and used magic to illuminate it, carefully observing the magic pattern on the eggshell. He used several tools to identify the Nirvana Egg, and finally the brown goblin reluctantly put the egg down. He put away the tools, took off his glasses, and let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect someone to actually complete this task. The Nirvana Egg is really a perfect work of art, and it is also a precious fire attribute treasure." After sighing, the brown goblin said to Luke, "I have confirmed that this is a real Nirvana Egg. Congratulations, Mr. Luke. After the task is completed and handed over, you can not only get a huge bonus with this task, but also be promoted to an A-level adventurer." Luke put the Nirvana Egg back into the bag and asked, "Is the client of the task in the Holy Mountain? I don't want to stay here too long to wait for someone." The brown goblin replied, "The client who issued the task is now in the Holy Mountain. Please wait here for a while. The association will send someone to notify the other party immediately, and you will get the money soon. I hope you don't have to wait too long. No. You can drink tea and wait here, or you can visit the Holy Mountain Adventurer Association. Since the items you carry are too valuable, I don't recommend that you go outside the scope of the association. The Barbarians' Holy Mountain is not a place with good law and order." "I understand. I'll wait here." The brown goblin left, and a waiter brought Luke drinks and some snacks. Luke did not eat the food here, but reviewed the next task process while waiting. When the player handed over the Nirvana Egg task, he established contact with the Egbert priest. During the communication, Egbert would ask about the living environment of the Firebird and the process of the player defeating the Firebird. At this time, as long as the player appropriately revealed some secret knowledge, he would be invited by Egbert to participate in his new secret experiment. In the experiment, the player is a little white mouse, who is deceived to do dangerous secret tests, and the player has great luck to complete one test after another, and became a good partner with Egbert. If the whole plot is completed well, it is an intellectual level breaking game. If it is not completed well, it is a violent level breaking game. Different game directions have different gains. Luke came here to prepare for the intellectual level breaking game with this strategy. After reviewing the plot again, when Luke thought he was ready, a person wearing a smock and a hood, who covered himself tightly, pushed the door and walked in. Luke couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the person coming. The development of this plot is a little wrong. However, since it is no longer a game, some changes in the plot are inevitable, as long as the people and words are right. Luke asked, "Are you the quest publisher of the Nirvana Egg?" The other person sat opposite Luke and had no intention of revealing his face. "Yes. I am the quest publisher of the Nirvana Egg. The Adventurers Association told me that they have confirmed that the Nirvana Egg is real." Luke patted the bag containing the Nirvana Egg on the table. "The Nirvana Egg is of course real. Is the money deposited in the Adventurers Association? Give me the association's handover form, and this thing is yours. Regarding the reward, I need to discuss it with you again. And this has also been understood by the Adventurers Association. It's bad. The plot has really gone astray." Luke calmed himself and asked, "I don't think there is anything to discuss about the reward. If it weren't for 100 million Reichsmarks, I would never risk my life to fight the Firebird. If it was a few months earlier, 100 million Reichsmarks would be a lot of money for me. But it's not impossible to get it. But, you know that Tadega Hills is at war with the Empire, and my research funding has been reduced a lot." Luke finally knew what went wrong. It's not just because Tadega Hills is at war with the Empire, but also because Qi Kong killed 4 Abyss Apostles. making the Abyss Temple's performance in the war not as brilliant as in the game plot. If we don't cut your funding, whose funding will we cut? It's just that the strategy doesn't match here. What should we do next? You don't have money. What does it have to do with me? Luke took back the bag containing the Nirvana egg from the table. This is the Nirvana egg. I think someone must be willing to spend 100 million Reichsmarks to buy it. Please listen to me, Mr. Luke. The other party hurriedly stopped him. Although I don't have enough money, I can make up the difference with other things. Please believe me. You will definitely think it is worth the money. Luke didn't really want to leave, and sat back down with his raise, but I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? It's my negligence. The other party apologized, then lifted the hood covering his face and introduced himself to Luke. My name is Egbert, a priest of the Abyss Temple. Luke asked, I heard that the Abyss Temple is very respected in Tadega Hills. How can I believe you when you are so secretive? Egbert whispered, for some reasons that cannot be told to the public. I don't want too many people to know what I did outside the temple. Believe me, I am taking a very big risk by revealing my identity to you. The Nirvana egg is very important to my research, and I will give you a satisfactory plan. Luke knew why Egbert was so cautious. The alienation plan implemented by Qi Kong on the Abyss Temple was very effective. For Abyss Apostles died, and a large number of high-level secrets were known by Qi Kong, which means that there are traitors in the high level of the Abyss Temple. Egbert is a high-level priest of the Abyss Temple, second only to the Abyss Apostles, and is in the most suspicious range. It seems that the strategy is useless. Luke improvised and said to Egbert, what happened today is completely beyond my expectations. I just want to get the money and continue my adventure career. I didn't want to have any intersection with the Abyss Temple. Especially there seems to be something special happening inside the Abyss Temple that is unknown to the public. For the sake of the Nirvana egg, Egbert immediately comforted Luke. Please don't worry. This is our Abyss Temple's internal affairs. It will never involve you. I can pay 50 million Reichsmarks first. The commission of the Adventurer Association will be calculated separately from me and them, and it will not be paid from the bounty. In addition, I can let you gain power that you can never imagine. Did they return to the plot again? Luke showed interest. What power? The power from the Abyss. Luke couldn't help but frown. The plot is completely off. In the game, Egbert only invited players to do experiments related to the Nirvana egg, and there was not much involvement with the Abyss. And the Abyss has always been studied by the Abyss Apostles, which is a level that the Abyss mages cannot reach. Egbert said so. Is he lying to me? Or is there a big change in the Abyss Temple? And the Abyss Apostles allow the Abyss mages to deepen their research on the Abyss? Abyss, Luke said with emotion, although I don't know much about the Abyss. I know it is very, very dangerous. Fear comes from the unknown. When talking about the Abyss, Egbert immediately became a fanatic. People think the Abyss is dangerous because they don't understand it at all. The energy contained in the Abyss exceeds the sum of all the energy in the known world. And the wisdom of the Abyss is also the sum of all intelligent creatures. Only by truly facing the Abyss can you realize that all the greatness in the world is not as great as it. Luke asked, have you ever faced the Abyss? I have faced the Abyss. Egbert answered with certainty. Unlike the Abyss Apostles who opened the door of the Abyss and embraced the Abyss, I just touched the energy that penetrated from the Abyss through the gap opened by the Apostles. That feeling cannot be described in words, and can only be vented through crying. Luke felt that he came to Tadega Hill to explore the secrets of the Book of Disaster, and the ultimate goal was to understand the Abyss. Since there is such an opportunity in front of him, he can make appropriate contact, but he can't be too positive. At the same time, he needs to assess the risks with Qi Kong. After listening to your description, I have some curiosity about the Abyss, but I need to think about it. How long do you need to think about it? Egbert was afraid that Luke would run away with the Nirvana egg. I'm afraid I can't give you an accurate answer. I can assure you that I will never leave the Holy Mountain with the Nirvana egg before I make a decision. Egbert looked at Luke and saw that he was determined. So he had to say, okay. You think about it carefully. But I want to remind you. Don't make me wait too long. This is not a threat. But the Abyss will not wait for you. What does this mean? Egbert did not answer Luke's question. He put on his hood again and left carefully. Luke looked at Egbert's back as he left, and compared it with him in the game. It has changed a lot. It seems that he has really been in contact with the Abyss, and the Abyss has deeply affected him. Chapter 418 Informant. The change in the plot made Luke leave the Adventurers Association with a complicated mind. The next moment was a real test of his ability to develop the plot. Luke did not return to the Fichik family immediately. Now was not the time to discuss world fashion with Mrs. Fichik. He used his familiarity with the terrain to cross a small path and climb up a mountain wall to reach the vicinity of the Abyss Temple before Egbert's sacrifice. The former site of the Blood Oath Temple is a pyramid-shaped building located on the top of the mountain. The former site is now only responsible for the memorial activities of the Grand Festival. The mountain below the temple was opened up, and the Celtic Duke's castle was built. When there are no public activities, the Abyss Temple is located in the closed lower level of the castle. Now that the Duke of Celtic has publicly recognized the Abyss Temple as a legitimate organization of the Tadega Hills, the Abyss Temple has opened an entrance and exit to handle external affairs. The gate of the Abyss Temple is located on the excavated mountain wall. The 4 pillars, which are 10 meters high, are embossed with exquisite patterns, which looks magnificent. Outside the gate, there are guards of the Blood Oath barbarians transformed by secret arts, and an eye hangs on the open hallway. The white of the eye is very large, and the yellow pupil only occupies 1/10 of the entire front area of the eyeball. The eye is very alert, and anyone passing by the gate of the Abyss Temple will attract its attention. If you stay outside the door for too long without reason, the yellow pupil will turn red and issue a warning sound, and the Blood Oath barbarian will immediately come forward to question you. Luke saw that this eye was actually placed outside the gate of the temple, and soon found a blind spot that the eye could not observe. There were branches blocking the gap between a stone house and a big tree, and part of the view of the eye looking here was blocked by stone pillars. Luke hid behind a tree and observed the Abyss Temple through the cover of branches and leaves. There were not many Abyss mages coming in and out, and they were all very low-key, trying to wear hoods to cover their appearance. The eye on the gate was very rigorous, and everyone who came in and out had to show their appearance to be identified. After waiting for a while, Luke saw the Egbert priest. He lowered his head and walked hurriedly. When he passed the gate of the temple, he showed a badge and was about to go in, but was warned by the eye with a piercing scream. A blood-sworn barbarian stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and then said, "Priest Egbert, according to the orders of the apostles, anyone entering and leaving the temple must be identified by the eye of true vision." Egbert said sarcastically, "A guy who can only tell tales has gained the appreciation of Lord Victor by flattery and framing." The eye of true vision laughed sharply. "Egbert, I can regard your slander as your envy of me. I was transformed into the eye of true vision by Lord Victor using the power of the abyss. As Lord Victor's eyes, I watch your every move. Don't do anything that harms the Abyss Temple, because you can never escape my gaze on you." Egbert lifted his hood and looked up at the eye of true vision. "I envy you, but I definitely didn't slander you. Don't think about making up lies about me. I accepted the judgment of the abyss, and Lord Victor believed me." The eye of true vision smiled. "Yes, you accepted the judgment of the abyss. Many people accepted the judgment of the abyss, but what Lord Victor was worried about still didn't come to fruition. Who colluded with outsiders to betray the temple? Was it you?" Egbert said angrily. "You don't have evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Evidence? Go in, Priest Egbert. If it's really you, I will find evidence." Egbert walked into the temple angrily. Luke carefully left the temple and stole a set of clothes in a place where no one was paying attention. After changing his clothes, he transformed into an ordinary native human being in the Holy Mountain. He walked 2 blocks down the road and turned into a narrow alley. He first spent money to buy a buckwheat pancake at a pancake shop and exchanged it for some change. After walking 2 steps, Luke gave the pancake to the child playing on the roadside, walked another 10 meters and turned to find an ordinary stone house, and knocked on the slightly shabby wooden door. A small window on the wooden door opened, and a man with sores on his face asked impatiently, "What's the matter?" Luke took out the change he had just exchanged and found a worn-out banknote that was stained with a lot of pine nut oil from the Holy Mountain. "My wife has some disease and keeps coughing." Luke handed the money in with a sad look on his face. "Old Ham introduced me here. He said you have wizard medicine here, which is very magical." The man with the pimple face took the money, looked at Luke again, and opened the door. "Come with me." Luke looked around vigilantly, and walked in after making sure no one was paying attention. Behind the door was a very narrow corridor, with moss growing on the stone walls on both sides, and large scorpions and centipedes could be seen everywhere. The man with the pimple face walked in front, chanting a spell in a low voice. And the poisonous insects were very smart to find a nearby gap to drill in. After walking about 20 meters along the winding corridor, Luke followed the man with a sore face to a dark room. There was a big pot in the middle of the room, in which the bones of unknown animals were boiled, and the soup was dark green. The walls of the room were shelves filled with various materials, including animal limbs and bottles and jars filled with unknown liquids. The man with the sore face searched the shelves and soon found a medicine jar. He took a small glass bottle, poured some powder from the medicine jar into the bottle, and finally scooped some green soup from the pot to fill the bottle. After shaking it vigorously a few times, he handed it to Luke. "Let your wife drink it before dinner. Sleep, and you will be fine tomorrow." Luke took the bottle, and the green liquid inside looked disgusting. "This is different from what I imagined. Don't you want to ask about my wife's condition?" The man with the ulcer face said, "Whether you ask or not, the medicine I give you is this. 1,000 Reichsmarks. You can pay now." "Didn't I just pay?" Luke asked in confusion. "That's just the entrance fee." The man with the ulcer face smiled ugly. "Didn't old him make it clear to you? But this bottle of medicine costs 1,000 Reichsmarks. Isn't it too expensive? Compared to your wife's life, 1,000 Reichsmarks is not expensive. If the disease is not treated in time, it will kill people. But if you take the medicine carelessly, it can also kill you." Luke's change in attitude made the man with the ulcer face alert. "Who are you?" Luke handed the medicine bottle to the man with the ulcer face. "If you drink this medicine, I will give you money." The man with the ulcer face saw that Luke was not here to buy medicine, and he immediately said sternly, "Boy, if you don't want to die, put down the medicine and leave the same way. I can pretend that you have never been here. Otherwise. Luke took out the steel wings of the blazing feathers and turned them into a two-handed sword with a flick of his hand. "What do you want to do to me?" The man with the ulcer face knew what he was talking about. When he saw Luke take out such a high-level alchemical weapon, he immediately said submissively, "Sir, I am just a potion seller, and my medicine can really cure diseases." Luke walked around the small room and didn't see the person he was looking for. So he asked the man with the ulcer, "You are not a wizard. Where is he?" Hearing that Luke was looking for a wizard, the man with the ulcer immediately said, "Something happened to the wizard, and these medicines are what he left behind. They are very effective. What happened to him?" Luke walked back to the man with the ulcer and asked. The man with the ulcer did not answer immediately, but asked Luke vigilantly, "Who are you?" Luke said, "The Abyss Temple will secretly use nearby residents for human experiments. Some people will get sick unknowingly and eventually die without treatment. An Abyss mage wanted to make money. Whenever the Abyss Temple conducted human experiments, he would develop corresponding treatment potions and let you sell it secretly." The man with the sore face was shocked. "How did you know?" Luke put the sword on the man's neck. "How I know is not important. I came here to find this wizard, but he is not here. Also, let your little friend go back to the nest. My sword is definitely faster than their poison." Several scorpions that were secretly crawling towards Luke immediately turned around and left. The man with the sore face said fearfully, "I'm sorry, sir. You didn't see the wizard this time because he was arrested. Go on." Luke's sword pressed against the man's shoulder, and the heavy sword made his body tilt. In order to get out of this situation, the man with the ulcer immediately told what he knew. "A few days ago, the wizard told me that he was going to escape from the Holy Mountain. His whereabouts and a large amount of unknown money caused the investigation of the Abyss Temple. Originally, I should have helped him escape, but at the agreed time, he did not show up. I think he must have been captured by the Abyss Temple." Luke relaxed some of the pressure and asked the man with the ulcer, "The wizard was captured, but you did not escape. Did you hide something from me?" The man with the ulcer immediately replied, "I haven't finished yet. Later, I received a message sent by the wizard using secret techniques. He said that he was a small character, and the Abyss Temple was busy interrogating the big guys, and had no time to deal with him for the time being. Then what? Then, he told me the formula of the potion, and asked me to continue to buy the potion to make money. When he finds a way to escape, he can run away with the money. It turned out to be that money-hungry guy." Luke put away his sword and turned it into a dagger and put it away. He came here to find the wizard, but the wizard was affected by the internal strife of the Abyss Temple. This road is blocked. What should I do?" Luke asked the man with the ulcer face. "It seems that your communication is very smooth. Do you have a way to pass the message to the wizard? The man with the ulcer face didn't expect that such details could be caught by the other party. So he had to continue to reveal. The Scorpion Eye train dug a small passage that can send the note to the wizard's prison. Luke felt that the plot of the Abyss Temple had been changed too much by Qi Kong. If he looked for other ways, he would not only have to face the changed plot, but also bear great risks. Now that he had found this place, he might as well take it as a breakthrough point. Luke took out a gold ticket. I am an Imperial spy. The man with the scabby face snatched the gold ticket from Luke. I am willing to work for the Empire. They are indeed birds of a feather. Luke said to the man with the scabby face, don't think that the wizard is a small character, and that the Abyss Temple will not take his crime seriously. So many big figures in the temple have been tried. And the fate of the small characters is probably to kill them by mistake rather than let them go. Luke's words awakened the man with the ulcer face. He knew something about the Abyss Temple. Many powerful Abyss mages disappeared and were never seen again. Under such a crushing situation, what good end could a small character have? Sir, although I am in the Holy Mountain, my loyalty to the Empire has never wavered. Luke said, I don't care whether you are loyal to the Empire or not. As long as you work hard for the Empire, I guarantee that you can leave the Tadigia Hills safely and be properly resettled. As he said, Luke took out another gold ticket. The man with the ulcer face immediately snatched it away. Please rest assured. Sir, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Can you rescue the wizard and pardon his crime of being an Abyss mage? Of course. Luke revealed his identity because he knew these two people. Although they were greedy, they were reliable at critical moments. They sold potions to people who were under the spell, not only to make money, but also because they had compassion. 1,000 Reichsmarks to save a life is indeed not expensive. With Luke's promise, the crisis made the man with the ulcer face seem to have grabbed a life-saving straw. My lord, what should I do? Luke said, continue to sell your medicine. As if nothing happened. Then tell the wizard that we are trying to save him. Let him spread the current situation of the Abyss Temple. Yes, my lord. I will contact him in the evening. Is there anything else I can do? Don't be so nervous. Luke comforted the man with the ulcer on his face. Relax. Do what you need to do. You are working for the Empire now. When the Empire's army captures the Holy Mountain, you will be a great contributor to the Empire. You can serve the Empire better if you have a positive attitude. The man with the ulcer on his face asked, can the Empire really get here and capture the Holy Mountain? Luke smiled and said, in terms of industrial capacity and war potential, the Tadega Hills are not comparable to the Empire. The only thing the Celtic Duke can rely on is the secret arts provided by the Abyss Temple. You should know what the Abyss Temple looks like now better than an outsider like me. Even the bigwigs are on tenterhooks, walking on thin ice every day. How long can the Abyss Temple last? The reason why the Tadigia Hills can hold on until now is that the northern border of the Empire has been invaded by the Achauni Alliance. When the Empire solves the troubles in the northern border, it doesn't even need to solve the troubles in the northern border. The Empire can solve the rebellion of the Celtic Duke with the northern army alone. The man with the sore face said, but I heard that the northern army is negotiating with the Celtic Duke and is preparing to unite with the barbarian army to avenge the eldest Prince Fania. Luke smiled and said, revenge? Who to avenge? Is the grandson Sinclair going to kill his grandfather and kill the king to avenge his father? This is the family affair of the Golden Shield royal family. The grandson Sinclair wants to prove that he is different from Fania, re-participate in the competition for the throne, and defeat the Celtic Duke. Only then will he be qualified. Do you think the barbarian army is qualified to unite with the northern army? Chapter 419 Pool Party. The man with the scabby face smiled and showed his big yellow teeth. He shook the gold ticket in his hand and said to Luke, my lord, I don't understand such national affairs, but I know whoever has money is powerful. The Tadigia Hills is definitely not as rich as the Empire, and the Northern Legion is not as rich as the City of Raging Waves. I heard that the barbarian Fichik did business in the City of Raging Waves and became the second richest man in the entire Holy Mountain in just 2 years. Luke couldn't help laughing and took out another gold ticket. You have a unique vision. I will come again tomorrow. If you get valuable information, hang a black money scorpion outside the door. The man with the scabby face snatched the gold ticket from Luke's hand and said repeatedly, I understand. My lord. You just wait for my news. Luke left the black potion workshop of the man with the sore face and quickly turned into a market. He randomly walked through several alleys, and after making sure that no one was following him, He found a secret place to change his clothes. He burned the stolen clothes, then bought some canned wine, and carried them back to the Fekchik family. Seeing that Mrs. Fekchik and Coconut were chatting happily, Luke gave the wine he bought as a gift and returned to his room. He opened the window and looked at the situation outside. The servants of the Fekchik family were preparing for the pool party in the evening. I don't know where Mrs. Fekchik heard that this social way is very popular in the world fashion. There are 4 rows of barbecue grills around the swimming pool. The freshly slaughtered fat beef is skinned and hung up, and the barbecue chef makes barbecue on the spot. There was a lot of wine prepared. There was a wine barrel taller than the barbarians at each corner of the swimming pool, and the tables around the barrels were filled with large oak wine glasses. Although Mrs. Fekchik's pool party had not yet started, Luke could already imagine what it would be like in the evening. Looking outside, the entire Holy Mountain seemed very popular. The Northern Army stopped the attack and had several secret contacts with the Duke of Celtic. The war was suspended, and people from the surrounding villages and towns flocked to the Holy Mountain to exchange supplies, making the place look prosperous. After appreciating the scenery of the Holy Mountain for a while, the information that suddenly came from his spiritual universe made Luke immediately sink his consciousness into the spiritual universe, and then into the spiritual starry sky. Under the starry sky, there is a projection of the world tree. Luke floated above the starry sky and looked down at the world tree. The newly born world tree has grown to a height of 1,000 meters, and its huge crown is as majestic as a mountain. The essence of the starry sky converges on the moon, forming a silver moonlight that shines on the world tree, as if watering it. The world tree is really favored by the moon. Qikong appeared beside Luke at some point. She stood in the starry sky and watched the thriving world tree, just like watching her own child. Luke said, the previous generation of the world tree was destroyed, and it was able to persist until its resurrection, which was inseparable from the protection of the moon. The new world tree is also under the care of the moon throughout the whole process. I think it will grow into a greater existence than the previous generation of the world tree. Qikong looked at Luke. Since you already have the world tree, why are you still so obsessed with the abyss? Even if the missing artifact is left in the abyss, what can it do? The danger there is not worth your risk. What if the world tree is lost in the abyss? In response to Luke's question, Qikong found that he had indeed ignored this question. Are you worried that if the world tree is promoted to an artifact, it will be lost in the abyss like other artifacts? Luke replied, at the end of the ancient war, why the artifacts of the 5 ancient civilizations were lost is still an unsolved mystery. If the abyss swallowed the artifact, the world tree would also face the danger of being swallowed if it was promoted to an artifact. Today, an abyss mage said to me, fear comes from the unknown. We know that the power of the abyss is very terrifying, but we don't know what its power is. Even the artifacts are obscured by it. Qikong suddenly floated in front of Luke, and said with tears in his eyes, I am so moved. If the world tree is swallowed by the abyss, I will probably disappear with it. You took such a big risk to investigate the abyss, but it was for me. How can I repay you? Luke knew that Qikong was going to go crazy again, and he said coldly, tell me all your little secrets. Alas, it's a pity to make such a request at this time. Qikong said, the beauty you met in Tadega Hill is here to see you. You should deal with her. The knock on the door rang in his ears. Luke was shocked. He regained consciousness and found that it was already night outside the window. The sky was clear and cloudless. The stars in the sky were shining like eyes, and a crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Qikong said, I will watch you through the stars. Could it be true? The door was knocked again. Luke didn't think about it anymore and turned to open the door. It was indeed Coconut. Luke waved his hand to summon a gust of wind to close the open window, and then asked Coconut, what's the matter? The pool party has started. Mrs. Fekchik asked me to call you. Coconut said embarrassedly, I have never attended such a party before. Mrs. Fekchik said that this is the most popular party in Raging Waves City now. Can you teach me? Or I will make a fool of myself at the party. Luke replied, of course you need to wear a swimsuit at a pool party, and everyone swims and chats together. Coconut asked curiously, what is a swimsuit? Luke heard that the pool was very lively, so he said to Coconut, swimsuits are clothes worn when swimming. But the pool party held by Mrs. Fekchik is different from what I know. Let's go and see what the people attending the party are doing. Okay. Coconut was obviously a little afraid of this kind of upper-class party, and followed Luke step by step. When they arrived at the swimming pool, Luke found that it was exactly as he imagined. Apparently, The pool party Mrs. Fekich was talking about was a wine and meat party, with the swimming pool as the background. The charcoal fire in the barbecue grill was burning vigorously, and the big skewers of beef on it were sizzling with fragrant fat. The guests who arrived, holding barbecue in one hand and wine glasses filled with strong liquor in the other, took a bite of meat and a sip of wine. When they were drunk, they sang and danced loudly by the swimming pool. It was only with the arrival of Luke and Coconut that the lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. It was only then that Luke noticed that all the guests at this party were barbarians. Luke is a human, and Coconut is a human with barbarian blood. Feeling hostility, Luke immediately remembered the information of the Fekich family. Fekich belongs to a large barbarian family in the Holy Mountain, the Stone family. The history of the Stone family is very old, and it is a local tyrant among local tyrants in the Holy Mountain. It can be said that when the Stone family settled in the Holy Mountain, there were few humans in the entire Tadega Hills. As an old family settled in the Holy Mountain, the Stone family witnessed the arrival and prosperity of humans. When dealing with humans, they also suffered many losses from the cunning humans. Therefore, most of these ancient and large barbarian families are very exclusive of humans. Humans are generally rich, while barbarians are generally poor, which further deepens the contradiction. Mrs. Fekich, are these two humans your newly bought servants? A barbarian who looked very prestigious asked Mrs. Fekich. No. 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 Mrs. Fekich, who was heavily made up and dressed in expensive fur, put down the meat in her hand, wiped the grease on her clothes, and then took Luke to introduce to the guests. This is Mr. Luke, an adventurer from the city of Raging Waves. He brought me a letter from Fekich. Your brother Fekich has made a fortune recently. He plans to invest in a shipping company and buy 3 new cargo ships, each with a carrying capacity of 10,000 tons. The total investment will be about 600 million Reichsmarks. Mrs. Fekich was very satisfied with the expressions of the brothers at this time. And of course, she did not forget to continue introducing them. Mr. Luke is a B-level adventurer, and the cost of inviting him to complete the task is very high. But your brother Fekich spent a lot of money to hire Mr. Luke to the Holy Mountain, so that the letter he wrote to me and the check he sent to me could be delivered safely. Mr. Luke did not disappoint your brother Fekich and delivered the letter and check to me. Today I bought 4 stores in one go, and I am one step closer to becoming the person with the most stores in the Holy Mountain. That's why I held a pool party that is popular in Raging Wave City, hoping that Mr. Luke will feel like he is back in Raging Wave City. Luke didn't know whether Mrs. Fekich was introducing herself or taking the opportunity to show off her wealth. But the effect was pretty good. Eating the meat of the Fekich family, drinking the wine of the Fekich family, and experiencing the world fashion of the Fekich family. The Fekich family invited 2 humans to the pool party. What else can you say? Of course, the barbarians didn't give Luke a good face because of this. They pretended not to see him and continued to eat, drink and have fun. Mrs. Fekich certainly knew the personality of the Stone family. She said to Luke, a bunch of guys who have never seen the world. They will never understand how the Fekich family makes so much money. I'm really sorry. I don't have many human friends. I invited a few, but they said they wouldn't come when they heard these guys would come. If they bother you, please tell me immediately. Luke said, it's okay. I didn't expect to see such a pool party with the characteristics of Raging Waves in the Holy Mountain. It really feels like home. After receiving the compliment, Mrs. Fekich immediately said happily, this is fashion. I wish you have fun at the pool party. Just treat this place as your home in Raging Waves. Luke laughed. It is estimated that Fekich did not dare to tell his wife in the letter what the pool party is. Beauty, swimsuits, strong hormones, are all taboos for family stability. It probably means a group of people drinking and eating around the pool. As a result, it turned out like this when I arrived at the Holy Mountain. Looking at a group of barbarians singing and dancing around the swimming pool, Luke thought that such a party was quite interesting. Want to drink? Coconut brought 2 large glasses of wine from the servant and handed one to Luke. Mrs. Fekich is a good person. She said she would issue a commission to my adventure group. Madam has so many stores. She must need a lot of goods. I'm going to make a fortune. Luke took the wine glass, and the large caliber wine glass just reflected the moon in the sky in the middle. He drank a lot of wine, and the alcohol was very strong. Congratulations. Fekich is a very powerful barbarian merchant. If you learn from him, you can really make a fortune. Coconut clinked his glasses with Luke. Thank you too. If it weren't for you, I would never have met Mrs. Thekacek. Next, we have to prepare seriously for the strongman competition. I heard that because of the truce, many barbarians from far away also came to participate. The strength of the contestants in this strongman competition is very strong. Did I hear it wrong? A passing barbarian exclaimed loudly. A human also wants to participate in the strongman competition. I can break your thin arms with just one finger. The barbarian's ridicule caused the other barbarians to laugh. They had long been dissatisfied with the two humans who came to the barbarian party. And this time, they finally found an opportunity. An obviously drunken barbarian staggered towards Coconut. He looked at Coconut's body and said disdainfully, "Although you have some barbarian blood, you are tall by human female standards. But you are not strong enough." Coconut replied, "Sorry. It's not me who is participating in the strongman competition. It's Mr. Luke." What a human. A purebred human. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I heard tonight. The strongman competition is a contest between barbarians, and it's better for weak humans to stay away. Luke put down his glass and stretched out his hand to the drunken barbarian. Who is the joke tonight? You will know after a competition. The barbarian looked at Luke's hand with disdain on his face. He stretched out his own hand, which was broad, with thick fingers and thick calluses on the surface, like a farmer's iron rake. Compared with the barbarian's hand, Luke's hand was extremely white, like a craftsman who made precision devices. It seemed that if the barbarian grabbed it casually, it would break like porcelain. Hearing that the human dared to take the initiative to challenge, the other barbarians all gathered around, as if they had heard the human screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The drunken barbarian didn't even put down the wine glass in his other hand. He stretched out his hand to hold Luke's hand, and then increased his strength at will. But he found that he was holding a piece of iron. "You use magic?" the barbarian asked. He looked down, but found that there was no sign of magic on the human hand. "Am I drunk and not performing well?" The barbarian increased his strength, but the feeling in his palm did not change at all. How could a human hand be so hard? "Keep increasing the strength." Luke looked at the barbarian's red face and said with a smile, "Is that all the strength you have? I don't think you are a barbarian. Last time a goblin shook hands with me, I felt that he was stronger than you. You wait." The barbarian put down the wine glass and used all his strength. His face was swollen and purple, and he even farted. But the other party still had no reaction. "Magic? You must have used magic." Chapter 420 Angels Arrive. "Keki, you must be drunk. You are embarrassing the barbarians in front of humans." A big barbarian pushed the barbarian Keki aside, stretched out his hand and grabbed Luke's hand, and then found that under his grip, the other party did not react at all. Strange. Luke smiled and said, "It's meaningless to compete in strength like this. Let's set up a table and arm wrestle." "Come on. Set up the table." Mrs. Thekacek, who was watching the fight, immediately ordered the servants to move the table. Two barbarians embarrassed themselves in front of humans in a row, which aroused the fighting spirit of other barbarians. A special table was set up, and the barbarians lined up and took turns to arm wrestle with Luke to compete in strength. Luke was having a great time in the holy mountain of Tadega Hill. On the same night, a group of angels descended on the city of St. Louis in the Empire. Over the city at night, dozens of angels radiated holy light, like a group of meteors drawing white light trails from the horizon. Unlike the courtesy of the first angel's descent, this group of angels was extremely ostentatious. They first descended in various places in the city and showed miracles to the secular people. Then they gathered together at low altitude, emitting holy light towards the palace. The large-scale descent of angels immediately caused an uproar in St. Louis City. Most people saw angels at such a close distance for the first time, and they were attracted by the heroic and holy image of the angels. Many people even bowed down to the angel. The whole city seemed to be in a celebration. Unlike the ignorance of the citizens, the imperial palace was in a state of being ready to face a formidable enemy. The palace floated up urgently. The defense system in and around the palace was activated, and the magic towers built around the palace projected magic beams of light to the rising palace, forming a circle of complex golden barriers together with the magic towers inside the palace. The royal knights and palace guards guarding the palace all entered their respective combat positions, and the magic cannons were deformed and extended from the hidden buildings, and the spires in all directions were filled with court mages. It can be said that if it were not for the special circumstances when Fania forced the palace last time, he could not even enter the door of the palace. The descending angels did not attack the imperial palace in a defensive state. They surrounded the imperial palace outside the defensive barrier. All the angels wore angel armor, held angel swords in both hands, and stood in the air. A pair of angel wings were spread and slightly flapped, and white light bands connected the nearby angels. The scene was extremely tense, as if a war would break out at any time. A female angel slowly landed outside the palace gate from a high altitude, only an arm's length away from the palace's protective shield. The female angel summoned a sword and held it in her hand, chanting an ancient angel language, and the sword emitted a dazzling strong light. Then the female angel swung her sword and slashed at the palace's protective shield. After a clanging sound of metal colliding, the seemingly solid protective shield actually shook violently. This scene shocked all the guards in the palace. To them, the palace's protective shield was as indestructible as a copper wall. The royal chief knight Milscom walked to the palace gate fully armed, and the protective barrier opened a door. Milscom stepped over the gate, saluted the female angel, and said politely, "This is the palace of the Golden Shield Empire. Sky City sent angels to come here at will without giving us any notice. Is there anything important?" The female angel threw the sword in her hand into the air, and the sword scatters into light and disappears. Then the female angel summoned a thick book and floated it on her palm. "I am Teresa, the first to spread the Holy Scripture. You can call me Teresa, or the first to spread the Holy Scripture. I belong to the Sky City Inquisition, and was commissioned by the Archangel of the Sword of Oath to build a temple in St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire. And I am the guardian angel of the St. Louis City Temple. Your regent queen should not have slept yet." Milscom frowned and said, "Hello. Teresa's Archangel of Inquisition. Regarding the construction of the temple in St. Louis City, our queen has already talked with Archangel Gold, and decided to meet again later. Now Archangel Gold is invited by the Moonlight Queen to visit the Moonlight Royal Court. If you are not sure, you can go to the Moonlight Royal Court to ask." Teresa said proudly, "What Archangel Gold and your queen have agreed on has nothing to do with our Inquisition. The construction of the cathedral in St. Louis City is the order given to me by the Chief Judge Angel Sword of Oath. I am only responsible for executing the order, and will clear any obstacles that prevent me from completing the task." Teresa threatened to use force. Knight Milscom heard that Teresa had no respect for Archangel Gold, and knew that the situation in front of him was not something he could handle. "Teresa, Judge Angel, our queen is already waiting in the palace. Anything can be discussed. Please follow me." Knight Milscom made an invitation, and behind him was a door opened by the palace's protective shield, and inside it stood the palace guards, who were ready for battle. Teresa chuckled, flapped her wings slightly, and floated into the palace, with her faith and the Holy Scripture floating beside her. The other angels did not move, and all stayed firmly in the airspace they occupied, forming a very stressful formation. Milscom only took a glance, and knew that these were all experienced angels. Although there were also holy judgment angels in the Gold Archangel mission, they were like immature children compared to the group of angels brought by Teresa. Teresa had entered the palace alone, and she had great confidence in her own strength. Knight Milscom retreated into the palace cautiously, and the protective shield closed again. The angel still did not make any move, allowing Teresa to enter the depths of the palace. At this time, all the lights in the palace were turned on, especially in the main hall, which was as bright as day. Queen Christina sat on her queen's throne, with a solemn demeanor, and did not reveal her inner turmoil. The royal knights under the stage were divided into 2 rows, with shining armor and extraordinary might. Princess Agatha came through a special passage. "Your Highness," Agatha saluted Queen Christina, "I have ordered all the imperial spies on duty in the imperial capital to assemble and wait, and the city garrison corps can enter the city at any time." Queen Christina asked Agatha, "Do you know what the purpose of the angels coming to St. Louis City without any signs and surrounding the palace is?" Agatha shook her head. "I don't know. The style of these angels is obviously very different from that of Archangel Gold. According to our standards, Archangel Gold is an elder that people respect from the heart." Queen Christina nodded and said, "Yes. Talking with Archangel Gold always gives people new insights. These angels are very strong. If the battle has to be fought, can the palace be defended?" "This," Agatha said helplessly, "there has been no record of any large-scale battles in Sky City for thousands of years. Without reference, I have no way to predict. If war is unavoidable, we can only fight to the death to defend the honor of the Golden Shield royal family and the Empire." Agatha was so pessimistic about the defensive battle that Queen Christina couldn't help but sigh. If Meteor and Clear Sky were here, it would be great. Unfortunately, Clear Sky returned to the Moonlight Court. And Meteor. Do you know where Meteor is? He doesn't seem to be in the team that returned to the Moonlight Court with Miss Clear Sky. Agatha replied, I don't know either. The battle report from the City of Raging Waves said that the Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves had successfully captured Songta Harbor. Meteor should be in the City of Raging Waves to coordinate the war in the north. But he disappeared at this time. I think he must have something more important to do, and had to do it himself. It seems we can only rely on ourselves in this crisis. Let's first hear what the purpose of these angels is. Not long after waiting, a guard came in to report. The angel of the Holy Judgment of Sky City first sent Holy Canon Teresa to request an audience. Without waiting for the announcement, Teresa had already walked into the hall. She ignored the royal knights who were full of fighting spirit, walked straight to the throne, and said to Queen Christina on the Queen's throne, I came to St. Louis City on the order of the Archangel of the Sword of Oath to fulfill his agreement with His Majesty Augustine and build a church in St. Louis City. After saying that, Teresa glanced at the empty throne. Queen Christina didn't expect that the angels came so aggressively just for this purpose. She said to Teresa, I have already discussed with Archangel Gold about building a temple in St. Louis. Teresa stopped Queen Christina from continuing. I accepted the order of Archangel Sword of Oath. And I came in this way because I hope you know my attitude. Queen Christina and Agatha looked at each other. It's just a temple. So why should Sky City take such an attitude? Even at the cost of exposing the contradictions among the archangels. Seeing Teresa's firm attitude, she was willing to use force to achieve her goal. Queen Christina decided to take a step back and avoid the edge. And then see what the real purpose of Sword of Oath was for building a temple in St. Louis. Regarding the construction of the cathedral in St. Louis City. Since it is an agreement between Your Majesty and the Sword of Oath, we are of course willing to accept it. It's just that the cathedral needs to be admired by the world. And the site selection and architectural design need to be taken seriously. There are also land acquisition, construction, decoration and other complex processes. This takes a lot of time and cannot be built in a few years. Who would have thought that? Teresa said, the cathedral, you can build it slowly. The Silver Manor has no owner now. And my angels, and I can use the Silver Manor as a temporary cathedral. Her Majesty the Queen only needs to announce the legitimacy of the St. Louis City Cathedral to the outside world. The Sky City was so anxious to build the St. Louis City Cathedral, which made Queen Christina believe that the purpose of the angels was not just as simple as building a cathedral. The Silver Manor is involved in an important case within the Empire, and it is under investigation by the Imperial Secret Service. Teresa smiled and said, It doesn't matter what kind of manor it is, as long as I and the angels I brought can move in. Tomorrow morning, the Golden Shield Empire must announce the establishment of a temple in St. Louis City. At this time, Knight Milscombe walked behind Queen Christina and whispered to her the number of angels that descended this time. Hearing that there were 38 angels descending this time, Queen Christina's face changed. What exactly is the matter that requires Sky City to station 38 angels in St. Louis City? And they are all very powerful Holy Judgment angels. However, since Sky City has shown such a powerful force at once, it is obvious that it is determined to obtain the Holy Temple of St. Louis City. In such a situation, it is obviously very ignorant to refuse stubbornly. In the northern border of the Empire, the Spring War officially started. This spring is extremely important for the later direction of the Ark County Alliance War. On the southern front of the Empire, the Northern Army and the Barbarian Army have ceased fighting. In the Crescent Oasis in the western border of the Empire, the second Prince Alex has sent people to the imperial capital many times to inquire about the news and secretly contacted many officials. At this time, the center of the empire cannot have any signs of instability, not to mention the enmity with Sky City, or even war. Okay, Queen Christina said to the angel Teresa, I heard that Her Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky invited Archangel Gold to the Moonlight Royal Court to discuss the construction of a holy temple in the Moonlight Royal Court. The return of angels to the secular world is a great thing for kind people. As the Queen Regent of the Golden Shield Empire, I agree to Sky City's request to build a temple in St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire. Before the construction of the St. Louis City Temple is completed, the guardian angels of the temple can move into the Silver Manor. In the future, the Silver Manor will be given to the angels as a temporary temple. Agatha, will you complete the handover of the Silver Manor tomorrow morning? Is there any problem? Agatha replied, Your Highness, no problem. I will send someone to finish the unfinished work overnight to ensure that the angels have a comfortable and clean residence tomorrow. Queen Christina asked Teresa, "Are you satisfied with the holy angel of judgment, Teresa?" Building the temple in St. Louis City was Sky City's request. Silver Manor was a gift from the Golden Shield Empire. Teresa didn't care about Queen Christina's verbal advantage over Sky City. For her, completing the mission of the Sword of Oath was the most important thing. Angels can only search for the lost artifacts in secret if they enter St. Louis City legally. In order to keep it secret and prevent other ancient civilizations from finding out that the artifacts had been revealed in St. Louis City. All the angels who entered St. Louis City this time were angels who had participated in ancient wars. Only they understand the power of the artifacts and how important the artifacts are to angels. Angel Teresa, who achieved her goal, saluted Queen Christina and turned to leave. Soon, news came from outside that all the angels surrounding the palace had evacuated, and the palace was slowly landing after confirming its safety. After the palace landed steadily, Queen Christina ordered Agatha, the Secret Service should find a way to find out the real purpose of these angels' arrival. Agatha replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Queen Christina continued to order, "Knight Milscombe, we are too passive in the face of Sky City. The Empire may face unconventional wars in the future, and it needs warriors and weapons that can fight against angels. As the chief knight of the royal family, you cannot just be a royal bodyguard. This matter is handed over to you. Put some pressure on all scientific research institutions in the Empire." Knight Milscombe saluted Queen Christina. "Yes, Your Highness. I will complete the important task you have given me." The Queen ordered again, "Send someone to the Moonlight Royal Court as soon as possible to tell Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen what happened in St. Louis City. We can't find the meteorite, but she will definitely find it." Chapter 421 Dance and Martial Arts. Luke, who was far away in the holy mountain of Tadega Hill, didn't know that his home had been stolen by Sky City. He sat firmly in the position of the champion, welcoming challenges from barbarians one after another. His arm on the table seemed to be growing on it, and any barbarian who came forward to compete could not move it at all. And when Luke began to exert his strength, the barbarian was easily defeated. All the barbarians couldn't believe what was happening. A human could actually defeat the barbarians in a simple strength competition. Many barbarians who lost the game suspected that Luke used magic. So Mrs. Feachik asked someone to put a magic wave detection plate on the competition table. The pointer on the magic wave detection disc did not move, but the barbarian still could not shake Luke's arm. The barbarian looked at Luke with respect. In the barbarian's value system, strength is charm. They worship strength and respect strongmen with absolute strength. Although Luke's human identity made the barbarian stone family members dislike him at first, after rounds of competition, Luke conquered the barbarians with pure strength. They went from queuing to challenge Luke to queuing to drink with Luke. Alcohol is another hobby of the barbarian, and another part of the barbarian culture. If a barbarian is willing to drink with you, it means that you have been accepted as a partner by him. During the drinking contest, Coconut showed her huge capacity. At first, she was a little reserved and didn't dare to drink a lot. But after a few drinks, this woman with barbarian blood showed her true colors. One cup after another, she filled a large oak cup with wine and drank it in one breath. And one barbarian after another was knocked to the ground by her. The pool party lasted until midnight, and there was no barbarian standing by the pool. Coconut staggered along the edge of the pool with a glass of wine. After drinking so much wine, she was already drunk. Luke also drank a lot of wine. Even if he secretly used magic to burn the alcohol in his body, his mind was still drowsy from the anesthesia of alcohol. Then he noticed that Coconut was a little different from usual. "Did I drink too much and my eyes were blurry?" Luke shook his head and looked at Coconut again. And then, he could not help but open his Thunderfire eye. Coconut was standing by the swimming pool in a girlish posture. She stood on tiptoe and tried to walk in a straight line, but her footsteps were crooked, as if she would fall into the swimming pool at any time. A very normal girl entertaining herself after being drunk. It was just that the water in the swimming pool was a little abnormal. Every time Coconut took a step, the water in the swimming pool would ripple, and the center of the ripple was the point where Coconut's footsteps fell. Luke, who noticed something was wrong, came to Coconut's side and observed her steps. "Oh!" Coconut was startled by Luke, who suddenly came to her side. "Mr. Luke, am I disturbing you? Take off your shoes." Luke observed Coconut's feet and said in a commanding tone. Coconut's feet were wearing a pair of big-headed hiking boots. which were severely worn because he walked a lot and was reluctant to buy new ones. Take off your shoes? Coconut was very surprised by Luke's sudden request. Luke explained, I need to redetermine your race through your feet. Redetermine my race? Coconut was even more surprised. I am a human with barbarian blood. Isn't it obvious? You are right that you have barbarian blood. But the other part needs to be redetermined whether you are human or not. Take off your shoes first. Coconut said as she took off her shoes. My grandfather was a barbarian. And my mother's family was human. What is there to confirm again? Coconut took off her shoes and stood barefoot by the swimming pool. She saw Luke staring at her feet intently. And said shyly, Mr. Luke, can I put on my shoes? Take 2 steps. Ah? I said take 2 steps. Okay. Okay. Coconut took 2 steps along the swimming pool. At this time, she was no longer drunk. And her mind was full of random thoughts. Mr. Luke, what does he want to do to me? Stand on your toes? And walk the same way you walk here just now. Coconut was so flustered that she could no longer make her own judgment. She just did whatever Luke said. She stood on tiptoe. And her legs looked straighter and longer. Her center of gravity moved forward. And when she stepped forward, her figure was like a leaping deer. Luke's attention was not on Coconut's beautiful figure at the moment. He observed the swimming pool. And the ripples on the water surface were bigger. He opened the thunder fire eye again and observed the direction of the force field that suddenly appeared. The center of the force field was at the tip of Coconut's toes. The change in Luke's eyes attracted Coconut's attention. Mr. Luke, what's wrong with your eyes? Luke made a gesture to keep silent. He released the thunder fire eye and looked around again. The barbarians lying on the ground snored loudly. Don't tell anyone about the change in my eyes. Coconut immediately covered his mouth and nodded. Mr. Luke, I won't tell anyone. But can I put on my shoes? Luke said, no. You need a pair of special shoes. A pair of beautiful heelless shoes. Heelless shoes? Coconut said in surprise. I have to walk a lot every day. And wearing heelless shoes will be very tiring. For humans, wearing heelless shoes for a long time will cause serious damage to the body. But you are not a human being. When you get used to heelless shoes, you will find the real power you have. Coconut stared and asked, I am not human? But my parents are? Luke found a document on his phone, a long time ago. A mysterious supernatural creature appeared in the Tadega Hills. Their name was originally the god of dance. Because they all wore heelless shoes. Their steps were like those of a graceful dancer. Later, they were called the god of war. Because they had extraordinary power, which was stronger than that of a dragon. The reason why the god of war wore heelless shoes and walked on tiptoe was because this way of walking allowed them to gain a force field, which was the source of their power. Coconut said in disbelief, You mean? I am the god of war? Luke said, This is an incomplete data I got by chance during an adventure. I just saw that when you walked on tiptoe, a weak force field was indeed formed. So I made this judgment. But my family is very ordinary. This is normal. Luke showed off the knowledge brought to him by the clear sky. There are many ways to produce extraordinary species, among which the mutation of genes during hybridization is a very large category. The recorded martial gods can be traced back to the ancient war period. War forced many races to leave their habitats and migrate long distances. The first large-scale migration of humans to the Tadega Hills was during that period. The god of war may be a supernatural hybrid born from the marriage between barbarians and humans under certain conditions. How your god of war bloodline becomes dominant is a very interesting research topic. Luke's words stunned Coconut. Mr. Luke, you know so much. Luke said, as an adventurer, erudition and knowledge reserve are essential skills. Because when you are adventuring, you don't know which skill can save your life. According to my judgment, your god of war bloodline may be dominant under stress. Maybe you were scared by the volcanic eruption. Or maybe you drank too much alcohol just now, which made your body reach the conditions for the god of war bloodline to be dominant. But recessive can become dominant. And dominant may also become recessive. What you need to do is to consolidate the dominant martial god bloodline and continuously activate more bloodline power. Coconut said in amazement, Mr. Luke is really knowledgeable. I don't understand what you said about recessive. Dominant. Bloodline. Bloodline. Luke had to speak human language, from now on. I will train you to turn you from a pseudo-martial god into a real powerful female Valkyrie. Although Coconut didn't understand most of the nouns, he understood powerful. Mr. Luke, you know so much. I will listen to you in everything. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Then, Luke thought for a moment, and found that he really didn't know how to train the god of war. After all, this kind of extraordinary creature only appeared in small quantities in the late period of ancient wars. The player's information is incomplete, so he can only deduce based on Chinkung's knowledge. Start with the cat walk. Cat walk? Go catch a cat first, and then observe how it walks. Throw away all your old shoes, and from now on you can only walk on tiptoes. Coconut immediately raised his heels and asked doubtfully, Mr. Luke, you are not teasing me, are you? Luke looked at Coconut and asked, do you think I have the time and energy to tease you? Practice well. I also want to see what the true god of war looks like. Okay. Fine. I'll go catch a cat. Coconut picked up her boots from the ground and ran. After running 2 steps, she remembered something and changed to running on tiptoe, jumping like a running deer. Luke looked at Coconut's back as she ran away and thought, should I let her catch a deer? But since she has already said to catch a cat, let's practice like a cat first. Coconut left, and the quiet night made the savages snoring particularly loud. Luke yawned and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Coconut had caught a short-tailed cat from somewhere. Her full attention was on the cat. She followed the cat wherever it went, with a light step and a little bit of elegance. It was just because she was barefoot that her soles were dirty. Coconut, I'm going out to do something. When Mrs. Fekachik sobers up, you can accompany her to tell stories. I will buy you a pair of shoes that fit you on the way back. Thank you, Mr. Luke. Coconut saw the cat running away and immediately chased after it. Then stopped and shouted to Luke, Mr. Luke, there is a strongman competition this afternoon. Don't be late. Got it. Luke waved to Coconut and left Fekachik's house. He found a secluded place to change into the clothes he had prepared. After a little disguise on his face, he took a detour to the black magic pharmacy where he had been yesterday. There was a black money scorpion hanging outside the door of the pharmacy. Luke did not knock on the door immediately. His usual caution made him walk around the area a few more times. There were no suspicious people, so it should be safe. He went forward and knocked on the door. The small window on the door opened, and the man with the pimple face asked impatiently, What's the matter? I came here yesterday and bought a dose of medicine for my seriously ill wife. It was very effective. I want to buy another one. The man with the pimple face finally recognized the man with 2 mustaches outside the door. He was the Imperial spy who came yesterday. He opened the door, looked outside carefully, and said to Luke, Come in. Luke followed the man with the pimple face into the house, and avoided the poisonous insects he encountered along the way. When he arrived at the house at the end, everything was the same as yesterday. My lord, I contacted the wizard last night. He was extremely grateful to the Empire for rescuing him, and was willing to be your informant to find out the news inside the Abyss Temple for you. Luke asked, Did the wizard say any useful information? The man with the pimple face replied, The wizard said that Apostle Victor ordered the arrest of a high-ranking priest yesterday, and that priest went crazy and died shortly after being imprisoned. His death was very miserable. The wizard saw the body being dragged out, and the body was twisted and could not be seen in human form. I heard that the apostles are using the power of the abyss to test the abyss mages. The wizard is very worried that he will be sent to accept the gaze of the abyss. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Abyss mages join the Abyss Temple. Isn't it to embrace the abyss? Now they are afraid of even the gaze. The man with the sore face also laughed awkwardly. Wizards are still different from other abyss mages. In fact, many abyss mages come to the Holy Mountain to join the Abyss Temple with aspirations. But not everyone can bear the fear brought by the abyss. I have seen many abyss mages who are no longer human, even if some of them still look like humans. Luke put away his smile and asked, What was the name of the abyss priest who died yesterday? Lonkovi. Not Egbert. Luke breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Egbert was still trusted, but he didn't know how long he could be trusted. You did a good job. Luke took out a few silver notes, but it's far from what I expected of you and the wizard. I will come again at this time tomorrow. If there is new news, I will hang a black money scorpion outside the door. Valuable information will definitely bring you corresponding value. The man with the sore face took the money and said with some embarrassment, The wizard is imprisoned in the cell. It is already difficult to send news out, and we have to find out valuable information. My lord, Luke said, there is more valuable information in the cell. As long as the wizard is willing to find a way to find out, it will definitely bring you gains. In addition, Luke picked up the big spoon on the side of the pot and scooped out a spoonful of green soup from it, and said to the man with the sore face, "The gas produced by this medicine will cause sores on the face and body if you inhale too much. Remove the scorpion venom and replace it with the chicken viper venom. The effect is the same, but the toxicity is not so great." Chapter 422 Unintentional Intelligence. Luke left the black magic potion shop. Although he did not obtain any useful intelligence this time, he at least confirmed that he had a smooth connection with the wizard. The Abyss Temple was conducting a large-scale internal purge. There must be many Abyss wizards in the cells, and there must be useful intelligence in them. Let's follow this line first, and see what we can gain. Using the anti-tracking skills learned in the Secret Intelligence Bureau, Luke found a secluded place to change his clothes back. Then he went to customize shoes for Coconut. The shoes of the God of War are not simple heelless shoes. Last night, Luke consulted the Spirit Library through Qigong. After consulting a few graphic materials related to the God of War, he had a general understanding of the God of War. When the God of War focuses on the front of his feet, a range force field will be formed under his feet, and the God of War at the center of the force field will receive a huge increase in strength. The God of War can even step on the force field to rise into the air, and his combat power exceeds that of ordinary angels. You should know that the angels at that time still had artifacts, and the ancient angel language could play its full role. The God of War can compete with the angels at their peak with just pure strength, and he is worthy of the name of God of War. It's a pity that the God of War disappeared after the ancient war. This time, Luke accidentally discovered the coconut with the blood of the God of War. He didn't think he was lucky, just meeting a barbarian in the Tadega Hills. The hybrid of human beings has extraordinary potential. After a rational and clear analysis, Luke made a bold judgment. The God of War is the product of a hybrid gene mutation, which results in a very small number of him, and he cannot inherit the power of the God of War through reproduction. However, the gene of the God of War is passed down from generation to generation in a recessive way. In other words, the person with the bloodline of the God of War is not just Coconut, and there may be a very large base of people carrying the recessive God of War gene in the Tadega Hills. If we can find a way to identify and stimulate the dominant gene of the God of War through the study of the bloodline of Coconut's God of War, we can develop a large number of warriors with top-level extraordinary power from the Tadega Hills. The strategic position of Tadega Hills soared in Luke's mind. Training Coconut changed from curiosity about the God of War to a must-do task. Luke found a shoemaking workshop, asked the craftsman for paper and pen, and drew the training boots he designed for Coconut. There is an ancient mural illustration in the spiritual library, which has the closest figure to the God of War. The God of War in it is not wearing the heelless shoes that Luke imagined at first, but a pair of cow hoof boots. Given the level of civilization in Tadega Hills at that time, cow hoof boots should be made of real cow hooves. The boots designed by Luke for Coconut are based on the cow hoof boots on the mural. The sole of the foot is thickened and enlarged, and the material must take into account both hardness and elasticity, and a layer of solid metal nails is added to the bottom. The boots are supported by skeletons, and the center of gravity is perfectly positioned in the center of the sole through mechanical structure. The entire calf is tightly bound in the boot shaft, which reduces the fatigue of Coconut during training. The human shoemaker looked at the drawings in his hand with a very strange expression. "Customer, do you really want to make this strange women's boots?" Luke took out the money that was twice the price of making a pair of boots. "Make this pair of women's boots as fast as you can." The shoemaker happily took the money. What bad taste the customer has are the customer's business, and doing business is to make money. "Customer, please wait. I will make the boots you want soon." The shoemaker quickly found the materials, and expertly measured the size and cut the shoes. Luke watched from the side, chatting with the shoemaker about what interesting things happened in the Holy Mountain recently. As they talked, the shoemaker couldn't help but sighed. "I heard that the Duke of Celtic is about to launch a new round of domestic war mobilization. Originally, war has nothing to do with us humans, and the barbarians disdain the fighting power of humans. But a few days ago, many humans were recruited to join the city militia. This is not a good sign. Maybe one day I will be captured and forced to serve as a soldier, holding simple weapons and fighting against the well-equipped Imperial army." The Duke of Celtic actually recruited humans as soldiers. Although it is only an informal city militia now, it is of great significance. Luke asked casually, "Will the barbarians allow humans to join the army? Can they let go of their pride?" "Pride cannot win a war. I heard that the Empire has transferred the entire northern army to the Tadega Hills. The barbarians alone cannot stop the Imperial army. Luke was very interested in the shoemaker's point of view. He said, I heard that the Duke of Celtic is secretly negotiating peace with the Emperor's grandson Sinclair. The current truce is the result of the peace talks. The shoemaker said, although I don't understand war. I know that behind the war are countless craftsmen, like me, who provide supplies for the army fighting on the front line. This week I have handed in 10 pairs of shoes in place of the new war tax. The grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair, only has the northern army. No matter how strong his army is, the soldiers still need to eat and wear clothes. The Tadega Hills can barely support a barbarian army, but not the northern army, which relies more on logistics. The war will start sooner or later. Luke couldn't help but admire the shoemaker, although your point of view is not mainstream. It makes sense. How did you analyze it so deeply? The shoemaker smiled and said, many people of status will come to me to buy shoes and customize shoes. When I chat with them, I learn some things that outsiders don't know. For example, I can only make 10 pairs of shoes a day, but a craftsman in those shoe factories can make hundreds or thousands of pairs of shoes a day. This is the gap. In the past, the bigwigs did not allow factories to be opened in Tadega Hills. But this war made them see the gap between our strength and the Empire. And some bigwigs have been reflecting on it. The Duke's meeting room has argued many times about this matter. The shoemaker said proudly to show that he really knew many bigwigs. This is news we can't hear. Luke praised the shoemaker. Your craftsmanship is really popular with bigwigs. Can you say more? If the Duke really allows Tadega Hills to open a factory, this is a good business opportunity. Luke took out a few banknotes and stuffed them into the shoemaker. The shoemaker happily took the money and told everything he heard without any sense of confidentiality. Let Luke roughly analyze a few important points. The scene that the Celtic Duke imagined that he would unite to fight against the Empire did not happen. As the Western nobles turned to the Empire, the external environment of Tadega Hill became even worse. Tadega Hill has almost no industry, relying on small peasant economy to fight against the industrial empire. It can only survive until now because of the concentrated outbreak of internal and external troubles in the empire. At this stage of the war, some Tadega nobles have realized that the era when barbarians could easily win by physical strength alone is over. If Tadega Hill still wants to keep this private land, it must implement changes as soon as possible and introduce industry. However, the entry of industry will inevitably impact the traditional industries of Tadega. Some conservative nobles regard the opening of factories as a sign of the decadent new nobles. Therefore, there was a heated debate in the meeting hall of the Duke's castle about whether to introduce industry or not. However, some things can reveal some of the attitudes of the Celtic Duke. Recruiting human beings into military service is not only because of the shortage of soldiers in the war, but also a test of the traditional power of the barbarians. First, open a gap in the city militia of the irregular military unit to allow the human beings to enter the military system of Tadega Hills, and then slowly push forward like a frog in warm water. Tadega Hills has reached a point where it will die if it does not change. But it may still have hope of survival if it changes. In order to confirm the source of the information, Luke provoked the shoemaker and said, "What you said is too incredible. If the Duke relaxes the restrictions and allows the opening of factories in the Holy Mountain, with the factory's production capacity, won't you hand craftsmen go bankrupt first? I know that many workshops in the Holy Mountain have big backgrounds." The shoemaker really fell into the trap, and he hurriedly defended himself. "I heard all this from Master Morik, who is a trusted steward of Lord Sergei. He told me personally." The shoemaker looked outside and said in a very low voice, "Lord Sergei donated a large sum of money, and he will serve as the captain of the Holy Mountain City Militia Human Brigade in the near future. Moreover, Lord Sergei is secretly selling shops and workshops to prepare for the lifting of factory restrictions, and then concentrate funds to buy factory equipment. Recently, a barbarian lady happened to be buying shops and workshops on a large scale." "I see." Yesterday, Luke was quite puzzled as to how Mrs. Fekicik could buy shops so smoothly, to the extent that she could buy 4 shops a day. It turned out that someone was secretly selling to recover funds. If the Duke of Kelt really lifts the factory restrictions, Mrs. Fekicik's huge handicraft workshops will face the risk of bankruptcy. Then Sergei can buy back the shops from Mrs. Fekicik at a very low price. It's just, Mrs. Fekicik is a cheater, and Sergei's seemingly experienced operation is destined to shoot himself in the foot. Luke thought about it, and came up with a plan. He continued to chat with the shoemaker, and obtained some important and unimportant information. When the shoemaker finished making Luke's customized boots, it was just noon. Luke took the boots in his hand and found that the materials were very sufficient. The upper was wrapped with calfskin, which was soft, strong and breathable. The bottom of the sole was made of black bakelite, which had the texture of rubber and was much harder than rubber. The metal nails were evenly arranged, and more than a dozen nails with threads were on a plane without ups and downs. The boots are tied with a shoelace at the back, and the tightness can be adjusted freely. Luke was very satisfied with the boots, gave the shoemaker a generous tip, and put the boots into his bag and left. Returning to Feekchik's house, he called Coconut, who was still walking the cat, to his room. At this time, Coconut had become accustomed to walking on tiptoes, and his steps were as beautiful as a dancer. Luke moved a chair and sat down, looking at Coconut standing in front of him, and asked, "Do you feel anything?" Coconut felt his current state and answered with enlightenment, "I seem to be able to feel the force field you mentioned. It is looming. If you don't remind me, I will definitely not be able to perceive it. Do I really have the bloodline of the god of war you said?" Luke opened his thunder eyes and observed Coconut's feet. Although the force field was weak, the frequency was stable. Compared with last night, the intensity had increased. This shows that the training was effective. Luke took out the boots customized for Coconut from his bag. "This is the training boot I designed for you. It can help you better control your center of gravity." Hearing that there were new boots, Coconut was very happy to take them. But after seeing the style of the boots, she said with a strange expression, "Why is the forefoot of the boot so thick?" Luke replied, "If the forefoot is thick, your heel will not fall down, which is helpful for center of gravity training. This is not the final form of your combat boots. It will be constantly modified according to the actual situation in the future. At least there will be enchantments and alchemy blessings." As he spoke, Luke summoned a chair and moved it behind Coconut, and summoned a square table to place between the two of them. Then Luke took out an agreement and a pen. "Due to the special nature of your bloodline, I need to sign an agreement with you. The agreement is based on the principle of mutual consent. Once signed, you are not allowed to refuse to perform your obligations for any reason." "Oh!" Coconut took the pen and signed her name on the agreement. Luke didn't expect Coconut to be so cooperative, saving a lot of words. Luke also signed the agreement, and then took the agreement and briefly told Coconut about the obligations she needed to fulfill. "Due to the fact that I am the discoverer of the God of War bloodline, I automatically have the research priority and development priority of the God of War bloodline. You are the first carrier of the God of War bloodline that I have discovered. During the entire research period, you must unconditionally cooperate with my research project. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leak any information about the God of War bloodline to anyone. The agreement will take effect after both parties sign it." Coconut obviously has not realized that he has just owed a contract. "I have to cooperate with your research unconditionally. So what about my adventure team? Disband? I will give each of them a considerable severance pay. What about my shop? Although I don't have my own shop yet, I will definitely have one in the future." Luke took the agreement and said with some emotion, "I just found out that you are not cut out for business. If you do business, I'm afraid you will lose all your savings. Of course, if you are really interested in doing business, I can arrange an excellent manager for you. You should have heard that real big businessmen do not go to negotiate business by themselves. But my savings are not enough to become a big businessman, and I am afraid I can't afford to hire an excellent manager. You will become a big businessman soon. Put on your shoes quickly," Luke urged. "Lunchtime is coming soon. We have a business to discuss with Mrs. Feekchik. Remember, we are now in a contractual relationship, and you have to listen to me throughout the contract period." "Okay. Okay." Coconut immediately picked up the boots and prepared to put them on. But the soles of his feet were dirty. Coconut said reluctantly, "I'll go wash my feet." "No need." Luke chanted a spell, and a ball of water condensed under Coconut's feet. A spark bounced into the water, and the water immediately gave off hot air. "Wash here. Hot water can speed up blood circulation." This, Coconut's cheeks flushed with shame, but he still put his feet into the water. Chapter 423 Business with Barbarians. Coconut put on new boots, and was surprised to find that he was not unsteady because of the boots' strange appearance. Instead, the center of gravity of his whole body was smoothly pressed on the center of the sole, which was more stable than standing barefoot. Very comfortable. Coconut couldn't help but admire. I thought I had to be on guard against falling when wearing these boots. Coconut took 2 more steps, and the metal soles of the boots made a loud click sound on the floor. Luke observed Coconut's gait and said, "This is the power of technology. This low-end material can only achieve this level in such a short time. When we get back to Raging Waves, I'll have someone measure your feet again, redesign the whole thing, and make a pair of combat boots for you." Coconut asked, "I want to go back to Raging Waves with you?" Luke shook the agreement that Coconut had just signed. "You have to listen to me while the contract is in effect. Let's go. It's time for lunch. Come with me to talk business with Mrs. Feekchik." Okay. Coconut was very excited to hear about talking about business. This is a good opportunity to learn how to do business. Coconut followed Luke with a clack. When they arrived at the restaurant, the servants had already filled the table with food. When Mrs. Feekchik saw Luke, she immediately invited him to the seat closest to her happily. "You drank too much last night, and you went out for the whole morning today. I caught you at noon. You must talk to me more about the city of Raging Waves, which is the center of world fashion. And I am responsible for introducing world fashion to the Holy Mountain. I have been really busy these past 2 days." Luke sat down and said to Mrs. Feekchik, "Thank you for your hospitality. Madam, I want to have a good chat with you about world fashion at lunch today." "Great." At this time, Mrs. Feekchik saw Coconut's new boots and exclaimed, "What a beautiful pair of boots. It makes you stand up straight and gives your body a smooth curve." "Mr. Luke, is this the beauty of female curves that is popular in the world fashion? Are boots of this shape the latest style of women's boots?" This is a kind of medical leg correction boot I customized for Coconut. She injured her leg before and needed to use external force to help repair it." Luke was afraid that Mrs. Feekchik would wear a pair of such boots out, so he made up an excuse and changed the subject. "I heard that you have many shops and workshops in the Holy Mountain." When talking about her second hobby, Mrs. Feekchik's heavily made-up face immediately smiled. "My husband is too good at making money. Every time he sends me money, I don't know how to spend it. You have seen what the Holy Mountain looks like. It is a remote and poor place far away from the fashion center. There is nothing that can show the wealth of the Feekchik family. I can only exchange all the money for the shop, so that everyone can see that although my husband is a barbarian, he is better at business than the most business-savvy human." In the letter that Feekchik wrote to me last time, he mentioned extraordinary pets, which are cute things that the upper-class ladies in Nuteo City like to keep. Can you tell me in detail what kind of pets they are? The extraordinary pet business run by Luke has opened up the market in Nuteo City. At the gathering of upper-class people, talking about extraordinary pets can easily bring 2 people closer. Now the Extraordinary Pet Association opened by Luke has held many extraordinary pet competitions, and the rating standards of extraordinary pets are gradually being accepted by people. The day of issuing certificates and making money is not far away. As the pioneer and monopolist of the extraordinary pet market, Luke has a lot to talk about on this topic. After Luke introduced what extraordinary pets are to Mrs. Feekchik, he said, "Now, as the largest market for extraordinary pets, Nuteo City receives many wealthy people from all over the world who come to buy extraordinary pets every day. Extraordinary pets are docile and easy to train, and are good communication lubricants in most social occasions. Therefore, extraordinary pets have always been in short supply, and some high-quality extraordinary pets need to be auctioned to be obtained." Hearing that extraordinary pets are so popular in the world, Mrs. Feekchik immediately said, "This time when you return to Nuteo City, tell Feekchik that you must buy an extraordinary pet for me. Extraordinary pets are something that the Holy Mountain has never heard of. As the only person who owns it, I will definitely make everyone envious." "Okay, ma'am. After returning to Raging Wave City, I will definitely tell Mr. Feekchik about your request." While Madame Feekchik was happy, Luke asked, "Are there many shops and workshops for sale in the Holy Mountain recently?" Mrs. Feekchik replied, "Yes, there are many shops and workshops for sale. I have to go to negotiate a few deals this afternoon. When Feekchik comes back and sees that I bought so many shops and workshops for him, he will definitely be happy to have a wife who is as good at business as he is." "Madam, you really have a good business sense," Luke praised generously, and then put forward his own small request. "I made a lot of money in my adventuring career, and originally wanted to invest in business in Raging Wave City. But I found that my money could not even buy a factory there. Since there are so many shops and workshops for sale in the Holy Mountain, I want to partner with you to buy more shops." Hearing that Luke actually wanted to invest in shops in the Holy Mountain, Madame Feechik said unfavorably, "It is not a good idea for you, an outsider, to buy shops in the Holy Mountain. The laws here will not protect you. I can buy so many shops because my husband is a member of the barbarian stone family, and his brothers can protect my shops. It is precisely because of this concern that I want to cooperate with you. Madam, I will invest, and you will come forward to buy the store. The store will be under your name, and we will divide the profits privately. As a thank you, I can give you 1/10 of my profits as a thank you to the Wancher family." Mrs. Fekicek was very interested in Luke's proposal. Two people buying stores will definitely buy more than one person. In the eyes of outsiders, so many stores belong to the Fekicek family, which can better show the wealth of the Fekicek family. And Luke is willing to give her 1/10 of his profits, which is free money. Mrs. Fekicek asked, "How much money are you going to invest? If it is too little to buy a few stores, I won't take the 1/10 commission. I have 20,000 in my savings." Mrs. Feechik showed an expression that she was unwilling to take you out to play. "So little? Gold coupons. They are all in the World Bank and can be withdrawn at the Holy Mountain branch. 20,000 gold coupons." Mrs. Feechik widened her eyes. "Is being an adventurer so profitable?" Coconut, who was eating on the side, said, "Mr. Luke is a very good adventurer. The bounty he receives for high-level commissions is very high, very, very high. 20,000 gold coupons is 100 million imperial marks." Coconut knew that Luke had earned 100 million imperial marks on the way to the Holy Mountain. Mrs. Feechik calmed down and said to Luke, "The shops in the Holy Mountain are about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of imperial marks each. Workshops are a little more expensive. After all, workshops are generally large in area, and there are craftsmen and apprentices. Most of them need to pay hundreds of thousands at a time. Some workshops with excellent craftsmen may need millions. Your 100 million imperial marks can buy a lot of shops and workshops." This is similar to what Luke learned. The economy of the Holy Mountain is backward, and the land has not been commercialized. The value of craftsmen is higher than the land. If the Celtic Duke lifts the factory ban and factories enter the Holy Mountain, most craftsmen will be worthless. Therefore, the human merchant Sergei, who knows the inside information, sells off his shops and workshops. Mrs. Fekicek has acquired so many shops and workshops that she will not be competitive in the face of the factories built in the future. But she had to pay taxes and wages, and when she couldn't afford the expenses, she would sell all the shops and workshops at a low price. At that time, the human merchant Sergei would buy all the shops and workshops back. The staff were laid off and sent to the factory, and the land at hand would become more and more expensive as the economy improved. Very smart to take everything. But this time, Mrs. Fekicek had a cheat. Luke was her cheat. Luke said to Mrs. Fekicek, "Then please let me buy all the shops and workshops with my money. I won't stay in the Holy Mountain for too long. So in order to save time, I am willing to buy at a premium. Isn't it too bad to pay a premium?" Luke ate the meat on the plate and answered Mrs. Feechik, "Although it seems a bit bad, compared to making money in the future. Of course, the more shops the better. Madam, you don't have to talk to those merchants who are willing to sell their shops. You can also talk to those who are not willing to sell. I believe that as long as the money is in place, there is no deal that cannot be negotiated." Mrs. Feechik looked at Luke. "Is this the attitude of the upper class in Niteo City to talk about business? I used to argue with others for a little money, which was really too embarrassing. Mr. Luke, don't worry. As long as you are willing to pay a premium, I promise to turn all your money into shops in the Holy Mountain as soon as possible, and the stubborn Stone family will protect their safety." Seeing that Mrs. Fekicek was so confident about the acquisition of the store, Luke continued to say, "It doesn't matter if the 20,000 gold coupons are used up. My credit rating at the World Bank is very good, and I can borrow a large sum of money from them. Just buy the store with confidence, and the money will definitely be enough." As he said, Luke took out a check and handed it to Mrs. Fekicek. Then he took out an agreement. Mrs. Fekicek didn't think much about Luke's ability to get so much money. She was originally a very simple barbarian, without the shrewd mind of her husband. Now with an unlimited amount check to spend, Mrs. Fekicek's second love overwhelmed her first love. After reading the agreement carefully, Mrs. Fekicek signed her name on it if she thought there was no problem. Then she lost her appetite, stuffed some food into her mouth, and went out to buy things. Coconut, who was sitting opposite Luke, asked, "Why do you buy so many shops in the Holy Mountain? As if you can make a lot of money." But according to my understanding of the merchants in the Holy Mountain, the profit of the shops is not high, and the craftsmen can't make much in a day. If you resell the goods outside, you won't need many shops. Luke said, there are short-term and long-term businesses. This time I am doing long-term business. Even if I don't make a profit or even lose money for a period of time, I will definitely make money in the long run. I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Luke didn't intend to explain to Coconut. He asked, are you full? Coconut drank the milk wine in the cup. I'm full. Is there anything else? Isn't there a strongman competition in the afternoon? After eating, let's go to participate in the competition. A morning of training made Coconut forget about the competition. It was only after Luke reminded him that he remembered. Yes, the strongman competition. I saw your competition with those barbarians yesterday. I believe you will definitely surprise everyone in today's competition. Let's go! Coconut, who was extremely enthusiastic about the competition, urged Luke in turn. Luke finished the food on his plate and took the Coconut to the strongman competition. Unexpectedly, he met a group of barbarians just after he went out. They were the barbarians of the Stone family who lost to Luke in the strength contest yesterday. When the barbarians of the Stone family saw Luke, they surrounded him as if they saw their brothers. After a lot of greetings, Luke knew why they came. The barbarians knew that Luke was going to participate in the strongman competition in the afternoon, so they came to cheer for Luke. They were happier than participating in the strongman competition themselves. Brother Luke, you are the strongest human I have ever seen. You will definitely win the strongman competition, but you will never get the gold belt of the strongest man. We still have to see which barbarian can defeat you. The strongest man must be a barbarian. But Brother Luke is really strong. Today the whole Holy Mountain will know that there is a human who is stronger than most barbarians. The strongest human is our good brother. The round-robin battle at the pool party made the barbarians of the Stone family admire Luke's strength. They came to cheer for Luke and also wanted to see who could defeat this human strongman. A large group of barbarians surrounded Luke and paraded through the streets of the Holy Mountain. Many people recognized that this group of barbarians belonged to the Stone family. They scratched their heads and wondered, when did the barbarians of the Stone family become so close to humans? The Hercules Arena is a landmark building in the Holy Mountain. Its shape is similar to the Roman Colosseum, surrounded by step stands and the circular competition venue in the middle. The strongman competition is held once a month. The top 10 will receive a prize, and the first place will receive a gold belt and enjoy the cheers of the audience. The competition is very fast, starting in the afternoon, and most of the time, the champion can be decided near dusk. The registration method is also very simple. There are several huge stone pillars at the entrance to the competition venue. If you hold one of them for 10 seconds, you will be qualified to participate in the official competition. Many barbarians will try, but very few barbarians can completely lift the stone pillar and qualify for the competition. Chapter 424 Hercules Arena. When Luke lined up to lift the stone pillar to get the qualification to enter the game, the Hercules Arena was already full of spectators. The rough style of the Tadega Hills was completely released here. The audience shouted loudly, and some barbarians beat their chests and roared like gorillas. The game has not started yet, but the atmosphere of the game continues to rise. The east stand of the arena has more decorations than other stands. There are stone pillars with totems carved under the stands, and beast sculptures symbolizing bravery above the stands. The area below the beast sculpture is a seat that only people of noble status can get. Most of them are barbarians dressed in gorgeous clothes. Only under the gray wolf statue is a group of humans sitting. Baron Sergei sat in the middle of this group of humans, showing his special status among the people of Tadega Hills. Baron Sergei had flaming red hair, and part of his barbarian blood made him tall and straight. His narrow cheeks made him look less strong than he actually was, and his wolf-like eyes swept over every contestant in the field. Almost all the contestants waiting for the official competition to start were barbarians. This was the innate advantage of the race, and humans were much weaker than barbarians in absolute strength. However, there were still human contestants in the field, but they all had some barbarian blood to a greater or lesser extent. Baron Sergei's attention quickly locked on several human contestants who had qualified for the competition, and he also said to the people around him, "The Duke allowed the establishment of a city militia human brigade, and I was appointed as the brigade leader. I must make the human brigade form combat effectiveness as soon as possible to strive for the Duke's expansion of the human army. These humans who are qualified to participate in the strongman competition will help improve the external image of the human brigade. After the competition, you will communicate with them and try to get them all to join the city militia. Yes, sir. But strength is not a skill that humans are good at. If the Baron wants to improve the combat effectiveness of the human brigade as soon as possible, he should follow the example of the Imperial Army. Increase the number of magicians accompanying the army, and equip the soldiers with better armor and weapons. At this time, the registration stage of the strongman competition ended and the official competition began. It is estimated that there are 300 players who are qualified to participate in the official competition this time. They are crowded around the outer circle of the stadium, waiting for the organizer to read their names, and then go to the middle of the stadium to compete with their opponents in strength. The competition is very simple. The prop is a long metal pole similar to a seesaw. 2 contestants stand at both ends of the pole. When one end of the pole rises, the other end will fall. The contestant can win by lifting his own section of the pole to the specified height with pure strength without using any skills or magic. In the initial stage of the competition, 5 groups compete at the same time, and the schedule is very fast. When entering the final stage, it will be changed to a single group competition, so that the audience can enjoy the excitement brought by the strongman wrestling. Baron Sergei watched the game carelessly, and seemed not to be very interested in this primitive competition of strength. In response to the advice of his confidants, he replied, I also want to increase the number of military mages and equip my soldiers with the best weapons. But this requires money. The finances of Tadigia Hills are very tight now, and the Duke will not give me too much money to arm a city militia brigade. I need to prepare for the lifting of the factory ban with my money. Ordering machines has already spent all my savings, but it is far from enough. I didn't expect these iron lumps to be so expensive. Although the machines are expensive when they are bought, when they are running, the production speed is dozens or hundreds of times that of an excellent craftsman. The money you invested will be earned back soon. This time, the human merchants can seize the opportunity, and everyone will be grateful to you. Speaking of the factory, Sergei couldn't help showing a proud look. Those barbarian nobles have been obstructing the lifting of the factory ban. They only see the tiny profits of small workshops, and even say that only pseudo-nobles will open factories. But our Duke is no longer the Duke of the past. The war with the Empire made him completely sober. The Brotherhood of Blades is unreliable. The Temple of the Abyss is unreliable. And only our own strength is reliable. Facing a northern army composed of human beings, the barbarian army was beaten and could only defend. If the Duke wants to defend the Tadigia Hills, he has to change and rely on his humans. The human dignitaries on the other side couldn't help but sigh. In the past, although we humans had money, we had no status. This time, the Duke privately discussed with us about lifting the factory ban, and made an exception to recruit human soldiers. In the future, we humans will be able to compete with the barbarians in the Tadigia Hills. Another human noble echoed, yes. This is a rare opportunity for us humans in Tadigia Hill. We must unite and assist Baron Sergei in forming a human brigade of city militia, and build more factories to make more money. I propose that we organize a donation and call on all the people in the Holy Mountain to contribute, so that the Duke can see the powerful fighting power of the human brigade. The human nobles present all expressed their support for organizing donations. They all knew that if they wanted to keep their wealth in the future when they had more money, they would have to have an army. Baron Sergei smiled with satisfaction. At this time, a man dressed as a servant hurried over and whispered something in Baron Sergei's ear. Baron Sergei showed surprise on his face. Really? Where did she get so much money? My lord. I don't know. You go down and continue to send people to inquire about the news. Yes, my lord. The entourage left. Someone curiously asked Baron Sergei, my lord, has something important happened? Sergei answered easily, it's nothing big. Mrs. Fekachik just suddenly gathered all the merchants on the whole street at the same time and proposed to buy their shops and workshops. I happen to have 5 shops on that street. Mrs. Fekachik is now very famous in the business circle of the Holy Mountain. She has been buying shops non-stop in the past 2 years, and has become the second person with the most shops in the Holy Mountain. Although the number of shops she owns is still a little behind Baron Sergei. We have to admit that the Fekachik family is really rich. And Fekachik is still a barbarian. It's just that Mrs. Fekachik used to buy shops after selecting a few. But she didn't expect that she would buy a whole street this time. You know, there are shops on a street that are well managed and some that are not. Is Mrs. Fekachik now not picky about whether it's good or bad? And whether it's good or bad, With this reason, everyone talked about Mrs. Fekicik. During this period, Mrs. Fekicik helped the human merchants a lot. Originally, they were worried about how to sell their shops as soon as possible to recover funds. But Mrs. Fekicik waived a lot of money and bought all their shops. Now everyone can raise funds so smoothly to order the machines needed by the factory. And Mrs. Fekicik has made an indelible contribution. Some people began to laugh at Mrs. Fekicik for being a spendthrift. When their factory is built in the future, the handicraft workshops will go bankrupt one after another. I wonder what expression the barbarian merchant Fekicik will have when he comes back. Although Sergei acted indifferent, he still had a little doubt and worry about Mrs. Fekicik's sudden abnormal behavior. Mrs. Fekicik likes to buy shops. But she is not stupid. She has a good eye for choosing shops. She wants to buy a whole shop at a time today. Did she get some inside information? Fekicik is a member of the barbarian Stone family. And the Stone family has a lot of influence in the Duke's castle. As long as the factory ban is not lifted, there is a possibility of change. If the Duke of Celtic cannot withstand the pressure of the conservative barbarians and continues to implement the factory ban, then the human merchants will really be cheated out of their money. The more he thought about it, the less interested Baron Sergei was in watching the game. He was ready to go to the Duke's castle to meet with the Grand Duke of Celtic and try to lift the factory ban as soon as possible. But before Baron Sergei could stand up, his human colleagues all stood up and cheered loudly regardless of their status. Look! He won again! He entered the finals. Let's cheer for our human strongman. No human has ever entered the finals here. Great! I watched every game he played. And no barbarian was his opponent. He won every barbarian in less than 10 seconds. Does anyone know his name? After the game, I must invite him to my house. Amid the cheers of the people around him, Baron Sergei, who had not watched the game seriously from the beginning, finally understood what happened. A human actually defeated the barbarians in the strongman competition and advanced all the way to the finals. This has never happened before. Even if a human strongman can pass the preliminaries, he will be eliminated early. Now, among a group of barbarians who are preparing to start the finals, there is a human standing alone. It is hard not to become the focus of the whole audience. The human audience in the whole strongman arena are cheering for this fellow who entered the finals. As the host of the competition read out the name of this human strongman, the human race in the audience shouted in unison, "Strongman Luke! Strongman Luke!" Luke stood up and waved to the humans who cheered for him, as well as the barbarians of the Stone family, who were even louder. Coconut was with the Stone barbarian. She saw Luke enter the finals and shouted excitedly. One more step, and he would win and challenge the champion. At the same time, Luke also noticed the group of humans under the Song Wolf statue on the main stand. Their clothes showed that they had a higher status than ordinary people. On the main stand full of barbarians, they were more unique when they gathered together. Luke waved to them, and immediately received a warmer response from the humans under the Song Wolf. The strongman finals began. Luke only needed to beat 2 more opponents to win. While waiting for the competition, a young barbarian walked up to Luke and held out his hand to him. "My name is Kato, from the stone-crushing tribe of Mount Misimu, and I am glad to join you in the strongman competition of the Holy Mountain." Human. Luke shook hands with the barbarian Kato in a friendly manner and noticed his physique. A very strong barbarian. Kato was about 2 meters and 2 meters tall, which was not considered tall among the barbarians. But Kato's muscles were very powerful, giving people a sense of pressure when facing the mountains. But Kato's clothes were very worn out. The hard cowhide armor was full of holes eaten by insects, and the linen lining inside was also tattered. He was not wearing shoes, but a pair of open-toed boots tied together with shoelaces and hung around his neck. He was probably afraid that he would use too much force during the competition and break his only pair of boots. Luke said, "I have heard of the stone-crushing tribe of Misimu Mountain. You have been collecting stones for generations, and you are a tribe that produces many strong men." Hearing that the other party knew about his small tribe, Kato was very happy. "Human, I really hope to invite you to visit Misimu Mountain, but we are too poor there. If I can win, I will get a bonus. Can I treat you to a meal? I really want to hear stories from outside. I forgot to mention that outside the arena, I heard from your barbarian friends that you are an adventurer. You must have been to many places." Luke finally knew the purpose of the young barbarian looking for him. Barbarians do not have a strong sense of adventure, and many barbarians may never leave the mountainous area where their tribes are located in their entire lives. But there are exceptions to everything, And there are still many barbarians who are curious about the outside world and bravely go out. Vekachik is one. It seems that this barbarian named Kato is also the same. Luke has a good impression of the barbarian Kato. He is very shy, but in order to understand the outside world, he overcame his psychological barriers and took the initiative to talk to a stranger. At the same time, he is also very polite, with a delicacy that most barbarians do not have. Of course, Luke agreed readily. As a qualified adventurer, the first thing you need to learn is to make friends. After the competition, let's find a place to have a good drink, and I will tell you how wonderful the outside world is. Kato touched the back of his head and said naively, "Thank you, human. When I win the first prize, we will go for a drink." Luke smiled and said, "Are you confident about winning the first prize?" Kato said firmly, "The tribe gave me all the money for my travel expenses so that I could come to the Holy Mountain to participate in the strongman competition. I must win the first prize and bring the money back to the tribe." Luke didn't expect that the barbarian Kato was the hope of the whole village. He encouraged him, "I believe you will definitely win." But before Luke finished speaking, his name was read out by the host. It was also emphasized, the only human strongman in this game. Luke. The whole human race cheered again. Then the host read out the name of Luke's opponent in this game. The barbarian boy from the stone-breaking tribe of Mysticism Mountain. Kato. Kato didn't expect that his first opponent in the finals would be Luke. Luke was also surprised by this coincidence. He patted Kato on the shoulder. "I take back what I just said. Let's go and compete." Chapter 425 Absolute Strength. At this time, only one wrestling lever was left in the center of the Hercules arena. The bracket in the middle of the lever was an alchemical device specially developed for the competition. Once it was activated, it could be firmly attached to the ground and would not be uprooted by the wrestling. Luke and the barbarian Kato walked into the arena together and stood at the two ends of the lever respectively. The referee of the competition was a barbarian. He held a red starting flag in his hand and a bone whistle in his mouth. He first checked the physical condition of the two players to confirm that they did not use any magic or skills, and did not wear any alchemical props that would affect the fairness of the competition. After checking Kato, the referee gave him some encouragement. Humans entering the finals was something that had never happened in this Hercules arena since it was built. Most barbarians did not want humans to take away the honor that belonged to barbarians, let alone win. Based on experience, the referee saw that Kato was a very powerful barbarian, so the task of preventing humans from advancing was given to him. Competition preparation. Luke and Kato each carried one end of the lever on their shoulders. Due to their height, Luke's lever was lower, which was a natural disadvantage. But after Kato realized this unfairness, he lowered his height without hesitation, making his end level with Luke. "Such a height will affect your power," Luke reminded. Kato said confidently, "But I will win the game in the end." "Ha ha ha. If I win, I will buy you a drink." "Okay." At this time, the referee blew the bone whistle and waved the starting flag. The game began, and Luke and Kato exerted force at the same time. The lever did not move. This was the first time Luke encountered an opponent who was as strong as him, and it was after he had gone through a series of strength training. The downward pressure on his shoulders was extremely huge, and Luke had to use all his strength to keep the lever from tilting towards him. Looking at Kato again, he encountered the same situation as Luke. In order to win the game, he used all his strength right from the start. His muscles swelled, making his body look a whole circle bigger than before. The lively arena became quiet at this moment, and everyone held their breath and stared at the pointer standing in the middle of the lever. Will the human strongman's journey end here? Luke's special identity made the audience feel more worried than watching any other game. The stalemate lasted for about a minute, and the pointer finally moved. It shifted towards the barbarian Kato. Although Kato tried his best to make up for the disadvantage, he was exhausted and couldn't lift the lever on his shoulder again. Deafening cheers broke out in the stands of the arena, and the human audience shouted Luke's name loudly. This human strongman not only made it to the finals in the strongman arena of the Holy Mountain, but also defeated a barbarian opponent in the finals. Although the game was not over yet, the human audience believed that Luke had won. Luke did not disappoint his supporters. He maintained his advantage and steadily raised his lever bit by bit. As the offset pointer passed the red line on the Kato side, the referee waved the flag and announced the end of the game. Human strongman Luke won this game. Congratulations, Mr. Luke. The atmosphere in the arena was pushed to a climax again. Although there were fewer humans than barbarians who came to watch the game. This time the humans turned the arena into their home court. The human nobles under the wolf statue were also very excited. The Celtic Duke was gradually relying on humans. Now there was another strongman. Does it mean the rise of humans in Tadega Hill? He only needs to win one more game to win the championship. This is definitely a great honor for the humans in Tadega Hill. Luke did not celebrate with the audience. He walked to Kato, who was sitting on the ground, and stretched out his hand to pull him up. Kato was in a very low mood. He carried the hope of the tribe. But he was eliminated just after entering the finals. If he didn't win the championship, there would be no prize money. Would he return to the tribe empty-handed? Luke knew why Kato was worried. He pulled Kato to the sidelines and comforted him. You are very strong. You lost to me because you were weak. Did you not eat lunch? As if to confirm Luke's guess. Kato's stomach growled. Kato replied uncomfortably, I ate. But only a piece of toasted black bread. Luke walked to the sidelines and asked the stone barbarians for food. The stone barbarians took out the snacks they brought with them, packed them into a big bag, and threw them to Luke. Luke took the food back to Kato, and the two sat on the ground. Eat something first. I'll treat you to a drink in the evening. Thank you. Thank you, human. Kato was really hungry, and he stuffed whatever he grabbed, whether it was pasta or meat, into his mouth. What are your plans if you don't win? Luke asked Kato. Talking about sad things. Kato stopped eating and said helplessly, I don't know. The elder said that with my strength, I can definitely win the championship in the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena. The elders have won here many times and returned to the tribe with prize money. I have failed the elders and the tribe's hopes for me. Without the prize money, I don't know how to go back. Are you willing to work for me? I can pay you a salary that is more than the prize money for winning. Luke began to kidnap people. Hearing that there was more money than the winning prize, Kato immediately asked, how much is it? Luke said, the winning prize for the Holy Mountain Strongman competition is 100,000 Imperial marks. I will give you 150,000 Imperial marks. 150,000. Kato was shocked by this number and calculated in his mind how much food he could buy for the tribe. It is 150,000, and the salary is paid every month. Huh? Seeing that Kato was a little overwhelmed, Luke explained, the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena has a rule that the strongman who wins the strongman competition is not allowed to participate in the competition within 1 year. That is to say, even if you win every time, you can only get 100,000 prize money a year. But if you work for me, you can get a salary of 150,000 every month. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Kato nodded blankly and asked again, do you really pay me so much money every month? I don't know anything except strength. And I am not as strong as you. You can learn if you don't know. I can teach you anything you want to learn. Don't worry. I won't lie to you. Since I pay you so much salary, it means you are worth so much money. Consider it. Do you want to work for me? I work for you. Human. Call me Mr. Luke. Yes, Mr. Luke. Luke was very happy to find a treasure. With just this brute force that can compete with himself. The barbarian Kato has the foundation of a 4-star. Kato is now a seedling with extremely high talent. As long as he is properly cultivated and watered, he will definitely grow into a pillar of talent. Luke has already formulated a training plan for Kato in his mind. And the basis of the plan is the Storm Barbarian training template summarized by players. Kato, who has found a long-term meal ticket, is also very happy to eat and drink. The strongman competition continues. Soon Luke will usher in the second wrestling match. As long as he wins this game, he can enter the top 10 and win the championship. For the human audience, Luke can win the championship. And they are satisfied. After all, at the end of the competition, the remaining ones are all well-known barbarian strongmen. They have all received professional training, and their strength is not comparable to that of a barbarian boy from an unknown mountain. The human audience all hope that Luke can be lucky again and be assigned to a weaker opponent. But his luck is gone. Luke is about to face a very famous barbarian strongman, whose best result in the strongman competition is second place. It seems that the human audience, who know the result of the competition, wailed and felt sorry for Luke's failure to win. However, it is a great honor for a human strongman to enter the finals and win a game. The game begins. The scene that people expected Luke to be defeated quickly did not happen. The lever was stable. and the pointer did not move. The human audience was immediately excited, and the whole audience shouted Luke in unison. At this time, Luke was very puzzled in his heart. Is this the only strength of a strongman who was once able to compete for the championship? Although the pressure on his shoulders was heavy, he did not feel that he had to go all out without Kato. Looking at his opponent again, the extremely strong barbarian seemed to have really used all his strength. It seems that he really picked up a treasure this time. Luke attacked with force, and the pointer immediately shifted. The cheers in the audience became even louder, and some people were so excited that they even fainted on the spot. It turns out that humans can have stronger power than barbarians. Luke did not leave any suspense in the game and overwhelmed his opponent in one go. The referee announced, "Human strongman Luke won the championship." Then he won one victory after another. The sound of the strongman arena spread the miracle happening in the arena to the entire holy mountain. A human strongman was defeating barbarian opponents one after another and moving towards the championship. The human race who heard the news surrounded the outside of the strongman arena and shouted Luke with the people in the arena. The results of the schedule were also spread outside one by one. 10-person winning round. 5 people took turns to wrestle, and the player who won the most games would be qualified to participate in the final decisive game. This is not only a contest of absolute strength, but also a contest of physique and endurance of strength. Luke won all 4 games and stood on the final stage. His opponent lost 1 game in the round-robin match and barely advanced after a tiebreaker with a player who also won 3 games. The two were preparing for the final, and the state of the two seemed to have determined the ownership of the championship. It was already approaching evening, and the game lasted for a whole afternoon without interruption, except for the preliminary round. The players had some rest time. After entering the final, it was basically one game after another. If you can defeat your opponent cleanly, you can not only save energy, but also have more rest time than other players. Luke's matches all ended very quickly. His final opponent had 2 long stalemates in the round-robin match, and lost the last round. The extra match was again evenly matched, and his physical strength was severely depleted again. Humans were already celebrating the emergence of the first human strongman champion in history. They will never forget this day, this night. They will not sleep all night. But a human strongman champion is unacceptable to the barbarians. The final battle was stopped before it even started. The barbarian nobles in the main stand suspected that the human player Luke cheated, and he used some kind of strength-enhancing technique to win the game in a dishonorable way. The human nobles were rarely tough this time, and argued with the barbarians. Every player will be checked in every game, and it is impossible to use cheating techniques. The barbarians believe that humans absolutely cannot have such power, and he must have used difficult-to-detect techniques to cheat. The human argued, "If it is not found, it is not found. This is a fair game. Just because the barbarians lost, you can't accuse humans of cheating." The quarrel in the main stand spread to other stands, and the gunpowder smell between the barbarians and humans became stronger and stronger. When the situation gradually became uncontrollable, the order of the Celtic Duke was sent to the Hercules arena. To prevent accidents, the final match of this Hercules competition was suspended. 10 days later, please go to the Duke's castle to continue the game. The Duke will personally wear the gold belt for the champion. This is an order that clearly favors the barbarians. 10 days is enough time for the exhausted barbarian to recover his strength. It will definitely not be as easy to defeat him at that time. But the Celtic Duke has a very high prestige in the Tadega Hills. After such a biased order was announced, the originally indignant humans immediately stopped. After the arrival of the city militia, the crowd outside the Hercules arena quickly dispersed, and the audience in the arena also left in an orderly manner. At this time, the night fell on the holy mountain. There was no electricity, and there were only a few lights in the whole city. Luke returned to Fekicek's house with the people he had brought with him, including Kato. Coconut was both excited and angry, and said that he would draw up a 10-day training plan so that Luke could defeat the barbarian in front of the Celtic Duke. The barbarians of the Stone family followed behind Luke, not daring to breathe, like little brothers following their boss for a walk. Although the final match did not take place, everyone knew who was the champion today. The barbarians have a worship of strength that has been passed down from their ancestors, and absolute strength will make the barbarians feel awe. Now, a human has defeated all the barbarians in a contest of strength, and the impact it brings is greater than the barbarians winning the championship. Kato was also in awe of Luke. He was eliminated in the first round of the finals, while Mr. Luke was the champion today. The gap was not ordinary. I must learn from Mr. Luke, exercise my strength, and strive to win the next strongman competition. Along the way, everyone had different thoughts, until a well-dressed man stopped them. Mr. Luke, first of all, congratulations on your excellent performance in the strongman arena. My name is Morichi, and I am a steward of Lord Baron Sergei. Lord Baron invites you to his mansion to share dinner. The carriage is ready for you. The carriage stopped on the side of the road. Luke took a look and replied, I don't know Baron Sergei. I have to drink with my barbarian friends tonight, and don't have time to go anywhere else. Let's make an appointment another day. Chapter 426 Change. Luke was about to move forward, but Steward Morik stepped forward to stop him and said, Mr. Luke, please recognize that you are a human being. In the Tadega Hills, humans need unity. Baron Sergei is highly valued by the Duke of Celtic. If you want to develop in the Holy Mountain, only the Baron can help you. Luke said impatiently, I am just an adventurer, and have no great interest in developing in the Holy Mountain. You can go back and thank the Baron for his kindness on my behalf. My title is Marquis. Can a Baron just send a steward to invite me? Sergei wants to see him. But not now. After Luke finished speaking, he pushed Morik away. Morik couldn't bear such force. He fell back without any reaction and sat on the ground. The barbarians laughed. Go back and tell Baron Sergei that Luke Hercules is a friend of our stubborn barbarians. We will drink all night at Fekachik's house tonight. We will drink with Luke Hercules every day in the next few days. Let your Baron wait behind. A group of barbarians mocked Morik, and the surrounding Luke walked forward like a victorious general. When they arrived at Fekachik's house, Mrs. Fekachik had already prepared a grand dinner. But this dinner was not prepared to celebrate Luke's outstanding performance in the strongman competition. Mrs. Fekachik did not like the strongman competition, and thought it was a barbaric game without any fashion sense. As a sophisticated fashionista, Mrs. Fekachik preferred the popular activities of the upper class in the city of raging waves, such as holding cocktail parties and doing business. The dinner was to celebrate a big deal she had just negotiated, and 80% of the shops on a whole street were negotiated. This was the largest number of shops Mrs. Fekachik had purchased at one time since she started buying shops. Although the owner of these shops was Luke, they were named after the Fekachik family. Mrs. Fekachik was very happy. She drove all the stone barbarians out to hold a pool party, and then pulled Luke to sit next to her. Her eager eyes made Luke shudder. Luke pulled his hand out of Mrs. Fekachik's grasp and asked, Are there any shops that can be acquired tomorrow? Yes, Mrs. Fekachik answered with certainty. For some reason, there are many merchants who want to sell shops recently. Tomorrow, I have made an appointment with merchants on another street to discuss the acquisition. It's just that those greedy humans saw that I acquired so many shops, so they greedily raised the price. Will you continue to buy? Luke said with certainty, yes, as long as the premium does not exceed 20% of the market price. We will sign the agreement directly with cash transactions. If the other party is too greedy, just skip him. He will be unable to resist selling his shop sooner or later. Mrs. Fekachik bought 80% of the shops on a street in one afternoon. According to Mrs. Fekachik, most of the merchants selling shops are human. This shows that it is not just Baron Sergei who is selling shops and workshops, but human merchants have received inside information that the factory restrictions will be lifted soon. They all want to take advantage of this opportunity to soar to the sky. For Luke, this is a rare opportunity to buy real estate at a low price. No matter what happens in the future, the Holy Mountain will always be the Holy Mountain. It is the political and economic center of the entire Tadega Hills. When the factory ban is lifted, the first impact of industrialization is that a large number of people will gather in Shumshan. At that time, the land price will only rise and not fall. According to the current land price of Shumshan, even if it is acquired at a 20% premium, it is still a bargain. Another point is that this acquisition is shops and workshops. The shops are scattered throughout the area of Shumshan and are sales channels directly facing the terminal. Small shops have no bargaining power in front of large factories. They can only do business with small capital and small profits. If they are not careful, they will go bankrupt. However, after most small shops gather into a whole, large factories will have to look at the face of the sales channel. Only those who can take both ends are excellent channel merchants. Moreover, the factory ban has been lifted, and the humans of the Holy Mountain can build factories, and the barbarians can also build factories. Isn't it just money? The most abundant thing in the city of raging waves is money. Purchasing machines is better, and cheaper than that of the Holy Mountain human merchants. Purchasing raw materials is better and cheaper. And it is also a sales channel facing the world. The Holy Mountain human merchants think that doing business is too simple. This desperate fundraising to build a factory is equivalent to putting a knife on their own neck and then giving the handle to others. They have always faced the small peasant economy and have not yet experienced the horror of monopoly. Now Luke is actively investing in the acquisition of shops in the hands of human merchants, giving them money so that they can more actively promote the lifting of the factory ban. Once Tadega Hill opens its market, it will reveal its most vulnerable heart. The Celtic Dukes' ruling foundation in Tadega Hill will also quickly collapse. Economic fists ignore territorial boundaries. Luke and Mrs. Feekchik discussed how to invite more merchants to discuss acquisitions tomorrow, as if they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't spend their money as soon as possible. Luke said, "Madam, you can talk boldly. We will buy as many shops as you want to sell. I will go to the Holy Mountain branch of the World Bank to apply for a loan tomorrow. And I guarantee that I will not be short of money." Mrs. Feekchik and Luke were very happy chatting in the Duke's castle on the top of the Holy Mountain. Duke Kelt was summoning several human merchants with prestige and financial resources. The human merchants, led by Baron Sergei, sat on both sides of the conference table. On the main seat, the barbarian Duke Kelt, wearing the Duke's crown, had a majestic look without anger, which was very oppressive. "I heard that something happened in this strongman competition that made you humans very happy. A human strongman defeated all the barbarian strongmen and advanced to the finals." Under the pressure of Duke Kelt, the human merchant sat upright and did not take the initiative to talk. At this time, Baron Sergei replied, "Report to the Duke. The name of this human strongman is Luke, an adventurer from the city of Raging Waves. He was hired by the barbarian merchant Feekchik of the city of Raging Waves to deliver a letter and a sum of money to Mrs. Feekchik." The Duke of Kelt did not speak. Sergei continued, "The Holy Mountain Adventurer Association confirmed that Luke's identity as a Class B adventurer was not a problem. He also had another mission related to the Abyss Temple, and he was stranded in the Holy Mountain due to problems in the handover of the mission. That is to say, there is no problem with his identity, and he is not a spy of the Secret Service." Sergei replied, "At least there is no evidence to prove that there is a problem with his identity now." Duke Celtic nodded. "Let's not talk about his identity for now. Although you are human, you are one of us. If you were born in Tadega Hill, you should know what the strongman competition means to the barbarians. If a human champion strongman appears, it will cause a lot of trouble." Sergei understood what Duke Celtic meant. The war against the Empire left the barbarians, with only a strong body, to feel superior to humans. If even this sense of superiority is suppressed by humans, it will be a huge blow to the barbarians' self-confidence. Therefore, a human champion strongman must not appear. But as a human, Sergei also knows what a human champion strongman means to the human race living in Tadega. If the human race wants to turn over in Tadega Hills and become a race equal to the barbarians, this champion must be retained. My Lord Duke, Tadega Hills is not only home to barbarians, but also humans who are loyal to you. Under the pressure of the Empire, it would be a waste if the human power in Tadega Hills is not utilized. A human champion strongman can inspire us more. However, the Celtic Duke is a barbarian after all. And now the majority of Tadega Hills are also barbarians. The Duke said with an undeniable tone, "In the future, I will issue many decrees, and some orders that will break traditions will definitely cause great turmoil. I don't want another major incident that will get out of control during this period. Barbarians, especially those with traditional ideas, must be appeased. Some orders that will break traditions." The human merchants immediately thought of that incident. Otherwise, there would be no need to call all the big merchants to the meeting. Baron Sergei felt the merchants' excitement, and he asked the Duke of Kelt tentatively, "Sir, have you decided to lift the factory ban?" The Duke of Kelt waited for a while, and then seemed to break through the psychological barrier and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, the strength of the Empire does come from the industrial power behind it. We may need a month to raise the materials they consume in one day. This is not a fair war. And of course, there is no fairness in war. Our secret talks with the Northern Legion have not made any substantial progress, mainly because we cannot provide them with materials. I know it is a bit late to lift the factory ban now, but if the factory is opened as soon as possible, my legion can be strengthened earlier." Seeing that the Celtic Duke showed a strong tendency, Baron Sergei immediately said, My Lord Duke. After knowing that you intend to lift the factory ban, we human merchants have been actively raising funds and contacting many overseas factories. As long as you give the order to allow the Holy Mountain to open a factory, we can immediately transport the complete set of machines here. Whether it is the barbarians or humans in the Tadigia Hills, their physical fitness is much higher than that of the Empire, and they are more hardworking. Our factory can be put into production quickly, and the production capacity will only be higher than that of the Empire's factory. Your army will have the same logistical supply capabilities as the Empire. The Duke of Celtic knew very well what these human merchants were doing during this period. He said, but the factory will cause a devastating blow to the traditional economy of the Tadigia Hills. Augustine opened up the industry, which caused the decline of a large number of nobles. And some nobles even starved to death. I announced the factory ban to prevent the same thing from happening. Now it will be lifted, many people will be affected. Many of them are barbarians who are loyal to me. The human merchants, who have already burned their boats and are ready to go all out, are absolutely unwilling to see the Celtic Duke back down on this matter. Encouraged by the eyes of the merchants, Baron Sergei mustered up the courage to say, the strength of the Empire proves the correctness of the change. If the Duke hesitates on this matter, he will miss the last chance to turn the situation around. As long as the factory ban is lifted, you will lose a group of loyal barbarians, but you will gain more loyal humans. Please follow Augustine's example and implement industrial transformation in Tadega Hill. Only in this way can Tadega Hill resist the invasion of the Empire. Otherwise the Imperial army will sooner or later attack the Holy Mountain. Baron Sergei said this very seriously. If it was before, the Celtic Duke might have broken his neck on the spot. But now, he just slammed the table in anger. The Celtic Duke glared at Sergei, but had to admit that he was right. If you change, you may die. But if you don't change, you will definitely die. I know you are all waiting for the factory ban to be lifted so that you can make a lot of money. The closure of countless businesses and workshops will pile up the gold mountain in your warehouse. You will become the group of people I hate the most. But I have to rely on you. Your status will become higher and higher into Tadigia Hills, and many barbarian nobles will have to bow to you. But you must know, I am not Augustine. I will never allow Raging Wave City and Meteor to appear in my Tadigia Hills. The Emperor of the Empire is now recuperating in seclusion, and the Queen is supervising the country. After the bureaucratic system of Raging Wave City entered the imperial capital, Meteor became a powerful official. And even Gabriel, the chief minister of the imperial cabinet, avoided his edge. In the eyes of outsiders, the imperial power has been hollowed out by Meteor. Meteor can do this and dare to do this because he is backed by the economically powerful Raging Wave City. The Celtic Duke was also afraid that he would carry out industrial transformation in Tadega Hills, and eventually create a Tadega Hills version of Raging Wave City and Meteor. That's why he deliberately criticized this group of human merchants, who actively promoted the lifting of factory restrictions. Sergei immediately stood up with the human merchants and knelt on one knee. I swore to the great Celtic Duke in the Duke's castle on the Holy Mountain, whether we are rich or poor in the future, my descendants and I will be absolutely loyal to the Celtic family. If we break the oath, the Duke can take away our family honor and all our wealth at any time. The Celtic Duke was still very satisfied with the attitude of these human merchants. He finally said, I will announce the lifting of the factory restrictions in the near future and let your factory be built as soon as possible. But that human strongman, Sergei, who was kneeling in front of the Celtic Duke, raised his head and said, Please rest assured, Your Excellency the Duke, during the period of lifting the factory ban, there must be no trouble in the Holy Mountain. The impact of a human champion strongman is really too great. In order for the Duke's reform to proceed smoothly and to appease the people of the Holy Mountain, I will handle this matter properly. The Celtic Duke nodded with satisfaction. Very good. A human strongman who is qualified to participate in the finals is a great honor for you humans. Don't take all the benefits. Chapter 427, First Contact with the Abyss. An important day for Tadigia Hills has passed. On the morning of the second day, Luke obtained an important piece of information from the Black Magic Potion Shop. The Abyss Apostles are preparing to open a large Abyss Rift to allow more Abyss Mages to receive the baptism of Abyss Energy. After the baptism, the 3 Abyss Apostles will select 4 Abyss Mages to fill the number of deceased Apostles, in order to purify the team and prevent traitors from mixing into the ranks of the Apostles. A major purge is being carried out inside the Abyss Temple. There is news that, in this Abyss Baptism ceremony, All captured Abyss mages will be offered as sacrifices to the Abyss. Therefore, the wizard urgently hoped that the Imperial Secret Service would rescue him as soon as possible. Luke received a map hand-drawn by the wizard, on which he was imprisoned. At the same time, the Adventurers Association also sent someone to deliver a message, and Priest Egbert hoped to get a reply. The wizard did not know the exact time of the Abyss baptism, but seeing Egbert's eagerness, it should not be far away. Luke decided to meet Egbert again, in a secret room of the Adventurers Association. Egbert was still dressed the same as last time, but when he lifted his hood, there were only a few strands of hair left on his head. His skin was dry and wrinkled, and his spirit was in an abnormal state of excitement. Have you thought about it? Egbert's voice was extremely hoarse, and his neck spasmed unconsciously. I have thought about it. After careful consideration, Luke made a decision. He put the bag containing the Nirvana egg on the table. Power is something I cannot refuse, and becoming stronger is my adventurous pursuit. The Nirvana egg is here. Pay 50 million Reichsmarks first, and the rest will be paid with power. Okay. Egbert reached out to grab the bag containing the Nirvana egg. Luke pulled the bag towards him. How can I trust you? Can you really bring me closer to the Abyss? Egbert's neck twitched, and he replied, I can arrange for you to join the Abyss Temple as a new backup Abyss mage. Due to some reasons, the Abyss Temple is short of manpower during this period. After entering the Abyss Temple, just wait for me to arrange everything. Egbert went to grab the Nirvana egg again, but Luke still did not let go. I don't live in the Abyss Temple, and you can't arrange a job I don't want to do for me. Yes, most low-level Abyss mages don't live in the temple. In fact, you don't need to worry that I will harm you. Those who are willing to accept the Abyss are brothers to us, no matter what your purpose is. When the Abyss comes, I will arrange a good position for you. I promise that when you look directly into the Abyss, you will become its loyal believer. Luke pushed the bag to Egbert. Thank you, priest, for taking me to a world full of expectations. The Nirvana egg is yours. Egbert pulled the bag over and took out the Nirvana egg to check it repeatedly. After confirming that it was real, he took out a task completion form. 50 million Reichsmarks are in the account of the Adventurers Association. I have already settled the commission of the association separately. I will go back to the temple first. You will go there in an hour. Just report my name at the door. Luke took the task completion form. Thank you, Priest Egbert. Egbert took the bag and left. Luke transferred 50 million Reichsmarks to his account at the task settlement counter of the Adventurers Association. The B-level Adventurer Certificate was also upgraded to an A-level Adventurer Certificate. About an hour later, Luke appeared outside the gate of the Abyss Temple. Two blood-sworn barbarians stopped him, and the true eye on the door stared at him. A sharp voice came from the eyeball. Who are you? What are you doing in the Abyss Temple? Luke replied, My name is Luke. Priest Egbert asked me to come. He felt my yearning for the Abyss, so he was going to introduce me to the Abyss Temple and become an Abyss mage serving the Abyss. The true eye continued to examine Luke. However, before I could speak, a blood-sworn barbarian immediately said excitedly, Your name is Luke. Are you the human strongman who rushed into the finals in the Hercules arena yesterday? When you are famous, you have many fans. Luke answered, That's me. The blood-sworn barbarian was even happier. I'm sorry that I didn't go to the competition yesterday, but I heard that in the competition, no barbarian was your opponent in terms of strength. The Duke also allowed the final match to be held in his Duke's castle, and the Duke will personally put the gold belt on the champion. It's a great honor. Another blood-sworn barbarian said doubtfully, But I heard that you cheated during the competition and won the competition by dishonorable means. No matter how strong the human power is, it is definitely not stronger than the barbarians. Facing the doubt, Luke said simply, Since you doubt it, let's compete. The first blood-sworn barbarian who took the initiative to talk to Luke said, We have accepted the secret art bestowed by the Abyss Temple, and our bodies have been blessed by the Abyss. We have used external forces to enhance our strength. We are not allowed to participate in the strongman competition, and it is unfair to compete with you. I believe in the referees of the competition. They are all barbarians. If you cheat, they will definitely not let you compete to the end. My name is Scarchi. The blood-sworn barbarian Scarchi stretched out his hand, and Luke stretched out his hand to shake his. Who would have thought that Scarchi said he would not compete? But the strength in his hand was not weak. The blood-sworn barbarian was indeed powerful, and Luke exerted his strength to resist the power from his hand. At this time, the ignored True Eye said angrily, Scarchi, Now is your duty time. Don't do anything beyond your duties. Luke is a reserve Abyss mage introduced by Priest Egbert to join the Abyss Temple. The temple is in need of fresh blood. The barbarian Skarchi loosened his hand and said to Luke kindly, "Your power amazes me. Go in. The Abyss is watching you. The Abyss is watching you." Luke walked into the Abyss Temple. The eye of true vision turned around and stared at his back. Suspicious guy. As suspicious as Egbert. I will keep an eye on you. And as long as you show a little bit of clues, I will report to Apostle Victor. The interior of the Abyss Temple is built like a tomb. The closed stone corridor is full of mysterious but incomprehensible murals on both sides. At intervals, there are sarcophagi standing on the wall. Inside is the touch of death, which Chi Kong has encountered in the museum of the Imperial Capital. All the Abyss mages passing by lowered their heads, like zombies. This is somewhat different from the Abyss mages in the game. Luke could sense that the Abyss energy filled the interior space of the entire temple, and it was affecting everyone here little by little. No matter what the Abyss apostles were doing, what they were doing was definitely out of control. A ghost-like roar came from the depths of the temple. Luke suddenly felt like he had entered the Resident Evil game. The most correct decision at this time is probably to turn around and walk out immediately. But if you walk out, you won't know what the secret is. Luke walked forward. Chi Kong appeared in his consciousness. The Abyss energy leakage here is very serious. If you stay too long, you will definitely be affected by the Abyss. Luke said to Chi Kong in his consciousness, I received news that the Abyss Apostle is opening an Abyss crack, using the Abyss energy to infect a large area of the Abyss Wizard, and then selecting the strongest from them to make up the number of Abyss Apostles. Chi Kong said, the Book of Disaster is a door to open the Abyss, which can control the degree of Abyss energy overflow. But opening a crack to the Abyss, if the crack cannot be closed, the Abyss energy will quickly pollute the entire Holy Mountain. Luke thought about it and said worriedly, I just made a large investment in the Holy Mountain. If the Holy Mountain is polluted, won't all my money go down the drain? Chi Kong laughed. I just like your serious and humorous look. In order to protect your investment income, what are you going to do? Luke replied, currently, the leakage of Abyss energy is limited to the interior of the Abyss Temple, and the impact on people is still chronic for the time being. For us, it is a good opportunity to study the Abyss. Lend me the spiritual orb. The spirit orb in the clear sky appeared beside Luke. Luke quickly grabbed the spirit orb and stuffed it into the pocket of the adventurer's vest. The spirit orb is a spiritual supernatural creature with no entity, and there is no difference from the outside. The Abyss energy is collected by the spirit orb and then transferred to the spirit library to perform the analysis program. Luke went deep into the temple. After asking the Abyss wizard he met, he found the priest Egbert. Egbert, who got the Nirvana egg, couldn't wait to start his experiment. He wanted to develop a secret technique through the characteristics of the Firebird's death and Nirvana resurrection, so that the caster could obtain this ability of the Firebird. In order to study this secret art, he has done a lot of preparation. Various materials related to the Firebird can form a small library. At this time, the Nirvana egg was placed under a special microscope. Egbert sketched the patterns on the Nirvana egg on a piece of paper through careful observation. It was a magical language. If it was cracked, many secrets of the Nirvana egg could be known. Luke stood behind the priest Egbert patiently and watched the pattern he drew. Egbert was a very rigorous scholar. Before joining the Abyss Temple, he was a very respected master of secret arts. It was because of this stubbornness that he eventually developed a psychological barrier and joined the Abyss Temple. After waiting for about 2 hours, Priest Egbert put down his pen. When he saw Luke, the smile on his face looked very scary. This is a perfect work of art. The magic patterns on it alone contain a wealth of magical knowledge. The eye of true vision outside the temple door didn't embarrass you, did it? No. Luke looked around the large laboratory, which could accommodate about a dozen people. Now there were only 6 Abyss mages helping Egbert. He continued, this place is full of a very corrosive energy. I can feel it infiltrating my body. This is the Abyss energy. Speaking of the Abyss, Egbert became excited again. You should feel lucky. If it weren't for special reasons, the apostles would never release so much Abyss energy for us to absorb. Don't reject it. Let it enter your body. Your body will slowly become Abyss, preparing for the real coming of the Abyss. Luke felt that he had stayed here for too long and had to leave as soon as possible to evaluate the impact of the Abyss energy and find a way to eliminate it. I will accept the gift of the Abyss. Are there any procedures required to join the Abyss Temple? There are still many things waiting for me to deal with today. Egbert remembered the purpose of calling Luke here. He asked his assistant to fetch a set of Abyss Mage robes. When he handed it to Luke, he said, I have completed the procedures for joining the Abyss Temple. Now you are Reserve Abyss Mage. Don't mind this position. I am now highly valued by the Apostles, and have great hope of becoming a new Apostle. I will stand at the place closest to the Abyss. Egbert was very high-spirited. In the process of his body becoming abyssal, his appearance was infinitely close to that of an Apostle. He believed that as long as he came into close contact with the Abyss, he would definitely be transformed into an Apostle of the Abyss. Even the Eye of True Vision did not dare to sneer at him. Luke took the Abyss Mage robe and asked again, Do I need to come to the temple every day? Egbert said, It's better to come every day. Now the Abyss energy in the temple is increasing every moment. And I don't know when the Abyss will come at the call of the Apostle. You don't know how many Abyss Mages are seeking a good position. Your 50 million is definitely worth it. Using power for personal gain and taking the back door. The Abyss Temple is also inevitable to this kind of worldly human relations. For Egbert, he has passed the dangerous period of purge and became a reserve apostle. Arranging Luke to accept the transformation of the Abyss is just a deal. After the transaction is completed, Luke will leave the Abyss Temple and will have no interest in Egbert. As for what Luke will become, it has nothing to do with Apostle Egbert. Luke replied, I will come to the temple every day. Thank you, Master Priest. I can feel that the Abyss is giving me strength. But I really need to leave for something. You go and do your thing. Egbert was also anxious to continue his experiment. The Abyss is watching you. The Abyss is watching you. Saying goodbye to Egbert, Luke left the temple without stopping. He returned to Fekachik's house as quickly as possible, locked himself in the room, and then took off his shirt. In the mirror, fine black lines appeared on the skin, like blood vessels. Luke immediately activated his dragon bloodline. The thunder and fire pupil of his left eye was passively activated, and his right eye turned into a dragon's vertical pupil. Fireworks spewed out of his nostrils, and the dragon's bloodline prevented the Abyss energy from eroding his body. But it could only prevent it. If he wanted to completely remove the Abyss energy, he would have to spend a lot of time. This was just the overflow of the Abyss energy. If the Abyss crack was really opened, it would definitely be an uncontrollable disaster. Chapter 428 Storm. Suddenly, the Abyss energy suppressed by the dragon bloodline rioted. The energy, which was originally as fierce as a flood, formed a huge wave under the stimulation and launched a violent counterattack. Luke was almost fainted by the impact of this Abyss energy, and could only use his powerful mental power to maintain his last sanity. After reciting a passage of ancient golden language, a golden square barrier was generated in the room to surround him. The barrier that isolated from the outside world took effect, and Luke couldn't help but let out a loud roar. The dragon's roar formed an offensive sound wave, which hit the inner wall of the barrier strongly, causing the barrier to shake constantly. The black lines on Luke's body began to spread with the impact of the Abyss energy, and some of them crawled along his neck to his face. The thunder fire eye burst out fierce lightning, and the purple flame burned the Abyss energy that was infecting it, and the ashes produced by the burning drifted down. Luke's body activated all its functions to fight against the runaway Abyss energy. Luke's consciousness sank into his own spiritual universe, and was pulled into the spiritual starry sky. In front of him, Qigong was wearing a magic professor robe of Ulu College, a magician's hat, a pair of glasses on his nose, a teaching stick in his hand, and a blackboard behind him. A thick magic book floated in front of him. He looked like a scholar with profound knowledge and good character. When Qigong saw Luke coming, he knocked on the blackboard with his teaching stick. The spiritual sphere went from behind the blackboard to the front, and dense formulas appeared on the blackboard. Since you have laid a solid foundation for your body, with the thunder fire eyes and the dragon bloodline, as well as other miscellaneous things, the counterattack of the Abyss energy is only temporary. However, if the follow-up is not handled properly, it will leave serious sequelae. Therefore, we must understand the Abyss. Although you did not listen to my advice and insisted on using your body as experimental material, it did allow us to learn a lot of things. Qigong snapped his fingers. The spiritual instrument swelled up, and then spit out a spherical barrier. There was a ball of black mist inside the barrier, which expanded and contracted inside the barrier, changing into various forms that made people feel frightened and uncomfortable. The spherical barrier floated in front of Luke, and he grabbed the barrier and carefully observed the things inside. Is this the abyss energy? Correct. Qigong praised Luke, and then pointed to the formula and magic structure diagram on the blackboard and said, "You are a learning maniac when you controlled my body. And these things should not be difficult for you to understand." After preliminary analysis by the spiritual library, the abyss energy is a new energy body, which is very likely to be a group of energy-type extraordinary creatures. Well, you should read it yourself. Luke knew that after awakening, Qigong was a woman who didn't want to use her brain. Even though Qigong's knowledge was shared, she would be lazy when it came to using her brain. Luke looked at the contents on the blackboard. It looked like there were a lot of dense writings. But for a new subject, these things were not even an introduction to the abyss energy. But considering the previous ignorance of the abyss, this was already a big step forward. The spiritual library conducted a preliminary elemental reaction test on the abyss energy, and the abyss energy showed strong corrosiveness. After being infected by the abyss, the elements were still the same elements, but they were not the original elements. When participating in the magic structure, such elements always showed a sense of irritability, as if he was losing his temper. Therefore, the spiritual library turned to test the biological definition of abyss energy. At present, it is not possible to use the currently recognized biological definition standards to confirm that abyss energy is an energy-type supernatural creature. We can only preliminarily test that abyss energy has certain biological characteristics. There are only so many things that can be studied in a short period of time. Luke felt, if abyss energy is really an energy-type supernatural creature, the abyss energy he collected may not even count as a cell. After reading the content on the blackboard, Luke said, "We still need to collect more abyss energy. It just so happens that I have to report to the abyss temple every day, so I can collect as much as possible." Qigong waved her hand to disperse the blackboard, and her clothes changed into the fashion Luke bought for her. At this time, there was a full moon in the starry sky. The position of the moon was very low, and it looked very large. A piece of moonlight sprinkled from the moon, and the stars formed a light band that floated down and swept across Qigong's body. Qigong's clothes and hair fluttered. She floated in front of Luke, stretched out a finger and touched his forehead, and a flash of light disappeared. Exploring the abyss is a very dangerous thing. Since I can't stop you, I can only give you a little blessing. Another small comfort for you, after the storm. There must be a clear sky. Just as Luke was about to say something, his consciousness was pushed out of the spiritual starry sky, returning to his own spiritual universe. It was boundless darkness. In a distant place, there was a voice roaring violently, just like the one heard in the abyss temple. That was the abyss energy that was invading. And Qigong, who seemed a little unreliable, was definitely not ignorant of the abyss. Luke recalled the last words Qigong said to him. There was something behind her words, but he couldn't guess what she wanted to express. A woman full of secrets. Luke's consciousness retreated back to his body, and he felt a sense of exhaustion in an instant. Since he obtained the bloodline of the dragon, he never knew what it meant to run out of power. The power seemed to be endless. And now, it's like when I was still a homeboy. I suddenly felt like I ran out to play a game of wild ball. Every muscle in my body was sore, and it felt like a mountain was hanging on my body when I moved. Sweat was pouring out. Fortunately, all the black lines on my body disappeared. Remove the barrier, and then move step by step to the mirror. It looks like nothing is wrong. The energy of the abyss did not cause the body to be alienated. Did he survive by his own physical fitness? Or did he get help from the clear sky? Luke couldn't help but touch his forehead, and a cool feeling lingered there. Probably both. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Luke quickly changed his clothes and went to open the door. Standing outside was Coconut. Coconut noticed something was wrong with Luke. What happened? Why do you look so weak? Luke endured the pain in his muscles and quickly thought of an excuse. I trained extra for the final match in the Duke's castle. Now it seems that I have overtrained. Coconut stepped forward to support Luke and said self-reproachfully, "It was my fault for not supervising your training. I was too focused on my own changes. Since I followed your advice to change my walking posture, I seem to have entered a whole new world. In the days to come, I will definitely do my duty and ensure that you win the championship in front of the Duke. You have to always remember that the ground under your feet is not the ground, but a force field." Luke reminded Coconut slightly, and then asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Coconut said, "Sergei came to visit Mrs. Fekachik, And it seems to be to discuss the sale of the shop. Sergei admires you very much. So he specially invited you to attend the dinner. Dinner? Luke looked back out the window. And it was already very dark. It was clearly noon when I came back. Does it take so long to fight against this little bit of abyss energy? No wonder the body is so exhausted. I'll walk by myself. Luke broke away from Coconut's support and tried to take 2 steps by himself. The pain in his muscles was more intense than before. And sweat kept coming out. The physical strength was overdrawn too much. Unable to recover by his own recovery power for the time being, Luke had to take out a magic wand from his sleeve. This was the magic wand given by Princess Dale. Although he didn't use it much, Luke always carried it with him. As the spell was chanted, a magic beam shot out from the tip of the magic wand. Luke cast a recovery magic on himself, and the feeling of weakness was finally relieved. But magic is not omnipotent. With Luke's physical reserves, magic can't replenish them. But walking on his own is no problem. Muscle pain can be tolerated. Luke walked forward, and Coconut followed closely behind him, as if he would immediately go up to support him when he encountered a problem. The two came to the restaurant one after the other. A table of sumptuous food had been prepared. This time, Mrs. Feachik did not enthusiastically pull Luke to sit down as usual. She sat in the main seat without moving, wearing a shiny and gorgeous evening dress, and all the makeup on her face was thickly smeared. Luke saw the tight buttons and seams on Mrs. Feachik's dress, and knew why she didn't stand up to greet him. I'm afraid that if she moves a little more now, the dress will break, and the buttons will crack. The human butler, wearing a tuxedo, politely greeted Luke and Coconut to sit down, and then poured red wine for them. All the guests arrived, and Mrs. Feachik picked up the red wine as bright red as her lipstick and said, "Tonight is a beautiful night. Baron Sergei, who is famous for his wealth in the Holy Mountain, and Mr. Luke, a fashionable celebrity in the city of raging waves, came to the Feachik family together. As the hostess of the Feachik family, I invite the 2 distinguished guests on behalf of my husband to drink this glass of red wine together, which symbolizes the beginning of a wonderful dinner. Cheers!" Mrs. Feachik's toast was very well done. Then she drank the full glass of red wine in one gulp, wiped the wine stains on her lips with her sleeve, and then reached out to grab a piece of steak and took a big bite. Luke saw that Mrs. Feachik was so generous, so he also drank a whole glass of wine in one gulp. After Baron Sergei drank the wine in his glass, Mrs. Feachik chewed the meat and said, "Today Baron Sergei came to me to discuss business. He wants to transfer his largest iron workshop to me, including a mine and a smelting workshop. Baron Sergei's iron workshop is a military workshop that produces armor and weapons for the Barbarian Legion. Mr. Luke, do you think this deal can be done?" Luke knew that Mrs. Feachik asked for his advice, but was actually asking whether to buy it. After all, Mrs. Feachik did not have enough money to buy the entire iron production line. The iron workshop that provides armor and weapons for the army is a stable job that can make money regardless of drought or flood, especially since the Tadega Hills is fighting with the Empire, and the consumption of armor and weapons is very high. Sergei would never think of selling it unless it is absolutely necessary. But since Sergei came to Mrs. Feachik to discuss the sale of the iron workshop, it means that the factory restriction order has been lifted. He was anxious to raise funds to build a factory and find a sucker to take over this old production system that was destined to be eliminated in the future. Looking at the entire Holy Mountain, the only one who was interested and capable of taking over quickly and seamlessly was the popular Lady Feachik. For Luke, business was no longer the kind of business that business seemed to be. If Baron Sergei needed money, then give him money. Once Tadega Hill lifted the factory ban, with the factory's production capacity, the products would not be something that the small Tadega Hill could produce and sell by itself. These factory owners, who tasted the sweetness of industrialization for the first time, would inevitably seek a larger market. Sergei's assets were very valuable in the closed economic circle of Tadega Hill. But in the larger market, he was just a small factory owner who could not withstand the storm. Just find a reason to punish him. If you don't want to die, just bow your head. So Luke said to Mrs. Feachik, "Buy it. Of course. The iron workshop that provides armor and weapons for the Barbarian Legion. Isn't this a goose that lays golden eggs? I just don't know why Baron Sergei wants to sell such a good workshop. Is he in trouble and needs a lot of money?" Baron Sergei knew that if he sold this iron workshop, he would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But he had already thought of an explanation. Following Luke's words, Sergei sighed, I did encounter difficulties. Last month, I ordered a batch of sky gold ore from overseas, which is an expensive alchemical material. I thought I could make a fortune. But the cargo ship encountered a storm at sea. The ship sank, and my cargo was gone. I borrowed a lot of money to buy this batch of ore. Now the creditors are asking me to pay back the money, and I can only reluctantly transfer this most profitable workshop. Mrs. Fekicik tried to squeeze out the sadness, but the unconcealed joy made her expression particularly layered. Ah! Poor Baron Sergei. Storms at sea are always unpredictable. But for you, this difficulty will definitely be overcome. Since you urgently need money to repay your debts, I will definitely help you. I want your iron workshop, along with the mines and smelting workshops. This was the first time that Baron Sergei and Madame Fekicik met. As the rumor goes, you don't know how hard it is to make money when you spend money. However, Baron Sergei's visit this time was not just to discuss the transfer of the iron workshop. Sergei pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, Madame Fekicik, for your generous help. You are probably the only person in the entire Holy Mountain who can come up with this money in a short time. I will complete the transfer procedures of the iron workshop as soon as possible. And please prepare the money. My creditors are pushing me too hard. In addition, I have some personal matters that I want to talk to Mr. Luke alone. Can Madame provide us with a room?" Chapter 429 Lose? When? Of course. Of course you can. Let the butler take you there. Mrs. Fekicik waved her hand very readily, and asked the butler to take Baron Sergei and Luke to the vacant room to discuss their private affairs. After Baron Sergei and Luke walked out, Mrs. Fekicik couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Sergei even sold such a profitable iron workshop. He must have lost a lot of money this time. Soon I will be the richest person in the entire Holy Mountain. No, the entire Tadega Hills. Ha ha ha. At the moment when Mrs. Fekicik couldn't help laughing, her back made a sizzling sound, and the evening dress finally couldn't bear the force it shouldn't have borne, and tore several cracks. In a secluded room, the butler poured a cup of coffee for Baron Sergei and Luke respectively and left. Mr. Luke. Baron Sergei had the upbringing of a hereditary noble. Even though he had something important in mind, he still said slowly, "When are you going to leave the Holy Mountain?" Luke took a sip of the coffee and found it very familiar. It was the tortoiseshell coffee that was popular in the city of Raging Waves. This coffee had a very warm color and a sweet caramel flavor. Mrs. Fekicik was really at the forefront of fashion to be able to drink such authentic Raging Waves city coffee in the Holy Mountain. Luke said to Baron Sergei, "My Lord Baron, I still have some things to deal with in the Holy Mountain. I will probably have to wait until the final match of the strongman is over before I consider leaving the Holy Mountain and continuing my adventure." Sergei asked, "What are they? Tell me. I have some abilities in the Holy Mountain and may be able to help you. If it is a secret mission of the Adventurers Association, just pretend I didn't ask." Luke put down the coffee cup and replied, "It's not a secret mission. On the way to the Holy Mountain, I accepted the commission of an Abyss Priest and completed the task he issued to the Adventurers Association. There was a problem when the task bounty was settled. The Abyss Priest did not have enough money to pay the full bounty, so we agreed to pay it in other ways." "Sir Baron, do you need to know the details of the mission?" This is the same as what Sergei learned from the Adventurers Association, since the matter is related to the Abyss Temple and involves a high-ranking Abyss Priest. He immediately said, "No. No. I am just a businessman, and I just asked out of pure curiosity." "Mr. Luke, did you know that Sir Duke Celtic is going to set up a city militia human brigade?" "A little bit. I also heard that Sir Baron will serve as the captain of this militia brigade." Speaking of this, Sergei couldn't help but smile. "Yes. Thanks Sir Duke Celtic for trusting me and entrusting me with the task of setting up the human militia brigade. Although it is only a battalion of 1,000 people, it is a beginning, representing that the human army will gradually become another main force of the military power of Tadega Hill. In the future, when the human army officially establishes a legion, the officers and soldiers of this battalion will be promoted very quickly. Mr. Luke, I would like to invite you to become a squadron leader. With your performance in the Hercules arena, you are fully qualified for this position." Luke originally thought that Sergei had a purpose in coming to him, but he did not expect that he would invite a person with no background in Tadega Hill to join his militia battalion. The purpose is not pure. Luke refused on the spot. "I'm sorry, Baron. I am an adventurer, not a mercenary. I don't plan to stay in the Holy Mountain for too long, so I can't join your militia." "That's a pity. The various races in the Tadijia Hills are influenced by the barbarians, and worship strength very much. Your strength makes you a star among the Tadijia people. If you are willing to stay here, you can easily gain a lot of fame and fortune. In response to Sergei's invitation again, Luke answered firmly, "This is not the life I like." Baron Sergei, who was rejected repeatedly, had to make the second best choice. Everyone has the right to pursue the life they like. If you can't stay in the Holy Mountain for a long time, can you serve in my militia? Just be the Inspector General of the brigade. I think all human soldiers would be honored to train under your supervision. If it's just a figurehead, Luke thought it didn't matter. And if it was just to discuss this matter, there was no need to open a separate room. Sergei must have other things to do. Being the Inspector General is just a test of the waters. Give him a sweet date first. If it's just a figurehead, I personally have no problem with it. I hope the Baron will publish this commission as a task in the Adventurers Association. I don't want to take responsibility for no reason. Baron Sergei can feel that this human adventurer named Luke is very cautious. If it were someone else, they might ask for some benefits first and then agree. If the commission is published in the Adventurers Association, the Adventurers Association has professional liability risk analysts to help adventurers formulate a rigorous commission agreement. Sergei praised, "Mr. Luke is worthy of being an A-level adventurer, always keeping vigilant. Please rest assured that I will never use your reputation to do anything that harms your interests. I will officially publish the commission to the Adventurers Association tomorrow. If you are free in 3 days, please come to the Tsanlong Militia Battalion barracks to participate in the military ceremony. After the Tsanlong Militia Battalion is established, it will perform urban security tasks. As the Inspector General of the Tsanlong Militia Battalion, I will provide you with a lot of convenience." This was a forced privilege, which made Luke feel that Sergei must have something to ask of him. The public security of the Golden Shield Empire is under the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau, which is affiliated with the city government office. Most of the public security officers have been trained in professional schools and have relatively high professional qualities. In addition to the Public Security Bureau, local secret intelligence bureaus also bear part of the responsibility for urban security. So it is common to see the Public Security Bureau and the Imperial Secret Service patrolling at the same time. The situation in the Tadijia Hills is different from that in the Empire. Most of the barbarians live in tribes, and do not need professional urban security personnel. The Holy Mountain is the only large city in the entire Tadijia Hills, and the city security is mainly the responsibility of the city militia. In the past, all the city militias were barbarians. Now, as part of the city militias are added to the barbarian army, humans are recruited to fill the gap. There are 5 battalions of city militias in the Holy Mountain. The fact that humans can occupy one battalion can indeed provide privileges and conveniences in many places. Luke thought about his recent schedule and replied, "I will attend the military ceremony of the Grey Wolf Militia Battalion on time." "Baron, is there anything else?" "Yes." Baron Sergei felt that he had given a benefit and could smoothly make a request. "I hope that when you participate in the final battle of the strongman competition in the Duke's Castle, you can give the championship to your opponent." "Oh." Luke understood what Sergei meant, but still pretended not to understand and asked, "Why?" "For the human race." Sergei threw out a grand idea. The status of the human race in Tadijia Hill was very low before, which can be seen from the hereditary titles. There are only 7 noble titles that the human race can inherit, and the highest is only the Baron, and 5 of them have no fiefdoms. The fiefdoms of me and another human baron are all very barren places. Now the barbarians have to rely on the human race to fight the Empire. The establishment of the human militia is just the beginning. There will be more measures that are beneficial to the human race in the future. This is a good opportunity that the human race has never encountered since it moved into Tadijia Hill. As long as we seize the opportunity, the human race in Tadijia Hill will definitely become the main body like the human race in other places, creating a prosperous and wealthy Tadijia Hill. "What does this have to do with me?" Luke said indifferently. "I am not a human from Tadijia Hills, and I may not come here more than a few times in my life." Sergei knew that big promises could not convince a knowledgeable adventurer, so he offered a price. "If you can help the human race in Tadijia Hills this time, we will definitely be grateful to you. In the future, you will not only be able to get convenience in the Holy Mountain, but when our influence covers the entire Tadijia Hills, you can enjoy greater privileges." Tadijia Hills is a place with ancient civilization. During the ancient civilization war, many races migrated here for refuge. Now there are still many ancient races living in remote mountains. There are also many places worth exploring. With the privileges and help we give, it will be very convenient for you to explore Tadijia Hills in the future. Luke knew that Sergei was right. Tadijia Hills is simply a paradise for adventurers. Almost every hill has an ancient history. There are so many adventure plots and maps that even the most hardcore adventure players feel overwhelmed. It's just that the barbarians don't like outsiders to wander around in their territory. So for players, barbarians are a kind of wild monster that will actively attack. However, Luke is not a real adventurer, and his adventure is not to explore secrets. The championship of the Holy Mountain Strongman competition means a lot to me, but coming to Tadijia Hills for adventure is an unknown future. Luke gave such an answer, and Baron Sergei analyzed it according to the businessman's thinking. This is because the offer is not enough. I can pay you a sum of money. This is not a matter of money. Baron Sergei directly offered 10 million Reichsmarks. I am a principled person and an adventurer who attaches great importance to integrity. 15 million Reichsmarks. The championship prize is 500,000 Reichsmarks. Can you understand the weight of this championship in my heart? 18 million Reichsmarks. Baron Sergei didn't waste any words and decided not to talk about ideals and just use money to settle the matter. But his increase made Luke very uncomfortable. Millions of dollars more. So far from my psychological expectation. I will be at a loss for words later. Will it be embarrassing? So Luke decided not to act anymore. He estimated that Sergei's iron workshop could only be sold for about 50 million Reichsmarks. So he said directly, 50 million Reichsmarks? The result of the game is definitely what you imagined. 50 million. This is a bit higher than the highest price Baron Sergei had in mind. An iron workshop is equivalent to giving it away for free. Mr. Luke, you want too much, Luke said cautiously. Compared with the future of the Tadijia Hills people, 50 million is not much. Can it be less? 20 million Reichsmarks is my limit. Luke smiled and said, this is about the future of the human race in Tadijia Hills. How can I let you bear this expense alone? There are still a few days before the final match in the Duke's castle. It should be in time to organize a fundraising event. Baron Sergei regretted talking about ideals with Luke. The result of the game cannot be lost. This is related to whether the factory restrictions can be lifted. It seems that I can only bear the pain and bleed heavily. Okay. As long as you lose the game, I can raise funds to pay you the money. No problem. As long as the money is in place. Losing the game is easy for me. Baron Sergei thought in his heart. Losing the game is easy for anyone. Fortunately, the game was settled, and the only thing left was to get 50 million. After being ripped off, he still had to say thank you. Thank you for your help, Mr. Luke. Baron Sergei thanked him reluctantly. But Luke said at this time, Baron, do you think it is better for you to lose the game or win the game? Baron Sergei's mind instantly cleared the 50 million. And a kind of epiphany appeared, which he wanted to grasp but couldn't. Do you have any unique views? Luke looked like a master. My views are not unique. But you are in this game in Tadijia Hills. And there are some places that outsiders can see. But you can't see. Just like a person in the mountains cannot see the whole picture of the mountain. Baron Sergei thought this metaphor was very vivid. He nodded and said, I want to hear your opinion on this matter. Luke then talked freely. I agree with your view on the rise of the human race in Tadijia Hills. The pressure of the Empire forced the Celtic Duke to rely on the human race. The establishment of the Human Militia Brigade is a beginning. If the Baron thinks that this reliance is a charity, it is a big mistake. If the human race in Tadijia Hills has no strength, why would the Duke rely on it? Baron Sergei, do you think that your current improved status is given to you by the Duke? Or is it lifted up by the entire Tadijia people? Luke's words seemed to open a door to a whole new world for Baron Sergei. The reason why he stood so high now was not because he was lifted up by the Duke of Celtic, but because he had a solid foundation under his feet. Mr. Luke, please continue. Baron Sergei no longer had the mercenary nature of a businessman, and he listened to the truth as if he was studying. Luke continued, rely on the Duke of Celtic, and when you are no longer useful, he can kick you aside at any time. But if the Tadijia people can truly wake up and get rid of the inherent concept that barbarians are naturally stronger than humans, the Tadijia people can be considered to have truly risen. The human race needs a leader who dares to fight for power from the Duke of Celtic for their own interests. And this leader needs the full support of the human race, so that what is obtained can last. You know better than me what the significance of this final match of the strongman is. And the Celtic Duke knows better than you. No matter what he promised you, He can take it back if he wants to. And what you earn is what you really get. Is it a win? Is it a loss? Is it a short term or a long term? As an excellent businessman, you need to think carefully. If you don't seize the opportunity in the past, it will be difficult to appear again. Chapter 430 highlights. Baron Sergei is a smart man. He can't figure out some things because he is blinded by his inherent ideas. Once he is reminded, he can jump out of his original perspective and see things clearly from a macro perspective. The Celtic Duke began to rely on the human race passively. As long as there is a way, he will not reuse this race that can make money, pay taxes, and is easy to bully. Now most of the human nobles in the Holy Mountain regard this as the grace of the Duke and the charity given by the barbarians as a reward. But they didn't think too much about why they didn't give these rewards to other races in the Tadega Hills. That's because the human race has strength. The human race has earned its current status. Recognizing this, the perspective and results of considering the problem will be different. Will the Duke of Kelt continue to maintain the factory restriction order because the barbarians lost the strongman competition? Will that not wait for the Empire's butcher knife to chop his neck? Will the Duke of Kelt blame himself because the barbarians lost the strongman competition? Definitely. But he will never make radical moves at the critical moment of the overall transformation of Tadega Hills. He now relies heavily on human merchants to build factories, human craftsmen to arm the barbarian legions, and even human warriors to form an army to fight on the front line. If a human wins the championship of the strongman competition, and wins the championship in the Duke's castle, and accepts the Celtic Duke to personally wear the gold belt, it can serve as a wake-up call to those humans who are still willing to be second-class people. If a human can defeat all barbarians in the strength that barbarians are best at, then what sense of superiority do barbarians have over humans? Only by winning. The human race of Tadigia can exist as a large tribe independent of the barbarians. When the human race of Tadigia forms a real group, rather than a race affiliated with the barbarians, the leader of the human race cannot be kicked away by the Celtic Duke. Baron Sergei looked at Luke with eager eyes, but also full of doubts. Who are you? Sergei suspected the purpose of Luke telling him this, which was too rebellious. Luke picked up the coffee and drank it again. I am an adventurer from the City of Raging Waves. I have seen what happened in the City of Raging Waves over the years. And then I have some feelings about what is happening in the Holy Mountain. The reason why Governor Meteorite rose so quickly is because he won the hearts of the people in the City of Raging Waves. The Empire needs the City of Raging Waves. And it needs Meteorite. As long as the City of Raging Waves still has its current status, no one can touch Meteorite, as far as I know. When he came to the City of Raging Waves, he was just an ordinary detective of the Secret Service branch. And now he is a Marquis. And you, Baron, your starting point is much higher than Meteorite. By the way, this coffee is tortoiseshell coffee from Raging Waves City. Madame Fekachik must have taken great pains to get it. Have a taste. It's delicious. Sergei's brain was a little confused by the stimulation. He almost unconsciously took a sip of the coffee, and felt a variety of flavors in his heart. He thought of the warning that the Duke of Celtic gave him last night, and also thought of the oath he made. Now everyone says that Meteorite is a powerful minister. He has undermined the imperial power, and is a negative example for a minister. But a road to Meteorite is in front of him. Who can resist not to be a Meteorite? For Baron Sergei, it doesn't matter who Luke is. What he is thinking about now is what position he can achieve as the leader of the Tadigia Hills people. How to control all the power and wealth in his own hands in the future, instead of being arbitrarily deprived by others. Sergei suddenly said, "It seems that the final battle of the Duke's Castle strongman. Winning is in the interests of the Tadigia Hills people." Luke slowly tasted the coffee and said, "I am just an adventurer. It is my job to accept and complete the mission. Whether it is a loss or a win, it is up to you." Sergei thought for a while, and the cup of hot coffee in his hand was almost cold. He made up his mind and said, "Win. Mr. Luke, please win the championship in the Duke's Castle Strongman Finals." Luke said, "I'll do whatever you say, Baron. As long as the money is in place, I will definitely play according to your wishes." Baron Sergei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Do I have to pay for winning?" "Of course I have to pay." At this time, Luke was like a shrewd businessman. "I just said that losing is easy, and winning is much harder than losing. What if I lose without paying? This is the truth." "But something is wrong." Baron Sergei, who was a little overloaded by the stimulation just now, felt that he was confused. He sorted out the process of this transaction. We started talking about, if you lose, I will pay you 50 million Reichsmarks. That's right. Now that I'm following your wishes and changing it to winning. Why should I give you money? Because winning or losing is uncertain before the game starts. If you don't pay, you may lose, but if you pay, you will definitely win. You said the championship is very important to you. I can lose the game for 50 million Reichsmarks. Which do you think is more important to me? Money or the championship? 50 million made Baron Sergei see the adventurer in front of him clearly. This piece of meat. Whether you win or lose, you have to cut it off. Baron Sergei looked at Luke and felt that he was lucky to be an adventurer. If he was a businessman, he might be stripped of everything today. There is no point in saying more. This revelation made people realize that the truth that can influence the Sergei family for generations is not worth 50 million imperial marks. Baron Sergei could only comfort himself in this way. He asked Luke, 50 million? Are you sure to win? Luke said, Baron, you have seen my competition in the strongman arena, and my opponent's competition. This kind of pure strength competition is difficult to upset. I have an advantage in both absolute strength and endurance. The Duke asked you to persuade me to play a fake match. Isn't it because I have a big advantage? Sir, the coffee is cold. Baron Sergei drank all the remaining coffee in the cup in one gulp and said, I will prepare 50 million imperial marks as soon as possible. Mr. Luke, please keep in good condition these days, and win the championship of the strongman competition. Luke smiled and said, Thank you for the reward, Lord Baron. Luke clinked his empty cup with the empty cup in Baron Sergei's hand, and the porcelain cup made a pleasant sound. Then Luke and Baron Sergei returned to the dinner together. Mrs. Fekachik had changed into an evening gown. She warmly invited the two back to the table and asked, What did you two talk about? Luke replied, Baron Sergei wanted to invite me to join the human militia battalion of the city. But I will continue my adventure after I finish dealing with the affairs of the Holy Mountain. And I will not stay here for too long. So I just took a sinecure in the Grey Wolf militia battalion. Baron Sergei expressed regret and said, Mr. Luke is now a star of the entire Holy Mountain. It is our loss that he cannot join the Grey Wolf militia battalion. Fortunately, Mr. Luke is willing to serve as the Inspector General of the brigade, which is the best result. When Mrs. Fekich heard about this, she immediately lost interest. The barbarians are not short of brave soldiers, but they are short of smart people. My husband is one of the few smart barbarians, and his business in the city of Raging Waves is very good. I want his brothers from the Stone family to go to the city of Raging Waves to help and learn how to do business and make money. As a result, their heads are full of stones, and they have no interest in what such smart people do. They all ran to join the city militia and wait to be added to the barbarian army. Mr. Luke, they are all in awe of you. Please help me persuade them that they will die on the battlefield. The Stone family has shed enough blood, and there is a future in the city of Raging Waves. It must be said that Mrs. Fekachik, who is at the forefront of fashion in the Holy Mountain, has a much broader vision than most barbarians. Luke replied, Yes, Mrs. Fekachik. I will persuade them. At a dinner party, everyone got what they wanted. Everyone ate happily, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Luke was the one who benefited the most. Not only did he get an iron workshop of great value without spending a penny, but he also successfully divided the barbarians and humans in Tadega Hills. Luke didn't know whether Baron Sergei could become the meteor of Tadega Hills, as long as he was willing to work hard in this direction. Baron Sergei also felt that he was the one who benefited the most. What is the iron workshop? When the steel plant is built, all the blacksmith shops are scum. What is 50 million Reichsmarks? When you become the leader of the Tadigia people, and the Celtic Duke has to rely on you, these money will be drizzle. As a rising star in Tadigia politics, you can no longer look at things from the perspective of a businessman as before. You have to stand high to overlook the mountains. Meteor is my role model and my goal. Baron Sergei frequently invited Luke to drink. When the dinner was over, he was already drunk and unconscious, and was carried to the carriage by the servants who came with him. There was nothing important the next day. Luke first went to the black magic potion shop to collect some information about the Abyss Temple, and then changed into the Abyss Mage robe to report to Priest Egbert. Egbert was busy studying the Nirvana egg, and he did not treat Luke as a test subject, so he naturally did not treat him well. He just said that the Abyss would not come today, and sent Luke away. This time Luke did not stay in the Abyss Temple for too long. and the erosion of the abyss energy he suffered was far less serious than the first time. Without accepting Qingkong's help, Luke successfully resolved the invading abyss energy with his own strength. The abyss did not seem to be invincible, and Luke's fear of it was much less. As expected, fear comes from the unknown. Then comes training. The Fichik family has a very professional underground training ground, and the training equipment is actually purchased from the city of Raging Waves. What surprised Luke was that there was even a gravity training room here. The gravity training room uses magic alchemy to create a special room that can adjust the gravity, in addition to increasing gravity to exercise strength. Reducing gravity is helpful for the training of spiritual magic. After asking around, Luke learned that the gravity training room and the entire training ground were gifts from Fichik to the Stone family. The barbarians of the Stone family like to come here to sweat. When Luke came to the underground training ground, all the training equipment here was occupied by barbarians, and there was a queue outside the square gravity training room. The barbarians showed off their strong muscles while exercising, boasting about their achievements in the strongman arena. When Luke appeared, the entire underground training ground immediately became quiet. The barbarians of the Stone family did not like the human race, but they were conservative and traditional and also respected absolute power. They had all competed with Luke in strength, and had seen the performance of this human strongman in the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena. Absolute power has an absolute status. Mr. Luke, Coconut, who was also here, saw Luke and immediately ran over and asked with concern, "Have you recovered?" Luke felt his physical condition today, because he controlled the amount of abyss energy absorbed. He did not suffer from physical exhaustion like yesterday. Moreover, after the consumption of the abyss energy, the reborn power and energy seemed to be refined, making the whole body inside and outside indescribably transparent. This feeling gave Luke another level of understanding of power. This is also the reason why Luke came to the training ground immediately after finishing the removal of the abyss energy. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of that vague feeling through training, because he felt that it was a level of power that had never been mastered by players in the game. As a senior game-up host, Luke collected a lot of information and communicated with other players, and unanimously believed that the game stage they were in at that time was just the beginning of the era. It is the process of players getting familiar with the era system. 6 stars is the basis for welcoming the next version update. Senior game analysts predict based on various signs that the next version of era will be the strong return of the 5 ancient civilizations. Based on what Luke knows now, this prediction is very likely to be accurate. The strong return of the 5 ancient civilizations will definitely represent the return of the artifacts, and the power level of the entire era world will be raised by an order of magnitude. Like the Demon Tyrant, the current comprehensive strength is 5.5 stars. Once there is an artifact to assist, it will be a slave turning over and singing. Since the artifacts of the 5 ancient civilizations are now in the abyss will definitely play a very large role in the plot of the artifacts returning. What is the abyss? Players have no definition, and Luke doesn't know it now. The natives of the epic game generally define this inexplicable power as a god, and then worship it. The Abyss Temple is an obvious deification of the Abyss. There are many similarly deified powers in this world. For example, the special bloodline of Qigong, the Wings of Space and Time, was obtained through the Elf Lord. And the so-called Elf Lord is just a well that is worshipped and deified by the elves. The well water has a special power that can make the elves evolve. Evolution. Abyssification. The same thing. Luke touched his forehead, and the cool feeling remained. The body and strength are changing with the process of being infected with the energy of the abyss, and clearing the energy of the abyss. After the storm, there must be a clear sky. Is this what she wanted to express? Luke couldn't help but smile, seeing that Luke didn't answer her, but touched her forehead and smiled stupidly. Coconut also reached out and pressed his forehead. Are you sick? Chapter 431 News from St. Louis City. Luke came back to his senses and stopped thinking about the illusory things. He asked Coconut, "Where is Kato?" Coconut turned sideways and pointed to the depths of the gym. "He is there. Kato heard that I was your strength training coach, so he kept asking me to provide him with special training. I tested some of his strength, and it was just as terrifying as yours." Luke saw Kato, who was doing squats with a huge iron ball. Kato comes from Misamu Mountain, where a very special magnetite is abundant. This magnet has mysterious abilities that can give some gifted barbarians extraordinary powers, Luke said as he walked towards Kato. Kato, who was concentrating on training, put down the iron ball immediately when he saw Luke coming, and saluted, "Mr. Luke, good afternoon." Luke kicked the iron ball aside, and then said to Kato, "For you, this kind of training will only improve your strength to a very limited extent. In fact, the absolute strength you have is already very close to the upper limit of the barbarians." Kato's enthusiasm for training was instantly extinguished, and he asked unwillingly, "Is my strength really unable to be improved anymore?" Luke replied, "Strength is not necessarily physical strength. The Imperial Army was able to attack the Tadega Hills and forced the barbarian army to defend because humans made up for their lack of physical strength through other powers. Magic, alchemy, supernatural, steam, machinery, secret arts. Humans use all available means and technologies to strengthen and arm themselves. Barbarians cannot just keep pursuing single physical strength. They must learn to obtain strength from other places." A voice echoed, "Mr. Luke is right. The Duke of Celtic took in the Abyss Temple just to let the Abyss Mage use secret arts to give us barbarians power. The Blood Oath barbarians are very strong. Luke's arrival has been watched by the barbarians in the training ground." Seeing him instructing Kato, the stone barbarians immediately surrounded him, wanting to steal his skills. The person who just spoke was a stone barbarian. The other barbarians also praised the blood-sworn barbarian. Luke said, "I don't know how the Abyss Mage uses the secret technique to transform the blood-sworn barbarian, but I know another way to let the barbarian gain the ability to control the wind, called the Storm Barbarian. Kato, are you interested in controlling the storm?" Kato replied, "Mr. Luke, give me money to hire me, and I will do whatever you ask me to do." Kato, who came from a remote barbarian tribe, was very honest. "Then, let's start." After that, Luke chanted a spell, and a strong wind spread outward with him as the center, pushing the barbarians around him back. After pushing the stone barbarians a certain distance, Luke took out his magic wand and chanted another spell. The 4 transparent barriers opened one by one, trapping Luke, Coconut, and Kato inside the barriers. The wind stopped, and the barbarians who were pushed out gathered around again, but were blocked outside by the barriers. They had no choice but to stand outside and watch curiously to see what the storm barbarians were controlling the storm. It seemed very powerful. Luke did not drive the stone barbarians out, but just let them watch to make them itch. The barrier was completed, and Luke waved his magic wand. The front end of the magic wand flashed with light and drew a complex magic circle in the air. After a magic circle was drawn, Luke flicked his hand, and the magic circle rose upward and then turned horizontal. Luke held the magic wand and pointed at the magic circle, using magic power as a line to guide the magic circle to slowly descend. The light from the magic circle penetrated the barrier and shone on the faces of all the barbarians watching. They rarely saw such gorgeous magic, and they stared with wide eyes. Right below the magic circle was Kato, who was a little overwhelmed. When Kato saw the magic circle falling, he wanted to dodge. While Luke was concentrating on controlling the magic circle, he said to Kato, "Don't move. Just stand there. Don't touch the magic circle." Kato immediately stopped and stood still. The magic circle continued to descend, and the center circle of the magic circle just caught Kato. Kato tightened his body and tried his best not to touch the magic circle. A magic circle fell steadily and was then imprinted on the ground. The magic light jumped along the magic circuit like a flame. At this time, Luke began to draw the second magic circle. Storm Barbarian was created by a Barbarian Lord player. It is a special skill that converts the physical strength of the barbarian into wind energy and releases it. The stronger the strength, the stronger the wind energy released. Since Luke recruited Kato, he has specialized in studying the transformation method of Storm Barbarian. This kind of magic system belongs to Ching Kong's specialty, so it is naturally not difficult for Luke. The second magic circle was also completed during the drawing. It was also changed from rising to horizontal, and then passed through the tense Kato in the center and descended. This time the magic circle did not land, but stopped 10 centimeters above the first magic circle. Light tracks rose from the magic circle on the ground, rotating and connecting to the corresponding magic nodes of the magic circle above. Then Luke began to draw the third magic circle, layer by layer, layer by layer. The production and combination of the Storm Barbarian transformation magic circle structure is a very complex project, which is extremely challenging for a magician's magic reserve, magic control, and magic knowledge. When Luke controlled the clear sky, he would actively learn in any free time. The relaxation at this moment was accumulated over a long period of time. But even though Luke was so skilled in constructing the magic array structure, it took him 2 hours to complete the construction. The next step was to check and activate the magic circuits in each section, so that the magic power could flow smoothly in the entire structure system. Another 2 hours passed. The stone barbarians outside the barrier had been standing and watching for 4 hours. And everyone was shocked by this large-scale magic. Inside the barrier, the magic array structure that encircled Kato in the middle was like a model of a skyscraper. The magic light was the lights and neon lights of the building, colorful and dazzling. The magic structure was completed, and Luke put a section of magic power into it to test it. A magical light flashing with 7 colors entered from the bottom of the magic array structure, and it was divided into dozens of sections and swam along the connected magic circuit. The first layer of the magic array was unobstructed, and the colorful light swam to the second layer through the light tracks connected from top to bottom. Luke looked at the colorful light rising layer by layer, and couldn't help but sigh that the Barbarian Lord player didn't know how much energy he invested in the development of the Storm Barbarian. Behind this complex magic array structure, there must be a huge development team. Luke thought of the several large research factories he opened in the city of Raging Waves. It was also a huge development team, and it was also a huge investment. If you want to keep up with the version iteration, you can't slack off at all. After regaining his thoughts, the magic energy detection was completed, and all magic circuits were unobstructed. Luke asked Kato, who was at the center of the magic circle, "Are you ready?" Kato's body had become a little stiff after standing still. However, this was only a physical burden. He had never seen such a large-scale magic, and the psychological pressure he was under was even greater. Kato's voice trembled a little when he answered, and he was afraid that his words would disturb the magic. "Luke, sir, I'm ready. Get ready. I will start to engrave magic on you. Be careful. It will hurt. Very, very hurt." Without waiting for Kato to say anything else, Luke opened his hand and closed it again. After the entire magic array structure emitted an expanding flash, all the beams gathered towards the center and instantly sank into Kato's body. With the injection of magic energy, the magic array structure lost its light, falling layer by layer and finally accumulating to the bottom layer. The magic array was imprinted on the ground, and from time to time, the light of magic energy flashed along the line. Kato, who was surrounded by the magic array structure, was revealed. He stared at Luke blankly and felt his body again. "It doesn't hurt, ah." Before Kato could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then his skin began to crack and blood oozed out. The sudden huge pain almost made Kato lose his voice, and he could only make a crackling sound with his mouth open. He couldn't move, but the wind was spinning under his feet. The cyclone was getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a strong air pressure in the closed barrier. The cyclone was spinning wildly, and after the initial severe pain, Kato finally let out a roar at this moment. The air pressure increased again. Coconut, who was standing on the edge, was pushed back by the wind. After taking a step back, circles of force fields appeared under her feet. In the center of the force field, although Coconut was pushed by the wind pressure and couldn't help but bend over to resist, her feet were as stable as roots. And Luke stood outside the barrier at some point. He was looking at his work with a little interest. In the center of the wind pressure was the calm Kato, who stood there with his eyes closed, and his consciousness felt the new changes in his spiritual space. The blood on his body turned into powder and dissipated in the wind, and the cracks on his skin healed to form beautiful and mysterious magic runes. The wind pressure in the barrier gradually decreased, and when Luke removed the barrier, only a strong wind rushed out. Kato opened his eyes at this time, and his originally black eyes turned blue, and there seemed to be a whirlwind spinning in his pupils. Kato raised his arm and clenched his fist, and blue wind energy wrapped around his forearm and spun. He did not punch with all his strength, but just flicked a finger, and a blade of air shot out from his fingertips, leaving a mark on the ceiling. "Mr. Luke, I feel different from before?" Luke smiled and said, "Of course it's different. You are now a storm barbarian, and you can release your power in the form of wind. And you who have mastered the extraordinary power are no longer limited by the upper limit of the flesh. Continue your training, experience the ability you have gained, and get familiar with it, so that you can better control it." "Yes, Mr. Luke." "Thank you, Mr. Luke." The new power made Kato dare not move, and he stood in place and saluted Luke. Luke waved to Kato, and then pulled the coconut fruit away. He himself also had new insights to experience. As soon as Luke left, the stone barbarians immediately surrounded Kato regardless of possible dangers. They wanted to see how strong the storm barbarians were. Soon the uncontrolled wind knocked down a large group of barbarians, who shouted excitedly, while Luke and Coconut were doing physical fitness tests and collecting data. The urgent intelligence from the Imperial Secret Service was finally delivered to the Moonlight Court. At the same time, Luke, who received the news, immediately stopped training, returned to his room, and focused all his attention on the clear sky of the Moonlight Court. The angels descended on St. Louis City in a very tough attitude without any notice. This time the angels descended on a large scale, even showing an attitude of fighting at all costs. But they only asked to build a temple in St. Louis City? What does Sky City want to do? The temple in St. Louis City is different from the temple in Moonlight Court. The Moonlight Royal Court Temple is similar to an embassy. On the surface, it promotes the relationship between the Moonlight Royal Court and Sky City. But what it does behind the scenes is the same as the mission to collect intelligence. This temple in St. Louis City was definitely not built to promote friendly relations between the Golden Shield Empire and Sky City. All the people who settled there are radical Holy Judgment angels, which further shows that the Holy Judgment of Sky City wants to do something big in secret in St. Louis City. Judging from the number and quality of the angels who settled there, this matter is more important to Sky City than the World Tree. More important than the World Tree, Sky City has to send angels to St. Louis City regardless of the agreement that Archangel Gold just made with the Queen Regent of the Empire, and it does not hesitate to expose the contradictions between the archangels. It can make the angels so nervous, and make such seemingly strong, but actually chaotic moves. The only treasured artifact in the world is probably the angel's artifact, the light sculpture. Luke thought of the last time Qi Kong used the Book of Disaster. The power of the artifact came out from the abyss. At that time, Elder Shuojin Chun was assassinated, and Elder Mu took most of the Shuojin people back to the World Bank headquarters. The Shuojin people left were not strong enough to feel the artifact. But all the members of the angel envoys were in the palace at that time. Archangel Gold was a fighting angel who participated in the ancient war. His perception of the artifact was definitely much stronger than that of the angels born after the ancient war. After analyzing this, Luke was not in a hurry to rush back to the imperial capital. The actions of Sky City exposed too many problems of the angels. Luke even felt that the large-scale descent of the Holy Judgment angels was not approved by the Archangel Council, but was a direct order from the Chief Holy Judgment Angel Sword of Oath. If the angels knew where the artifact was, this powerful raid would be no problem at all. But Luke knew that when the angels descended, the Book of Disaster followed Qi Kong to the Moonlight King's court. In other words, the angels made such a big noise just by smelling the artifact. What would the Shining Gold civilization think? What would the Hell civilization think? What would the Dragon Clan and the Shadow Clan think? The 5 ancient civilizations were entangled in various grievances and interests, and one move would affect the whole body. The angels didn't consider the reactions of all parties, didn't have any careful plans, and maybe didn't even think clearly about what to do next, and immediately placed an important chess piece on St. Louis City. A chess player who can play such a bad chess piece, what else does he have left except the brute force left by ancient civilization? He has great ambitions, but little wisdom. Has the angel without a divine weapon fallen to this point? Chapter 432 Starry Sky. Era of Mystic Arts. Volume 2. Chapter 194 Starry Sky. After analyzing the matter clearly, Luke felt that there was no need to react too much to the angel's arrival. The Silver Manor was idle anyway, so if the angels didn't mind it being unlucky, let them mess around. The Empire would just stay the same in the face of change, and wait and see how the parties would respond before making any moves. However, the angels' arrival at the palace this time still exposed the weakness of the secular country. Faced with this sudden flying dragon riding style of play, the core of the huge empire was unable to come up with the power to fight against it, or the plot was changed too much. The 5 ancient civilizations intervened in the secular world too early, and the secular world had not yet completed the accumulation of technology. Luke informed the imperial spies who came through Qi Kong of the Moonlight Court, saying that he would pass the news to Meteorite, and that Meteorite was doing something very important to the Empire. How to deal with the angel's arrival this time will be discussed after Meteorite returns to the imperial capital. After Luke sent away the imperial spies, he returned his consciousness to his body. His consciousness was in the spiritual universe. He thought about it for a while, and then turned to the spiritual starry sky. At this time, Qi was half lying on the falling crescent moon. Her fingers pointed at the stars in the starry sky. Every time she pointed at a star, the star would flicker. It was like the teacher was calling the roll before class. Luke floated to Qi side and said, "You should have known about the Holy Judgment Angel's arrival in the Imperial capital." Got it. Qi focus was still on the starry sky, as if clicking on the stars was a very fun thing. She also asked, "When will you go back?" "When you and I were not in St. Louis City. The angel dared to come and cause trouble. We need to teach him a lesson." Luke replied, "Many things on the Holy Mountain have reached a critical moment. The power of the Abyss will descend on the Abyss Temple at any time. I must do something to minimize the impact of the Abyss energy on the Tadigia Hills. The bloodline of the God of War can provide us with extraordinary warriors who can fight against the 5 ancient civilizations. The Tadigia Hills must be completely transferred to my control." Qi turned to look at Luke. "Can you take such a big Tadigia Hills? Eat even if you can't eat?" Barbarians are warlike and are natural warriors. Arming barbarians with equipment used to arm human soldiers will definitely result in stronger basic soldiers. Storm barbarians can be used as the backbone after being armed. Now the bloodline of the God of War has been discovered. Tadigia Hills is simply a treasure trove of soldiers. What it lacks is a new owner who has money and technology to fully develop their war potential. Facing the clear sky, Luke did not hide his possessiveness of Tadigia Hills. Raging Wave City is good in everything except for people. The expanded Raging Wave City has entered a period of rapid development. Factories are scrambling for people everywhere, and it is difficult for the army to find excellent soldiers willing to go to the battlefield. They barely formed an armored assault division of the city of Raging Waves, and most of the soldiers were recruited from the lower city of St. Louis City. There are people in the Moonlight Court, but they are nominally the people of Qi. Luke always has a barrier when he wants to recruit the barbarians from the Western Territory. And because of the special nature of the World Tree, the army of the Moonlight Court needs to respond to emergencies at all times. And it is difficult to use them for offensive operations for the time being. The current value of Tadigia Hill is enough to make up for its own shortcomings in Luke's eyes. Even if you come to the Holy Mountain to do your own things, you still think about the Empire in your heart. It seems that such a thing happened in the winter capital of the Accounti Alliance. Qi sat up and faced Luke, swinging his feet back and forth. "If you take over Tadigia Hill, the Empire's direct territory will be surrounded by your territory. When will you become the Emperor of the Empire?" Luke actually thought about it seriously. "If I need to be the Emperor of the Empire, I will do it. I came to you not to talk to you about this matter. You, or the power you represent. Who is stronger than the Abyss?" Qi swinging feet suddenly stopped. She looked at Luke in surprise, and then laughed. "I knew that my secret could not be hidden from you for too long. You are too smart. And you are charming because of your intelligence." Luke said, "You haven't answered me yet." Qi thought about it seriously, and then said seriously, "I shouldn't have appeared. It was the perfect intersection of the World Tree, the starry sky, and your consciousness that created me. I have some of your memories, and know what you belong to this world. I also know what you have done to this world. The changes you have made to this world has shaped who you are now. And the changed world has become another kind of pressure that constantly oppresses you, prompting you to continue to change it. This is a vicious cycle, and it is unstoppable. All I can do is keep the secret from you and prevent it from affecting you, causing the power that you cannot bear now to appear too early. Do you understand what I mean?" Luke suddenly realized. The 5 ancient civilizations intervened in the secular world, which can be said to be caused by himself. In order to deal with the ancient civilizations that arrived early, he would definitely take measures which would seriously change the original world line and continue to speed up the progress. If we pull out those powers that we don't even know what they are at this time, it may really be the end of the world. The world is not ready yet. I am not ready either. Thinking of what he is doing now, Luke asked Qi, "Will my research on the Abyss cause uncontrollable events?" Qi expression changed very quickly. He was serious just now, but suddenly he said with a humorous smile, "How can I know? But I stand firmly on your side. Even if you take out the Abyss and beat it up now, I will definitely be the first one to go. But with my current strength, I will definitely not be able to beat it." Qi words revealed a lot of information to Luke. He asked, "What is your strength level?" Qi dodged Luke's eyes. "Don't look at me like that. And don't have too high expectations of me. The upper limit of Qi strength is the upper limit of my strength. I am Qi, not Qi, at least not yet. But don't worry. As long as the artifact does not appear, I am invincible in the secular world. Even if I meet the Sword of Oath, I can trade with him 1 for 1. So you still need to think of more ways to deal with the World Tree. Oh! I told you too much. You guy. I clearly told you why I can't tell you too much. But you still try to get me to say something. Luke said a little aggrievedly. I just asked you about your power level. You were the one who said so much. Now you blame me? Chi Kong immediately covered his mouth and lay on the crescent again. Today I will choose the brightest star in the sky. Don't bother me anymore. Luke looked at the stars in the sky, which were twinkling like elves waiting to be called. Luke saw that Chi Kong really started to call the stars seriously. So he left the spiritual starry sky. What can be confirmed now is, in addition to the artifacts, this world has another powerful power system. Let's call them the gods. The Abyss is the god worshipped and enshrined in the Abyss Temple. The Abyss Mage can be transformed into an Abyss Apostle by accepting the infection of the Abyss energy. Not all of them will necessarily become Apostles of the Abyss. The eye on the gate of the Abyss Temple can only be regarded as a familiar of the Abyss. This can be temporarily defined as the Abyss God system. After listening to Chi Kong's words, it can be judged that the starry sky is an energy body of the same kind and equal to the Abyss. One's own spiritual starry sky may be a reflection of the real starry sky. There is also the revival of the World Tree. Everything Chi Kong did in the West should be just an opportunity, belonging to sowing a seed. The power that makes the World Tree truly revive and grow actually comes from the starry sky. Such a powerful force is of course qualified to be temporarily defined as the starry sky god system. The awakened Chi Kong has the authority of the World Tree. The projection of the starry sky and the role generated by her own spirit coincidentally shape her uniqueness. A sudden sense of alarm stopped Luke from continuing to analyze. Chi Kong was right just now. Now the stall is too big, and the gods seem to be just passively responding to this world. It is better not to provoke them too much. It's just that this abyss is related to the artifacts of ancient civilizations, and the artifacts are very likely to come out. So it is necessary to check it out. Just a little understanding. Never too deep. Luke set a standard for himself to study the abyss. In the following days, Luke continued to report to the Abyss Temple on time every day. Let the body be infected with some abyss energy, and then clear it. Luke can feel that the cool energy between his eyebrows has always existed. Now he knows that it is the star energy. It is precisely because of the existence of the star energy that he can so easily clear the infected abyss energy. The rapid transformation of the body during the process of clearing the infection gave Luke the feeling that it was like Ijin Shisui, which cleansed the impurities in the body together with the energy of the abyss. The most obvious change on the outside was that the bodybuilding muscles that were originally formed by accepting the dragon bloodline not only did not increase, but shrunk a lot with daily strength training. The body shape is more symmetrical, and the strength has increased sharply again. In addition, the magic power is enhanced, and the mental power is expanded. Luke has a feeling that as long as he completes this stage of transformation, his comprehensive strength will reach the initial stage of 6 stars without any problem. The artifact is to interpret the origin of the world, allowing the user to complete the secret combination through ancient language, thereby releasing powerful magic. The god system seems to directly transform people's bodies through its own energy and give them powerful power. What is its theoretical basis? I'm thinking about things I shouldn't think about again. Luke erased the god system research from Chi Kong's academic research memorandum. Holding back curiosity is an effective self-protection measure. But can I really hold back? Luke doesn't believe himself. Time passed quickly. On the 3rd day after the dinner with Baron Sergei, a car stopped at the door of Fekichik's house. Cars are very rare in the Holy Mountain, because cars are the product of the steam industry. There is no car repair and maintenance system in the Holy Mountain, so naturally no one buys and drives them. Knowing that a car had come to his house, and it was to pick up Mr. Luke, Mrs. Fekichik ran faster than Luke in her high heels. She rushed to the front of the car and stroked the smooth body with her big hands. She sighed, alas. I ordered a car from the city of Raging Waves last year, but there was a war, and it couldn't be delivered to the Holy Mountain. I have built the garage. Whose car is this? Name a price. I'll buy it. Mrs. Fekichik's last loud voice scared the driver, who was driving, and ran out immediately. The driver was a human, wearing the uniform of the Holy Mountain City Militia, and the badge on his chest was a wolf head. The driver looked strong, but he was a little timid in front of Mrs. Fekichik. Mrs. Fekichik. Hello. This car belongs to the Grey Wolf Battalion of the Holy Mountain City Militia. It was donated by Baron Sergei and human merchants. Not for sale. Mrs. Feachik continued to shout loudly, I can't even buy a car. How did Sergei buy it? Madam. How can I know? I am just an ordinary soldier of the Grey Wolf Battalion. I have only practiced driving this car for 2 days. And I was appointed as the driver. Mrs. Feachik knew that she could not get anything out of a soldier. So she said angrily, Why did you drive the car to the door of Feachik's house? Don't you know that my husband is from the Hardstone family? Be careful that his brothers will smash your car. Drive away. Drive away. Don't let me see it. I can't stand it not belonging to me. The soldier said aggrievedly, Madam. I am here to pick up Mr. Luke, the chief inspector of the Sanlong Brigade. On the order of Baron Sergei. Has your butler gone in to report it? Has he reported it? Mrs. Feachik recalled that she only heard a car coming, but didn't hear that it was to pick up Mr. Luke. Before Mrs. Feachik could recall what the butler said to her, Luke had already walked out. He was followed by the stone barbarians. The human driver of the Sanlong Brigade trembled when he saw the stone barbarians. The stone barbarians are the bullies of the Holy Mountain. They bully the humans in the Holy Mountain and are notorious. If the car is smashed by these stone barbarians, how can I explain it when I go back? Seeing the large group of stone barbarians approaching, the human driver even wanted to cry. But why are the stone barbarians, who are extremely arrogant on weekdays, so docile this time? They actually surrounded a human with great respect, as if this human was their boss. Is this a stone barbarian? The driver was a little stunned. I am Luke. Luke walked in front of the driver and said after taking a look at the car, brand new Snowdmer CT-97. Baron Sergei is quite capable. Are you here to pick me up for the inauguration ceremony of the Wolf Battalion? Hearing that the man without big muscles in front of him was actually Inspector General Luke, the driver inexplicably gained courage and confidence. He stood up straight in an instant and saluted Luke in a standard military salute. He replied in a very strong voice, Master Inspector General Luke, I am Private Joe John of the Driver Company of the City Militia Wolf Battalion. I am here to pick you up to the Wolf Battalion barracks for the inauguration ceremony on the orders of Baron Sergei. Please get in the car. Chapter 433 Wolf Brigade. Luke got into the car, which still smelled like a new car. The leather seats were very comfortable, and the back row was spacious, so he could cross his legs or have sex in the car without feeling cramped. Sergei was indeed capable, but it was more likely that the Northern Legion was lenient and turned a blind eye to the smuggling of such large contraband in the Tadega Hills. Private Joe John sat in the driver's seat, and in the back seat sat Mr. Luke, a human strongman who had defeated many well-known barbarian strongmen in the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena and rushed into the final decisive battle. He also accepted Baron Sergei's recruitment and served as the Inspector General of the City Militia Wolf Brigade. Private Joe John just looked at the officer through the rearview mirror, and his whole body was excited. Think about the group of stubborn barbarians just now. They would kick a dog raised by the human race on weekdays. But now they are respectful to Lord Luke. It is my honor to let Lord Luke drive the car today. Private Joe John reached out and turned the key to start the car. The car vibrated and then stopped. Don't be nervous, Luke said in the back seat. Release the clutch slowly, and you can go after you see the steam coming out of the pressure relief valve. I can see that you are a novice. Drive slowly, and don't drive the car into the ditch. Yes, sir. Private Joe John took a deep breath and restarted the car, and the steam engine made a dynamic roar. After seeing a stream of steam coming out of the pressure relief valve at the rear of the car through the rearview mirror, he completely released the clutch and brake, and the car body moved forward steadily. The barbarians outside the car shouted and sent Mr. Luke off to take up his post in the Sanlong Battalion. Joe John drove the car very slowly, and Luke was not in a hurry, so he asked some questions about the Sanlong City Militia Battalion. Joe John answered everything he knew. The human merchants of the Holy Mountain attached great importance to this first military force of the human race that was allowed to be established by the Celtic Duke, in view of the natural disadvantage of the human race compared to the barbarians in terms of physical strength. The human race's Sanlong Battalion is equipped and trained to match the Imperial Army. Not only did they buy a large number of weapons and equipment through smuggling, but they also hired a group of instructors composed of retired officers to conduct formal training for the Wolf Brigade. Although the function of the city militia is to maintain urban security, the Wolf Brigade trains in regular military subjects. Joe John said that the Wolf Brigade has actually been established for some time, and today is just a formal ceremony for the formation of the army, and collectively swears allegiance to the Duke of Celtic. Luke asked again what weapons and equipment the Wolf Brigade has. Joe John thought for a while and replied, "I'm sorry, Inspector General. I don't recognize many of the equipment. Recently, many things have been shipped, all of which we have never heard of before. I heard that Baron Sergei hired a technical instructor team to teach us how to use these equipment and weapons. What do you think about my sudden appointment as the Inspector General of the Songlong Brigade?" Joe John glanced at Luke from the rearview mirror, his eyes full of admiration. When Baron Sergei announced that you would be our Inspector General, the whole brigade cheered. "You are our idol now. You defeated so many barbarians in the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena. I heard that if the barbarians hadn't blocked the progress of the game, you would have been the champion strongman long ago. You proved that our human race is not weaker than the barbarians in strength. Although we are weak as a whole, it is possible for a great strongman like you to defeat them in the arena." Joe John was so excited that he even waved his fist to show his strength, as if he would be the next one to defeat the barbarian in the strongman arena. The emotions of an ordinary human in Tadijia Hills could not help but infect Luke. When he participated in the strongman competition, he did not expect that his advancement would cause such a big reaction. Although through the subsequent events and the conversation with Sergei, Luke knew what impact the birth of a human champion strongman would have on the human race in Tadijia Hills. But through the conversation with Joe John, Luke found that he still underestimated this influence. Zero is despair, and then self-denial, admitting the natural disadvantage of the human race to the barbarians. One is hope, self-affirmation, and the establishment of self-confidence. If you had said to the people of Tadijia Hills before, "You humans are no good. You are naturally weaker than the barbarians," the people of Tadijia Hills would definitely say, "Yes, we humans are no good." And if you say that now, they will definitely say, "No, we have Luke the Strongman. He is a human, and he defeated many barbarians in the Holy Mountain Arena." But after Luke wears the champion gold belt in the Duke's castle, if you say that to the Tadijia people again, he will definitely slap them. "Look, our Luke the Strongman is stronger than all the barbarians." This is why the Celtic Duke does not want to see a human champion strongman. It's just that he wanted to play a fake match, but he entrusted the wrong person. I don't know how Baron Sergei responded to Duke Celtic, but nothing special happened recently, so Sergei should have responded all done. Luke will lose in the match due to the absolute difference in strength. Haha. I didn't expect that a match that I didn't take seriously would have such a dramatic effect, which was equivalent to directly destroying the foundation of Duke Celtic's rule. The novice driver drove and stopped all the way, and finally drove the car into the barracks of the Songlong Brigade. The barracks of the Songlong Brigade were built by opening the mountain. The barracks were all built inside the mountain. There were 3 floors above and below, connected by tunnels and stairs. The stones dug out of the mountain were piled outside, and rammed earth was laid to turn it into a large training ground. Luke, who came to the Songlong Battalion barracks for the first time, felt the style here was completely different from the Holy Mountain as soon as he got off the car. There is already the atmosphere of a modern military barracks here, and the army pays great attention to discipline and command execution. Several militia squads, who are receiving training from external instructors on the training ground, are standing in a square formation, and everyone stands in a very standard posture, showing vigorous spirit. This is something that the barbarian army does not have. The barbarian army still has the old military thinking, and it highly respects personal bravery. The combat effectiveness of a barbarian team often depends on the performance of the strongest barbarians. Once these barbarians are targeted and cannot exert their due strength, the combat effectiveness of the entire team will decline very seriously. The military force of the barbarian tribe is poorly disciplined. Luke also saw that the personal equipment of the soldiers of the Grey Wolf Militia Battalion was relatively sophisticated. A light armor with a preset slot on it, which can assist each other in equipping the heavy armor module in a short time. The personal weapon is a thick back machete, which can be chopped and smashed with the thick back of the knife. A leather prop bag is worn on the belt at the back of the waist, which contains potions and individual magic props for use on the battlefield. At the edge of the training ground, Luke saw several new war machines, and several technicians were explaining the working principles of the war machines to a group of soldiers. There are also magic projectiles, combat mechanical puppets, combat command vehicles, logistic supply trucks. Luke even saw a new type of research and development in a certain country that was still in the testing stage, a combat-oriented mobile large-scale constant-gain magic energy tower. There were not many advanced equipment, but it seemed that there was a little bit of everything. Baron Sergei and other human merchants were fooled out of a lot of money. However, for the Tsonglun battalion, a small military group with only 1,000 people and only 700 or 800 combatants. If these new weapons and equipment can be used, it can still form a strength that cannot be underestimated. At least for other barbarian militia battalions, it is a crushing existence. Of course, Baron Sergei's goal is not to mix in the level of urban militia. He is aiming at the regular battlefield and wants to make achievements for the human race into Digia Hill in the war against the Imperial Army. Luke's arrival caused quite a stir in the barracks of the Wolf Battalion. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming military ceremony. Luke, who entered the mountain camp, was told that Baron Sergei was receiving the special envoy sent by the Duke of Celtic. Baron Sergei left a message, appointing Private Joe John as the full-time orderly of Inspector General Luke, first taking the Inspector General to receive the uniform, and then visiting the barracks. Get to know your colleagues. After the Baron finished talking with the special envoy, the Wolf Battalion's military ceremony was held immediately. Luke happened to be very interested in this newly established human militia battalion. Since Baron Sergei allowed a visit, he would not be polite. In the captain's office on the second floor of the Wolf Battalion's camp, Baron Sergei was having a conversation with the Duke's special envoy about the future of the Wolf Battalion. Chapter 434 Sergei's Awakening. The ventilation duct on the ceiling blew cool air, and a chandelier swayed left and right in the airflow. The light illuminated the closed room and the two people in front and behind the desk. Baron Sergei wore the uniform of the Urban Militia Wolf Battalion. He specially found the best tailor in the Holy Mountain to make changes to the original Urban Militia uniform, making the style of the new uniform closer to the Imperial Army uniform. The overall style tends to be tough, highlighting the heroic spirit of the soldiers. For today's military ceremony, Baron Sergei also cut his hair short. Everything was modeled after the standards of the Imperial Army officers. Sitting opposite Baron Sergei was the envoy of the Duke of Celtic, an old barbarian wearing a robe that only barbarian nobles were qualified to wear. His muscles were not as strong as those of young people, and his loose skin stuck to his bones, which further highlighted the barbarian's large frame. The envoy advised Baron Sergei kindly, "The Grey Wolf Brigade is a city militia that maintains the security of the Holy Mountain, not a formal army for military operations. Look at the other militia brigades. Those young barbarians don't even have a set of leather armor, and their weapons are just an ironwood stick, which can handle all the incidents in the Holy Mountain. There is no need for heavily armored combat soldiers to deal with civilians, let alone war machines and magic projectiles. Baron, the Duke understands your feelings and knows that you want to fight for the freedom of Digia Hill. But you must consider the feelings of your colleagues and the barbarian leaders. The equipment of the Grey Wolf Battalion is better than the steel armored guards of the Duke's castle, which is not a good thing for you." Count Ramutu. Baron Sergei respected the old barbarian count very much. "You have the title of the brain of the Duke's castle, a wise man, and a nobleman respected by everyone including the Duke. I am very honored that you came to attend the military ceremony of the Grey Wolf Battalion. With your wisdom and understanding of war, you must understand that the war potential of the old system of Digia Hill is exhausted. The barbarians alone cannot drive away the iron-armed Imperial Army. Only when the human army loyal to the Duke joins the war can the situation be reversed. The battlefield of the Grey Wolf Brigade is not the Holy Mountain, and the opponent is not civilians, but the main army of the Empire. The soldiers of the Empire are all armed with iron and magic. In the battle, they will orderly deploy war machinery, alchemical war puppets, and airships to launch battle magic. If my soldiers are asked to go to the battlefield with sticks and cloth clothes, they will be sent to die. I will not destroy the first human army into Digia Hills like this." The barbarian Count Ramut aside, "You are right. The current Imperial Army is no longer the Imperial Army of the past. The barbarian army lags behind this era. But the Duke has recognized the mistakes we made and is actively preparing for changes. I heard that he has made up his mind to lift the factory ban. This is a great thing for you humans who are good at business. The barbarians will have to pay a very high price for these changes. The Duke will face great pressure. The barbarian nobles and tribal leaders will not let these measures go smoothly. The Duke does not want you humans to stimulate the barbarians during this special period. Make money quietly, and don't drive these expensive machines around. Those barbarians who are hit and bankrupted will not be able to bear this gap." If Baron Sergei had not had that dinner with Luke, He might have agreed to Count Ramuda's request this time in order not to provoke the barbarians. Now Baron Sergei has learned to jump out of his own limitations and look at things from a macro perspective. In the past, Tadigia Hills implemented factory restrictions. Who were restricted? The restrictions were on the human race, who were good at business. However, even with the factory restrictions, the wealth generally owned by the human race is still higher than that of the barbarians. Look at the rich businessmen who rank at the top of the entire holy mountain. How many are barbarians? Mrs. Fekachik, the prodigal woman, does not count. Now the Duke of Kelt is under pressure from the war, and has to lift the factory restrictions and speed up the industrialization of Tadigia Hills. This will inevitably lead to a further increase in the wealth gap between humans and barbarians. And those barbarians who went bankrupt because of the factory will definitely hate humans. Can humans solve the problem by giving in and forbearing? No. The knife is in the hands of the barbarians. If the conflict between the barbarians and humans has to be released, the Celtic Duke will never stand on the side of the humans. We human merchants swear to be loyal to the Celtic Duke for generations. But the Duke has not sworn to protect the interests of the human race from the infringement of the barbarians for generations. It is safest to hold your own destiny in your own hands. At this moment, Baron Sergei has never been so grateful to someone. If he gave up the armed wolf brigade under pressure, when the barbarians rushed into his house to rob in the future, they might use these weapons. I wonder if Mr. Luke has arrived at the barracks. I wonder if he has any opinions about the Grey Wolf Brigade. When Count Ramuda saw that Baron Sergei did not answer for a long time, he thought he was hesitating and considering concessions. So he said, "The Duke will not take your weapons for nothing. He also knows that you have spent a lot of effort and wealth to get these things. You can give the Duke a bill, and all the money can be deducted from future taxes." Taxes? Isn't it up to the Duke of Celtic to collect them? If the money is not directly deposited, it will be difficult to get it later. Baron Sergei replied, "Thank you again, Count." The city militia is a non-military unit, belonging to the city security team spontaneously formed by the residents of the Holy Mountain. Therefore, the salary and equipment of the city militia are not only partly funded by the city's fiscal budget, but also accepted donations from the public. The existing equipment of the Grey Wolf Militia Battalion, except for a few hundred sticks, all other materials are donated by various parties. I have no right to send these things away or destroy them without authorization. If the Duke feels that these weapons and equipment are not suitable for the city militia, please ask the Duke's castle to issue a formal order and document, and I will arrange to return all these donations as soon as possible. Count Ramuda's public mission this time is to represent the Duke to participate in the military ceremony of the Grey Wolf Battalion. There is no formal order to confiscate the weapons and equipment of the Grey Wolf Battalion. The Duke hopes that the Grey Wolf Battalion will voluntarily hand them over, rather than asking for them through a formal order issued by the Duke's castle. The industrialization of Tadigia Hill must still rely on the human race, and we cannot be too discouraged by the human race's enthusiasm. Ramuda didn't expect that Baron Sergei would dare to disobey the Duke's order. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Baron, you are now very trusted and valued by the Duke. There will be better things waiting for you in the future. Don't let the Duke question your loyalty." Being questioned about his loyalty, Baron Sergei jumped up as if his tail was caught. "My loyalty to the Duke is beyond doubt. I am always ready to lead the Grey Wolf Brigade to the forefront of the battlefield and use my life to take back the territory that belongs to the Duke. My enemy is not the civilians of the Holy Mountain, but the invading Imperial Army. If my soldiers want to defeat them, they must have weapons that are equal to them. And these weapons require time to recognize and train. Please tell the Duke that when he needs the Wolf Brigade to go to the battlefield, I guarantee that this army will definitely attack in any direction he points." Baron Sergei spoke passionately and righteously, as if he was about to show his loyalty to the Celtic Duke, leaving Count Ramuda speechless. "Okay," Count Ramuda said helplessly, "I will tell the Duke about your thoughts and your loyalty. I believe the Duke also hopes to see the Wolf Brigade appear on the battlefield against the Imperial Army as soon as possible. But I still suggest not to be too ostentatious. Don't let your soldiers wear armor out of the barracks. And don't drive those heavy guys out. This level is over." Baron Sergei breathed a sigh of relief and immediately assured, "Please rest assured, Lord Duke, the Wolf Brigade will never use weapons against the Imperial Army against the civilians of the Holy Mountain." Ramuda nodded, and then asked, "I heard that you recruited the human strongman Luke to join your Wolf Brigade?" Baron Sergei replied, "Yes, Lord Earl. You know that Lord Duke does not want the result of the final of the strongman competition held in the Duke's castle to stimulate the barbarians. So I made a private deal with Luke Strongman. Taking office as the Inspector General of the Wolf Brigade is one of the items in the deal. For this, I also paid him an additional 50 million Imperial marks. 50 million. So much. Ramuda was shocked by the amount that Baron Sergei said. Do you really need so much money? In order not to irritate the barbarians, and for the game to go smoothly and satisfy all parties. I think it is worth paying this amount of money. Please rest assured, Lord Count. I will pay the full amount of 50 million Reichsmarks. And I hope Lord Duke can see my loyalty. 50 million seemed too much to Ramutu. But since Sergei paid, he certainly couldn't say much. He could only sigh in his heart. The human race is really too rich. Yes, we can't let the result of the game irritate the barbarians. Is the Celtic Duke afraid of provoking the barbarians? He is afraid of provoking the human race. Baron Sergei, who had seen through everything, showed an undetectable smile and invited Ramutu. The inauguration ceremony of the Grey Wolf Brigade is about to begin. As the Duke's special envoy, you are our most distinguished guest. Please accept the oath of allegiance of the Grey Wolf Brigade on behalf of the Duke. Chapter 435 Investment. The inauguration ceremony of the Holy Mountain City Militia Wolf Battalion officially began, and all the more than 1,000 people in the battalion gathered on the training ground. 20 people in a squad. 200 people in a squadron. All soldiers followed the orders of the instructors of each department, lined up in a square formation, and then formed a large square formation. The orders were strictly enforced, and the discipline was strict. The neat steps rumbled, and the dust on the ground was raised to form a rolling dust fog. The officers of the Wolf Battalion stood collectively on the podium, and Baron Sergei invited the Duke's special envoy Ramuda to speak first. There was a microphone in the middle of the podium. Count Ramuda walked forward, looking at the fully armed human soldiers below the stage, and all kinds of worries rose in his heart. The people of Tadega Hills mostly have some barbarian blood because they live together with the barbarians. Therefore, the people of Tadega Hills are generally tall, although their physical fitness is not as good as that of the barbarians. It is much higher than that of the people in other places. Looking at these human soldiers armed with steel, the barbarian Earl couldn't help but think of the elite Imperial Army. The Duke plans to recruit humans to form an army to fill the gap in the front line. Is there really no hidden danger? Nothing has happened, and no one can predict the future. I just hope that those human merchants who have been favored by the Duke will be loyal to the Celtic Duke for generations, just as they have vowed. Count Ramuda brought the congratulatory speech of the Duke of Kelt, and after a brief speech, the Wolf Brigade received warm applause. Then the captain of the Wolf Brigade, Baron Sergei, led the soldiers of the Wolf Brigade to read the oath of loyalty to the Duke of Kelt to the Duke's envoy. Finally, the officers of each department were officially appointed. The first one was the Inspector General, Luke. When this name was read out, the whole training ground was cheered, and the neat formation suddenly became scattered. Those hired instructors blew their whistles and tried their best to stop them. But as outsiders, they had no idea what an invincible human strongman meant to the human race in the Tadega Hills. Baron Sergei's appointment announcement had to be terminated. He ignored Count Ramuta's ugly face and invited Luke to come forward and say something to these admirers. Although he was not prepared, Luke still walked to the microphone. Quiet, soldiers. Luke was full of energy, and his voice was louder than the speakers, and spread throughout the training ground with a mighty momentum. All soldiers immediately quieted down and quickly returned to their positions to stand at attention. Very good. Everyone knows that I am an adventurer. I have been to many places and seen armies in many places. Some armies are invincible. Some armies are just like bandits. In you, I see the prototype of an elite army. You are strong and are the best source of soldiers anywhere in the world. You have excellent instructors who are dedicated to their duties, and donors who are willing to spend a lot of money to buy advanced weapons from all over the world. You are an army with the hopes of countless people. I hope you can practice every training subject well and prepare for the real battlefield as soon as possible. I have proved in the Holy Mountain Strongman Arena that the human race can train excellent strongmen. The next one to prove that the human race can train excellent soldiers is you. Luke finished his brief speech, and the situation became uncontrollable again. The instructors even used sticks to beat those overly excited soldiers, and gradually rearranged the formation. The military inauguration ceremony continued. Baron Sergei continued to read out the appointment of officers, while Count Ramudu, who was standing beside him, had a dark face throughout the whole process. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Luke would not continue to win in the final battle of the Duke's castle. 50 million Reichsmarks were spent at a great value. After the inauguration ceremony of the Wolf Battalion was over, Baron Sergei sent Count Barbarian away and invited Luke to his office alone. He closed the door, set up restrictions, and turned on various anti-eavesdropping detection magic devices in the room. After making sure that this conversation would never be leaked, Baron Sergei sat back at his desk, and Luke sat opposite him. Seeing Baron Sergei being so cautious, Luke asked, "Baron, what important matter do you want to talk to me about? You even sealed the whole room, and you are just short of exiling me to the subspace. The magic circle for exiling me to the subspace is too complicated. Although I have learned magic, I am not proficient in it. I am afraid that I will not be able to come back after exiling me." Sergei used a slightly humorous opening, and then turned to ask seriously, "Mr. Luke, who are you?" "An adventurer. The Adventurers Association has my files, which are all public information. Baron should be able to find them." Sergei looked at Luke. "I checked, but the Holy Mountain Adventurers Association does not have your complete files. Your adventurer registration place is in Raging Wave City, and the Holy Mountain Adventurer Association needs to retrieve information from the Raging Wave City Adventurer Association, which takes time. But if someone tampered with the Raging Wave City Adventurer Association, there would be no problem even if the files were retrieved." Luke knew that Sergei had doubted his identity, and he said helplessly, "If you think so, I can't do anything, no matter what evidence I produce. You have reason to doubt me." Sergei observed Luke, trying to find any flaws, but he could not see anything. "I have come into contact with many adventurers because of business needs, and you are different from them. You have a certain temperament, especially in the speech just now. You are more like a leader than me." Luke smiled and said, "It seems that I should form an adventurer team. Being the boss is much easier and safer than adventuring alone." Luke's jokes made it difficult for Sergei to judge the origin of the man in front of him. He had to say, "Whether I am overthinking or not, I just want to know if you have any upper-level connections in the city of Raging Waves?" "Yes." Luke thought about it and added, "A little bit. As an adventurer, it is inevitable to receive commissions from some dignitaries. Some people are familiar with me and will give the tasks directly to me without going through the Adventurer Association, so that the association will not earn agency fees." Luke's answer was flawless, so Sergei could only bite the bullet and speak out his demands. Raging Wave City is now the world's trade center. It is cheaper and more convenient to pick up many things from Raging Wave City than from their place of origin. It is just that because of the war between Tadigia Hills and the Empire, Raging Wave City has also joined the blockade of Tadigia Hills. Some of the things we buy will be transferred through Raging Wave City. We also want to purchase machinery directly from the factories in Raging Wave City and sell the goods in Tadigia Hills. "Sir, do you know anyone among the dignitaries in Raging Wave City who could provide us with some help?" Luke pretended to think about it, and then answered, "I actually know one. My friend was originally a gang member at the Port of Cape District in Niteos City. Later, he was lucky enough to follow Governor Meteorite and join the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. He is now in charge of Cape Port Customs. Cape Port used to be a smuggling port, but now smuggling is legalized. As long as you pay the money, everything will be easy." The new Cape Port is now managed by Yanong Group and belongs to Luke's private treasury. The tax collection must be paid to the city government office, and the tolls for smuggling are all his own. Sergei's request is easy to handle. Just find a dock gang to handle it for him. Sergei didn't expect Luke to have such a friend who has real power in Cape Port Customs. If this route is opened, not only will it save a lot of money to purchase factory equipment now, but the products produced in the future can also be sold all over the world through Niteos City. No problem is a problem if it can be solved with money. Sergei said to Luke, "When you go back to Niteos City this time, can you ask your friend to help us?" Luke replied, "I can talk to him. How can your goods be transported to Tadigia Hills after passing through the customs of Niteos City? I just walked through the passage in the south, which can only transport some small things, and bulk goods must pass through the blockade area of the Empire. Don't worry about how the goods come in. Fighting is fighting. Making money is making money. As long as the goods can enter and exit Niteos City smoothly, there are many ways to send them to Tadigia Hills. All the equipment I bought for the Tsanlong Brigade was transported in this way. Through visiting the Tsanlong Brigade's military camp, Luke found that the sources of weapons and facilities here are very diverse. even more so than those of India. This shows that this group of human merchants from the Holy Mountain are actively contacting the world market. Luke was originally thinking about how to tie the emerging factory owners into Dejia Hills to the front of the car of the Raging Wave City. But he didn't expect that these factory owners had already opened up their own channels and passed the rope up. Only when you get on the car of the Raging Wave City will you know how good this car is. When the upstream and downstream channels of the factory are controlled. Aren't these emerging factory owners all trapped turtles? Luke said very happily, leave this matter to me. Baron, do you have someone in charge in Nuteo City? I'll just build a bridge. And it's up to you to talk about it later. Yes. Baron Sergei took out a piece of paper from the drawer, wrote down the contact's address and name with a quill pen, and handed it to Luke. Just find him when you get to Nuteo City. He will take care of the follow-up matters. In addition, Sergei hesitated and asked again, I know that for merchants in Nuteo City, investing in factories here during wartime is very risky. But we still have a very large gap in funds. There are too many things to build. And the suppliers all require us to pay in cash. And the Duke's castle has no money to provide us. Can you help us find merchants or institutions willing to invest into Dejia Hills when you go back this time? The land and labor here are very cheap. Although he made this request, Baron Sergei did not hold out much hope. Merchants invest to make money. Dejia Hills is in the midst of a war, and is at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Foreign investment may lose all its capital and profit if something goes wrong. Therefore, it is very difficult to attract investment. However, Luke said, if you want the merchants of Nuteo City to invest in building factories into Dejia Hills, it is impossible. But other investments are promising. Other investments? What investments? Baron Sergei asked. Luke replied, there are many non-profit charities in Raging Wave City. They accept charitable donations, and use the money to help those in need. If it is to build hospitals, schools, roads, electricity, water power, agriculture, these public welfare investments that provide convenience for the lower-class civilians, they will definitely be willing to invest their money. Baron Sergei couldn't believe his ears. He asked in surprise, these are investments that will hardly see profits in the short term, or even no profits at all. Will anyone really invest in these projects that don't make money at all? Luke smiled and said, in Raging Wave City, money is just a number for many people. The most popular thing for the wealthy people in Nuteo City is to hold charity receptions, which not only allow them to discuss business, but also earn a good reputation as a philanthropist. If a factory does not make money, they will feel very uncomfortable. But if a hospital does not make money, they don't care at all, because they have already got what they want. Baron Sergei could not understand the brain circuits of the wealthy people in Nuteo City at all. But building a factory would definitely require a large number of workers to live together. Medical care, education, transportation are all problems that need to be solved. If these non-profit charities are willing to invest in these unprofitable projects, can't businessmen like us focus on investing in profitable projects? The philanthropists in Raging Wave City are really doing charity. Sergei asked eagerly, how can I contact these charities? Luke shook the paper in his hand and said, I happen to know several heads of charities. I'd better contact them first and use my on-the-spot experience to introduce the current difficult situation into Dejia Hills. And then your people can apply. But there are still many conditions required to get investment approval. Sergei asked, what are the conditions? Luke thought for a while and said, the charitable organizations will send people to Dejia Hills to conduct a census and make an overall plan on what projects to invest in and how much to invest based on the population size and settlement density. This is to prevent people from falsely reporting local conditions to defraud investment funds. This, Baron Sergei said in embarrassment, there are few large cities in the Dejia Hills. Most of the population is scattered in the mountains. And the barbarian tribes do not like outsiders to get close. Luke replied, of course not a census of the entire population, which may take several years. Only larger towns will be censused. And if the barbarians do not cooperate, they will be skipped. Anyway, the investment is based on the number of people and demand. If fewer people are censused, the investment may be less. Hearing that the investment will be reduced, Baron Sergei felt more uncomfortable than losing money in his own business. Please provide more help in charity investment, Mr. Luke. As for the barbarians, I will do my best to persuade them. But I promise that the human race will definitely cooperate with the census. There are too many people in Dejia Hill who need help. Luke said sincerely, it is also my wish to help those in need. Due to wrong policies, Tadijia Hill has fallen far behind the mainstream world, and the civilians at the bottom live in poverty. I will do my best to contact more non-profit charities to bring more charitable investment to Tadijia Hill. Chapter 436 Storm Rises. What Luke really cares about is that he can use charity as an excuse to do a census for Tadijia Hills. Through the research on the coconut god of war bloodline these days, Luke is more and more convinced of his judgment. After a long period of reproduction, the god of war bloodline is widely spread in the Tadijia Hills area. Finding them out is a very big project. But no matter how big or tedious the project is, it must be done. Do it step by step. The first step is the census. Establish a population file and sort out the bloodline relationship. First, do a broad preliminary screening of the population of Tadijia Hills. And then, you can use Coconut as a starting point to find people who may have the god of war bloodline through her bloodline. The next step is to spread hospitals and basic medical institutions into the towns of Tadijia Hills through charities. When we return to Raging Wave City, we can conduct a more in-depth analysis of Coconut's blood and tissues. With specific data, we can use these charitable medical institutions to accurately locate the potential population of the god of war bloodline. The sooner these measures are implemented, the sooner we can systematically cultivate the god of war. As for what these non-profit charities can do after entering Tadijia Hills, it depends on what Luke needs them to do. To kill people and subvert. You don't have to do it yourself. Charity is an extremely deceptive cloak that can easily gain favor and goodwill. Baron Sergei is still in the exploratory stage of industrialized warfare. And even Luke is just imitating this higher-dimensional war. A place like Tadijia Hills, where a large population is still in a state of ignorance, has no resistance. Luke wants to control this precious land in all aspects. Not only the land but also the people's hearts. Although Sergei is also puzzled by this kind of selfless charity. He can't think of any harm to himself by investing in such civilian infrastructure. He can only blame it on the rich businessmen in Nuteo's city, who have so much money that they can only squander it in different ways. Just like Mrs. Fekicik's purchase of a shop. It is a show of wealth beyond vulgar taste. At this time, Baron Sergei regarded Luke as a noble person who changed his life. He not only enlightened himself when he needed to change his ideas the most, but also found so many big enemies for him when he needed money the most. Although Baron Sergei suspected that Luke was sent by the Empire, the current Baron no longer cared whether Luke's appearance in the Holy Mountain at this time was a coincidence or had other intentions. Mr. Luke is very important to me. No! It is very important to the future of the human race in Tadijia Hill. Baron Sergei stood up and held Luke's hand tightly, saying affectionately, Mr. Luke, you are really the mentor of the rise of the human race in Tadijia Hill. If you are willing to stay in the Holy Mountain, I can give you the position of captain of the Grey Wolf Brigade. For Luke, this is an extremely low offer. Luke continued to pretend that he was not interested in this kind of power. Baron, I know my ability, and managing more than 1,000 people is a bit too much for me. I think it's good to be the Inspector General. After all the things in the Holy Mountain are settled, I will go on my next adventure. Baron Sergei felt very sorry that he could not keep Luke. Now he really needed this powerful, influential and wise assistant. But thinking that the rise of the human race in the Tadijia Hills was unstoppable and his road to the top was smooth, Baron Sergei was less disappointed. Everything was just waiting for the final match of the strongmen held in the Duke's castle, which would open the last shackles in the hearts of the people of Tadijia Hills from a spiritual perspective and give the barbarians the heaviest blow. Then Baron Sergei discussed with Luke what the two sides should do during the game. At the same time, he told Luke in detail about the layout of the Duke's castle, so that if the Celtic Duke got angry and turned against him, Luke would have a chance to escape. Luke also took the opportunity to ask Baron Sergei about the Abyss Temple on the pretext that an Abyss priest owed him money. The people of the Holy Mountain were close to the Abyss Temple. They actively donated money to the Abyss Temple, and then used the influence of the temple on the barbarians to improve their status. For his own benefit, Baron Sergei no longer cared about Luke's background and told him some secrets of the Abyss Temple. There are still 3 apostles left in the Abyss. They are still as close as brothers on the surface. But in fact, the contradictions are extremely sharp. Baron Sergei still lowered his voice when talking about the Abyss Temple in the room, with many restrictions. The Abyss Temple has been in the Holy Mountain for nearly 100 years. And the strength of the Abyss Apostles is unmatched. But 4 apostles died in a short period of time. And all died at the hands of the Elf Qigong. Although the Elf Qigong is very strong, Her method of killing the apostles is very, how to say it, in the words of an abyss mage who knows the inside story. It is restraint. Every time she fights against the abyss apostles, El Qigong can accurately find the weakness of each abyss apostle and kill them with absolutely restrained skills. And El Qigong also knows many secrets of the abyss temple, just like she has been established and developed with the temple. But El Qigong has never appeared in the temple before. The only possibility is, there is an insider in the abyss temple. The status of this insider is very high, very high. Baron Sergei added 3 varies repeatedly, and almost said the abyss apostle. Luke showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Priest Egbert is always mysterious and nervous every time he sees me. It turns out that such a big thing happened inside the temple. When Baron Sergei heard the name of Priest Egbert, he thought of who he was. Priest Egbert is a person trusted by the first apostle Victor. Is he the one who had a dispute with you in the Adventurer Association's commission? Luke replied, it was him. I completed the commission he issued, but he didn't have the money to pay me. Hearing that a noble abyss priest was so miserable, Baron Sergei couldn't help but sigh. The abyss temple lost 4 abyss apostles, and they didn't play the trust of the Duke in the war against the Empire. The Duke's castle is very short of money now, so the funding for the abyss temple is naturally much less. We businessmen are preparing for the lifting of the factory ban, and the donations to the abyss temple have also decreased a lot. Moreover, the abyss temple is in chaos, and the apostles are fighting each other very fiercely. Priest Egbert will definitely be implicated. How much does he owe you? If it is not much, it is better not to have too many disputes with the abyss temple in such special matters. For Baron Sergei, before the smuggling and investment matters are settled, Luke's safety must not be compromised. It is definitely not a wise move to provoke the abyss temple at this time. Luke did not tell Sergei that Egbert was going to take him to undergo the abyssification of his body. If his body was abyssalized, he would not be able to participate in the final battle of the strongmen. In order to increase his worries, I have already discussed with Priest Egbert how to make subsequent compensation. After receiving the final payment, I can return to Raging Wave City with Mrs. Fekichik's reply. Baron, you said that there are conflicts among the apostles. Will Priest Egbert be implicated? Although the money he owes me is not much, it is not small. Baron Sergei recalled what he had learned from the Abyss Temple recently, and replied to Luke, the Abyss Temple seems to be preparing for a big ceremony recently. The 3 apostles have also reached a certain tacit understanding, and the temple has become much more stable. Priest Egbert said that he could give you the remaining money because he was safe. Do you need my help? No. Priest Egbert's commission was posted in the Adventurers Association, and the entire mission process is under the supervision and protection of the association. Luke then stood up. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. I promised the Stone family that I would transform several storm barbarians for them. I guess they are waiting for me very anxiously. Baron Sergei didn't care about the storm barbarians Luke mentioned. His mind was full of his glorious future. The car that picked you up and Private Joe John will serve you during your stay in the Holy Mountain. If there is anything that the Wolf Brigade needs to do, please feel free to command them. You are their idol, and their superior now. Thank you, Lord Baron. Luke left the Wolf Battalion's camp and returned to Fekichik's house after being personally seen off by Baron Sergei. The stone barbarians were waiting anxiously. They all learned about Kato's power, not just the crushing of strength. When Kato used the power of the storm, the stone barbarians attacked together, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Kato's clothes. Manipulating the wind is much cooler than pure power. The stone barbarians who stayed at Fekichik's house all day were the younger generation of the family, and they couldn't stand the attraction of this ability. So they shamelessly came to Luke with the valuable gifts they could find, asking Luke to give them the power of the storm. Luke has helped the human race now, so the barbarians cannot be partial to one over the other. He has already regarded Tadigia Hills as his own territory. The human race and the barbarians are the palm and the back of his hand, and he must treat them equally. Moreover, if he wants to weaken the influence of the Abyss Temple in Tadigia Hills, he must also come up with something that can compete with the Blood Oath barbarians. Luke promised to perform magic transformation on the barbarians of the Stone family and give them the power of the storm. However, becoming a storm barbarian has certain physical requirements. Before participating in the Sanlon Brigade's military ceremony, he selected 4 barbarians from the Stone family through assessment and prepared to perform magic transformation on them. In the underground training ground of the Fekichik family, the magic circle structure used to transform Kato last time is still there. It's just that the whole magic circle is in a dormant state because there is no infusion of magic power. Luke came back and continued the magic transformation of the stone barbarians. The training ground was full of barbarians, many of whom came from all over after hearing the news. Hundreds of barbarians are only a part of the younger generation of the Stone family, which shows how powerful the Stone family is in the entire Holy Mountain. Nakahar. Standing at the edge of the magic circle structure, Luke read out a name, and a barbarian, who was obviously a circle larger than the other barbarians, came out. Nakahar has a certain reputation among these barbarians. He has been the leader of children since he was a child, and his father holds an important position in the Duke's castle. Mr. Luke. Nakahar saluted Luke respectfully. At the pool party, he was impressed by Luke's power. This time, Mr. Luke wanted to give himself stronger power, and his admiration for Luke was not hypocritical. Luke patted Nakahar's strong muscles affectionately and motioned him to walk into the center circle of the magic circle on the ground. Stand still and don't move. Any small movement will cause the magic to fail. That will not only hurt you, but also make you permanently lose the possibility of becoming a storm barbarian. Luke's words made the already nervous Nakahar even more nervous. He immediately shrank his body, even crossed his hands and hugged his shoulders, trying to make his frame narrower. Like a girl facing violence. This caused the onlookers to laugh. Nakahar shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at? When it comes to you, you are not much better than me." Before Nakahar finished speaking, the magic circle structure under his feet rose rapidly layer by layer after a strong light flashed, and instantly formed a cage to lock Nakahar in. Nakahar did not dare to quarrel with his companions anymore. He looked at the magic circle structure surrounding him, which emitted magic light layer by layer. There was not only tension in his eyes, but more excitement. I will soon be able to control the wind like Kato. But the pain before gaining the ability must be endured. With a complete magic array structure, the subsequent transformation is very simple. Perform a magic array structure circuit check, and then activate all the magic nodes of the magic array to form a large magic. As Luke chanted spells and gestures, the fully activated magic was engraved in the body of the barbarian Nakahar in the flashing and contraction of strong light. The sudden pain made Nakahar's body bend into a shrimp. It was a pain he had never experienced before, as if a force was tearing his skin and cutting his muscles, and engraving magic symbols on his bones. At the same time, he also realized that his sense of airflow was clearer than ever before. The wind flows with his own power. They are born from power, like loyal followers, and can be driven at will. When the pain subsided, Nakahar opened his eyes and saw a lot of blue fluid in his vision. He knew that it was the wind energy generated by his own power, and he also knew that his eyes must have become the same as Kato's. Kato walked forward and hugged Nakahar like a brother. "Congratulations on becoming a storm barbarian, my brother Storm Nakahar." Nakahar also felt that he had a closer relationship with this barbarian who was not from the Stone family. He hugged Kato tightly. "My brother Storm Kato." Chapter 437, The First Apostle. Luke performed Storm Barbarian magic transformation on 4 stone barbarians as agreed, and the barbarians who came to watch quickly spread this powerful barbarian transformation throughout the Holy Mountain. Storm Nakahar was taken to the Duke's castle by his father on the night of the transformation, and demonstrated his ability to control the storm with power to the Celtic Duke on the spot. Storm Barbarian made Luke's fame sweep across the entire Holy Mountain again. Not only did the human race revere him, but now the barbarians also thought about how to please Luke to gain the power of the storm. Luke refused all invitations from the barbarian dignitaries, but only trained with the stone barbarians in the training ground of Fekachek's house every day, and selected 3 or 5 stone barbarians to perform storm transformation on them. A few days passed, and the day of the strongmen final match in the Duke's castle was getting closer and closer. The Duke's castle did not show much reaction to the appearance of the storm barbarian. But Storm Nakahar had not come out since entering the Duke's castle. He should be undergoing various tests to determine how much the stormization can improve the strength of the barbarians. Are there any side effects? Is it a temporary enchantment or a permanent enchantment? It is also necessary to make a horizontal comparison with the Blood Oath barbarians in the Abyss Temple. All of this was within Luke's expectations. He believed that the Storm barbarians were real gold that was not afraid of fire. No matter how patient some people were, they would definitely lose their patience. As the day of the competition approached, Luke disguised himself as usual and went to the black magic potion shop to collect intelligence. although there was no explosive news in the intelligence collection for several consecutive days. Luke also had a certain understanding of the situation in the Abyss Temple. As Baron Sergei said, the 3 remaining apostles reached a certain reconciliation, and there have been no new prisoners in the temple prison for 3 days. It seems that the day of the Abyss is very close, and the apostles have no leisure to continue to attack each other. Although there are no new prisoners in the prison, the Abyss Temple has now almost become a monster nest. Many Abyss mages will suddenly go crazy for no reason, and then their bodies will quickly transform into terrifying monsters. Some of them completely lost their minds and were killed and incinerated. Some, like the Eye of True Vision, retained their minds and accepted their abyssalized selves without resistance. The wizard was very scared, and he could already feel his body changing. He was worried that he would turn into a monster at any time, and he prayed that the Imperial spies could rescue him as soon as possible. In order to show his value, the wizard took a great risk and got a piece of news. The apostles plan to use this abyss to create a batch of abyssal weapons. These abyssal weapons will be sent to various important cities in the Empire for deployment. Once these abyssal weapons are activated, a large number of civilians will be contaminated by the abyss and turned into monsters. I know where these abyss weapons are made. Save me and I'll tell you. Is this a biochemical crisis? A densely populated city like Raging Waves is really afraid of this kind of pollution-spreading attack on civilians. In the future, as the struggle becomes more and more intense and more advanced, Raging Waves must prepare in advance to form a department that specializes in dealing with such attacks. Now, in order to find out the manufacturing point of the abyss weapons, the wizard must be rescued as soon as possible. It seems that the power of the Secret Service in the Holy Mountain must be used. Luke asked the man with the sore face to tell the wizard that the Imperial Secret Service would organize a rescue for him in the near future, so that he could be ready to escape from prison at any time. After pacifying the wizard, Luke left the Black Potion Workshop, put on the robes of the Abyss Mage, and went to the Abyss Temple. Now the Eye of True Vision at the entrance of the temple no longer troubles Luke. Egbert's transformation into the Abyss is obvious to all. He is getting closer and closer to the appearance of an apostle, and it seems that he can be transformed into a real Abyss Apostle when the Abyss descends. An Abyss Apostle is not someone that a True Vision Eye who can only guard the door can offend. At this time, Luke's body has a certain resistance to the Abyss energy. If he stays for a little longer, he will not be eroded by too much Abyss energy. After returning, he can remove the Abyss energy that has penetrated in, and purify his body and energy. But when he met Egbert this time, he did not study the Nirvana egg. Instead, after looking at Luke for a long time, he said, "The first apostle Victor wants to see you." This was within Luke's expectations, but he still showed surprise. "Why?" "I was summoned by Apostle Victor," Egbert said with a slightly jealous tone. "It should be related to the Storm Barbarians. The Blood Oath Barbarians developed by the Abyss Temple have been unable to increase production due to the limitations of the production of mysterious props. You can actually use magic to transform and create Storm Barbarians, whose combat power is no less than that of the Blood Oath Barbarians. Lord Victor admires you very much. Don't waste time. The Abyss is about to descend, and the Apostle's time is very precious. Follow me." "Yes, Priest Egbert." Luke followed Egbert into the core area of the Abyss Temple. There were only a few Abyss mages who still maintained their human form. On the way, he passed by a lot of strange-looking Abyss familiars, as if he had entered a monster park. As he went deeper, the concentration of Abyss energy became higher and higher. If it was a few days ago, Luke would never dare to enter an area with such a concentration. He adjusted his breathing, using his own energy to resist the erosion of Abyss energy, and the cool feeling between his eyebrows became clearer. It was Qin Kong who came to help. Luke strode forward, like a devout Abyss mage, calmly accepting the transformation of the Abyss. Egbert brought Luke into the study of the first Apostle Victor. As a former professor of Ulu College, Victor still retained his previous love for academics even after becoming an Abyss Apostle. Luke only glanced at the books on the bookshelf and knew that there were not only books on esoteric arts, but also magic, alchemy, steam, machinery, history, geography, ancient times. It was really all-encompassing, covering all disciplines. Of course, he also saw the first Apostle Victor, whom he had seen many times in the game. His skin was dry, his head was hairless, and his eyes were like blood-red rubies, emitting a strange red light, which made people feel a chill. But even with this appearance, Victor still has a very strong scholarly temperament. He sat there, holding a thick book in one hand, and taking notes with a quill in the other hand. Victor quickly wrote his thoughts on the book, and after writing a paragraph, he used magic to make the ink dry quickly, and then closed the book. The book flew up under his control, flew to the bookshelf, and stopped it into the place where it should have been. I can feel the look in your eyes when you observe my bookshelf. Victor looked up at Luke with admiration on his face. Unlike those ignorant people, there are many books here that you have read, and you have a deep understanding of these books. Luke saluted Victor. Master Apostle, I am an adventurer. I will encounter various unexpected dangers. Only with sufficient knowledge can I use it when needed. Therefore, after an adventure, I will try to read some books during my rest time to prepare for the next adventure. Please sit down. Victor invited Luke to sit down, not treating him as a backup abyss mage. This inevitably caused some jealousy from Egbert Priest. Thank you. Luke sat down opposite Victor's desk. The desk was very clean, and everything was arranged in an orderly manner. After observing Luke for a while, Victor asked, Are you from the city of Raging Waves? Yes. Raging Waves is a very convenient city, where there are many commissions from all over the world. Whether it is for work or rest, Raging Waves is the best choice. Speaking of Raging Waves, Victor couldn't help but sigh. I haven't been back to Raging Waves for more than 100 years. It carries too many memories of mine, both good and bad. At that time, Raging Waves was just a decent port city. But now it is almost the world's trade center. Luke said, Raging Waves is located in the world's busiest sea area and has an excellent port. Industrialization has shifted world trade from land to sea, and the Empire has implemented another set of policies in Raging Waves, giving new nobles greater freedom to compete with their counterparts in other countries. The right time, right place, and right people have shaped the current raging city. Victor laughed. You are the first person I have ever met who can use such simple sentences to clearly explain the truth of the rise of Raging City. Let's not talk about Raging City. There are too many things to talk about. I invited you here this time just to learn more about the Storm Barbarians. Is it a magic transformation developed by you? Of course not. Luke knew that Victor was a knowledgeable person, and he must be able to see that there is a big project behind the Storm Barbarians, which is not something that an adventurer can develop casually. He said, This is the magic transformation technology one obtained during an adventure. According to the limited information I know, the magic transformation technology of the Storm Barbarians appeared during the Ancient War. A group of magicians who were hiding from the war moved to the Tadigia Hills and established a magic secret house in the Hebigan Mountains in the south of the Tadigia Hills. They were afraid that the war would also affect the Tadigia Hills, so they concentrated their efforts on developing a magic transformed barbarian to protect the secret house. The Storm Barbarians were developed in this way. Unfortunately, there was an internal conflict in the magic secret house, and several magicians fled the Tadigia Hills with the Storm Barbarian transformation technology. So the Storm Barbarians did not appear widely in the ancient war. Most of what Luke said was true. There is indeed a magic secret house site in the dense forest in the south of the Tadigia Hills, which was also destroyed by magic attacks. Archaeological discoveries of the magic house show that the magicians who once lived here did conduct research on the magic transformation of barbarians. The Abyss Temple has excavated this magic house many times and found many skeletons left behind by barbarians who failed in magic transformation. It is reasonable and undocumented for Luke to attribute the magic transformation technology of the Storm Barbarians to this magic house that has long disappeared. In fact, Apostle Victor has long linked the Storm Barbarians with that magic house. After all, an adventurer does not have the ability to develop the Storm Barbarians, and this development must have a large number of barbarians for the consumption of experiments. Therefore, the development of the Storm Barbarians can only be carried out in the Tadigia Hills. If the Storm Barbarians were developed in modern times, the barbarians of Tadigia Hills would not be unaware of it. The Storm Barbarians could only have been developed during the chaotic ancient war period, and that magic secret house is the most accurate source. Apostle Victor nodded and said, I know that secret art, and I have led the Abyss Mage to conduct many excavations. The magic knowledge left there is amazing, and some of it is very advanced even in modern times. The ancient war destroyed too many precious things and set the progress of civilization back 1,000 years. You should know how valuable the Storm Barbarians are to Tadigia Hills, and how you plan to deal with it. Luke didn't think too much and replied, The Storm Barbarian magic transformation technology is useless to me. This is what I got from my adventure. Since it is gained from my adventure, of course, I will sell it for a good price. Hearing that Luke was going to sell the Storm Barbarian magic transformation technology, Apostle Victor smiled. Storm Barbarian transformation technology. I want it. How much? You can name your price. Luke didn't name a price, but said, if I sell the Storm Barbarian transformation technology to the Abyss Temple, the Celtic Duke will also want to buy it in the final decisive match of the Hercules tomorrow. Should I sell it? Or not? Victor said, I will give you a price that the Abyss Temple has exclusively for this technology. Luke replied, I'm afraid the Duke of Celtic also wants to use this technology for himself. The Abyss Temple and the Duke's Castle are not something that a small adventurer like me can offend. I don't want to end up unable to leave the Holy Mountain for the sake of a Storm Barbarian transformation technology. Seeing that Luke was unwilling to hand over the Storm Barbarian transformation technology now, Apostle Victor threatened, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave the Abyss Temple today? Facing the oppressive feeling coming, Luke said unaffected, Apostle Victor, I am an adventurer. A very good adventurer. I have made sufficient preparations for every step I take, so I can survive until now. Tomorrow's game is very important. The Duke of Celtic doesn't want me to win, but he doesn't dare to kill me directly. If I die here, or even disappear after entering the Abyss Temple, you will have to face the Celtic Duke who did not obtain the Storm Barbarian transformation technology and the entire angry Tedegia Hills people. Luke's words weakened Victor's momentum a lot. In Tedegia Hills, the Abyss Temple has always been a guest living under someone else's roof. Not to mention that the power of the temple is no longer what it used to be, and it cannot do without the protection of the Celtic Duke. If the Abyss Temple has the Storm Barbarian transformation technology exclusively, it can still use it to bargain with the Celtic Duke. If Luke is killed in order to prevent the Celtic Duke from obtaining the Storm Barbarian transformation technology, it will really anger the Duke. And tomorrow is the day when the final battle of the strongmen will be held in the Duke's castle. The human race of the entire Tedegia Hills is paying attention to this game. If Luke dies or disappears in the Abyss Temple, it will anger both the barbarians and the human race of Tedegia Hills. Victor retracted all his outward momentum. What price do I have to pay for you to let me have exclusive access to the Storm Barbarian transformation technology? Chapter 438 Sacrifice. Recent years have been turbulent for the Abyss Temple. For Abyss Apostles died, and there were insiders in the temple who provided information to outsiders. Mutual suspicion made the three apostles no longer as close as before, and there was internal strife in the temple, and a large number of Abyss mages were sent to prison or executed. In the war against the Empire, the Abyss Temple, which was bound by internal problems, did not play the role it should have. The defeat on the battlefield made the Celtic Duke no longer rely on the Abyss Temple as much as before. Providing bloodsworn barbarians to the Barbarian Legion is one of the places where the Abyss Temple can still reflect its own value. Who would have thought that the Storm Barbarians would appear at this time? If the Celtic Duke obtained this Barbarian transformation technology, the Abyss Temple would lose an important bargaining chip to negotiate with the Celtic Duke. Therefore, the Abyss Temple must have exclusive access to the Storm Barbarian transformation technology. Facing the still aggressive Victor, Luke replied, Apostle Victor, if the Abyss Temple has exclusive access to the Storm Barbarian technology, you will definitely kill me. Even if you don't kill me now, you will do so after tomorrow's game. But selling this technology to the Celtic Duke is different. The Storm Barbarians need to be selected from the barbarians, and the Tedegia Hills is where the barbarians are most concentrated. The technology leak will not cause too much loss to the Duke. After I complete the transaction, I can leave Tedegia Hills safely. After being rejected again without any room for negotiation, Victor's red eyes burst into murderous intent. Do you think that the Abyss Temple will let you go if you leave Tedegia Hill? Give me the Storm Barbarian transformation technology and promise not to leak it to anyone. I guarantee in the name of the first apostle that the temple will never threaten your safety. Luke shook his head and smiled. If this sentence is said to someone who does not know the Abyss Temple, he may believe the promise of the first apostle. But I was invited by Priest Egbert to join the temple to receive the power bestowed by the Abyss. And now I have a certain understanding of the situation inside the temple. Even Priest Egbert was worried about his safety for a while. How can you guarantee my safety? Victor looked at Priest Egbert standing beside him. Egbert immediately bent down and answered in a very humble manner. Master Apostle, I owe Mr. Luke a large sum of money because of the Nirvana egg, so I want to take him to welcome the coming of the Abyss as compensation. I have asked you about this matter, and got your permission. Victor did not say anything to Egbert, but said to Luke in a gentle tone, "The Abyss Temple has always been open to the public. We welcome anyone to join, and anyone to embrace the Abyss. After we welcome the coming of the Abyss together, we will all be servants of the Abyss. If the Duke of Celtic asks you for the transformation technology of the Storm Barbarians tomorrow, can you delay the transaction for 2 days?" Luke asked. "Why?" Apostle Victor replied, "The Abyss is very close to us, and it will come in the next 2 days. I believe that after you embrace the Abyss and accept the power bestowed by the Abyss, you will definitely stand firmly on the side of the temple, because we are all servants of God and have a common faith. The crack in the Abyss is finally about to be opened by them." Luke pretended to think about it and said, "Well, anyway, this transaction cannot be decided in 1 or 2 days. I have always had respect for the Abyss. Every time I enter the Abyss Temple, I can have a stronger and stronger worship of it. Its power is beyond our cognition of the upper limit of power. I believe that its arrival this time will definitely make me far surpass my current self." Luke's words immediately eased the very tense atmosphere in the room. Everyone is a believer in the Abyss, even if Luke's goal was initially just to gain power. Victor, who has a deeper understanding of the Abyss, knows that once you accept the Abyss, you will have an unshakable belief. The Storm Barbarian transformation technology will be discussed after the Abyss arrives. At that time, we will definitely get a satisfactory answer. So Victor started to discuss magic with Luke, using the Storm Barbarian transformation technology as an introduction. After just a few words, Victor found that Luke's knowledge and understanding of magic far exceeded his expectations. Then Victor asked Luke many other academic questions, and Luke was able to answer them, and had very unique insights. Not only did he learn a lot, but he also learned a lot. Even when talking about the new steam machinery technology, Victor was a little scared. The current situation of Tadega Hills made it difficult for him to get in touch with the most advanced steam technology, in order not to embarrass himself in the academic field of steam machinery. Apostle Victor shifted the discussion to the secret arts that he was best at, and Luke was able to have an almost equal discussion with him. Genius. Victor can only use this word to describe the young man in front of him. And he is not a professional scholar. He is an adventurer, and all his knowledge is learned in his spare time. If he no longer takes risks, but spends more time studying and doing research, what kind of achievements can he have? Fortunately, I didn't kill him impulsively just now. Luckily, he is waiting for the arrival of the Abyss. As long as he accepts the Abyss, he will definitely devote his all to the Abyss. Apostle Victor's attitude towards Luke is changing rapidly. After several major purges, the Abyss Temple has suffered a serious loss of personnel, and he and the other 2 apostles are increasingly suspicious of each other. If it weren't for the arrival of the Abyss, which made everyone tacitly stop attacking, I really don't know what the contradiction will become when no one is willing to give in. One of the other 2 apostles must have colluded with Qi Kong. He asked Qi Kong to snatch the Book of Disaster and kill other Abyss apostles, wanting to enjoy the grace of the Abyss alone. I will never let them succeed. This time the Abyss Descendant is a division of the Abyss Temple, and all the Abyss mages will take sides. Whoever has more people and stronger people will have a chance to win in the end. Luke is a gift from the Abyss to me. I want to promote you to the priest of the Abyss Temple. During the academic discussion, Victor suddenly said this to Luke. But before Luke could answer, Egbert objected first. Apostle Victor, Luke is just a reserve Abyss mage now. Promoting him to a priest is too much of a step up. Victor is in a very good mood now. He doesn't care about Egbert's transgression. He looks at Luke with a look of love for talent in his eyes. The Abyss Temple has never had the rule of promotion based on seniority. Talent is the only criterion for me to promote someone, no matter what misunderstandings the outside world has about the temple. In my eyes, the temple is a research institution. The taboos of the world are no longer taboos here. We can study whatever we want and use whatever materials we want. Your talent and wisdom are enough to be a priest in the temple. Even, I can make you an apostle of the Abyss Temple. Hearing that Victor actually tempted Luke to become an apostle, Egbert was extremely anxious. There were only 4 apostles in the Abyss this time. Victor grabbed 2 spots by virtue of being the first apostle. One was given to Egbert, and the second was given to another priest loyal to Victor. If Victor gave the apostle spot to Luke, Egbert would have a 50% chance of being eliminated. But no matter how anxious Egbert was, he didn't dare to speak anymore, because he might really die. He could only hope that Luke would refuse. Victor waited for Luke's answer. Luke said, But I like adventure, and I don't plan to stay in the temple. Victor believed that the influence of the abyss would change Luke's current thinking. So he said, do whatever you want. The Abyss Temple is a free place. This time Luke thought about it seriously. The meeting with Victor was within his expectations. He just wanted to use the Storm Barbarian transformation technology to provoke the relationship between the Abyss Temple and the Celtic Duke. He didn't expect Victor to promote himself to a priest, or even become one of the Abyss Apostles. But since he was preparing to destroy the Abyss, of course, the higher his position in the Abyss Temple, the better. It's easier to do things with power. So Luke agreed. I never refuse a virtual position that doesn't require responsibility. It may come into play one day. I am also the Inspector General of the City Militia Sanlong Brigade in the Holy Mountain. If it does not affect my adventure, I can serve as a priest of the Abyss Temple. It is not impossible to be an Abyss Apostle. Seeing Luke agree, Victor was very happy. Without knowing which apostle was the traitor, he regarded both apostles as threats. The other two apostles must have thought so too. Since neither can be trusted, it is better to get rid of both of them. There is always one who is real. Now the situation that Apostle Victor fears most is that the other two apostles will form a temporary alliance and join forces to deal with the strongest self. The possibility of this is very high. If the strongest self is eliminated, the two of them can give it a go. Therefore, Victor seems to be the strongest. But he is also the weakest. He is eager to expand his power, and is a little hungry. Victor did not doubt Luke's identity. After all, before this meeting, he himself did not know that he would invite Luke to become a priest of the Abyss Temple, and then become an Abyss Apostle. It is impossible for someone to plan in advance. Luke agreed to serve as a priest of the temple. Victor immediately asked Egbert to take Luke and his appointment letter to handle the relevant procedures, and let Egbert lead Luke around the temple to let everyone know that the new priest was appointed by the first apostle, and he was the first apostle's man. At this moment, Egbert was filled with regrets. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold everything he had to get the 50 million Reichsmarks together. Now the position of apostle that was about to be in his mouth has become a suspense. This deal is too bad. However, Egbert did not dare to complain. He could see that Apostle Victor liked Luke. Just now, I listened to their discussion, and had to admit that this adventurer had real knowledge. Besides, he was so young and his main job was adventure. The achievements made by such a genius casually may be a height that others could not reach in their lifetime. There is no other way but to be jealous. Egbert took the special appointment letter written by the first Apostle Victor, and took Luke to go through the procedures for promotion to priest. After receiving a set of priest clothes and certificates, Luke also had a high-end room inside the temple. Then Egbert took Luke to visit the Abyss Temple, and told him the names and functions of the various departments of the temple. At the same time, he reminded Luke who was the first apostle's people, and who was the other two apostles' people. As a priest, you can apply to the temple for funds, personnel, equipment, and laboratories to conduct your own special research. Here, you don't need to consider the taboos outside, and any experiment is allowed. This is also the main reason why I came to Tadega Hill to join the temple. All ethics and morals are under the truth. This is the holy land for scholars like us. Egbert excitedly narrated to Luke, waving his hands and talking about how he dissected a living pregnant woman and replaced the baby in her belly with twin eggs he cultivated. He even described in detail the growth process of the twin eggs in the pregnant woman's belly. It hatched into larvae and fed on the flesh and blood of the pregnant woman, and used the skin of the pregnant woman as a cocoon. Finally, it broke out of the cocoon and turned into a beautiful ribbed butterfly with a head on both the front and back. Monster! Except for a few who are curious. Most of the people who join the Abyss Temple are psychologically twisted monsters. Luke listened to Egbert's self-satisfied narration of his experiment, and looked at the Abyss mages, who had turned into all kinds of weird and ugly things. Is their abyss-like appearance a manifestation of their inner heart? They have given up being human from the heart, and their bodies are no longer human. This is no longer the Abyss Temple in the game copy, which makes Luke think more. When he came to a passage tightly guarded by Abyss mages, Egbert stopped his experiment and said to Luke, "This is the prison of the temple, and the Abyss mages who betrayed the temple are imprisoned inside. Of course, not all of them are traitors. Most of them are unlucky." Luke then thought of his insider, the wizard. He was imprisoned inside. Although the wizard had sent out the map of his imprisonment location, it was still a bit difficult to rescue him safely. and Victor said that the abyss would come within 2 days. The wizard must be rescued before the abyss comes, and the abyss weapons must be destroyed. Only the wizard knows the location of the abyss weapons. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. In order to accurately rescue the wizard, Luke felt it necessary to personally check the location and determine the location of the wizard and the layout of the prison. Luke stopped at the door of the prison and asked Egbert, "Can I go in and take a look?" Egbert wanted to take Luke directly across the prison, but he didn't expect Luke to ask to go inside the prison to take a look. He thought for a while and said, "Okay. It's good to take a look." Chapter 439 Return to the Imperial Capital. The prison of the Abyss Temple was filled with a pungent stench of excrement. There were too many Abyss mages imprisoned inside, and more than 10 people were crammed into a small prison. Some Abyss mages had become abyssalized, and the arrival of Luke and Egbert made them very irritable. There were wails, cries for help, and nonsense, all in a mess. Walking along the way, Luke saw large areas of blood that had not been cleaned up, as well as broken meat and limbs. This showed that there were not enough people to deal with these dirty things, and the guards in the prison were even fewer than expected. After external and internal consumption, the Abyss Temple had reached the point of exhaustion. It is estimated that the Abyss Apostles realized that if they continued to fight among themselves, the temple would only be left with self-destruction. Rather than being destroyed together, it is better to completely tear each other apart and have a decisive battle. The final winner will have the opportunity to rebuild the Abyss Temple on the ruins. Visiting the prison made Luke feel the weakness of the Abyss Temple, and a decisive battle between the apostles was imminent. Luke found the wizard, who was curled up in the innermost corner of the cell wrapped in a felt blanket. There was a crack in the wall, which could communicate with the man with the sore face outside through the scorpion centipede. Luke didn't know whether the wizard had received the news that the rescue was about to be implemented. He did not stay in front of the wizard's prison for too long. He just glanced at him and walked to the next cell. The Holy Mountain entered the most important moment. One after another, major events were about to break out and have a profound impact on the entire Tadega Hills. In the Empire's St. Louis City, an airship with a world tree painting landed on the airship landing platform high above the palace. The hatch opened. The stairs were lowered, and a team of armored Moonlight Knights walked down from it. Finally, the Moonlight Queen Qi Kong walked out of the airship. On the landing platform, the Empire's eldest princess Agatha led a team of royal knights to welcome the arrival of the queen. The royal knights saluted together, "Your Majesty. Welcome back to St. Louis City." Qi Kong nodded to Agatha, who saluted her. "No need to flatter me so much. Just call me Qi Kong. Does your Majesty have time now?" Agatha ordered her attendants to receive the Moonlight Knights, and then took Qi Kong along the stairs to the interior of the palace. Without any extra people, Agatha was much more friendly to Qi Kong. Your Majesty knew that Miss Qi Kong was about to arrive, so she pushed aside everything, and she was waiting for you. This time the angels came and really caught us off guard. Now we don't know what they want to do. Qi Kong asked as he walked. What did the angels do when they built the temple in St. Louis City? Agatha replied, all the angels who came are in Silver Manor, and they have not left Silver Manor until today. Moreover, they do not employ any servants, so the Secret Service has no way to place spies there. Her Majesty the Queen and I both believe that there must be something in St. Louis City that attracted the angels, and they use such extreme means to achieve their goal of entering St. Louis City. How is the Empire going to respond? There is no good way. We can only endure this invasion and actively integrate resources to prepare for possible conflicts with Sky City in the future. Fortunately, we can still claim that the angels' arrival this time is an agreement between the Empire and Sky City, so as not to cause a big mess. The Empire cannot withstand internal chaos now. Archangel Gold is in the Moonlight King's court. Does he have any explanation for the angels' sudden arrival in St. Louis City? Qi Kong and Agatha walked into the corridor leading to the Queen's study, and the palace guards on duty saluted them one by one. This matter has nothing to do with Archangel Gold, but he also did not give any explanation for the angels' arrival in St. Louis City. Now he should have returned to Sky City, and it is estimated that he can't help much. At this time, the two came to the door of the Queen's study. Agatha stopped and asked in a low voice, "Where is Meteorite?" The door was opened from the inside, and Qi Kong answered Agatha, "He is in the Holy Mountain of Tadega Hill." Agatha heard that Meteorite was in the Holy Mountain, and immediately caught up with Qi Kong, who walked into the study. After the door closed automatically, she opened the band in the study again and asked nervously, "Why did he go to the Holy Mountain?" That is the lair of the Duke of Celtic and the Temple of the Abyss. He wants to die? The study was spacious and bright, and various precious decorations and furnishings made it look magnificent. Queen Christina sat behind the desk, preparing the agenda for the upcoming imperial meeting. Hearing the conversation between Agatha and Qi Kong, she raised her head and asked nervously, "Is the meteorite really in the Holy Mountain?" Qi Kong sat down on a chair by the French window. Downstairs outside was a garden with spring flowers and new branches and tender leaves, which was very pleasing to the eye. Yes, he is in the Holy Mountain now. Things over there are about to come to an end, and he will be back soon. Queen Christina and Agatha came over and sat down. The three of them gathered around the crystal tea table. A teapot and 3 teacups flew over and poured 3 cups of hot tea for them. Agatha asked, "What is he doing in the Holy Mountain? He went to such a dangerous place. Shouldn't you also protect him in the Holy Mountain?" Agatha's concern for Luke was revealed in her words. And Queen Christina also looked at Qi Kong, waiting for an answer. The teacup flew into Qi Kong's hand, and she said, "Meteorite does not need too much protection now. Instead, the angels who descended on St. Louis City need to know that this is not a place where they can act recklessly. Don't worry. Meteorite is very safe now. He is now a priest of the Abyss Temple, a candidate for the Abyss Apostle, and will soon become a hero of the Tedegar people and a guest of the Celtic Duke." After speaking, Qi Kong slowly sipped the tea. Agatha and Queen Christina's expressions changed from worry to surprise, and then to taking it for granted. This is the meteorite they know. However, he has only been to Tadega Hill for a few days, and he has become a priest of the Abyss Temple, and is about to become a hero of the Tadega Hill people and a guest of the Celtic Duke. It's too unbelievable. If he continues to stay in the Holy Mountain for a few more days, will the barbarian army surrender directly to the Empire? Queen Christina asked, "How did he do it? Can the barbarian rebellion in Tadega Hill be solved in one fell swoop?" Qi Kong replied, "I don't know how it was done specifically, but the internal affairs of Tadega Hill are very complicated, and they cannot be completely solved by simple strategies and military actions. Solving the problem of the barbarians needs to be done step by step. First of all, we need to solve the Northern Legion. You should discuss these things after Meteorite comes back. I came back this time to deal with these angels who came down." Agatha asked, "How are you going to deal with them?" Qi Kong closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was more spirit in her eyes, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Of course. A fight. Chapter 440 Forbidden Peak. The Silver Manor in the Imperial capital is now a temporary temple belonging to Sky City. The people stationed in the temple are the First Holy Scripture Teresa and the Holy Judgment Angels led by her. Except for the great scene on the night of the Advent, this group of angels has been self-enclosed in the Silver Manor. No servants were hired, and only 38 angels lived in the huge manor. Outside the manor, believers of angels came to worship every day. None of them were allowed to enter the manor to accept the summons of the angels, but this made them constantly deepen their self-reflection and think that their faith was not pious enough. So these people with common beliefs spontaneously formed a community and prepared to further establish a church. These people regarded themselves as Templars and arranged their shifts according to their own schedules. They established a patrol route around the outside of the Silver Manor with people around 24 hours a day. The number of citizens of St. Louis who joined the Templars increased every day. They also actively promoted that angels were a symbol of kindness. Believing in angels would definitely get the protection of angels and keep away evil and bad luck. This was in line with the spiritual demands of ordinary citizens, especially during this war. For the Templars, the spies of the Imperial Secret Service had already infiltrated them. While they were recording the members in a small notebook, they were actively expanding the personnel in order to get more spies into the core layer of the Templars. This can prevent the Templars from being used by people with ulterior motives. If the Templars are accepted by the angels in the future, it is equivalent to planting spies around the angels. It will also be very convenient if the Secret Service wants to deal with the Templars. So under the deliberate indulgence of the Imperial Secret Service, the Templars developed very rapidly. The joining of some officials and businessmen allowed the Templars to have money to order uniforms and armor. And the doctrines that needed to be published in the future were also compiled for them by scholars. Outside the Silver Manor are the Templars, who are growing stronger every day, and the angels in the manor can of course see them. But their purpose of coming to St. Louis City this time is not to expand the influence of Sky City on the secular world, but to find the artifact that has been lost for 1,000 years. Keeping secrets is the first rule for completing the mission. Therefore, no matter how the Templar Knights show themselves outside the manor, the angels never respond. They set countless magic traps in the manor, without warning, all of which are killing magic directly targeting life. Under the main building of the manor, the angels opened up an open and closed space. The sourceless, holy light illuminated the entire space into white jade, and 8 obelisks stood in 8 directions. Under each obelisk stood an angel, who turned himself into a statue, holding a light ball formed by light elements in both hands. The 8 obelisks and the magic tracks on the ground formed a large magic circle, and the 16 angels stood at the nodes of the magic circuit, and the light connected them to each other. They also turned into statues, holding balls of light in their hands. All the angels chanted hymns written in the ancient angel language together, hoping to use this method to attract the response of the light sculpture. However, the entire magic circle did not change at all, and it seemed that there was no gain today. The angels returned to their own forms, and disappointment appeared on each angel's face. Teresa, Holy Judge Angel. Did Archangel Gold really sense the breath of the artifact in the Holy Luin City of the Golden Shield Empire? Teresa stood in the middle of the magic circle, and the holy relic she placed her faith in, the first transmission scripture, floated beside her. In response to the question from her subordinates, she was silent for a while before answering. Archangel Ulysses, the Sword of Oath, also sensed the breath of the artifact in the Sky City, but the time was too short to make an accurate positioning, and could only judge a general direction. Archangel Gold said that he sensed the artifact in St. Luin City, and the time and location were correct. Even if Archangel Gold was dissatisfied with our Holy Inquisition, he could not lie about the artifact. I believe him. But we have been looking for it for so many days. But we can't sense any information about the artifact. If it is really here, we have so many angels who are proficient in the ancient angel language and cast spells together. No matter how deep it hides, there should be some feedback. Teresa said, if we found the information of the artifact in a few days, it would not have been lost for thousands of years. The artifact is definitely not in the surface world. It and other artifacts must be trapped in a special space. Someone opened that space that night, which caused the artifact's aura to leak out. It's hard to find useful clues if we search like this. What should we do? We have to continue the exploration of the artifact here. But we can't stay in the manor any longer. We need to know what happened in St. Luin City that night, and who opened the space that trapped the artifact. But St. Luin City is so big. We only have 38 angels, and we are not familiar with it. If we rely on the humans here, there is a risk that the secret of the artifact will be leaked. This is a difficult problem. Without relying on the local humans, only 38 angels will go out to find clues, and the situation will not be much better than sensing here. I'll think about it. Teresa asked, what's the reaction from the Shining Gold people? The Shining Gold people from the World Bank's St. Luin City branch once visited us, but we refused to see them. Now the Shining Gold people are looking for trouble with the Shadow Clan because of the death of their elder Chun. So they shouldn't react in St. Luin City so quickly. Other civilizations? The Shadow Clan is busy dealing with the Shining Gold people, and the demons in hell will argue for a long time about how to deal with them. The Dragon Clan. The Dragon Kingdom should not have received the news yet, but they will definitely make a big move after they get the news. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not unified, its situation is much better than that of hell, where each demon is a hilltop. Family, color, and place of residence make the dragons form many small groups, each of which is led by a respected head dragon. If a major event occurs, the old guys who have experienced ancient wars will come forward, and the dragons can gather together to solve the problem. 38 holy judgment angels suddenly descended on the St. Luin City of the Golden Shield Empire, which broke the tacit understanding of the 5 ancient civilizations at this time. If the World Tree is added, the dragons will definitely react. Alas, Teresa regretted this reckless descent. At that time, she only wanted to find the artifact as quickly as possible and protect it. But she didn't expect that the artifact was already close at hand. But she still couldn't find it. Now not only do they not know how to find the artifact, but they have also attracted competitors. We need. Before Teresa could express her thoughts, an angel broke through the barrier and flew down from above. He landed in front of Teresa and handed her a letter. The Moonlight Queen Chi Kong of the Moonlight Court arrived in St. Luin City today. This is a letter of challenge just sent by the Moonlight Knight. Letter of challenge. Teresa didn't expect that the Moonlight Queen Chi Kong would send this thing, as soon as she arrived in St. Louis City. Did she really want to challenge a holy judge angel who had participated in ancient wars? Teresa took the letter, broke the seal with the Moonlight Queen's seal, and pulled out the letter inside. On the night of the full moon, on the top of the purple gold, a sword came from the west. A fairy from the sky. What is written here? There were only a few words on the paper, and Teresa was confused. The angel who delivered the letter said, the Moonlight Knight said, tonight at the highest point of the palace, the Moonlight Queen who just returned from the west is waiting for Teresa's holy judge angel to fight. This battle is a friendly exchange, and will not affect the friendly relationship between the Moonlight Royal Court, the Golden Shield Empire, and the Sky City. Clear Sky. Teresa had heard of the name of Clear Sky in the Sky City, and knew that she was an elf with very strong combat power. But her strength is only the strength of the secular world. Even if she inherited the authority of the previous generation of the World Tree and became the Moonlight Queen, St. Louis City is far away from the Moonlight Royal Court, and she cannot get the help of the World Tree. An elf dares to challenge an angel who was active in the ancient battlefield thousands of years ago. It's too arrogant. The angel who delivered the letter said, I heard that the last time the Thorn Crown followed Archangel Gold to St. Louis City, he challenged Chi Kong, but was easily defeated by Chi Kong, and then was threatened by Chi Kong to work for her. After losing the artifact, our strength has declined a lot compared to the ancient war period. This time Chi Kong invites me to fight. Let me go! Teresa reread the letter of challenge and said, the Thorn Crown is a new angel born after the war who has enthusiasm but no strength. He has never experienced real combat. It would be strange if he could win by challenging an elf with rich combat experience. Chi Kong just came back from the Moonlight Royal Court, and she was eager to challenge me. She must want to avenge me for leading you to besiege the palace. Her previous victory gave her the confidence that she could defeat me. So I will personally extinguish her confidence. Let these secular low-level creatures see the gap between them and angels. Even without artifacts, angels are not something they can provoke at will. Teresa held the letter of challenge, and the white holy fire ignited and burned the paper to ashes. In St. Louis City, Queen Chi Kong and the holy judge angel first spread the news of the fight with Holy Teresa, and it spread throughout the city at an incredible speed in just half a day. Chi Kong is an elf who has never lost since his debut and has killed many famous strong men. Moreover, she is not only strong, but also extremely beautiful. Her fan club has developed from Raging Wave City to St. Louis City, and there is a huge group of supporters. After the human race entered the civilized stage, angels have been active in various historical legends. The holiness, power and kindness of angels have made angels the spiritual sustenance of humans in the ignorant period. Even after entering the industrial civilization and enlightenment, humans still have more closeness to angels than other races. Therefore, most ordinary people are very happy that angels have come to them, and think that this is the beginning of good luck. Therefore, when the news that Chi Kong and the holy judge Angel Teresa were going to compete in the sky above the palace spread, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire St. Louis City. After nightfall, citizens who finished their day's work rushed to the palace, wanting to witness what would surely be a spectacular battle. However, the Imperial Secret Agents and the Public Security Bureau set up a blockade in the Imperial City District, strictly prohibiting people from the Upper City District from entering the Imperial City District to prevent unnecessary casualties among the people when Chi Kong fought the angels. Although the people were disappointed, they still gathered around the outer perimeter of the Imperial City District, looking up at the direction of the palace. It was also worth being happy to see a little magic light. In the Imperial Palace, all the palace guards and royal knights stood guard at their positions and waited for battle. The Empress of the Empire was humiliated here. So when Queen Christina heard that Chi Kong was going to challenge the angels, she immediately proposed to give up the palace as their duel field. If Chi Kong can defeat the angel here, it will definitely bring a high sense of honor to the whole empire. And it will also sweep away the shadow left by the angels descending to surround the palace. If Chi Kong loses, as long as the loss is not too ugly, it will be a very good thing for the empire. The palace opens the protective shield and concentrates magic power on the top of the palace complex to create a large, solid and flat dual field. The interior of the palace and the top floors of the surrounding high-rise buildings are all filled with magicians and scholars of various sciences. In addition to preventing the energy overflowing from the duel from harming innocent people, they also have to record this duel in all directions without blind spots. This is a battle between the world's top forces. which has extraordinary significance for the development of future weapons and transformation technologies. In the Museum of the Clear Sky, all the faculty and students of the St. Lin City branch of the Ulu College came to the rooftop, although it is a bit far from the palace. After several alchemical instruments were set up in the direction of the palace. As the instruments were turned on, the scene of the palace was immediately pulled into the nearby airspace. The Thorn Crown Malice also stood with the teachers and students of the Ulu College. He was wearing the college's assistant uniform, and his expression was no longer arrogant. The background and knowledge of the world's top colleges made Malice understand what it means to be a frog in the well, and to be complacent. Humans are very weak in front of angels. But when trillions of humans gather their wisdom like dust and sand together, they form a vast ocean of knowledge. As for Sky City, the knowledge system has hardly changed in the past 1,000 years. Since the end of the ancient war, it has been completely living off its past. The ancient angels are busy looking for artifacts, and the new angels are intoxicated with the glory of the past every day. Few angels seriously understand the secular world that they look down upon, and don't know what kind of civilization these inferior races have created. Malice is somewhat grateful that Qi Kong cut off his wings. Only after losing his wings can he put down his posture and look at this world that makes people feel excited with a level gaze. I saw Professor Qi Kong. She was standing there. I saw it too. Professor Ban, can you adjust the view closer? Bruce Ban adjusted the equipment on the edge of the building and shouted to the noisy students, "You all stand in the protective circle set up by the professors. I promise that you can see Professor Qi Kong clearly." But the honest Bruce Ben couldn't control these students. The students were still very excited. From time to time, someone released magic fireworks into the sky. Jennifer stood at the front holding the sheriff, looking at the magic mirror, and said with a little worry, "Can Miss Qi Kong beat the Holy Judgment Angel?" Of course. The sheriff was more confident than anyone else. The queen was very strong before, and the queen is stronger now. What about the Holy Scripture and the Holy Judgment Angel? It's not like Her Majesty hasn't won before. As the queen's mount, the sheriff felt that he was second only to the queen. And of course, he was above everyone else. He spoke without hesitation. The Thorn Crown Malice was right beside him. Malice knew the nature of this black cat, and that he was a half-baked Shadow Clan member. So he didn't bother with him about such a small matter. However, Malice still reminded him, "The first Holy Scripture Teresa is different from me. She participated in the ancient war, and lived until the end of the war. She is much stronger than me. It is not wise for Professor Qi Kong to challenge Teresa." The sheriff raised his beard and said, "What do you know, kid? Just watch the show."